Jiang Yunxi died, then came back to life. But how long could she live? Hours, days unknown for now. Pain, so much pain. Jiang Yunxi's consciousness had just recovered a thread, but was overwhelmed by boundless pain. They say pain has 13 levels, but Jiang Yunxi felt hers might be at 14. The kind of pain that is emperor among emperors. It was like a large truck repeatedly rolling over her body. A trace of memory before falling into darkness revived. So death, is this painful? Thinking it was a final burst of life, she quietly waited for consciousness to fade, but instead felt it becoming clearer. What's going on? Haven't I already died? How? Has the young lady woken up? Not yet. Two unfamiliar voices came, and Jiang Yunxi was startled. Young lady? What the hell? In hell do they also call people young lady? Isn't it this ghost, that ghost? Do ghosts need to sleep? The next second these questions seemed to flip a switch, her head throbbed, and memories surged. Just as she was about to digest them, an excited voice rang in her mind. Host, you're finally awake. Host, I am your system sprite. Startled by the sudden voice, Jiang Yunxi nearly had a cardiac arrest. She felt as if she saw her great-grandmother waving at her. Host, knowing of my existence, aren't you surprised and delighted? I have checked your memories, and know you've always wanted a space and a system. A system sprite, and it was hers. She had bound to a system, so wasn't she not dead? Having read so many novels over the years, Jiang Yunxi had only seen people binding systems, never a ghost. Moreover, those memories just now, although not yet sorted, she had glimpsed some. Those memories did not belong to her. Memories not hers plus a system. As an avid reader for years, Jiang Yunxi came to a conclusion: she had transmigrated. System, what's the situation now? How did you bind with me? Am I still alive? System, host, you died, but you came back to life. Jiang Yunxi, you've truly mastered the art of nonsense. The physical pain left her no time to banter with the system, and she urged impatiently, speak human language. System, this system is indeed speaking human language. Sensing the host's intense emotional fluctuation, the system dared not be cheeky anymore, and quickly, when you thought since you were terminally ill with cancer, and had only a few days to live, you might as well trade your life for another's, and chose to take a bullet for a Chinese soldier, you died. Dead as can be. Jiang Yunxi, then how did I come back to life? Did you save me? The system sprite's words were rapid. To be precise, the Chinese soldiers saved you. It was my first mission, and due to unfamiliarity, I ended up in the wrong time-space, passing by above you by chance. The system sprite's tone was hard to hide its annoyance. Those soldiers saw you dying to save their comrade, and their desire to save you was so strong that their magnetic field, it somehow caused me to bind with you, whose body had died and soul left. The main system knew I had gone to the wrong time-space and bound the wrong host, so it came to correct, but it found that because of the soldiers' merits, the entire Chinese military's spirit and virtues were protecting you, so it couldn't forcibly unbind. If it accidentally caused your soul to disperse, the system realm would completely offend China. Your China is not to be trifled with. Not to mention the ancient greats, but even the hosts of various systems bound over the years, if united, are a considerable force. The main system had no choice but to let it be, and kicked both your soul and me, the system, into this time-space. The main system said the host can be changed, but the time-space cannot. The main system also secretly told me to keep a close watch on you, and not let you die. With those merits and Chinese military spirit guarding you, if you. Not to mention a small fry like me, even it won't be able to escape unscathed. However, the system dared not let the host know this, worrying she would become unscrupulous. At that time, Jiang Yunxi understood. She was grateful for her instinctive choice back then, trading her short remaining life for a soldier's safety, never expecting such a reward. To live again, and with a system by her side. She believed that in the modern world the country would not treat her family badly. The money borrowed for treatment would likely be paid off, and she could leave some for her parents. Although she had an older sister, so no need to worry about parents' care, it could at least reflect some of her value. This time Jiang Yunxi felt it was a huge win. From the system's words, just now she also gleaned some information. She seemed to have backing, and not a small one. Even the main system dared not offend, let alone this little, perhaps from now on her actions. Fortunately, the system couldn't read all her thoughts otherwise. Why does it hurt so much? You brought me into this body, didn't you harm the original owner? If you did, whose fault is it? With merits protecting her and transmigration, Jiang Yunxi began to believe in these supernatural things. If she had harmed the original owner of this body, would the sin be on the system or on her? It couldn't be her fault, right? She didn't ask the system to bring her into this body. They should blame the system or the main system. Host, rest assured, before you entered this body, its original owner had already died. This system is a law-abiding good system and would never commit murder. Jiang Yunxi didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Of course, such matters must be clarified first to avoid disputes later. Then how did the original owner die? It wasn't murder by an enemy, was it? Am I safe now? Now my whole body hurts. Is it because the original owner was injured, or is there rejection between soul and body? Can my soul stay in this body? What kind of system are you? You better not be a task system or a strategy system. I tell you, I hate doing tasks, and I hate strategizing about anyone. I've been single since birth, never been in love, don't know how to love, and can't strategize people. If I'm going to be killed for failing tasks or failing to strategize a target, then you might as well let me die now. to avoid being anxious every day worrying about failing a task. Confident in her backing, Jiang Yunxi directly stated her attitude. She didn't want to do tasks and didn't want to strategize anyone. Jiang Yunxi's barrage of questions left the system bewildered. Didn't she want a system? Why was she being so picky now that she had won? This batch of hosts is too hard to handle. It's the worst batch it has ever had. The system was very glad that before the main system kicked it here it had modified the system's kernel, because it was worried the host would die from failing tasks, and thus offend China. Otherwise, the system's silence made Jiang Yunxi's heart tighten. Could it be that what she was bound to really was a task system or a strategy system? Then it's over. Let's give up directly. Having read many novels, she knew these two systems were pits. They often electrocuted or struck with lightning for failing tasks or not reaching strategy values. Given someone like her, it was only a matter of time. Die early or die late, both die, or might as well die early and reincarnate. Maybe with those merits, she could reincarnate back to China and in 18 years be a hero again. System, let's unbind. With a thunderous boom, the system's CPU crashed. It never expected that a momentary lapse in response would lead to the host's threat of disconnection. It hadn't done anything wrong, it was merely contemplating how to respond to the host. After all, its initial setup was indeed as a task system, but the main system had since altered its functions to encompass two systems' capabilities. The main system instructed that while the host should enjoy a risk-free and carefree experience, it must also find ways for the host to complete the original system tasks without. If the task remained uncompleted, the original punishment for the host would instead fall upon it. Although the punishment level was slightly reduced and postponed until after this host disconnection, it would still reflect in its overall KPI assessment. When the punishment originally meant for the host became its own, the little system spirit felt it was utterly unjust. It felt it had no place to voice its grievance. But the main system remarked that had it not mistakenly traversed time and space and inadvertently bound itself to the current host due to its idle gossip, none of these subsequent troubles would have arisen. If it didn't take the blame, who would? Though, it still felt wronged. It had borne such a significant risk for the host, who remained oblivious and even threatened to sever their bond. As a novice system binding to a host for the first time, if the host were to actively disconnect right after binding, its only fate would be to start all over again. Its grand existence, meant to command respect within the system realm, had ended before it even began. It held the host in high regard while the host cast it aside. The system felt distressed. It cried softly and quickly sought assistance from the main system, wondering if it could conceal its identity as a task system to avoid. It was really tough for it. Had the main system forgotten that it was just a novice system? Could it really shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Was it being bullied because the host was afraid of the huaxia? Fortunately, due to Jiang Yunxi's uniqueness, the main system had been consistently monitoring their situation, responding promptly. Upon receiving a reply from the main system, the system quickly responded, "Rest assured, this system is neither a task system nor a strategy system. It is merely an ordinary gossip system." The gossip system left Jiang Yunxi feeling somewhat disdainful. What use was it to bind with a gossip system? It was just a way to pass time. She could have spent that time playing on her phone or reading novels. By the way, where had she ended up? Did she have a phone or tablet? Overwhelmed by an influx of memories and suffering from excruciating pain, Jiang Yunxi had no time to sort through them and directly asked, "System, you haven't told me what era it is now and what happened to the original owner of this body." "Ding, the gossip system is now officially at your service. Regarding this body, meaning you the host, would you like to know the gossip?" Jiang Yunxi replied yes. How could she not? At least she could clarify her current identity and see if this gossip system was competent. The system inhaled, "I am quite capable. The original owner of this body is also named Jiang Yunxi." Jiang Yunxi, great, no need to adapt to another name. She is 9 years old this year, the fifth daughter of the Pingyang marquis concubine, and the marquis heir is born of Lady Zhang. Due to complications during birth, she has been weak and raised in confinement, rarely going out. Jiang Yunxi felt contemplative. From the Pingyang marquis house, and being a concubine's child, she deduced that she had traversed to ancient times. Isn't modern life better? At the very least, it could be the future interstellar era. Why did she have to end up in ancient times? Please don't let it be during the era of... Jiang Yunxi immediately interrupted the system. "Please don't tell me I've ended up in the Qing dynasty." "Rest assured, host, it's not the Qing dynasty. It's a dynasty that doesn't exist in your historical records, the Yunzhao kingdom. So it's an alternate history." Alternate history is good, it's wonderful, it's superb. It means that no matter how she stirs things up here, it won't alter the history of her original time. With a weight lifted off her shoulders, Jiang Yunxi urged system continue. Yesterday, during the school holiday, the original owner was playing hide and seek with the maidens in her family's back garden. She hid behind a rock, but was unexpectedly ambushed from behind, knocked unconscious with a stick, and quietly thrown into the lake. When rescued, she had already been submerged for too long and remained in a coma. A severe blow to her head caused her to suffer from a cerebral hemorrhage compounded by drowning for too long, leading to lung infection and persistent high fever. Thus, she met her demise. Jiang Yunxi frowned. So this is a family conflict. Which family's conflict is so brutal, more merciless than palace struggles, that they resort to real weapons? At this rate, how many from the Pingyang Marquis house would still be left? It's a miracle that they haven't all been wiped out. Jiang Yunxi confidently asked, was the attack orchestrated by the original owner's biological mother, or other legitimate and illegitimate sisters, or perhaps arranged by other concubines of the Marquis heir? As if joking, did she watch all those years of novels for nothing? Who else would think about getting rid of the original owner besides these people? Alas, why did she have to traverse to ancient times, and as a sickly illegitimate daughter at that? Jiang Yunxi was deeply concerned about her future. With wolves surrounding her as a mere novice in family conflicts plus an unreliable gossip system, could she survive in the Marquis household? Listen to her ranking the fifth young lady. In ancient times, children were generally ranked separately by gender. From this ranking, one could tell that there were definitely many children in the Pingyang Marquis household. This rivalry must be. Host, you are mistaken. Jiang Yunxi. Why does her face feel so hot? Just when she thought to showcase her cleverness, she was slapped in the face. Is there a ground fissure somewhere she could crawl into? Or perhaps a block of tofu to bang her head against? Feigning indifference, she said, if you say I guessed wrong, then tell me who exactly knocked the original owner unconscious and threw her into the water. They must have wanted her to drown. The system replied, indeed someone did want to drown her, but it wasn't any of the people you just listed. One could only say the original owner was unfortunate for not choosing a good hiding spot while playing hide and seek with the maidens. The spot she chose to hide was near a rockery where two people were playing poker. The original owner made a noise and startled those two. Seeing the original owner, they thought she had discovered them, so to keep their secret, they planned to silence her permanently. Jiang Yunxi was puzzled. Why would they resort to murder just for playing poker? Isn't it just playing poker? Does it warrant taking the original owner's life? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yunxi suddenly recalled a movie commentary she had seen. Playing poker besides the card game seemed to have another layer of meaning. Blamed the little system spirit for being too in tune with the times, if she didn't catch on immediately. Unable to suppress a cough in her heart, Jiang Yunxi quickly interrupted the system's potential explanation. Alright, you don't need to explain who. I understand what playing poker means. Just tell me who those two scoundrels are. Since she had taken over this body, the original owner's vengeance became her own. She had to avenge the original owner. At that moment, a middle-aged woman's voice came as the fifth young lady awakened. The old lady has been worried, so she sent me to check on her. The system's voice suddenly grew sharp. Host, it's her. Jiang Yunxi was inquiring with the system about who had caused the original owner's death when a female voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, the system's shrill voice echoed. Host, it's her. It's her. What does it's her mean? Oh, it's referring to the adulterous couple who harmed the original owner. But was it the woman speaking now, or the old lady she mentioned? The old lady. Jiang Yunxi gasped. That would be the original owner's grandmother. Could the one who killed the original owner, the adulterous woman, really be the old lady, the grandmother? If it was the old lady, how would she avenge the original owner? By committing matricide. Would she be struck by lightning? Just as Jiang Yunxi was filled with anxiety, the system's voice sounded. The matron speaking is the woman in that adulterous pair, Matron Kong, an old servant in your grandmother's chambers. As for the man, he's her paramour, Steward Ma from the outer stable. Excellent. No need to agonize. It's not the old lady. It was Steward Ma who knocked the original owner unconscious with a club, and Matron Kong who threw her into the lake. Perfect. I've found the enemies. Matron Kong, Steward Ma. Just wait until I recover. They'll make you pay for the original owner's life. The system's voice rang out again. Host, would you like some gossip about this, Matron Kong? Of course. It's the perfect way to learn about my enemy. Yes. Matron Kong was a young maid brought by the old lady from her maiden home. Later, the old lady married her off to a servant of the Pingyang Marquis mansion. Her husband once made a mistake and was expelled from the mansion. Matron Kong pleaded with the old lady and was spared staying on to serve her. Because he was expelled for misconduct, his record was tainted and he could never find a decent job. He lived off Matron Kong's earnings. But this man liked to act tough while taking handouts. When upset, he'd take it out on Matron Kong. Over time, the couple grew estranged. Did Jiang Yunxi sympathize? At first a little. But remembering this person had killed the original owner, she felt no sympathy at all. Instead, she thought Matron Kong deserved it. Evil must be met with. Matron Kong's life was unhappy. Steward Ma knew her situation through her husband and seized the opportunity, offering repeated comfort. Thus they began their affair. This affair lasted many years. By the way, Matron Kong's second son is Steward Ma's child. Luckily, he resembles her, so no one suspected. Impressive. Jiang Yunxi almost felt like applauding them. Carrying on an affair in a crowded mansion for years, even producing a child without being discovered. The original owner was truly unlucky. She hadn't even discovered their secret, yet was suspected. Host, something terrible has happened. Jiang Yunxi's heart pounded violently. This Matron Kong has ill intentions. The handkerchief she carries is laced with rat poison. She fears you'll wake up and expose her affair with Steward Ma, so she's come to silence you again. Damn, this person is ruthless. Coming back to finish the job. What's wrong with these ancient people? Is human life so worthless in their eyes? Jiang Yunxi tried to call for help, but found her body unresponsive. She couldn't even open her eyes, let alone scream. Sensing her struggle, the system explained, Host, this body has pneumonia and high fever. Plus your soul has just entered and hasn't adapted yet. You won't wake up for a while. Jiang Yunxi panicked. What do I do? Think of something to save me. Lying here, motionless, am a perfect target for her to poison me. We're in the same boat now. If you thrive, I thrive. If you fall, I fall. You can't let me die? Earlier she had threatened the system, saying if it made her do tasks or pursue people she'd rather die early. But faced with death, Jiang Yunxi didn't want to die. After all, a living dog is better than a dead lion, especially at the hands of an enemy. Letting her foe succeed would leave her restless, unable to close her eyes in the grave. Host, I have no way right now. I can only speak in your mind, or I can't call for help for you. Jiang Yunxi fumed. What a useless system. She knew it was unreliable. How could she survive in this ancient world, starting with a life-or-death situation, relying on such a worthless system? System, after I die, I'll file a complaint against the system realm for negligence, finding hosts, and then abandoning them. The system's CPU was overheating. What to do? The host was about to die, and it would fail the main system's mission. Offending the Chinese realm was inevitable, and it would face being melted down and reforged. The system scanned its management interface, so familiar yet so foreign. It committed every detail to its core memory, knowing it would never see them again. Suddenly it spotted 2 data entries, and its eyes lit up. Ding. Host successfully consumed the original owner's gossip. Gossip points 300. Ding. Host successfully consumed Matron Kong's gossip. Gossip points 100. Jiang Yunxi, worried about her life, barely registered these prompts. Host, I have a solution. I have a system shop. You can use 100 gossip points to unlock it, and buy a pill of immunity to all poisons. That way even if she poisons you, you'll be safe. At this moment the system's voice sounded incredibly sweet and melodious to Jiang Yunxi. Open it, right now. Buy it, immediately. Alright, host. Opening the system shop, and purchasing the pill of immunity to all poisons. It felt like an eternity, but in reality, less than 5 seconds passed. The system's voice came hesitantly. Host, purchase failed. Insufficient gossip points. What a useless system. Were you just messing with me? Don't you know the prices of items in your own shop? How short are we? Can't you give a discount or allow credit? Discounts and credit require approval from the main system. Procedures, always procedures. At this moment Jiang Yunxi loathed these procedures. Then hurry up and apply. Even though it was just a thought, she could feel her voice cracking. While Jiang Yunxi was gossiping with the system about Matron Kong and frantically seeking a way to survive, Matron Kong had finished speaking with the maids and servants in the courtyard and was slowly approaching the bed where she lay. Matron Kong's footsteps were steady. Each step on the blue brick floor made a soft tap-tap sound like a hammer striking Jiang Yunxi's heart, instantly tightening her nerves. To her, that sound was no different from the approach of death. She's coming, bringing rat poison with her. At this moment her soul, already poorly fused with the body, seemed ready to depart again. Jiang Yunxi desperately tried to open her eyes to call for help, but her body felt pinned to the bed, utterly still, not a sound escaping her throat. She could only let the footsteps grow closer, clearer, until they stopped by her bedside. Poor fifth miss. Jiang Yunxi felt someone gently stroke her face. The touch was soft, but it felt as heavy as a mountain. The voice belonged to Matron Kong. Clearly Matron Kong was touching her. Was the next step to take out the poison-laced handkerchief? How did you accidentally fall into the lake and drown yourself like this? Even I, an old servant, feel my heart ache when I hear of it, let alone the old lady. Jiang Yunxi screamed internally, ah, you venomous woman, you old hag. Stop your hypocritical act. It was you and your lover who ambushed me from behind, knocked me out, and threw me into the lake, reducing me to this state. Outside the room a woman stumbled and nearly. The woman who was the birth mother of the original owner Jiang Yunxi, the concubine Zhang of the Pingyang marquis heir, glanced around. There was no one. Then that voice she had just heard. Suju, did you hear a sound? Suju shook her head. Madam, this servant heard nothing. Zhang was astonished. Nothing? You didn't hear a woman's voice? Suju shook her head again. This servant heard nothing. Zhang frowned, yet the voice persisted in her ears. That adulterous wench and venomous old crone. If you two want to fornicate, why not do it in your own home? Why must you do it in the marquis estate? And because I caught you, you fear I'll spill the secret, so you want me dead. How dare you murder your mistress? You've harmed me so grievously that I lie unconscious, yet still you want relent. You even dared to come back for a second silencing, bringing rat poison to finish me off. If I truly die, I'll haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Is there no one? Please someone save this poor child. Heavens above, earth below, open your eyes, and strike down this murderous pair of dogs and bitches. My dear father, my dear mother, come save your daughter. I don't want to be killed a second time by my enemies. This broken system is unreliable too. It said it would find a way to save me, but it vanished and never returned. I don't want to die twice in a single day. Zheng's face turned pale. Even if she was slow-witted, she now understood who the owner of this voice was. It was her sier, though she didn't understand why the maid couldn't hear it, and only she could. This was not the time to dwell on that. Someone was trying to poison her sier with rat poison. Zheng lifted her skirts and ran forward with long strides. Suju was astonished. What had come over the concubine, abandoning all decorum? It must be that the fifth miss persistent fever and unconsciousness had driven the concubine to lose her composure. Jiang Yunxi felt the hand of old Madame Kong leave her face. Why is the fifth miss sweating so much? Another voice, clearly that of a young woman, sounded. Old Madame Kong, the young lattice fever won't break, and she keeps sweating for— Then let me wipe her sweat for her. Hearing this, Jiang Yunxi's soul nearly fled her body. Ah, that venomous Kong is about to wipe my face with a cloth laced with rat poison. If she smears it near my nose or mouth, I'll never wake up again. Someone help. Murder. System, main system, I curse your ancestors for 19 generations. I'll throw in an extra generation for free. No thanks needed. Though her eyes couldn't open, and she couldn't see, Jiang Yunxi felt as if she had gained a third eye. She could almost see a fierce, thuggish old crone forcing a kindly smile holding a cloth. Miss, let the old servant care for you. Care for you, my foot. Old Kong, give my regards to your ancestors for 20. The door was suddenly pushed open, rebounded, and then blocked with a loud crash. Simultaneously, a woman's furious shout rang out. Stop! Get away from my daughter. Hurried footsteps sounded. Jiang Yunxi heard someone approaching, quickly shoving old Madame Kong aside from the bedside and pulling her into an embrace. Her face was suddenly pressed into a soft bosom. That tenderness. At this moment, Zheng's heart pounded violently, as if it might leap from her throat. The old nanny standing by her daughter's bedside just now was old Madame Kong, sent by the matriarch. She held a cloth about to wipe her daughter's face. She must be the adulterous wench and venomous old crone from the voice. That cloth. That voice just now was truly Sierra's. Old Madame Kong was shoved back several steps, barely steadying herself by gripping the bedpost. She glared at Zheng, who held the fifth miss, her brows deeply furrowed. Though this was the heir's concubine, as a trusted old nanny serving the matriarch, she held no regard for the heir's concubine. She sneered. Madame Zheng, you certainly throw your weight around. This old servant came with good intentions on the matriarch's orders to check on the fifth miss and wipe her sweat, yet you nearly injured me. Could it be that Madame Zheng is dissatisfied with the matriarch defying her will? Nonsense. This madam is not dissatisfied with the matriarch at all. It's you. Zheng opened her mouth to repeat Jiang Yunxi's words, but found she couldn't utter them. Sierra said. After several attempts, Zheng realized that the strange thoughts of her daughter she had heard could not be shared with others. Just then the voice sounded again. Is this my mother? My real mother? Mother, could you not hold me so tight? Your abundance is suffocating me. Don't let that old Madame Kong and her lover drown me, or the rat poison kill me, only for you to smother me to death. Zheng was now 100% certain. What she heard was indeed her daughter's inner thoughts. She quickly loosened her embrace slightly, but dared not let go completely. She feared that old Madame Kong might still use that cloth. The cloth. Yes, the cloth. Her daughter's inner thoughts couldn't be spoken aloud, so she couldn't use them to capture old Madame Kong and her lover. But the cloth in the old nanny's hand was tangible. Quickly, seize old Madame Kong, and take the cloth from her hand. Have it thoroughly examined for what's on it. The maids and old servants in the room were stunned. Old Madame Kong, however, was terrified. How did Zheng know there was something wrong with her cloth? Guiltily she tried to stuff the cloth into her sleeve, saying, Madame Zheng, what do you mean by this? This old servant came with good intentions on the matriarch's behalf, to visit the fifth miss, yet you order me seized, and my cloth inspected. Do you suspect me of harboring ill intentions toward the fifth miss? Old Madame Kong's fierce bluster and obvious guilt made the maids and servants who had initially thought Zheng's order rash now suspicious. Without further hesitation, they followed Zheng's orders, and surrounded old Madame Kong. The old nanny naturally tried to flee, but the rat poison on the cloth was undeniable proof. However, 2 hands were no match for Minnie. She was quickly subdued. Madame Zheng, you must understand, I am the matriarch's woman. How dare you? Zheng cut her off. Bind old Madame Kong, and gag her. The estate physician is waiting in the next room. Summon him to carefully examine that cloth. Host him back. Host, the main system has agreed to allow you credit in the future, but the limit is only 1000. Just like in Hong Kong films, the police always arrive last. System, why didn't you wait until I was dead to return? Relying on you, the weeds on my grave would be 10 feet tall. A useless system is a useless system. In the end, I had to depend on my own mother. But how did my mother know that old Kong's cloth was tainted? Did she catch the old crone preparing the rat poison? The system quickly scanned, and soon understood everything that had happened while it was away consulting the main system. After figuring it out, it felt deeply embarrassed. It was all the main system's fault for choosing that moment to handle matters in another time-space, causing such a delay. Fortunately, the original owner's mother had saved the host. Otherwise, to make amends, the system scanned old Madame Kong again and uncovered more of her secrets. Host, when old Madame Kong and her lover tried to harm you, a craftsman repairing the lakeside railing saw it. He was the one who told people you fell into the lake. He is now hesitating whether to use this for blackmail. The system was about to atone for its faults by claiming that Jiang Yunxi had found a witness to convict those 2 individuals when Jing's personal maid rushed in. But 300 points were not enough to exchange for a pill of absolute immunity. Jiang Yunxi coughed. System introduced this pill of absolute immunity. How many points does it cost to exchange? The pill of absolute immunity, as its name implies, grants immunity to all poisons. It can prevent any toxin found in the mortal world. It comes in 3 tiers. The basic version costs 500 gossip points and lasts 5 years. The mid-tier costs 700 points for 10 years, and the premium version costs 1500 points for a lifetime. Having transmigrated into ancient times as a concubine's daughter, she knew domestic strife was inevitable. The most common weapon in such battles was poison, insidious and hard to guard against. This pill of absolute immunity was essential. If she was going to get it, she might as well aim for the best. System: I'm a very easygoing person, not greedy at all. For compensation, just give me the premium pill of absolute immunity. It's only 1500 points. Just a few rounds of gossip. Not a big deal, right, system? Beep. A cold, emotionless electronic voice sounded. Warning: system has insulted the host. First warning issued. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow. System, you dared to curse at me. I think my compensation was too low. Your system shop. Agreed. The compensation will be the premium pill of absolute immunity. The system's voice was hurried, eager. It feared that any further hesitation would cause the host to raise the... Later it would have to discuss with the main system how utterly sly this host was. The main system needed to grant it broader permissions, or else next time. Hand it over, Jiang Yunxi asked. In the novel she had read, that was always the case. The system replied with pride naturally. Jiang Yunxi felt reassured. Then just pop it into my... Jiang Yunxi asked. In the novel she had read, that was always the case. The system replied with pride naturally. Jiang Yunxi felt reassured. Then just pop it into my... A good thing should be safely stored, no safely swallowed. Leaving it in someone else's hands was risky. What if the system pocketed it, or swapped it out? Jiang Yunxi deliberately refrained from shielding the system, letting it overhear her inner thoughts. Soon she felt a foreign object materialize in her mouth, a sweet taste flooding her senses, and a warm current enveloping her body, lingering for a long time. Host: this body was weakened by a difficult birth, and has been sustained by medicinal decoctions for years, accumulating many toxins. After taking the pill of absolute immunity, these medicinal toxins have been cleansed as well, and your body will feel much lighter. Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up as she pressed further. And the weakness? The system's words shattered her hopes. Host: that pill is for detoxification and poison prevention, not for curing illnesses. Jiang Yunxi clicked her tongue. Fine, she had expected too much. But did the system shop have? Is there a remedy for frailty in the system shop? I can't be stuck with this sickly body forever. How else will I go out and gather gossip points? Though the system lacked a heart to palpitate, it felt its CPU about to crash. What was this sly host up to now? Was she going to demand more compensation? Host: first of all, you've already received and used the compensation. We must keep our word, no going back on it. So there is one. Jiang Yunxi sounded uncertain. Yes, but you'll have to earn it through gossip and exchange points later. No more freebies. Jiang Yunxi felt underestimated. Had she ever asked for it for free? Don't question her integrity, okay? Though, she hadn't said it out loud. How many pills and points would it take to fully cure this body? One body-strengthening pill will suffice. It's not expensive, just 500 gossip points. Only 500. That was indeed reasonable. She already had 300, a few more rounds of gossip would do it. There was no rush to fix the frailty, plenty of time ahead. The priority now was survival. Don't forget she still had a brain blood clot, pneumonia, and a persistent high fever. If left untreated, she would end up like the original owner. But with only 300 gossip points, was that enough to cover these ailments? Those gossip points also needed to be saved for treating the weakness. The system had thrust her into this body. Didn't it bear some responsibility? But judging by the system's attitude, it clearly wouldn't offer further compensation. She still needed it to earn gossip points in the future. She couldn't push it too far. She would have to devise another scheme to squeeze out a bit more benefit. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Yunxi's eyes twinkled as she spoke nonchalantly. System, since we're bound together, shouldn't you give me the newbie gift pack? Realizing that she could no longer exploit the system through compensation claims, Jiang Yunxi had to find another way. She rolled her eyes and thought, system, according to the rules of your kind, every host should receive a novice gift pack upon binding. Where's my novice gift pack? The system was baffled. It had no idea that a novice gift pack was supposed to come with a host binding. The pre-service training hadn't mentioned this rule wasn't in its code either. The system replied, host, are you mistaken? I've never heard of a novice gift pack. How could there not be one? All system bindings come with a novice gift pack. Jiang Yunxi was emboldened knowing she had backing. This was her only chance to milk the system. She couldn't afford to miss it. System, don't forget this body is still unconscious, burning with fever and suffering from pneumonia. There's even blood stasis in the brain. It might kick the bucket any moment. Are you sure the medical skills of this era can cure it? If they could, the original owner wouldn't have fever and pneumonia. In ancient times, either could be fatal. This body is already frail. If the fever keeps up, how many hours can I last? If I accidentally die, China. Jiang Yunxi left the threat hanging. Since the main system had worried about her dying before, it should still be concerned now. She could use this to squeeze out some good stuff. At the very least, give me the medicine to dissolve the brain clot, reduce the fever, and cure the pneumonia. This is the original owner's fault. I shouldn't have to waste my gossip points on it. Then Jiang Yunxi realized that even the body-strengthening pill should have been the system's responsibility. Catching her thoughts and the main system's latest response, the system hastily interjected, a novice gift pack. Yes, we have one. The main system had just replied that from now on any request from this host within 100 gossip points could be handled by the system without further approval. After the delayed response led to forced compensation, the main system feared another incident where the host might demand more compensation or actually die endangering China. It also cautioned the system not to always give in and to negotiate down to minimize losses. The medicines for blood stasis fever and pneumonia were common and cheap. Jiang Young's eyes lit up. She had scored again. But the system's quick agreement felt suspicious. No, I need more. Make sure you stock enough medicine so I don't die. Especially fever reducers, plenty of them. Without air conditioning, winter is freezing and it'll easily catch a cold. With this weak body, I'm liable to die. The system gritted its teeth. Fine, no problem. It'll include enough cold medicine in the gift pack for 3 months of daily doses. Such generosity meant the medicine was dirt cheap. 3 months isn't enough. This body is frail. 6 months, enough for half a year. No more. Jiang Yunxi was delighted but feigned indifference. What about the expiration date? They'll give you a 10-year shelf life, so nothing goes to waste. Fine, she conceded, and give me some painkillers with no side effects. My whole body hurts. Agreed. The system's voice sounded drained. Since Jiang Yunxi had nowhere to store these items, they had to stay in the system backpack, which made her uneasy. It felt like her belongings weren't in her control. After all, the system was too unreliable. She wondered if the system store had something like a spatial ring. But recalling the system's recent demeanor, she decided against pushing it. She shouldn't corner it. She'd still need it for gossip and earning points. This was a long game. Still, she felt restless. The novice gift pack must include reward gossip points. Other people's gift packs come with points, so mine should too. Fine, no problem. Before Jiang Yunxi could make another demand, a mechanical voice sounded. Please claim your novice gift pack, host. Do you wish to claim it? The answer was obvious. Claim. Do you wish to open the novice gift pack? Once opened, items will be automatically stored in the system backpack. Open it. Jiang Yunxi urged impatiently. Novice gift pack opened. Obtained 5 blood stasis dissolving pills, 3 courses of pneumonia medicine, 18 boxes of fever reducer, 10 boxes of ibuprofen, 10 bottles of blood clotting powder, 3 bottles of anti-diarrhea pills, 5 boxes of anti-inflammatories, 5 bottles of cough syrup, 5 bottles of iodine, and 300 gossip points. Satisfied with the gift pack, Jiang Yunxi eagerly summoned the system panel, seeing her balance of 600 gossip points and the items in the backpack. The body-strengthening pill costs 500 points. I could exchange it now, but maybe I'll wait. Taking it would have immediate effects, and with the house physician present, it would raise suspicions. System, give me the fever and pneumonia medicine now. Don't forget the blood stain. After taking the medicine, Jiang Yunxi felt drowsy and soon fell asleep. Sensing the host asleep, the system sighed in relief. Finally, she's out. Senior systems had told him that hosts were obedient and revered them, but here the roles were the host was the boss, and it was nothing more than a lackey. Not just it, even the main system. Was China really so formidable that even the main system feared it? While the host sleeps, I need to ask senior systems about this China. What makes it so untouchable? While Jiang Yunxi slept, Zheng followed a middle-aged couple into her bedroom. Seeing them, the maids and nannies quickly bowed. Greetings, the heir, the heiress, and the lady. Zheng had been anxious the whole way, fearing her daughter's inner voice might blabber and be heard by them. Though she had confirmed earlier that only she could hear it, she worried the heir and heiress might. Her daughter's thoughts were starkly different from her usual quiet demeanor, and Zheng feared she'd be scolded or lose custody. Relieved to find the room silent, she glanced at the motionless girl. Though her consciousness had returned, she hadn't woken. Zheng didn't understand why she could hear her daughter's thoughts, but instead of fear, she felt grateful. Grateful she could hear her in time to save her from the adulterous pair, even though she'd been about to thank the visiting Kong matron. She wondered what this system was, and if it could wake her daughter. From their conversation, it seemed her daughter was short on money, even having to buy on credit. That wouldn't do. Though a concubine's daughter, she was still a marquis' daughter. Zheng realized she'd been wrong to give her little money, thinking her too young to go out, which made her feel. Zheng looked at the heir. Given that the culprit was the old lattice trusted matron, the heir should at least show some response. She would have to speak with him seriously. Gazing at Jiang Yunxi lying pale-faced on the bed, her stepmother Madame Lu spoke with a pained heart. Fifth Miss has truly suffered greatly this time. All because of that adulterous pair. If not for them, Fifth Miss would not have encountered this calamity. According to the mansion physician, Fifth Miss was in grave danger, already frail, and now, with lung fever from drowning and a persistent high fever with a high chance she might not survive. Though not born from her womb, this child had grown up under her watch. Madame Zheng was brought in as a concubine on her orders, but though useless, she failed to suppress Madame Wei as intended. Fortunately, Madame Zheng had always been respectful to her over the years, and her 2 children were equally deferential. By keeping the mother and children around to enhance her own reputation, Madame Lu naturally did not wish for Jiang Yunxi to meet with misfortune. She was merely a concubine's daughter. A dowry would be prepared to marry her off, and she would not stand in the way of her own children. Though still young, the girl was exceptionally beautiful if wed into a good family. She might even aid her elder brother. With this in mind, Madame Lu had no qualms about currying favor with Madame Zheng. My lord, there is ample evidence, both witnesses and proof, against Steward Kong and Manager Ma for plotting against Fifth Miss. You cannot let them off lightly, Madame Lu said sternly. To commit such vile deeds in the mansion, and even dare to harm a young master, death by 1,000 cuts would not be enough for them. You must not spare them simply because Steward Kong is an old servant from the old Madame's dowry. Madame Lu knew that Madame Zheng, given her status, was not suited to speak. If word got out, she would be accused of disrespecting her mother-in-law and overstepping her bounds. Madame Zheng could not, but as the mistress in charge of household affairs Moreover, Madame Lu was genuinely angry and fearful. In broad daylight, those two had dared to engage in lewd acts in the rear garden, bringing shame upon the household. If this were to spread, outsiders would only say the marquis household had no discipline, tainting the marriage prospects of the children. This time it was Fifth Miss who encountered them. If it had been the eldest miss, next time wouldn't her fair be the one silenced? If she doesn't recuperate properly, she may not live long. Zheng smiled inwardly. She had known this for a long time. Surviving childbirth that year was already a stroke of luck. Being able to watch her daughter grow up was the greatest fortune of all. Hearing the heir's wife's words, Madame Zheng also looked expectantly at Jiang Fengtong, the heir of Pingyang Marquis. She too wished to see them punished. They had attempted to kill her daughter multiple times. If she let them off lightly, others would think her and her children easy prey and continue to bully them. Looking at his daughter lying unconscious on the bed, Jiang Fengtang was also filled with rage. He had few offspring, only 4 sons and 3 daughters, each one precious, and he did not wish to lose any. Especially this youngest daughter, frail since birth, raised with such effort only to nearly die at the hands of servants. The mansion physician even said he was not certain she would wake, and advised seeking an imperial physician. Recalling the adulterous pair responsible for all this, Jiang Fengtang loathed them deeply. He said coldly, "Spare them. Impossible. I will take their lives. I will bind them and present them to father and mother, then report the matter to the authorities. To dare kill their master, not only they but their families will also suffer." Both Madame Lu and Madame Zheng were satisfied with the heir's response. As Madame Zheng was about to express her gratitude, a commotion arose in the courtyard, drawing Madame Lu frowned. What is the matter with the servants? Do they not know Fifth Miss needs rest? Why all this noise? She turned to Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng, Fifth Miss is still young. The servants likely do not respect her authority. You must find time to discipline them, lest they take advantage of her youth and inexperience. If maids or matrons had been with her this time, that vile pair would not have succeeded. Madame Zheng did not feel that the heir's wife was trying to undermine her in front of the heir, accusing her of being an unkind mother. Instead, she nodded in agreement. You are right, my lady. I have been neglectful. From now on, I will certainly discipline the servants in Sierra's courtyard and teach her well. Jiang Fengtong, angered by the noise outside, said sternly to Madame Zheng, "If anyone defies your authority, come directly to me or my wife. We will support you." Madame Zheng quickly curtsied. "I thank you, my lord and lady." Just then a loud voice called from outside, "My lord, the concubine is unwell and requests your presence." My lord, the concubine is ill and wishes to see the mansion physician. But Fifth Miss has kept the physician here and refuses to let him go. Fifth Miss and Madame Zheng clearly show no regard for the concubine. Please, my lord, do justice for her. Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, everyone present knew who it was. It was Chunlan the senior, maid of Madame Wei. The maids of the heir's wife were always named with the character Xia, but Madame Wei, to outshine the wife, had her maids named with. Madame Lu could not help but sneer. Madame Wei is ill again. She is sick every single day of the year. Even the frail Fifth Miss, born weak, or the injured Madame Zheng do not fall ill as often as she does. She just uses illness to seek favor. Everyone knows that by now. Jiang Fengtang's face darkened. Though there was truth to it, his wife need not be so blunt. She knows I sent word for you to return early, thinking some great benefit has come, and she fears losing it to others. So she tries to lure you away with her charms and claim the advantage for herself. Jiang Fengtang's face darkened even more. And she claims there is no physician because Madame Zheng and Fifth Miss are keeping him here. As if she doesn't know Fifth Miss has been unconscious for 2 days and hasn't woken. Madame Zheng has been here watching over Fifth Miss for 2 days, but she has no time to deal with her. Madame Zheng, also furious and abandoning her usual low-key non-confrontational demeanor, curtsied and said, "My lord, I have not detained the physician. I have been with you and the lady interrogating those two and knew nothing of Madame Wei sending for the physician. Besides, there is more than one physician in the mansion. The physician attending Fifth Miss is Dr. Chen, who specializes in pediatrics and cares for the young ladies and masters. He is not Dr. Wu, whom Madame Wei usually sees." Jiang Fengtang suppressed his anger and said, "I know it is not your fault. Even if there were only one physician and Madame Zheng were detaining him, he would think it justified. No matter how much he doted on Madame Wei, he would not be foolish when his daughter's life was at stake." Hearing Chunlan still shouting, ignoring the servant's attempts to silence her, and looking at his daughter, lying quietly in bed, Jiang Fengtang was seized by a rare fury. He strode out of the room and shouted into the courtyard, "Have you no sense of propriety? A lowly servant dares to come to the young lad's courtyard and yell, showing disrespect to the concubine and the young lady. Is this how Madame Wei teaches you? My lord, the concubine is ill. She is ill every day. When has it ever been real? Do you think I don't know? Jiang Fengtang interrupted her. This servant must have been spoiled by Madame Wei. Instead of confessing her fault when rebuked, she dared to argue. Thinking of his daughter harmed by two insolent servants, and seeing this resentful maid before him, Jiang Fengtang's anger overflowed. Since Madame Wei cannot teach, I will do it for her. Guards gag her, tie her up outside the courtyard, and give her 30 strokes. After the beating, send her back to Madame Wei, and tell her to discipline her properly. If it happens again, she will be sold off. And Madame Wei is to copy the mansion rules 20 times. Seeing Chunlan returned like a rag doll, and hearing the heir's words relayed, Madame Wei, in a fit of rage, accidentally knocked over tea sets and vases in the room after the messengers left. Madame Jiang Yunxi, just you wait. Jiang Yunxi felt as if someone were violently twisting her stomach, the grip tightening with each passing moment. Her stomach was utterly empty, and the burning sensation made it impossible for her to sleep any longer. She opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a pale pink gauze canopy embroidered with intertwining lotus vines, while a faint, delicate fragrance lingered at her nose. Beneath her lay a soft, cool brocade quilt, its touch smooth and fine. Host, you're awake. The sudden voice in her mind brought back the events from before. Well, she had time traveled. Without time for lamentation or melancholy, Jiang Yunxi's sole desire was to eat. If she didn't eat, soon she felt she would perish on the spot. Recalling her new identity after the time travel, Jiang Yunxi knew a maid must be on duty in the room. She opened her mouth to call out. Perhaps due to the body lying still for so long and suffering from a fever, her throat was parched and raw. Her lips moved repeatedly, yet no sound emerged. Helpless and aching all over, Jiang Yunxi endured the pain to lift her hand and knock hard on the bedboard. She thought she had exerted great force, but the sound was barely audible, further muffled by the quilt. The young maid standing a few meters away, head bowed, heard nothing. She knocked twice more, but no one came. Assuming the room was empty, the exhausted Jiang Yunxi had to give up. Is there anyone? Come and take care of me. I'm starving to death. Jiang Yunxi raged, inwardly powerless. Even if you want me dead, at least let me eat my fill first. Dying stuffed is better than dying starved. They say if you become a hungry ghost, you'll never have enough to eat in your next life. I absolutely don't want that. If news ever reached her mischievous friends that Jiang Yunxi had starved to death, they'd laugh their heads off. When they visited her grave on Qingming Festival, they'd probably offer whole roasted pigs, chickens, and geese. Zheng Shi, who had stayed by her daughter's side all night, returned after handling matters in her own and her daughter's courtyard. Just as she reached the outer chamber, she heard her daughter's inner thoughts and rushed into the room in hurried steps. Her daughter was calling out in hunger. Had she woken up? Entering the room, she asked the young maid on duty, "Has the young lady awakened?" "Madam, the young lady has not yet awakened," the maid replied without even checking. Overhearing their conversation, fearing she'd be neglected again, Jiang Yunxi quickly answered in her mind, "Awake, awake, I'm awake. I've been awake for a while. My stomach is so empty I feel I could devour an entire ox. But my throat hurts, so I can't call out," and no one responded even after I knocked on the bedboard for ages. I thought no one was left here, but there is. Is this maid deaf or blind? Jiang Yunxi felt utterly aggrieved. In all her life, she had never experienced such intense hunger. Not even during the extremely famished 3 years of high school had she been this ravenous. And now she was a marquis daughter, a noble official's offspring. How could she be so miserable? First she was repeatedly poisoned by the household servants, and now the maid on duty was so negligent. What kind of image did the original owner have that everyone could bully her? Just wait until she... Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Zheng Shi hurried to the bedside, and saw her daughter, with eyes wide open, pupils darting around restlessly. The little expression on her face, that pitiful air, Zheng Shi's heart ached instantly. She quickened her pace, stepped forward, and embraced her daughter, cooing endearments like, "My child," and "My precious." At the same time, she turned to scold the young maid. "I told you to stay in the room and watch over the young lady, and this is how you do it. You didn't even know she had woken up. You've been loafing around." Recalling her daughter's inner words about being unable to call out and knocking on the bedboard for a long time without response. This person was standing right in the room. If she had just stood a little closer and glanced over occasionally, she couldn't have missed that the young lady was awake. Clearly she was afraid of catching the illness and dared not come near. "Host, there's some gossip about this little maid. Want to hear it?" Jiang Yunxi was furious. "Gossip, gossip. All you know is gossip. Can gossip fill my stomach? I need food to save my life now, not your useless gossip." The system immediately cowered. This host was utterly unreasonable. Who said gossip was useless? Gossip earns gossip points, which can be of great use. Hearing her daughter's inner cries of hunger again, Zheng Shi forgot about punishing the maid, and said to the attending maids and matron, "Drag this negligent girl out. They'll deal with her when I'm free." The young maid, terrified at the prospect of punishment, knelt and begged for mercy, but Zheng Shi cut her off first. "If you dare make a loud noise and disturb the young lady, your punishment will be doubled. Cover her mouth and drag her out." A matron immediately stepped forward to remove the maid. Suju, go quickly and prepare some food the young lady can eat now. The young lady hasn't eaten in 3 days, only had some broth. She must be starving. Right, I'm starving to death. Hurry up and bring food. If you delay any longer, I'll show you all an on-the-spot ascension. Seeing the young lady awake, Suju was overjoyed. Don't worry, madam. Since we didn't know when the young lady would wake and going to the kitchen would take too long, we've kept warm food in the outer chamber. We'll fetch it now. Jiang Youngsis' eyes remained fixed on Suju's retreating figure, as if by staring she could conjure the food. Looking at her daughter who was held in her arms, yet spared her not a single glance, only staring at Suju, Jiang sure felt truly helpless. Look how greedy my girl is. She must be truly famished. Recalling her daughter's complaint about a dry throat, unable to speak, she said to the matron who had just returned after escorting the maid out, "Wu ma, pour some water warm. The young lady has slept so long as she must be thirsty. Food wasn't here yet, but water would do. At least she could fill her belly with it." After 2 cups, Jiang Yunxi wanted more, but Zheng Shi stopped her. "Sierra, no more. Save room for food. Didn't you say you were hungry?" Just then Suju and another maid entered with trays. Seeing Jiang Yunxi leaning against Zheng Shi, the other maid rushed forward, tears streaming. "Young lady, you're finally awake. You scare me to death. Your illness frightened everyone terribly. Madam has stayed by your side for days and nights, and we servants have also." Jiang Yunxi was on the verge of collapse. The food was right before her eyes, but she couldn't eat. This person kept chattering away, not noticing that the child was eyeing the dishes with a green, ravenous gaze. If she had any strength, she would have lunged to snatch them. "Oh, I'm so hungry. Can't you let me eat?" Hearing her daughter's almost hysterical inner scream, Zheng Shi felt her scalp tingle. She quickly interrupted the maid. "Sushin, put aside other matters and attend to the young lad's meal first. She hasn't eaten properly in 3 days, as she must be Oh. Jiang Yunxi looked at Zheng Shi, who held her with tears in her eyes. "This is my mother, my own mother. Yesterday, she saved my life from that wretch Kong, and today she's pulled me back from the brink of starvation multiple times. From now on she is my one and only." Zheng Shi found it amusing. Was a mother ever false? This child after an illness had become so lively. That was good, her previous self had lacked any vitality. With the maid's help, Zheng Shi adjusted Jiang Yunxi's posture, letting her lean against her while the maid fed her. Actually, Jiang Yunxi wanted to feed herself, being spoon-fed was too embarrassing. Even during her chemotherapy days, she rarely received such treatment. The system's voice chimed in again, "Mainly because you find the feeding too slow, not matching." Jiang Yunxi retorted, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Zheng Shi, "Sushin, feed her faster." After finishing 2 bowls of porridge in one go, Jiang Yunxi felt less empty in her stomach and had the leisure to complain about her meal in her heart. "Why is it always porridge? It doesn't fill me up at all. I will be hungry again soon. I want to eat meat, lots of meat." Having just experienced the feeling of hunger, Jiang Yunxi did not wish to feel it so soon again. Zheng Shi chuckled lightly, "This child. Sierra, you just woke up and haven't had proper food for 3 days. You can only eat porridge now to nurture your stomach." She continued, "Tomorrow I will have someone make chicken soup for you and cook chicken noodle soup. Once you recover, you can eat whatever you want, and I will pay the kitchen to make it for you." Jiang Yunxi was not unfamiliar with being sick. How could she not know that patients should not eat overly greasy foods? She was merely venting her frustrations. However, how did her mother understand her so well? Without her saying anything, Zheng Shi seemed to guess what she was thinking. Considering the original owner's frail condition during childbirth, it was not surprising that Zheng Shi had been worried about her since she was little. With food in her stomach, her heart felt steady, and her eating pace slowed down. "System, since you mentioned that little maid earlier, you can talk now." Previously she was too hungry to care about gossip, but now she could indulge a little. After all, eating gossip points is beneficial. Moreover, glancing at the tasteless porridge and side dishes, she thought it was better to have gossip instead of bland food. The host was finally willing to eat gossip, and it could finally earn points. Every time the host consumed gossip, it could gain points as well. This 6th system had tricked it several times, causing it to owe quite a bit now. Additionally, with the host's 6th personality, it feared that it would be tricked again in the future. It had to make sure this 6th host ate more gossip, paid off the debt, and saved up a little more, otherwise it would incur more debt later. "Host, that little maid is someone your half-sister arranged to be in your courtyard." Zheng Shi frowned. That little maid belongs to Jiang Yunxi. No wonder she was inattentive in taking care of her daughter. She was in the room, yet didn't even realize her daughter. Since Jiang Yunxi arranged for her to be near her daughter, she certainly had ill intentions. It would be better to take this opportunity to get rid of her. Jiang Yunxi, who had not fully adapted to her current identity, instinctively reacted upon hearing that the person was arranged by her half-sister. "My half-sister? Who is that?" Zheng Shi's heart skipped a beat. "My goodness, dear daughter, with such a high fever you won't have lost your mind, will you? My half-sister who? You only have one half-sister. You speak as if you have many." As Zheng Shi pondered whether to ask her daughter a few questions to confirm if she had indeed lost her mind, Jiang Yunxi's next sentence made her feel a bit more at ease. "Oh, you mean Jiang Yunxi, the person she arranged. What did she bring that little maid to my courtyard for? What else could it be but to monitor you?" However, that little maid was not sent by her. She was actually bought off by Jiang Yunxi later. That little maid, presuming she had backing, thought that since BB was a sickly child, she could be neglectful in her service. She didn't even care when BB kicked off her blanket while she was busy sleeping soundly. Everyone knew that BB was weak. She hadn't considered it her fault, which made her even more careless in her service. Zheng Shi, who had tightened her grip on Jiang Yunxi's arm at some point, was unaware. Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but wince in pain and quickly swallowed the porridge just stuffed in her mouth. Mother, be gentle. You're hurting me. Oh. Realizing what she had done, Zheng Shi quickly released her grip. Worried that she might hurt her daughter again if she wasn't careful, she stopped holding her daughter's arm and instead tugged at the brocade blanket on her. Zheng Shi's heart hardened. That little maid could not be let off easily. She needed to be thoroughly interrogated. As for Jiang Yunshu, she could not be spared either. Taking advantage of the fact that the young lord currently felt guilty towards her daughter, she needed to bring the matter to him, so he could properly punish Jiang Yunshu. Otherwise, once the young lord enchanted by Wei Shi was persuaded by that mother and daughter duo, this issue would probably fade away. However, when her daughter spoke about that system referring to her as BB, it left her baffled. If she didn't know who they were discussing, she would be utterly confused. By the way, she was also there when they went to play in the back garden. Originally, BB should have hidden, but she was lazy and went to play instead, which caused BB to be found very late, delaying her treatment. Jiang Yunxi, what the hell? So this person is an accomplice. She has harmed BB more than once. Indeed. She is BB's maid. What benefits would she gain if she didn't want to serve BB? She could have made it clear and left. How could she not want to serve BB? BB has a gentle nature, a good temper, and seldom punishes her servants. Compared to other young mistresses in the manor, she is much easier to serve. A master who is easy to serve. Every time she makes the master sick, she runs to Jiang Yunshu to seek credit and can receive a considerable reward. It's simply too what the hell. So she treats BB as a tool to make money, deliberately making her sick to profit. System bingo, that's precisely how it is. Jiang Yunxi felt her fists clench. That little maid was too inhumane. And that half-sister as well. How could she harm her own sister? While she knew that the ancient inner chambers were not peaceful, most conflicts were between legitimate and illegitimate children. She never expected such animosity between half-siblings. After sorting through the original owner's memories in her mind, she couldn't help but frown. System Jiang Yunshu is 15 years old and BB is 9, a 6-year difference. BB shouldn't be in her way. Why can't she tolerate BB? BB is already weak. Having been harmed repeatedly to the point of illness clearly indicates someone is targeting her life. Did BB offend her? System, I don't know. Jiang Yunxi inhaled sharply. You don't know. Aren't you the gossip system omniscient? How can you not know this? You knew that Granny Kong's lover is Manager Ma, so how could you not know why Jiang Yunshu wants to harm me? System with righteous indignation. Host, I am only a basic system. My functions are not yet powerful enough. I can only eat gossip about someone after meeting them. I cannot extend my knowledge to others. I can know Jiang Yunshu had that maid harm you through the gossip from the little maid, but I cannot discern Jiang Yunshu's motives. Jiang Yunxi, worthless system. Although this system is somewhat useful, at least it lets her know who the hidden enemy is. Still, she couldn't offend it too much. What must I do to know? You need to see her in person once. After seeing her, I can eat her gossip afterwards and know why she harbors animosity. Meeting her once shouldn't be difficult. As a family of sisters, there would surely be opportunities to see each other. By the way, that little maid has harmed you several times without anyone noticing. She has quite the audacity. Jiang Yunshu rewards her with silver and jewelry, all hidden in her own room's chest. Jiang Yunshu is quite bold, actually rewarding her with jewelry she doesn't like. These are glaring pieces of evidence. Zheng Shi lowered her eyebrows. Well then, that's great, as she wouldn't have to go through the trouble of finding evidence herself. Jiang Yunxi, great. Once I recover, I will find a mistake with that little maid, search her belongings, and expose this matter. Ding. Host successfully ate the gossip about the treacherous little maid, gaining 100 gossip points. Jiang Yunxi was delighted. Oh, another 100 points added. The gossip system is much better than any mission or strategy system. However, she couldn't let the system know this, otherwise it would get cocky. System, in the future, after each successful gossip, please report my current total gossip points to me, so I won't have to check myself. Okay, host, I am more than happy to serve you. Current gossip points, 700. The system was very happy it finally had income today, moving one step closer to clearing its debts. Keep up the effort. Host, do you want to eat gossip about your biological mother? Upon hearing the system in her daughter's mouth say, host, there's some juicy gossip about your biological mother. Want to hear it? Zheng Shi was stunned. Through these few times of hearing her daughter's inner thoughts, especially after the incident with Steward Kong, Zheng Shi had become utterly convinced of the system's ability. It could surely unearth all her secrets. Although she had never committed any heinous crimes or done wrong, she still had private matters she didn't want anyone to know, least of all her daughter. That would be far too embarrassing. Zheng Shi opened her mouth to stop it, but she clearly forgot the experience of yesterday. She tried to speak, but found no sound could escape. Zheng Shi grew even more flustered. Unable to even stop it, what could she do? Perhaps she should leave quickly. Hadn't the system just said that if they hadn't met, the gossip couldn't be accessed? But they had already met, so even if she left, the gossip could still be consumed. What was she to do? While Zheng Shi was consumed with anxiety, Jiang Yunqi was also deeply should she or shouldn't she eat the gossip about her biological mother? If she did, it might not be appropriate. If she learned something unfavorable, how would she treat her mother afterward? This biological mother seemed to treat the original host quite well. She had stayed by her sick daughter's side all along, a good mother indeed. If she discovered her mother had done something wrong, could she really bring herself to do anything about it? But if her mother had truly committed heinous acts, her upbringing would not allow her to pretend ignorance. Rather than face that dilemma, she decided, "System, I want to eat it." The system was baffled. Apart from when she was ravenously hungry earlier, the host had never refused to eat gossip before. Why now? Host, eating gossip about yourself or your family rewards more gossip points than eating gossip about others, the system tempted. Jiang Yunqi remained resolute. "I want eat it." Host, it's fine to eat it. Your mother won't know you've learned her secrets. Zheng Shi thought, "I know, I heard everything." Daughter, please don't eat it. Perhaps due to excessive agitation, Zheng Shi shifted, startling Jiang Yunqi in her arms and drawing her. Earlier, because she was too hungry, Jiang Yunqi hadn't had the chance to think about other things despite seeing Zheng Shi. Now sated and content, she had the leisure to reflect. Turning her head to see Zheng Shi, Jiang Yunqi was stunned, her heart racing. "Oh my heavens, my biological mother is absolutely gorgeous." Zheng Shi couldn't help but blush slightly. This child acting as if she had never seen her mother before. Could the fever have truly addled her brain? Zheng Shi couldn't help but worry again that her daughter might become simple-minded. Today she wore a lake blue embroidered satin skirt adorned with elegant orchids on the hem. Her jet black hair was simply coiled into a bun adorned with 2 plain hairpins. Though simple, it was perfectly balanced, exuding an air of dignified elegance. Wow, my biological mother is so beautiful. Forgive my lack of vocabulary. I can't find other words to describe her. Ew, I only know she's beautiful. And that's enough. With her temperament and bearing, others might mistake her for a noble lady from an aristocratic family. She's like a celestial maiden descended to earth. With her grace, anyone would think she's the mistress of some household. The system said, "Your mother is indeed a young lady from a noble family whose such temperament and bearing are hardly surprising. She was raised from childhood to be a mistress." Jiang Yunqi frowned. Then how did she become a concubine? Zheng Shi's eyes dimmed. Was her daughter blaming her for becoming a concubine, making her a child of a secondary wife? "It's because..." Jiang Yunqi, snapping out of it, said, "System, shut up. I don't want to hear it. You're definitely trying to trick me into eating my mother's gossip. Let me tell you, whether my mother is a principal wife or a concubine, she is still my biological mother. I believe she had no choice in becoming a concubine. So what if she's a concubine? My mother is so beautiful. Even as a concubine, she's the most beautiful one. And she's a concubine who resembles a principal wife. Haven't you noticed that the maidservants and matrons all address her as madam? That means they inwardly recognize her as equal to the principal wife." Zheng Shi's momentarily dampened spirits lifted like clearing skies after rain, filling her with joy. Yet she also found it both amusing and absurd. What child praised her mother like this? A concubine resembling a principal wife. That's not something to say lightly. A concubine is a concubine, even if called madam, still a secondary wife. It seems she would need to teach her daughter proper speech in the future to avoid incurring resentment. The heir's wife had treated their family of 3 fairly well, though it was partly due to her own unceasing respect and caution and her insistence that her children know their place and not compete with the legitimate offspring. Nevertheless, the wife was indeed magnanimous. The system fumed. What was wrong with this host? It was speaking human language, not system language. How could she know? Had it ever said her mother was debasing herself by not marrying as a principal wife and willingly becoming a concubine? It already knew the reason and her plight. Why would it blame her? Host, can you not take things out of context? Did this system ever say your mother wasn't beautiful, or that she shouldn't have become a concubine? I urged you to eat your mother's gossip for a reason. It's for your own good, and for your mother's. Hearing the system's voice louder than her own, Jiang Yunqi inexplicably felt like, but she must not lose face, as she absolutely couldn't let the system dominate her. If it got the upper hand, she had never regained control. So from start to finish, she had to make the system know who was master and who was system. Jiang Yunqi, the little one, planted her hands on her hips and raised her voice even higher, striving to overpower the system. "Then tell me, how is it for my good and my..." Zheng Shi listened to the argument between her daughter and the system, their voices so loud they made her head buzz. Her daughter was still a child, and that system, whatever it was, seemed like an immature being itself arguing with a child. The system, angered, raised its voice further. "Your mother suffered difficult labor both times she gave birth. When birthing you, it was nearly a tragedy for both mother and child. And she lost a child before you. Do you think these were accidents?" Jiang Yunqi was momentarily speechless. Zheng Shi's heart also jolted. From the system's implication, those were no accidents. Jiang Yunxi's voice unconsciously lowered. "So they weren't accidents. Someone wanted to harm my mother." Seeing the host's voice drop, the system, feeling it had gained the upper hand, sensed it was about to ascend. Perhaps it should no longer remain a mere beginner system. Having eaten several pieces of gossip, it was time to level up. Of course. How many accidents can there be, all targeting your mother? And even now your mother is being poisoned from time to time. The system dropped another bombshell, making Zhang Shi clench her fists and Jiang Yangtze's eyes blaze with fury. Excellent. Her 40-meter-long blade was already thirsting for blood. Neo-Her Zhang Yunxi was about to make a grand entrance. Who exactly is trying to harm my mother? Let me find that person and tear them limb from limb. Memories steeped in novels flooded back. System, tell me quickly. Is it the wife, my so-called stepmother? System, tell me quickly, is the one who harmed my mother that cheap legitimate mother of mine? Hearing her daughter ask this of the system, Zhang's heart tightened. I don't know. Hearing this answer, Jiang Yunxi slumped backward with a sigh of frustration. Zhang, who was holding her, was caught off guard and tumbled backward as well. Zhang's head hit the bed frame with a dull thud. Jiang Yunxi, on the other hand, landed squarely on Zhang's chest, inflicting a second injury upon her. Realizing her current predicament, Jiang Yunxi was filled with regret. She shouldn't have assumed she was still on her own 8-meter-wide bed with backrests behind her to fall back onto as she pleased. Now she had hurt someone. Her whole body ached and she lacked the strength to get up on her own, so she could only call out, "Mother, are you alright?" "Mother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I momentarily forgot." Seeing her daughter's self-reproach, Zhang ignored the pain in her head and chest and quickly offered comfort. "Xiao, don't worry, I'm fine." The maids and nannies nearby immediately stepped forward, first helping Jiang Yunxi up, then assisting Zhang. A skillful maid quickly began to massage the back of Zhang's head and her chest. Having finished their meal, and fearing further agitation might cause another injury, Jiang Yunxi spoke. "Please help me lie down. Don't hold me anymore. My whole body hurts, a lying down would be more comfortable." Hearing Jiang Yangtze's thoughts, Zhang no longer insisted on holding her, and quickly ordered, "Help the young lady lie. Go check if the medicine is ready, and if the house physician has arrived." "Medicine, is it that bitter traditional Chinese medicine? I don't want to drink it. I have medicine from the system. Isn't that more effective than traditional medicine, and I don't have to suffer the bitterness? If I hadn't taken 2 doses of the system's medicine, I probably wouldn't be awake yet." Zhang couldn't help but cough. The medicine still had to be brewed, otherwise outsiders would become suspicious. She could simply send everyone away when her daughter drank it, and find an excuse to leave herself. The house physician still had to be seen, otherwise her daughter's sudden recovery would be inexplicable. After her grumbling, Jiang Yunxi pressed the system on the previous matter. "System, how could you not know if my cheap legitimate mother harmed my mother?" The system sighed. "Host, have you forgotten what I told you earlier? By eating your mother's gossip, I learned that someone harmed her. I also found out that the midwife who delivered you is connected to a concubine named Wei in the household. As for the rest, your mother's gossip didn't reveal it. Unless I can see your legitimate mother in person, I won't know." Before Jiang Yunxi could press further, the system interjected. "Don't ask me if that concubine Wei is the true mastermind either. Your mother's gossip doesn't show that. I do need to eat concubine Wei's gossip. To get to the truth, you'd better recover quickly and take me to see your legitimate mother and that concubine Wei. Oh, and your half-sister too." Zhang closed her eyes, concealing the emotions within. "Wei, very well. You harm me, your daughter harmed mine. The enmity between us is..." But although Wei was favored, she didn't manage the household. The midwife for her own childbirth was arranged by the heir's wife. Even if she entered the residence a few days early, could Wei have colluded with the midwife in such a short time? Did Wei have that kind of cunning? But if the heir's wife had orchestrated it, the system should have known. It had known about matters involving Steward Ma and Nanny Kong. Zhang felt her head spin. "Forget it, stop thinking. It's no use. He'll just wait until my daughter sees." Jiang Yunxi sorted through the system's words and gained some clarity. "Were both childbirths and the miscarriage related to that concubine Wei? Were both childbirths and the miscarriage related to that concubine Wei?" The system nodded, then realizing it had no physical form and the host couldn't see it, spoke aloud. "The midwives for both births deliberately caused delays. The miscarriage was caused by your mother ingesting cold-natured medicine. That medicine was administered by a maid Wei had placed beside her. By the way, that maid has now become a nanny. Because she has served for a long time, she still works in your mother's courtyard. She still regularly gives your mother things she shouldn't." "Who is it?" The system gave a name, but Jiang Yunxi didn't recognize it. She didn't recognize it, but Zhang did, and immediately passed judgment on that person in her heart. Knowing the system's limitations, Jiang Yunxi didn't press further, and simply said, "Next time he'll find a chance to go to my mother's courtyard. He'll find a way to see that person. You eat her gossip and expose her completely. Find me all the evidence of her collusion with concubine Wei." "All right, host." Zhang lowered her eyes. It seemed she would have to keep that person around for a while longer for her daughter's sake. This system on her daughter was far more useful than any interrogation. They say surviving a great disaster brings good fortune, and it was true. Just look at her daughter. Host, your mother's health is slightly better than yours, but not by much. If she doesn't recuperate properly, she may not live long. Zhang smiled inwardly. She had known this for a long time. Surviving childbirth that year was already a stroke of luck. Being able to watch her daughter grow up was the greatest fortune of all. If she could have a few more years to see her daughter marry and have children, that would be even better. But would heaven grant her that? Jiang Yangtze's heart tightened. She couldn't help but glance at Zhang, meeting her gaze. Feeling the unmistakable love in that look, Jiang Yunxi felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but look away. Her modern parents had been reserved and inexpressive, but she had never been looked at like this before. It left her at a loss for what to do. System, you said my weakness could be cured with one body-strengthening pill. What about my mother? Rest assured, host. One body-strengthening pill will cure her too. So you need to focus on eating gossip, earn more gossip points in exchange for the body-strengthening pills. One for you and one for your mother will cost 1000 points. Your mother, like you, has been on medication for years and has been maliciously poisoned. Her body has accumulated a lot of toxins, so an all-immunity pill is also necessary. You know the price of the all-immunity pill. The permanent one costs 1500. That adds up to 2500. Oh, and you have a full brother. His birth was also quite difficult. His health might be. Since you and your mother have been maliciously targeted, your brother is likely in the same boat. To motivate the host to work hard, eat more gossip, and earn more kickbacks, the system was giving it its all. After the system's calculations, Jiang Yunxi felt as if dark clouds were hanging over her head. She and her mother together needed 2500, and adding her brother's 200 brought the total to 4500. Although she could ignore her brother, Jiang Yunxi knew that in this ancient society that favored men over women, without a full-blooded brother for support, life would be difficult, whether in her own home or after marriage in her husband's family. She did have other legitimate brothers and 2 half-brothers, but they weren't close to her, having grown up secluded in the inner chambers. Besides, from the original owner's memories, her full brother had been very good to her, so Jiang Yunxi couldn't abandon him. With a debt of 4500 before she even started, Jiang Yunxi felt immense pressure. System, is there a way to earn gossip points quickly? The pressure of supporting a family is too great. I only have 700 now, far from the 4500 I need. The demands will likely only increase. Yes, eat more gossip. If I can level up the range of gossip you can eat will expand, and the gossip points will come pouring in. Driven by the burden of supporting her family, Jiang Yunxi gritted her teeth. Eat, eat, eat. He'll eat like crazy. Starting today, the moment I open my eyes, he'll be eating gossip. From now on, call me the Gossip Gourmet. Host, you've been eating your mother's gossip for a while now. Why not finish it? If you don't finish it, you won't get the gossip points. Hearing the system ask if she wanted to finish the gossip about her mother, Jiang Yunxi gritted her teeth and replied, eat it. Since she had already consumed so much of her mother's gossip, she might as well finish it all in one go. From the gossip she had gathered so far, it seemed her mother hadn't done anything shameful. Rather, she appeared to be the victim, the one who had been wronged. In that case, there was nothing to fear. Even if her mother had done something wrong, only she and the system knew about it, and they could simply pretend ignorance. Perhaps by delving deeper into the gossip, she might even uncover the culprit who had harmed her mother. Zheng Shi wanted to stop her, but from what had just happened she knew she couldn't. Yet standing idly by while her daughter consumed her own gossip filled her with embarrassment. Fine, if I can't fight it, I'll just avoid it. Although she was curious about what gossip the system would reveal, and whether it might disclose details unknown even to her, Zheng Shi found it increasingly difficult to stay. He'll just go outside and listen. From yesterday's experience, she knew she could still hear everything from outside, and with her daughter out of sight, she wouldn't feel as embarrassed. See her rest now. He'll go deal with that little maid. Hearing her mother mention punishing the maid, Jiang Yunxi wanted to stop her. Her mother probably didn't know the maid was placed by Jiang Yunxi. If she let her off easily, it would be too. Zheng Shi seemed to read her thoughts and spoke before she could intervene. That servant was so careless. I intend to question her thoroughly to uncover her true intentions. Hearing this, Jiang Yunxi withdrew her outstretched hand. I wonder if it's a mother-daughter bond, and my mother can always guess my thoughts. She knew I was hungry earlier, and now she knows to investigate whether someone ordered that little maid. Zheng Shi felt a pang of shame. If not for her secret, how could she have guessed? Unable to explain, she hurried away, taking several people with her. Jiang Yunxi closed her eyes to feign rest, focusing on the gossip. Your mother's maiden name is Zheng Qingji, a daughter of the noble Zheng family. Your maternal grandfather was once the head of Qinglan Academy. The Qinglan Academy was founded by the Zheng family and has a history of over 100 years. Wow! Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but exclaim, an academy with over a century of heritage founded by the Zheng family. No wonder they're called a noble and refined lineage. Jiang Yunxi knew that academies in this era were far more significant than modern schools, especially one with such a long legacy. Many court officials likely came from that academy. Frowning with doubt, Jiang Yunxi mused, a woman from a noble family, the daughter of an academy head, would value her reputation. She'd rather marry a poor scholar than become a concubine to an aristocrat. How did my mother? Hearing her daughter's silent question from outside, Zheng Shi sighed inwardly as she ordered a search of the maid's room, recalling the past. The system, possessing the flair of a storyteller, deliberately sighed. This goes back to the last struggle for the throne. Simply put, your maternal grandfather refused to ally with a certain prince, unwilling to let the academy become a breeding ground for his faction. The prince, seeing him as obstinate and disobedient, decided to eliminate him. Through a series of fabrications and false accusations, he was convicted. Wronged and defamed your grandfather, a man of scholarly integrity, chose death to prove his. He died, leaving behind his wife and children. Jiang Yunxi's brows knitted tightly. Didn't anyone intervene when my grandfather was wronged? That prince was a strong contender for the throne. Even if people knew your grandfather was innocent, what could they do? So your mother went from being a noble lady and the daughter of an academy head to the daughter of a disgraced criminal. You also have an uncle and a younger aunt. Your uncle is the eldest and your aunt is the youngest. With her reputation tarnished, your mother, who was of marriageable age, found it difficult to arrange a match. Just then the wife of the Pingyang marquis heir came to propose marriage on behalf of her husband, your father, offering to take your mother as a concubine. Your father was once a student of your grandfather. He sent his wife to propose partly out of concern for his teacher's family and to use the marquis' influence to deter some people. I must say your father handled this well, far better than those ungrateful wretches. At least he offered timely aid, though making your mother a concubine is questionable. But he was already married with children by then. He supported his teacher's wife and children, providing for their studies and daily needs, even allowing them to keep servants. Remember that prince was still a strong contender for the throne at the time. After the succession struggle ended, and that prince was defeated, your father, along with other officials from Qinglan Academy, worked to clear your grandfather's name, restoring his reputation, and returning the confiscated property. Considering all this, your father truly has nothing to be criticized for. Host, you should know that among those who harmed your grandfather were scholars from Qinglan Academy. Compared to them, I have to give your father a thumbs up. Outside, Zheng Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. Though the heir had his flaws regarding Wei Shi, his character was indeed beyond reproach. If not for his great kindness to her family, she wouldn't have willingly become a concubine, living a low-key and restrained life in his household for so many years. Hearing the system's words, Jiang Yunxi grew curious about her yet unmet father. Actually, it was the heir's wife who suggested bringing your mother into the household as a concubine. That Wei Shi, your father's cousin, was unruly in the inner quarters, not even respecting the heir's wife. The heir's wife thought your father harbored special feelings for your mother, his junior sister now in distress. So she proposed the match to curb Wei Shi's arrogance. Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. How had she ended up in ancient times? A woman arranging a concubine for her husband, finding a mistress, was utterly scandalous in modern times. But in this era, it was considered a wife's duty. If she ever married and her husband asked her to take a concubine, Jiang Yunxi thought she might consider widowhood. Given her current status as a marquis daughter, albeit a concubine, she would likely have a decent dowry. Her future husband's family wouldn't be too lowly and money shouldn't be a concern. Ancient women didn't need to work for a living. As for managing the household, being a concubine's daughter, she wouldn't become the matriarch or the main wife. At most, she'd marry a concubine's son or the youngest legitimate son, avoiding the burden of managing the household. That meant wealth and leisure. She could first arrange to live separately, then become a widow. Wealthy, idle, with time on her hands, no need to serve in-laws, manage a household, or bear the pressure of producing an heir. Damn, that was the dream life of a rich woman. Of course, it would be even better if she could have a child or two before becoming a widow. While Jiang Yunxi was lost in her thoughts, the system droned on. But who knew that after entering the household, your mother, grateful for your father's kindness to her family, would avoid causing trouble. She was respectful to superiors and gentle to inferiors, never competing with Wei Shi. This caught the heir's wife off guard. Jiang Yunxi silently mourned for her legitimate mother for 3 seconds. She had hoped to pit one against the other and reap, but instead of fighting, they had given her a new rival. Fortunately, her mother wasn't a troublemaker, otherwise the legitimate mother would have been in a mess. Still, your mother's presence wasn't entirely useless. Compared to her, Wei Shi dared not be as arrogant as before. She's your father's cousin, your mother is his junior sister. Both are Mei, who's afraid of whom. Zheng Shi frowned. What did that last part mean? Your mother suffered 2 difficult labors and 1 miscarriage due to someone's schemes, as I mentioned before, so I won't repeat it. Host, the system's voice grew excited. Let me tell you, before your mother married, she had someone she liked. When the system said, host, before your mother married, she had a sweetheart, Zheng Shi panicked. How did this system know everything? What sweetheart? She herself didn't know, so how could it? And Sierra was just a child. Why mention such things in front of her without any discretion? Little did Zheng Shi know that within her daughter's body now resided a soul in her 20s, not much younger than herself. Other matters it was fine for her daughter to know. It taught her the dangers of the world, but this, she absolutely couldn't let her find out. But how could she stop it? Just then a servant entered to report. Madam, the mansion physician heard the young lady has awakened and wishes to examine her. Zheng Shi's face lit up with joy. Quickly invite him in. With the physician bustling about, her daughter wouldn't be gossiping about her with that so-called system. Zheng Shi entered her daughter's bedchamber first and whispered, Sierra, don't sleep yet. Wait until the physician has seen you. The medicine is almost ready, take it before. Stop chatting with that system about my gossip. Take the other medicine and pray the physician doesn't notice anything amiss. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi's and Zheng Shi's brainwaves miraculously synchronized. Damn system, my waking up so quickly isn't thanks to that physician. But your existence and those medicines can't be known to others, so won't he take the credit? The system nodded affirmatively. Naturally. Jiang Yunxi frowned. Wouldn't that set him up? What if it makes him think he's a brilliant healer and next time he treats someone recklessly and harms them? That would ruin a life. He's not stupid. He should know his own limits and won't overpromise. Hard to say. What if he? Zheng Shi helped her daughter straighten her appearance, feigning casualness. Physician Chun is quite skilled. Over the years he's taken good care of the young masters and misses in this mansion. He's also been tending to your health, Sierra. He's a very humble man. Zheng Shi's implication was clear. Daughter, stop worrying so much. Very humble. Jiang Yunxi felt slightly relieved. Then he probably won't claim the credit himself. He might attribute it to luck or my good fortune. Forget it then. He's been tending to my health for years. Even without merit, he has his toils. Letting him take a little advantage won't hurt. Recalling her daughter's earlier thoughts, it seemed she was quite short on those gossip points. Zheng Shi's eyes flickered, and she smoothly changed the subject. Physician Chun has done a great deed by reviving you, Sierra. The madam and your father will surely reward him handsomely when he returns from his duties. They'll also give him a generous reward shortly. Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened. Physicians are supposed to have a monthly salary. Treating me well gets him 3 extra rewards. Once the physician examines you and confirms your improvement, they'll send word to your grandparents. They've been worried sick while you were unconscious. We must ease their minds. They'll surely reward Physician Chen for curing you too. Jiang Yunxi counted on her fingers. 3 + 2 = 5. So for curing her, Physician Chen would get. Her mother was one thing. She didn't know her wealth. But the 2 couples, one being the marquis and marchioness, the other the heir and his wife. Their fortunes were beyond. The rewards will be lavish. Physician Chen is going to rake it in this time. And it's not even his doing that I'm cured. Indeed. Sierra, since you're troubled about those gossip points, Physician Chen has taken advantage of you. So dig up his gossip to recoup your losses. Stop targeting your mother. Jiang Yunxi, thinking of those 5 rewards, felt as if she saw a pile of money slipping away. How wonderful it would be if those things were given. A bit miserly and stingy, Jiang Yunxi grew indignant. System, dig into him. When that Physician Chen arrives, thoroughly investigate him. Find out even when he wet the bed as a child. He's gained so much from me. I need to get it back somehow. Seeing that the host didn't need prompting to actively gossip, the system was all too eager. Rest assured, host. They'll scrutinize him thoroughly. Not even the gaps between his toes will escape. That remark had a certain odor to it, and Jiang Yunxi wrinkled her nose in disgust. Skip the toes. Just dig him up completely. Leave it to me, host. Remembering that eating her mother's gossip hadn't yielded any points, Jiang Yunxi reminded, System, I've finished with my mother's gossip. Shouldn't you get... The system was baffled. Finished? No, I haven't even gotten to the part about your mother's sweetheart. Zheng Shi was exasperated. Was this never-ending? What's there to say? Jiang Yunxi put her hands on her hips like a child. So what if my mother had a sweetheart before marriage? Who hasn't had a youthful crush? I bet even you, system, have a female system you fancy. Zheng Shi felt a warmth in her heart. They said daughters were a mother's little quilt, and it was absolutely true. Though her daughter seemed to know a bit too much. How did she learn about youthful crushes? But then the system murmured, but your mother's sweetheart isn't your father. So what if it's not my father? My mother never cheated on him. Even if she had, it would only be because he wronged her first. Zheng Shi blushed. Her daughter's thoughts were far too audacious, speaking such things aloud. What if the heir could hear her thoughts? She dared not imagine it. While Zheng Shi trembled in fear, Jiang Yunxi continued her bold tirade. My father has a harem of wives and concubines, a brood of legitimate and illegitimate children. Why can't my mother have a sweetheart? If he hadn't taken advantage of her in her time of need, she'd be the mistress of some other household now. Even if she had 10 or 8 sweethearts, she wouldn't be wrong. Not just before marriage. Even after marrying my father, she... Sensing her daughter was about to say something shocking, Zheng Shi dared not let her continue, and called out loudly, Has Physician Chen arrived yet? Zheng Shi's loud voice successfully cut off Jiang Yunxi's unfinished words. From outside, a maid replied, Madam, Physician Chen is here. Eager to dig into the physician's gossip and recoup her losses, Jiang Yunxi dropped the argument with the system. System, just remember this, my mother and I are on the same side. They'll always back her. After all, her father had 4 sons and 3 daughters. Where did she rank? Probably dead last in his heart. But in her mother's heart, she might not surpass her brother, but second place was certain. Jiang Yunxi had that much self-awareness. Let's stop with my mother's gossip. Just give me the gossip points. The system felt wronged. There was so much more it could say about Zheng Shi, but the host clearly didn't want to hear it. Fine, it would find another opportunity later. Host, just one thing. No, 2 things. Before the host could refuse, the system spoke. Your maternal uncle is now an official at court, serving as vice director of the Office of Transmission, a 4th-rank position with the right to participate in state affairs. Your maternal aunt has entered the palace as consort Duan, and she has a 5-year-old son, your cousin. Damn. Ding. Host successfully gossiped about mother. Gossip points 200. Current gossip points 900. When Jiang Yunxi heard that her uncle had also entered the court as an official, now holding a 4th-grade position, and with an aunt who had borne a prince, she was utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, she was told that her maternal grandfather had committed a crime, and that his family relied on her father for protection and aid. She had been thinking that her mother must be very worried about her family, often living frugally to support her maternal side. No wonder she wasn't wearing much jewelry, as she must be financially strained. If she was considering getting married and bringing more dowry, she might as well give up any hope. After all, having read many novels and watched dramas, Jiang Yunxi knew that a concubine's dowry was only a small portion provided by the public, with the rest relying on personal savings and support from the biological mother. Just as she was thinking about ways to earn more money in the future, the next moment, she found herself related to a prince, becoming part of the royal family. This sudden change was truly unexpected. Having a prince cousin, does that mean she could directly? Host, what are you thinking? He's only 5 years old, how could he support you? With so many imperial concubines and sons, would they recognize you as royal kin? Haven't you seen those neglected concubines and princes in dramas? They live worse than servants, and you still want. Zheng frowned. What are dramas? How could concubines and princes live worse than servants? Does this system even know what it's talking about? Zheng wanted to question angrily, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized she couldn't make a sound again. Jiang Yunxi frowned. My mother is so beautiful, my aunt can't be much worse, how could she not be favored? Would being favored only mean being a concubine? You know the harem is connected to the previous dynasty. Does your aunt have any other support besides your uncle? Perhaps she would enter the palace for your uncle. Yes, think about Hua Fei, or if she didn't have a brother, she wouldn't have been favored for so many years, and wouldn't be so arrogant in the harem. And in Xiaonyao, without any strong maternal family, would be bullied by everyone. Think about why your grandfather was punished, and then consider your prince cousin. Do you still want to enjoy his fortune? Jiang Yunxi no longer felt the previous cheerfulness. System, should I be thankful that he's still young, and won't be caught up in the struggle for the throne? He will grow up. Unless the throne changes hands before he matures, he won't escape. In the eyes of others, the Pingyang marquis, and even your future husband's family, will be seen as his people because of you too. Even if you want to hide, you can't escape. At that moment, even Zheng couldn't remain calm. Looking at the Chun family's doctor bowing to her, she could only woodenly say, Chun family doctor, please take a good look at the fifth miss. Thinking about those princes who failed in the struggle for the throne, and their tragic fates, Jiang Yunxi immediately felt like a balloon that had been pricked, deflating in it. With an uncertain future, Jiang Yunxi contemplated fleeing again. System, do you think it's still possible for me to return now? Returning to Huaxia, even if she reincarnated, it would be into a family with poor circumstances, destined for a life of 996 work culture. But at least her life would be guaranteed, and she wouldn't have to play the game of losing her head at any moment, or the game of family annihilation. Zheng frowned. Where does Yunxi want to go back to? Isn't the marquis her home? Seeing the situation, the system quickly tried to comfort her, fearing the host might threaten to unbind or exploit it again. The host need not fear, I am still here. As long as you eat more melons and gather more melon points, there are plenty of life-saving items in the system shop. If you don't want your cousin to get involved in the struggle for power, you should find a way to meet him and persuade him. If that doesn't work, we can. You know what I mean. Once the struggle has a result, we can let him return. Jiang Yunxi raised her eyebrow. That wasn't a bad idea. As long as she could preserve her life, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for her cousin to endure some hardship. Zheng was anxious. Oh, what does that dog system mean by give him you know what? What are you going to do to my nephew? If this gets found out, the marquis will. This isn't any different from getting caught up in the struggle for power. Seeing a man walk into the bedroom followed by a young boy carrying a medicine box, the system loudly reminded host, the doctor has arrived. Hey, should we gather some information? Determined to save her own skin, Jiang Yunxi gritted her teeth and said gather. It was tough. Just a moment ago she owed 4,500. But now it seemed like it might multiply several times. While others transmigrated into noble and legitimate identities, she transmigrated as a concubine, almost losing her life upon arrival, surrounded by wolves threatening her and her mother. Having a relative who seemed to hold a noble status, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be their death warrant. Zheng quickly looked at the Chun family doctor, hoping to confirm if he could hear. Although the maidservants and nurses in the courtyard didn't seem to hear, what if the doctor? Host, there's big news, there's big news. This Chun family doctor has big news. Seeing no change in the expressions of the Chun family doctor and the medicine boy, as if they hadn't heard, Zheng's heart, which had been racing, relaxed a little. The bed curtains had already been drawn, and Jiang Yunxi's hand had reached out of the curtains, a silk handkerchief resting on her wrist. She was more than happy not to communicate with the Chun family doctor, given her social anxiety. What's the scoop? System, hurry up and tell me. Host, the Chun family doctor is named Chun Jilin from a long line of physicians. He learned medicine from a young age. Zheng couldn't help but steal a glance at the Chun family doctor, who was closing his eyes to take her pulse. Unexpectedly, he appeared gentle in demeanor, yet was so stubborn that even his parents and elders couldn't sway him. Wasn't it said that he wanted to pursue a career in science and become an official? How did he end up as a doctor? From his appearance, he probably didn't hear the daughter's inner thoughts, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Not sure if it was the bond between mother and daughter. Jiang Yunxi asked the same question. So how did he end up practicing medicine? Did he later find out he wasn't cut out for studying? But studying medicine isn't any less studying. He could digest those thick medical books, so studying the imperial examination shouldn't be too difficult for him. Medical books are not much harder than the imperial examination. Host, don't interrupt, just listen to me, and you'll understand. While eating melons, Jiang Yunxi was still quite tolerant of the system. Hearing this, she wasn't angry, but instead replied calmly, system, go ahead, I promise I won't interrupt. This Chin family doctor is quite impressive. He learned both disciplines and passed the provincial examination at 15, becoming a scholar, and at 18, he passed the county examination, becoming a recommended student. Jiang Yunxi calculated based on the ancient knowledge she learned from watching dramas and reading novels. So he must be preparing for the imperial examination and becoming system indeed. Just as he was on his way to the capital for the imperial examination, an unexpected event occurred in a mountain forest. Jiang Yunxi clenched the blanket. The Chin family doctor frowned, saying, "Fifth miss, it's just a pulse diagnosis, oh relax. Your heartbeat is so fast that I can't even." Zheng listened to the system narrating the story, her heart clenching with tension. When she heard the words of the Chun family physician, she realized her daughter was likely just as engrossed as she was. Hastily she said, "Sierra, don't let your mind wander. The physician just said your fever has subsided considerably. Your mind won't be addled. Just relax, and let the physician take your pulse properly." What Jing thought was, "Sierra, you'd better stop the system from gossiping for now. Wait until after the pulse diagnosis." Taking a pulse took a full quarter hour. Any interruption would mean starting over. The back and forth wasted too much time. Mother and daughter were on the same wavelength. Jiang Yunxi quickly instructed the system, "Hold on for a while. Let me finish the pulse diagnosis first." Though burning with curiosity to know what happened next, Jiang Yunxi suppressed her gossipy urges, forcibly calmed herself, and let the Chun family physician take her. After the pulse diagnosis was finally complete, and her maid tucked her hand back under the covers, Jiang Yunxi had no interest in hearing the results. She immediately asked system, "Tell me quickly what misfortune befell the Chun physician on his journey to the capital for the imperial examination." As for the diagnosis results with the system's medicines, she knew she was perfectly fine. She had no patience to listen to the physician drone on about medical theories. Zheng also wanted to hear the system continue its story, but she still had to listen to her daughter's pulse diagnosis report. Unlike Jiang Yunxi, she didn't have absolute trust in the system's medicines. The Chun physician encountered bandits on the road. Jiang Yunxi had seen analyses online explaining that in ancient times bandits usually didn't rob scholars traveling to the capital for the imperial examination. First, because scholars traveling to the capital held a yellow flag inscribed with "by imperial decree" for the metropolitan examination or Ministry of Rights examination, symbolizing they were on an imperial errand. Robbing them was equivalent to defying the emperor's decree. Second, because successful provincial graduates were already qualified as reserve officials and might become magistrates in the future. Bandits feared that robbing one would invite retaliation or even trigger a government campaign to wipe them out. Jiang Yunxi, even if he encountered bandits once they knew he was a scholar heading for the imperial exams, they wouldn't harm him, right? Under normal circumstances that would be true. But unfortunately the Chun physician happened to encounter an exceptional situation. An exceptional situation? What kind? Jiang Yunxi grew intrigued. If not for the fact that this band of outlaws had a female chieftain who, seeing the physician was young and handsome, decided to. Zheng coughed several times. The Chin physician asked, "Madam, are you unwell?" Zheng waved her hand. No, I just choked on my saliva." Jiang Yunxi, "My mother is still like a child choking on her own spit. I never do that." Zheng clenched her fist. "It's all because of you, you ungrateful child. I wonder if you've been reading too many storybooks lately, picking up all sorts of improper things. They'll have to be stricter from now on. No more letting Sierra read those frivolous books. They're corrupting her nature." Seeing that Zheng was fine, Jiang Yunxi urged the system, "Tell me quickly. Did a female bandit king take a fancy to the Chun physician and want to kidnap him up the mountain to be her husband?" The system, not a husband, but a son-in-law held captive. The bandit king had no sons, only a daughter who adored tales of scholars and beauties and dreamt of marrying an educated man. But being the daughter of a bandit king, no scholar would willingly marry her. So she happened upon this unfortunate Chin physician, a provincial graduate heading for the capital, a more impressive catch than the average scholar. To please the young lady, the bandits tied him up and took him to her. Jiang Yunxi's mind conjured up a scene of a beautiful woman forcing herself upon a scholar, the kind that required censoring. And then, did the physician give in? Zheng stole a glance at the Chin physician. In all these years at the manor, I've never heard of him having a wife, only a son. Let me tell you, host, their story is quite thrilling. First they, then they, and finally they. This was accompanied by Jiang Yunxi's increasingly strange laughter, and her demands, "System, give me all the details." Elaborate. System, how did the mountain princess overpower him? Which position did she use? Be specific. System, don't gloss over this part. Tell me. Zheng's face grew darker and darker. Several times she tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. Her expression puzzled the Chun physician and the maids and matrons around them. The fifth miss condition was much better than yesterday, so why did the lady still seem dissatisfied? She seemed even more displeased than yesterday. Did the lady think the fifth miss shouldn't have recovered, or was she simply too slow to heal? But comparing her attitude from yesterday and today, it looked more like she thought the fifth miss shouldn't have gotten better. Could it be that the lady felt the fifth miss, with her frail constitution and constant illnesses, was a burden? Perhaps she thought it would be better if the fifth miss had been harmed by someone close to the marquis this time. If she didn't recover, the lady and her son could leverage the marquis's guilt to gain considerable benefits. Good heavens. Madame Zheng always seemed like a loving mother so devoted to the fifth miss. Who would have thought she was this kind of person? Little did Zheng know that her darkened expression, caused by her daughter's bold and indecent remarks, was ruining her own reputation. Others were already speculating that she was planning to climb the ranks at her daughter's expense. And so they actually came together and the young lady became pregnant. Unfortunately, the young lady later suffered a difficult childbirth. There was no doctor on the mountain except the Chun physician himself. Though he had been forced to learn some medicine over the years, he ultimately couldn't save her. But he managed to save their son. Hearing this, Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. They had come to love each other and wanted to spend their lives together. Why wouldn't heaven allow it? Later, another band of outlaws coveted the mountain stronghold's strategic terrain. The original bandits were outmatched, most were killed, and a few fled down the mountain. The bandit king was gravely wounded protecting his son-in-law and grandson. The Chun physician did everything he could but failed to save him. Then why didn't he retake the imperial examinations after coming down the mountain? The system he had spent years in a bandit hideout. How could he explain that? If he told the truth, his son would be branded a bandit's brat, and his future. In truth, that band of outlaws had only taken to the hills to survive during a famine. They had never committed any heinous crimes. Since they were all gone now, why tarnish their names after death? His wife had risked her life to bear him a son. His father-in-law had never treated him poorly over the years, and had ultimately sacrificed his life to protect him and the boy. How could the Chun physician bear to defile their posthumous reputations? He only regretted that his medical skills were inadequate, failing to save both his wife and father-in-law. So he abandoned the imperial examinations and devoted himself entirely to medicine. Fearing that a new wife might mistreat the son his wife and father-in-law had died to protect, he never remarried and raised the boy alone. Through the bed curtains and the screen, Jiang Yunxi gazed at the Chun physician's silhouette as he wrote a prescription. System, this physician is truly a good man. The young lady didn't make a mistake in kidnapping him as her captive husband. The system indeed a good man and a good father. Zheng silently agreed in her heart. Jiang Yunxi, much better than my worthless father. The system, dare you say that where your father can hear you? Jiang Yunxi, system, how many concubines does my father have? Is it 3, 4, 5, or 10? With a beauty like my mother, he fails to treat her well, and allows that way woman to bully her. What kind of brain does he have? Is that way woman more beautiful than my mother? With so many concubines and a wife, how has he not exhausted his vitality? Zheng's forehead beaded with black lines. Fearing the child might utter something treasonous, she quickly called out, "Someone take this prescription to the pharmacy and prepare the medicine." This successfully halted her daughter's unfinished words. Jiang Yunxi, isn't my mother supposed to be gentle? Why is she always so loud and startling me? Zheng clenched her silver teeth. Although she was pleased that her daughter defended her, she wished those nonsensical words would remain unspoken. Otherwise, Zheng feared she might one day be infuriated to death by this rebellious daughter. Even though she only said them in her heart, what if one day she accidentally blurted them out? Or what if the heir could also hear her thoughts? System host, if your father didn't take concubines, you wouldn't exist. Jiang Yunxi pouted. Who says I wouldn't exist? If my mother hadn't married my father, given her looks, temperament, and character, she might have become the legitimate wife of another house. I would have followed my mother and become a legitimate daughter. Zheng sighed. My child, given your mother's circumstances at the time, no prominent family would have dared to take me as, even if someone came to propose, it would mostly be as a concubine, or even a mistress. If not for the heir's wife offering to take me as a secondary wife and voluntarily offering to care for my family, I wouldn't have agreed so readily. Although your father favors way, your mother holds no grudge against him, and is even grateful. System. Without your father, could your mother have given birth to you? Jiang Yunxi, system, you wouldn't understand. I was born of my mother, not my father. My mother is definitely my biological mother, but my father may not be my biological father. Zheng's fists clenched. What did this brat mean? Was she insinuating that she had cuckolded the heir? Fine, later. Actually, forget it. She would wait until the child recovered, find a fault, and give her a beating. Otherwise, her anger would not subside. System host, your mother would be furious if she heard that. Although your mother had a sweetheart before marriage, she never did anything to betray your father. Jiang Yunxi. Oh no, I didn't speak clearly and caused a misunderstanding. That's not what I meant. I meant that children are born of women, not men. Children come out of a woman's belly, so a woman knows the child is her own. When a child reincarnates, it also enters a woman's belly, heading straight for the woman. So even if my mother hadn't married my father, I could still be reincarnated as her child. But my father might not be my father unless I'm willing to change my mother. System, do you understand now? System, although it's a bit convoluted, I get it. Zheng, I understand too. She felt delighted. This child was so attached to her, willing to change fathers, but not mothers. Fine, the child had such good intentions as she had misunderstood earlier. She wouldn't find an excuse to beat her. Still, she needed to find an opportunity to remind her to speak more carefully in the future and not say things that could be misinterpreted. Physician Chen, the maids, and the matrons watched Zheng's expression change. Black as the bottom of a pot one moment, beaming with joy the next. They thought, look at how the fifth miss ordeal had driven Lady Zheng to such a state. A once gentle and normal person had become somewhat mentally unstable. Jiang Yunxi's head maid Sushin said, Lady Zheng cannot keep vigil for the young miss. The lady hasn't rested well for days and her mind is becoming unstable. Physician Chen felt he should not stay any longer lest Lady Zheng have a breakdown. Madam the fifth miss has regained consciousness. Follow the prescription to prepare the medicine and have her take it. Provide attentive care, as I've instructed. I will take my leave now and return this afternoon. Jiang Yunxi, I have to take medicine Chinese medicine. System, quickly prepare some medicine for me. They'll take one dose, and then go to sleep. If I fall asleep before the medicine is ready, I won't have to take it. Zheng, how clever using sleep to avoid taking medicine. But when you wake up you'll still have to drink it. Never mind, she would find a way to help her later. What if the two different medicines clashed and made her sick? System host, we haven't finished the gossip about Physician Chen yet. Not finished. No wonder you haven't given me any gossip points. Go on then. Physician Chen's son is now 21 and still unmarried. Do you know why? He's only 21, oh what's the rush? Host, men here usually marry at 17 or 18, some even at 15 or 16. Physician Chen's son is already 21 and still unmarried, not even betrothed. He's considered a leftover bachelor. While she hadn't adjusted her thinking, she forgot this was ancient times. The system specifically brought up Physician Chen's son, it must have a reason. So, Physician Chen's son is a sodomite. He doesn't like women, he likes men. But in this era it's not allowed, so he's been putting off marriage. Zheng, who was seeing Physician Chen off, slammed into the door. Madam, are you alright? A matron exclaimed. Jiang Yunxi, what happened to my mother now? System, she wasn't watching where she was going, and hit the door. Jiang Yunxi, why is she so unreliable? How did she even grow up? Either choking on saliva, or bumping into doors. They'll have to tell her maids and matrons to keep a constant eye on her. Zheng gritted her teeth. Thank you for your concern. If only you wouldn't spout such shocking words, I wouldn't be like this. Before, she couldn't hear her daughter's thoughts, and didn't know she was so flighty. She had been fooled by her former quiet and introverted demeanor. Zheng now wondered whether this sudden ability was a blessing or a curse. Hearing Zheng tell the matron she was fine, Jiang Yunxi felt relieved. System, tell me, is Physician Chen's son a sodomite? What will we do? Physician Chen only has this one son. If he becomes a sodomite and doesn't marry, then his family line. Although he didn't return to the Chen family, there might be others to carry on the line, but his wife's line would be cut off. People in this era care a lot about that. System, don't worry, his son is not a sodomite. He just thinks his parents' love story is beautiful and wants a similar one. Jiang Yunxi, he wants the same kind. What kind? Does he also want to find a bandit chief's daughter? He studied medicine with his father. Last year he said he wanted to travel as a wandering physician to gain experience. Actually, he went to find a not brutal mountain stronghold with a young lady planning to be kidnapped. Ha 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 ha, is he crazy? People avoid bandits, but he's volunteering to walk into their den. Zheng covered her mouth with her handkerchief. She also thought Physician Chen's son seemed seriously ill. Why didn't Physician Chen treat him? Although doctors don't treat themselves, it doesn't mean they can't treat family. Isn't he afraid they'll just kill him? Don't worry, he's not stupid. He brought people and will scout ahead. Plus he grew up in the marquis residence and learned some self-defense from the guards. He can protect himself. System, do you think he'll find one? System, you ask me, who do I ask? Jiang Yunxi, then he'll pray he returns safely, but it would be best if he finds one. Otherwise Physician Chen would be too pitiful. Little did Jiang Yunxi know that her words touched upon the merit of the soldiers who protected her, causing some ripples. Donger, I'm giving you a day off tomorrow. Go home, Jiang Yunxi said to the young maid in the courtyard. Donger smiled and replied, Miss, there's no need. I have nothing pressing, I don't need a day off to go home. Ever since her mother died and her father remarried, she had little desire to return. Especially after her stepmother gave birth to a son, she wanted to go back even less. Every time she went back, her stepmother and father would find ways to ask her for money. The monthly wages she gave them were never enough. They always tried to squeeze more out of her. And her younger brother would always pester her to buy snacks, buying in bulk, but not sharing a single bite with her. He'd often say, if you don't give me money now, I won't back you up. When you... Mother says you're just a loss-making commodity. The money you earn is meant for me to spend. If I don't spend it now, it'll be hard to get any after you're married. Jiang Yunxi was unyielding. You must go back, absolutely must. You've worked hard taking care of me these days, you deserve a good rest. If you don't go back tomorrow, how will you run into your stepmother selling you for 10 taels of silver to a 40-year-old lame man as his second wife? That lame man has already buried 3 wives, all beaten to death by him. You're only 14 or 15, and you've served the original mistress faithfully for years. How could I bear to let you walk into that fire pit? Besides, your gossip earned me 100 melon-eating points. Naturally, I must save you. But if she goes back alone, she might not be a match. Perhaps she should send someone with her for backup. Who to send? Jiang Yunxi looked around, and felt that none of the maids in her room were suitable. None were sharp-tongued enough to stand up to that stepmother. Zheng Shi suddenly spoke up. Since the miss says go, you should go. Don't disappoint her kindness. Go in the morning and return by afternoon. Having learned everything from her daughter's inner thoughts, Zheng Shi naturally wouldn't stand by and let the maids around her daughter be bullied. Your home isn't in the capital, it's inconvenient to come and go. I'll arrange for a carriage from the mansion and send a matron and a guard with you. Otherwise, I fear you might not come back alive. Which matron to send? Matron Zhang from my courtyard is perfect, strong and sharp-tongued, sure to silence that stepmother. But if we only help this once, what if the stepmother pulls more tricks later? Seeing that the miss and madam had insisted, and even arranged a carriage, Donger knew she couldn't refuse their kindness, and said, "Thank you, madam and fifth miss." Jiang Yunqi hadn't expected her mother to solve her worry. Mother sent a feisty matron. I've heard from Donger that her stepmother is a formidable bully. Zhang sure nodded. Don't worry, they'll send someone sharp. Jiang Yunqi then instructed Donger, no matter what happens at home, remember you are my maid. He'll back you up and no one else can bully you. Having said that, and with her mother's people to protect her, this girl shouldn't end up forced into marrying that abusive man and dying soon as the system had predicted. Zhang Shi also reminded Donger, the miss is right, madam and fifth miss will always have your back. This girl had a flexible contract with the mansion, not a permanent one. If it were permanent, her stepmother couldn't interfere in her marriage. After tomorrow's ordeal, she hoped Donger would see her stepmother and father for who they truly were. If she was willing to sign a permanent contract, Zhang Shi planned to do it privately, bypassing the mansion, and entrust the deed to her daughter. After the betrayal of that other maid, Zhang Shi felt it safer for her daughter's attendants to be personally loyal rather than bound to the mansion. With the deed in her daughter's hands, their lives and deaths were under her control. Even if someone tried to bribe them into betrayal, they would think twice. Though the other maids didn't understand why the miss suddenly wanted Donger to go home, the madam and miss careful instructions hinted at something unusual. The slight resentment in their hearts began to dissipate. Zhang Shi, no fool, knew that such favoritism might breed discontent. So she quickly added, Sushin, and the rest of you too. You've all worked day and night during Sienna's illness. Once she recovers fully, you'll take turns resting 1 day each. For those born into the mansion, no carriage is needed. They'll give you bonuses instead. For those not ill, arrange a carriage and guards to take you home. Hearing that they too would receive such treatment, their dissatisfaction vanished. One by one they rose to thank the madam and miss. Jiang Yunqi felt annoyed at herself for forgetting to treat everyone equally. Unequal treatment breeds discontent. Thankfully her mother smoothed things over. But this would cost her mother dearly. Thinking of her meager savings, Jiang Yunqi realized she needed to find a way to make money. Her mother was a concubine who had entered the household under difficult circumstances, she likely didn't have much silver. That left her cheap father as the source. Speaking of which, where was her father? Why hadn't he come to see her? She had nearly died, and he hadn't even visited. Even the madam, her grandfather and grandmother, had sent people to check on her, and gifted her many presents. Though they were all medicinal herbs, they were good ones, but not money. She was desperately short of cash. Why hadn't her father shown up? Did he care so little for her? Jiang Yunqi frowned, worrying again about her future. As an ignored concubine's daughter, her prospects looked bleak. She wanted to take it easy, but with this treatment, how could she? System, does my father really dislike me that much? I've been awake for 3 days, and he hasn't visited. This wasn't a minor illness. I escaped death, and he still doesn't come. Is he so indifferent? Can I switch fathers? And my brother, my own brother, he hasn't come either. The other half-brothers and sisters not visiting is one thing, but why hasn't he? Can I get rid of this brother? He says he dotes on me, but it's all lies. System, am a pitiful soul with no father's love and no mother's. No scratch that my mother loves me. But father doesn't care and brother doesn't love me. How did Jiang Yunqi end up so miserable? Zhang Shi rubbed her forehead, exasperated. She was about to explain, but stopped herself. If she explained right after her daughter's inner question shed reveal, she could hear her thoughts. Though her daughter's inner voice was sometimes infuriating, it was also entertaining. In the past few days, she had learned a lot about the maids and matrons through it. Who was a spy, who was loyal. It was all crystal clear. There was no better tool. Just as Zhang Shi was trying to think of an excuse to explain why the heir and her son hadn't visited, shouts erupted from the courtyard. Young master, how did you fall? Jiang Yunjing, at the tender age of 12, was currently pursuing his studies at the Qinglan Academy. Although the Qinglan Academy had briefly changed hands in terms of its headmaster not long after the previous succession struggle, concluded the heir of the Marquis of Pingyang, along with other officials who were alumni of the academy, helped the headmaster clear his name. Consequently, the academy soon returned to the control of the Zheng family. Since the young master of the Zheng family was still young and determined to enter officialdom, he was not suited to take over as the head of Qinglan Academy. Thus he took the lead in selecting a person from a branch of the Zheng family, one of outstanding character and reputation who aspired to educate and nurture talent, to assume the role of headmaster. In this dynasty, to enter the civil service aside from the Yinbu and Indian patronage systems, one could only advance step by step through the proper examinations. Through the Yinbu and Indian systems, children of noble families were entitled to 1 or 2 slots per household to study at the Imperial Academy, directly participating in the Metropolitan Examination. Spring court exam held in the capital the spring following the autumn exam, bypassing the child examination county or prefectural exams held annually by magistrates passing, which made one a child student, the Academy Examination provincial level exam, held by the Education Commissioner every 3 years passing, which made one a scholar, and the provincial examination autumn exam held every 3 years passing, which made one a provincial graduate. Jiang Yunjing, being the fifth among the grandchildren of the Marquis of Pingyang and the third son of the heir, had no slot for patronage left, and thus had to advance step by step through the examinations. Fortunately, the Zheng family owned the Qinglan Academy, and as their grandson, he didn't need to seek admission elsewhere. The academy followed a 10-day break system, 10 days of study followed by 1 day of rest. Today was the 10th day. He had just finished the day's lessons, brought home his bedding and luggage for washing, and upon returning to his courtyard received a piece of bad news. His third sister, his full-blooded sister Jiang Yunxi, had fallen into a lake, been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights, and had only woken up the day before yesterday. Jiang Yunjing was immediately alarmed. His sister had been unconscious for days. His mother must have been frantic with worry. Why hadn't anyone come to the academy to inform him? Dropping his belongings, not even pausing to change his clothes, he rushed to the rear courtyard. As soon as he entered his sister's yard, he heard someone clamoring about a lack of fatherly love and brotherly affection. She was so ill, yet no one came to see her. Though the voice didn't sound like his sister's, it was clearly referring to someone named Jiang Yunxi. Who was Jiang Yunxi, if not his own sister? His sister was even yelling that she wanted to change her father and didn't want him as a brother. How could Jiang Yunjing bear this? Startled, he failed to watch his step, tripped over his own feet, and fell flat on his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi was complaining to his sister. The system said, I've been sick for so long. Unconscious for days, awake for days. That adds up to 6 or 7 days, and neither my father nor my brother has shown up. It's clear they don't care about me. Jiang Yunjing stood up with the help of his page boy, letting the boy brush the dust off his clothes. Yanqing, did you hear any sound? Yanqing replied, young master, I definitely heard it. You fell so heavily the thud was loud. Thump. So loud that I'm not deaf. How could I not hear it? I not only heard the thump, but I also heard your ouch of pain. Jiang Yunjing had no mind for banter with the page boy. I'm not talking about that. I mean, did you hear little sister's voice? The fifth miss voice. Yanqing looked around. The fifth miss isn't here. How could I hear her voice? Jiang Yunxi thought, they don't care about me, so I won't care about them. I don't want them anymore. System, do you think that's okay? Listen, she's speaking again. Yanqing, can't you hear it? Yanqing peered around again. Young master, you must be hearing things. The fifth miss isn't here. Besides, no one was speaking just now. Just then Jiang Yunxi fell silent. Jiang Yunjing grew uncertain. Perhaps I misheard. The servant girl Shuin was waiting in the outer room, and Jiang Yunjing went straight to Jiang Yunxi's bedchamber. As siblings and hearing many people inside, he dispensed with formalities. As soon as he entered, the maids and matrons inside quickly bowed and greeted him, fifth young master. Seeing Lady Zheng, he bowed hastily, greetings mother. At that moment the voice he had heard earlier sounded again. Oh, speak of the devil. So this is my dear brother. The dear brother who didn't show his face even when his sister was so ill and unconscious for days. The tone was drawn out, dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Yunjing jerked his head up, looking at his sister, sitting propped up on the bed. She sat there smiling in his direction, her lips not moving at all, yet the voice in his mind continued. He's the fifth young master and the fifth miss. We siblings are a pair of 205s. The system replied, host, there's no need to be so hard on yourself. Just because you're ranked fifth doesn't mean you have to call yourself a fool. Oh, and there's another coincidence I should remind you of. Among the grandchildren of the Marquis of Pingyang's mansion, you siblings are both ranked fifth. Among your father's children, you both happen to be ranked third, a pair of 3s. Jiang Yunxi thought a pair of 3s is fine as long as it's not a pair of 2s or a 4. Jiang Yunsheng's eyes widened, and he pointed at Jiang Yunxi on the bed, opening his mouth. Jiang Yunxi only saw his lips moving continuously, but not a single sound came out. Unable to hear his own voice, Jiang Yunjing grew even more frantic as he tried to loudly question Jiang Yunxi, speaking with more force, but still no sound emerged. Seeing this, Lady Zheng knew that her son, like herself, must have heard her daughter's thoughts. But the child was still young, inexperienced, and overly alarmed. Worried he might hurt himself, she immediately stood up, pulled him close, turned his head toward her, and gave him a warning look and a shake of her head. She said aloud, Zhenger is back. It's all mother's fault. With your sister's illness, I forgot today was your break day. Your sister was sick and I worried it would affect your studies, so I didn't send word to you. Don't blame mother. Then Lady Zheng turned to Jiang Yunxi. Sierra, it was my fault for not notifying your brother. Don't blame him. At first your illness was too critical, and I was too distraught to remember to call him back. Later when you woke and improved, I thought he would be on break in a few days, so I decided to let him see you when he returned. Next month your brother will take the academy examination to become a scholar. I was afraid knowing you were ill would distract him from his studies, so I deliberately kept it from him. Jiang Yunxi felt a pang of sadness nonetheless. After all, the original owner had passed away, and her brother never even saw her one last time. But could she blame Lady Zheng? It seemed difficult to hold it against her, as she didn't know. However, Jiang Yunxi was certain that in Lady Zheng's heart her son was still more important than her daughter. Was she sad? Not really, as she was not the original owner. Even 10 fingers are of different lengths. It's perfectly normal to favor one child over another. Even with her own biological parents, who had 2 daughters and always claimed to treat them equally, they were still a bit partial to the elder sister. Jiang Yunxi was used to it. Though she comforted herself, she still felt a little off. Sensing her low spirits, the system, unsure of the cause, tried to distract her. Host, would you like some gossip about your brother? Jiang Yunjing thought, where has my voice gone? Upon hearing the gossip about her own brother Jiang Yunxi, filled with resentment, did not hesitate at all. Eat, why not eat? This is a chance to earn gossip points. After her relentless efforts these past few days, she had consumed all the gossip from her courtyard along with the maid and nurse sent by her mother, yet her gossip points were still less than 2,000. She was still far from the crucial 4,500 points. For now, there was no gossip left in the courtyard, she had to wait until she recovered from her illness to develop it further. Now that her brother was delivering points right to her door, she couldn't let this opportunity slip. Jiang Yunjing, what gossip are you bringing? Who is my sister talking to? Talking to a ghost. Jiang Yunsheng's face turned pale as he pointed at Jiang Yunxi, looking at Zheng, his mouth moving incessantly, but no sound came out. Seeing this, Zheng realized that it wouldn't do if she didn't clarify the situation with this foolish son. He might frighten himself and cause problems. Looking at her son covered in dust, she found an excuse and said, "You child, did you rush over without changing your clothes after hearing your sister was sick? Your sister is quite ill and weak. How will she cope with your dusty appearance worsening her condition? Quickly go with your mother to get clean clothes from your courtyard change, and then you can talk to your sister. Shushin, the bird's nest porridge I made for the young lady should be ready. Bring it over for her to drink. Also let her have some easily digestible snacks. Her diet has been bland these past few days as she can't go hungry." Shushin promptly replied, "Yes, madam." After giving her instructions, Zheng hastily pulled Jiang Yunjing out. Jiang Yunjing was reluctant to leave. He still didn't quite understand what was going on. However, worried that he might hurt Zheng by struggling too hard, he could only anxiously look at Jiang Yunxi as he was unwillingly taken away. Zheng did not stop as she dragged him directly to Jiang Yunxi's study. Mother, don't pull me," Jiang Yunjing said, trying to break free from Zheng's grasp. "Little sister, shut up," Zheng snapped, turning her head to scold him. "Just come with me obediently." Jiang Yunjing was startled by the expression on Zheng's face and momentarily forgot to argue. Seeing that his maid nurse and Jiang Yunsheng's attendant Yanking seemed ready to follow, Zheng quickly spoke up. "You all stay back. I need to have a private conversation with the..." The servants, upon hearing this, quickly halted. After pulling her son into the study, Zheng shut the door. "Mother, little sister." Jiang Yunjing opened his mouth to speak, but although he could hear her, the words just wouldn't. Seeing him still struggling to speak, Zheng hurriedly said, "Don't say anything, I can hear it too. Right now only we can hear. The other maids, nurses, and servants, they can hear but cannot speak. Wanting to speak is like you mouth able to move, but no sound comes out." Jiang Yunjing asked, "Mother, how about we go to the temple or shrine and invite a monk or Taoist priest to check on little sister?" Zheng shot him a look. "Don't worry, your sister is not possessed by a ghost. The one speaking with your sister is not a ghost and has no intention of harming her. Fortunately, I can hear. Otherwise, your sister would have been harmed." Zheng briefly explained how her daughter accidentally uncovered the affair between Nurse Kong and Steward Ma, which made them worry about being exposed and led to the plot against. She even mentioned Jiang Yunshu bribing maids to harm her daughter as well as other maids in the courtyard. However, she did not mention her own matters. Firstly, she still didn't know who the mastermind was, and secondly, she was concerned that her son would be distracted by this knowledge and unable to concentrate on his studies. Jiang Yunjing was in shock. "So the things that system told little sister are true?" Zheng nodded. "Yes, absolutely true. So from now on, no matter what you hear, do not be surprised." Jiang Yunjing nodded, his face serious. "I understand, mother. What about Nurse Kong and Steward Ma? How did father deal with them?" "They were arrested and sent to the authorities awaiting their punishment. Your father used your grandfather's name to ensure they would face severe consequences. They probably won't survive. As for their families, since they were born in the estate, their properties were confiscated and sold off." At this moment, Jiang Yunjing looked fearful. Fortunately, you could hear mother, otherwise little sister would be in danger. The one who put her life at risk could still be free. Zheng also looked relieved indeed. "So from now on, no matter what you hear your little sister say, you must believe it." Recalling the system's previous statement about gossip concerning her son, Zheng became anxious. "Oh no, we have delayed too long here. I don't know if your sister has started to gather your... I must hurry to listen. Oh, what if being too far away means I miss it? That would be terrible." Although she had heard a lot from her mother, Jiang Yunjing still wanted to experience the wonders of the system his sister mentioned. "Mother, I will go with you." Zheng glanced at him. "You haven't changed your clothes yet. I just made an excuse to get you out. If you go in wearing the same clothes, it will give you away. Also, you are too careless. Your expressions are not well managed. If you hear the gossip about yourself, it will be problematic if it shows on your face." Jiang Yunjing looked at his clothes. Having been outside all day and having fallen earlier, he indeed looked rather unclean. He was worried about revealing himself. After some thought, he said, "Then I want enter little sister's bedroom. I'll sit outside and listen. I could hear from the courtyard, so I can definitely hear from outside." This way he wouldn't worry about his expressions giving anything away, allowing his sister to notice. Zheng nodded. "All right, let's hurry and go." Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi, served by her maid, drank a bowl of bird's nest porridge and ate a few pieces of snacks. Feeling satisfied, sought out the system for gossip. "System, what gossip does my brother have?" Hurry up and tell me. System host, congratulations, you will soon have a little sister-in-law. Jiang Yunx's face was in shock. What the hell, system, are you joking? Just that little brat, 12 years old, in virtual age 11 in reality, hasn't even graduated elementary school in modern times. Him marrying a wife. Is he even a man? Does he have that capability? Just as Jiang Yunzheng was following Zheng, he nearly stumbled again. It was Zheng who reached out to pull him back, helping him regain his balance. Zheng looked at him with disdain. This child just didn't train enough. Unlike her, after these days of training, she could manage to remain unperturbed regardless of what she heard. Mother, what is little sister saying? I'm just a little brat, as she's even younger than me. What does that make her? Just a small brat, still a tiny brat. What does she mean by am I a man? Does he even have that capability? Why am I not a man? Why don't I have that capability? Jiang Yunsheng's face turned red, even his neck thickened, and his voice became rough. Seeing her son's indignant expression, Zheng hastily covered his mouth and lowered her voice. Keep your voice down, don't let your sister hear. Only when Jiang Yunzheng nodded to indicate he understood did Zheng release him. Jiang Yunzheng lowered his volume slightly. Also, what do modern and elementary school mean? You're asking me. If you want to know, ask your sister. Zheng shot him a glare. Your sister often blurts out strange words. It must be from that system. Over time you'll get used to it. Don't make a fuss like you've never seen the world. Jiang, who had never seen the world, thought, Mother, are you being polite? Zheng rubbed her forehead. And have you got your priorities straight? Shouldn't the focus be on who is finding you a wife? Is it your father, the heir's wife, or the marquis and his wife? Jiang Yunzheng wore an expression of, you're asking me, but who do I ask? I'm hardly ever home. You who stays home all day don't know, and you're asking me who's never. Seeing her son's expression, Zheng averted her gaze. Fine, I knew you were useless. Jiang deemed useless. Thought system, are you kidding me? Making a 12-year-old boy marry. Are you sure you're not trying to ruin him? Aren't we told that every drop of essence is worth 10 drops of blood? If he indulges in carnal pleasures so young, won't it harm him for life? He'll suffer from kidney deficiency and a shortened lifespan. Jiang Yunzheng looked terrified and sought confirmation from Zheng. Mother, is that true? Zheng replied. Why else would I repeatedly warn you not to fool around with him? Then why didn't you tell me, but instead taught? Seeing his mother's ominous gaze, Jiang the coward dared not continue, but inwardly grumbled, the one who should be taught isn't, and the one who shouldn't is taught too much. Zheng gritted her teeth. Your sister wasn't taught by me. Zheng's gaze toward the bedroom turned hostile, as if piercing through the walls, and her daughter's body to glare at the system. System, what have you been teaching my daughter? She knows even more than I, her mother, about these matters. But, system, you've taught well. Keep teaching her more so she won't harm her future children. Zheng began to harbor suspicions. Her son excelled in his studies. He was the most scholarly among the grandchildren in the household. Could it be the heir's wife? Although she appears kind to the concubine-born son, she surely wants the marquis to fall into her own son's hands. She certainly wouldn't want the concubine-born son to be too outstanding and overshadow her own. But she values her reputation and can't directly act against him, so she must find other ways to ruin him. The heir's wife comes from a prestigious family, as she must know the dangers of early indulgence in sensual pleasures. After all, the eldest son didn't have any chambermaids until he was 16 or 17, and only began selecting a wife at 17 or 18. Now at nearly 20, they're just arranging the wedding date. Why the rush for the concubine-born son? As his legal mother, she oversees his marriage. If she suggests to the heir that she's arranging an early betrothal and marriage for the son, it would make her appear virtuous and caring toward the concubine-born child. But does the heir know? Even if he doesn't, the matriarch should be aware. Yet if the heir's wife uses the excuse that her health is failing, and she might not live long wishing to see her son settled, even the matriarch might find it hard to object. Which idiot is trying to find a wife for my cheap brother at a time like this? Jiang Yunzheng thought of Zheng and frowned. Could it be my mother? They say in ancient times people married and had children young to continue the family line. But 12 years old is too early. Surely my mother knows the harm of early. For a man, probably not. After all, they haven't studied biology these days. Recalling Zheng's earlier explanation, Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Don't want to disturb his studies, won't even tell him when I'm sick, yet she thinks of finding him a wife won't distract him. In the end, a daughter-in-law is family, but a daughter will marry out. A married daughter is like spilled water, an outsider, right? So outsiders can't distract him, but insiders can. She's mastered double standards. Jiang Yunzheng looked at Zheng suspiciously. Zheng hastily shook her head. It wasn't me, I didn't. Your sister is wronging me. Host, who said someone is finding your brother a wife? Jiang Yunxi, didn't you say so? Just now you congratulated me saying I'd soon have a little sister-in-law. Host, listen carefully. I said little sister-in-law, not sister-in-law. Is little sister-in-law the same as sister-in-law? Jiang Yunxi was baffled. Zheng and Jiang Yunzheng were also baffled. Little sister-in-law and sister-in-law, aren't they the same? Seeing the host's confusion, the system was speechless. This host is hard to guide. Haven't you watched many TV dramas? You can't even figure this out. I learned it from your memories myself. I understand it, but you. It's like the difference between Olinara the Sour and Consort Hua, get it? With the system's reminder, Jiang Yunxi understood. When did the system learn this? It must have surfed the internet a lot, even knowing the sour. So that's it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zheng and Jiang Yunzheng looked at each other. Mother, do you understand? Jiang Yunzheng whispered. Zheng shook her head. I don't. Then how did little sister understand? Why don't you go ask your little sister? System, stop being mysterious. Which genius wants to find a concubine for my elementary, school-aged brother? Or maybe not a concubine. At his age it should be someone to teach him about matters, or a chamber made a warming bed made. Never mind, that's not important. What matters is which genius is doing this. Tell me quickly, I need to send them a pennant and a thank you letter for their tireless efforts in ruining people. My 4-meter-long blade can barely be restrained. Isn't this destroying the young saplings of our nation? Mother, I know what a thank you letter is, but what's a pennant? Jiang Yunjing, a good boy who asks when he doesn't understand, inquired. Zheng looked at him. Don't keep asking me. You're the one studying in the academy, a proper scholar. Shouldn't you know more than I do? Jiang Yunzheng looked embarrassed. The master never taught that. Zheng sighed helplessly and reiterated. When you hear new words from your sister, don't ask around. Others won't know either. They're all taught by that system, only the system knows. Good Zheng had already found the source of her daughter's strange vocabulary. Jiang Yunzheng chuckled. I understand, mother. I won't ask anymore. He resolved to jot down these new words later, and find an opportunity to coax his sister into These words seemed quite interesting. If he knew their meanings, he could use them to baffle his classmates. Little did Jiang Yunjing know that this unintentional act would greatly aid his sister. Hearing his sister say she would take a blade to find the one who procured a concubine for him, Jiang Yunjing felt a warmth in his heart. Mother, my sister is truly good to me, willing to draw a blade for my sake. But 40 meters, though I know not how long a meter is, the number 40 is no small one. Such a long blade my sister could not lift it. Zheng Shi, already caught in a web of conspiracy theories, was not as lighthearted as her son. She replied perfunctorily, knowing your sister is good to you is enough. You must protect her in the future. Though you have many sisters, full sisters and cousins, you only have one born of the same womb. You must know who is close and who is not, and distinguish between insider and outsider. Rest assured, mother, I am not foolish. Zheng Shi pricked up her ears, listening intently, lest she miss a single word from her daughter. She was determined to see if it was the If so, she would not hesitate to disregard her own dignity and expose the matter directly to the heir and the marquis. With her sons and grandsons' lives at stake, she would see how they could shield her then. If her low profile and yielding resulted in them targeting her children, she would yield no more. Her natal family situation was no longer what it had been in the past, and her children were grown. If she continued to yield blindly. Host, it's not someone procuring a concubine for your brother, it's someone offering herself to him. Zheng Shi, who had been ready to rise up, deflated like a punctured leather ball. So it wasn't the heir's wife after all. She had thought the heir's wife wouldn't be so foolish, even if she used her own poor health as an excuse, fearing she wouldn't live to see her son married and holding a grandchild. But if the heir or the marquis asked a single question, wouldn't the whole thing fall apart? However, anger soon surged within Zheng Shi. Someone was offering herself. She glared angrily at her son beside her, lowering her voice. Is there a restless maidservant in your courtyard? Jiang Yunzheng looked utterly bewildered. I don't know. I'm home only 3 days a month. Zheng Shi frowned. The system has never been wrong all these days. It must be a maidservant in your room who is restless. The system continued its revelation. Your brother's courtyard has a maidservant named Fanghua. She's 17 or 18, of an age to be matched. Her family is trying to arrange a match for her, but she is unwilling to marry a household servant or an older steward. She envies the concubines in the mansion, living well adorned in gold and silver with servants at their beck and call. Isn't that better than being a maidservant? Jiang Yunxi's tone was sharp. If she wants to be a concubine, no one is stopping her. Why must she ruin my brother? She's old enough to be matched, but my brother is still young. My brother is barely 12 by nominal age. He might not even be fully developed, and she wants to ravage him. Isn't this a case of an old cow eating tender grass? Realizing her mistake, Jiang Yunxi stopped. If a nominal 17 or 18-year-old was an old cow, then what was she with a soul of 23? An even older cow. That would be cursing herself too. Anyway, my brother is still young, at an age for hard work and diligent study. She cannot be allowed to harm him. Actually, your brother wasn't her first choice. She had her eyes on your eldest brother first. Seeing the host's confusion, the system knew she hadn't yet adapted to this ancient world's hierarchy of legitimate and illegitimate children. To her brothers and sisters not of the same mother were still outsiders. That is your father's son by the legal wife, the legitimate eldest son. But your eldest brother is a hot commodity. Since his marriage is imminent, your legal mother is strictly guarding against him producing a bastard son, which would embarrass the in-laws and the future bride. And the maidservants in your eldest brother's courtyard have formed a defensive alliance, preventing maids from other courtyards from getting close to him. Jiang Yunxi understood. The maidservants in my eldest brother's courtyard probably want to take advantage of their proximity. They dare not act now, fearing the legal mother's wrath, which would cost more than it gains. They plan to wait until the future sister-in-law is married in before making their move to secure the eldest brother and become concubines. That's right. Since they can't act on your eldest brother, and she scorns the young masters of the other two branches that leaves only your second brother and your brother. Your fourth brother is 6 this year. Even Fanghua, desperate as she is, wouldn't set her sights on him. Then why doesn't she go after my second brother? Why target mine? My second brother is older, wouldn't he be more suitable? Because your third brother is studious, he's the most scholarly young master in the mansion. Your second brother is neither good at letters nor martial arts, and his concubine mother is out of favor. It's clear he has no future. Fanghua isn't stupid. Jiang Yunxi sneered, so I suppose I should thank her for her sharp eyesight in valuing my third brother so highly. So what about my brother? Did he give her special attention, leading her to entertain such thoughts? Hearing this, Zheng Shi cast a suspicious glance at her son. Indeed, it takes two to tango. If her son hadn't given Fanghua such a false impression, she wouldn't have. Jiang Yunzheng stepped back 2 paces, shaking his head in terror, his mind frantically, trying to recall who Fanghua was, what she looked like, and which maidservant she was. Sister, don't set me up. Look at mother's gaze. It's as if she wants to devour me. Mother is so nagging, if she misunderstands she'll drone on for an hour or two. Your brother is still young, his mind set solely on his studies. He has no such intentions. These past months, whenever your brother came home, Fanghua would hover around him, but all her flirtatious glances were wasted on a blind man. Your brother even found her disturbing his revision and told her to keep her distance. Reminded by the system, Jiang Yunjing finally understood who this Fanghua they'd been. It was that maidservant with a pale face drenched in some unknown powder perfume, whose mere proximity made him sneeze incessantly. Jiang Yunxi was relieved to hear this. So it was a case of unrequited love from Fanghua. She even found the humor to tease her brother. Oh my brother is so dense. How can he be so oblivious to romance? That young lady has feelings for him, and he doesn't know how to cherish it. Jiang Yunjing with a face full of confusion. Sister, just a moment ago, you didn't seem to think so. It seemed like if I had taken an interest in that Fanghua, you were ready to come after me. How did you change your tune so fast? Zheng Shi, who had been glaring at Jiang Yunjing, was now sad. Being dense was good. She patted her son's shoulder. Well done. Keep it up. Jiang Yunjing beamed with joy. Excellent, it seemed he wouldn't be lectured by his mother. Jiang Yunxi system, how does this Fanghua plan to offer herself? Her parents are pressuring her to go for matchmaking, and she's made excuses for months. She can't delay, but your brother is so oblivious, so she's decided to change her strategy, to force the issue. Knowing your brother was coming home today, she plans to drug him tonight, and make the right. She's already bribed a few people in your brother's courtyard, and prepared an aphrodisiac, which she carries on her. Host, congratulations. After tonight you might have a young, and who knows, if your brother is potent, he might hit the mark, and give you a little nephew or niece, or even both. Your mother will soon be enjoying the pleasure of holding a grandchild. Jiang Yunxi's face filled with horror. Becoming a father at 12, how utterly depraved. When Zheng learned that Fanghua intended to administer an aphrodisiac to her son, she was nearly bursting with rage. Such a young child subjected to an aphrodisiac, the consequences. Fanghua was not seeking to offer herself as a concubine to her son, as she sought to destroy. By the way, host, the aphrodisiac Fanghua procured was for veterinary use. When she bought it, she dared not let anyone know, claiming it was for breeding pigs. The seller prepared the dosage for an adult pig. If that dose were used on your brother, well, you understand. Moreover, to be safe, Fanghua bought a double portion, saying she feared it might not work the first time. If she used it all, your brother would be hard-pressed to survive. Zheng's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yunjing had not anticipated the severity of the drug. Though he fared slightly better than Zheng, and did not fall, he trembled, all over, cold sweat streaming down. Looking at his mother on the ground, he stammered, "Mother, I'm afraid." Jiang Yunxi cursed without pause for over 10 minutes. Listening to her daughter's furious tirade, though vulgar under normal circumstances, Zheng would have felt compelled to teach her that a young lady should not behave thus. But at this moment Zheng felt her daughter's curses were justified, apt, and far too lenient. The outburst actually soothed some of Zheng's anger, and restored a measure of her. She struggled to rise, and Jiang Yunzheng quickly moved to support her. Though he found it unseemly, he had inwardly joined his sister in cursing, which alleviated his. Zheng, don't be afraid. Since we already know, we naturally won't let Fanghua's scheme succeed. Meanwhile, after Jiang Yunxi had vented, the system continued its revelation. Host, without us, after Bleep died not long after the funeral, Fanghua would have made her move against your brother. Your brother would have perished directly, and your mother, already in poor health, losing both children in succession, could not bear the blow, and also, Jiang Yunxi thought, so the whole family would be wiped out. Not only that, your maternal grandmother, upon hearing the tragic news, would soon follow. That was the original fate of this family. Zheng, who had just stood up with her son's help, collapsed again upon hearing the system's words. This time Jiang Yunzheng was not spared, and slumped to the ground with her. Jiang Yunxi thought, this family has suffered far too much. The system sighed indeed. Though I do not comprehend human emotions, even I find this tragic. Tragedy in capital letters. So host, you need not feel that you are bleeping. Without you, their entire family would have been annihilated. Rest assured, in accepting their kindness, you owe no one an apology. It's not just your family. The Pingyang Marquis mansion also faced annihilation. But that is not something you should know as it pertains to the mission. Otherwise, why do you think you were chosen to transmigrate into this particular family? The main system said hosts can be changed, but the time-space cannot, and my overarching mission objectives cannot be altered. Jiang Yunzheng leaned close to Zheng's ear. Mother, it's truly thanks to that thing called the system. Zheng nodded. After hesitating, she asked Mother, what is that bleeping sound? Why isn't it explained clearly? Mother doesn't know either. Sometimes it's just bleeping, perhaps things not meant for us to know. But if we're not meant to know, so be it. Everyone has their privacy. Jiang Yunxi thought, since we know Fanghua harbors ill intentions that would lead to such dire consequences, we naturally cannot let her succeed. It's a pity I can't tell them directly. It would be hard to explain how I know these things while convalescing in my room. Jiang Yunzheng looked at Zheng. So sister doesn't know we. Zheng shook her head. She doesn't, and we can't let her know. You experienced it earlier. The moment you mention it, words fail you. Host, how do you plan to save your brother? Jiang Yunxi frowned, looking troubled. If I can't speak openly, I'll have to use other means. She thought for a moment. Maybe I can find a way to keep my brother from returning to his courtyard tonight. It's only for 2 nights. But what method could she use? I'll just be unreasonable. They'll say that even though I'm this ill, my brother hasn't come home to see me, clearly not caring about his sister. He'll make a scene with my brother and mother, insisting he keep vigil in my room, sleeping in the outer chamber, and serve me tea and water as punishment. During the day, I won't let him return to his courtyard, either he'll attend to me here. I refuse to believe Fanghua would dare come to my courtyard to drug him. The system said that could work. But will your mother agree? If she doesn't, ill throw a tantrum, refuse medicine, refuse food, go on a hunger strike. If I go on a hunger strike, won't the 2 of them agree? The system suggested, why not try it now? They'll speak up after they finish changing clothes and return. Zheng and Jiang Yunzheng exchanged glances. Mother, don't let little sister make a scene. He'll sleep in her courtyard tonight and tomorrow and not go back to mine. I won't return during the day either. I'm afraid. Though they were siblings, a brother spending the night in his sister's courtyard might invite gossip. So Zheng said, Mother will stay with you. I'll say that since your sister narrowly escaped death, the 3 of us will have a heart-o-heart talk by candlelight and all rest in her courtyard. So we just let Fanghua off. Without your intervention, she would have directly or indirectly caused several deaths. Jiang Yunxi gritted her teeth. For now, without a pretext, well, let her be. Once in a while, I'll go to my brother's courtyard and find an excuse to deal with her. Even if I have to frame her. Not just Fanghua. The other maids in my brother's courtyard can't stay either in case someone else gets ideas. I need to tell Mother to dismiss them all. After all, my brother is only home 3 days a month. He doesn't need so many attendants. Keep elderly maids, matrons, and male servants. The system reminded, without maids, who will make your brother's clothes? Aren't there embroideresses in the mansion? Besides, there are maids in Mother's courtyard and mine. Matrons can sew too. We absolutely cannot leave any hidden dangers. Zheng nodded continuously, finding her daughter's idea sound. Indeed, no maid should remain in her son's courtyard lest there be another Fanghua. As for Fanghua, there was no need for her daughter to handle it. Framing her would tarnish her reputation. Wasn't the drug said to be on her person? She would lead people to her son's courtyard for a search. One find would be enough. Using this as a pretext to deal with her, even her family couldn't argue. And using the same excuse to purge the maids from her son's courtyard would leave no room for criticism. Zheng quickly whispered to her son. Mother, I'll follow your instructions. Handle it as you see fit. I won't return to my courtyard for these 2 days. Ding. Host successfully ate your brother's gossip. Gossip points 400. Current gossip points 2,100. Jiang Yunxi exclaimed, wow, 400 points. This gossip was worth it. Her joy lasted barely 3 seconds before she sensed something amiss. Wait, system, I only got 300 points for gossiping about myself, 200 for my mother. Why 400 for my brother? Are you dog system favoring males over females and playing favorites? Jiang Yunxi was indignant. The system protested injustice. Host. I absolutely do not favor males over females. Then explain yourself. The system said, what if I say I don't know? Would you believe me? Jiang Yunxi retorted, do you think I would? The system's CPU spun wildly, nearly smoking. Host, could it be that because this gossip involves several lives, the reward is greater? Jiang Yunxi thought, perhaps, maybe, possibly. Neither the host nor the system knew that since this was a gossip system, the more people partaking in the gossip, the greater the reward. Previously, only Jiang Yunxi and Zheng were eating the gossip. Now with Jiang Yunzheng joining. Unfortunately, neither knew. When Zheng and Jiang Yunzheng returned to Jiang Yunxi's room, Jiang Yunxi began to act. Mother, although you said earlier that you didn't tell my brother about my illness so as not to disturb his studies. It sounds reasonable, but I still feel uneasy. I've been this ill, yet my brother hasn't come back to see me. He deserves to be punished. Zheng played along. How does Sierra want to punish him? Jiang Yunzheng said, I'll accept any punishment my sister deems fit. Jiang Yunxi thought something feels off. Aren't you supposed to argue? Sensing a trap, Jiang Yunxi cautiously spoke. I want my brother to wait on me for 2 days day and night, fetching tea and water, obeying my every command without question. Seeing no objections, she pushed further, and he's not allowed to return to his own courtyard. He'll rest here in my room with a makeshift bed in the outer chamber to keep vigil. Jiang Yunxi glanced at Zheng, and then at Jiang Yunzheng, ready to throw a tantrum if needed. But what happened next left her utterly stunned. Before she could finish, Zheng nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. I think your brother should take good care of you for 2 days, otherwise it would be too easy on him. Jiang Yunx's mouth fell open in shock. Isn't this going wrong? Shouldn't mother be? But to avoid gossip, he'll stay with your brother. Jiang Yunxi thought, shouldn't you feel sorry for your son serving your daughter? Shouldn't you object calling me unfilial and rebellious? Jiang Yunzheng said, then he'll be your male maid for 2 days atoning for my neglect. Jiang Yunxi thought, don't you even struggle? Doesn't this damage your manly pride? Before Jiang Yunxi could react, Zheng made the final decision. It's settled. Zheng, go pour tea for your sister now. Yes, mother. Jiang Yunzheng replied cheerfully, immediately going to pour tea. You two chat. I have matters to attend to in my courtyard. He'll return later. Jiang Yunxi, bewildered, took the tea from Jiang Yunzheng and mechanically drank it like a cow chewing peonies, tasting nothing. When she came to her senses, the cup was empty, and Jiang Yunzheng took it back. It was that easy. I just mentioned it. No need for a scene or a hunger strike. Shouldn't mother worry that having my brother serve me would disrupt his studies? System, don't you think this mother and son are acting strange? Jiang Yunjing, with his back to Jiang Yunxi, rolled his eyes. You're the strange one, and your whole family. He caught himself. No cursing. Her family includes me. Jiang Yunzheng decided to distract her from overthinking, lest she guess the truth. Little sister, since we have time, how about I tell you about the academy? Jiang Yunxi smacked her lips. That's not bad. But, system, does this count as gossip? Any reward? Host, you're dreaming. Only gossip obtained through this system yields rewards. For other gossip, ask someone else for a reward. Jiang Yunxi pouted. The system is so stingy. Alright, brother, tell me about what's happening at the academy. Make it funny. Jiang Yunzheng thought, you're demanding. He racked his brain for amusing academy tales, which was quite a challenge. Jiang Yunzheng was a model student, burying himself in books at the academy, indifferent to worldly affairs. Many knew he was the dean's relative and excelled in studies, so the instructors favored him with extra lessons and additional assignments. With such a heavy academic load, he had no time for gossip. Yet for Jiang Yunxi, confined to her sickbed without phones or internet, having someone to chat with, even if dull, was better than nothing. As Jiang Yunxi chatted, she communicated with the system. System, how's my brother's health? Is he as frail as mother and me? Jiang Yunzheng suddenly froze mid-sentence. It was only when Jiang Yunxi glanced at him oddly that he snapped out of it, and continued. Not exactly, but compared to modern peers, he's not healthy. With early mornings and late nights studying by lamplight, he's sleep-deprived, lacks exercise, and has poor nutrition, a sub-health state. But this is common among scholars of this era. Jiang Yunxi understood. She'd still have to be the generous one, and get him a body-strengthening pill. I have 2100 points now, enough to exchange for a body-strengthening pill for each of us 3. Should we do it now? System host, don't rush. Wait. Remember, someone is secretly poisoning your mother. We need to expose them first. Your mother's weakened body and toxins are key. Jiang Yunsheng's hand trembled, knocking over a teacup. He opened his mouth to ask, but found himself speechless. Fine, I know, I won't ask. Jiang Yunxi said, brother, why are you so careless like a child? Sushin, clean this up and bring the young master a new cup of tea. Brother, I asked you to take care of me, not to cause trouble. Jiang Yunzheng felt embarrassed. It seems mother hasn't told me everything. I can't ask my sister, I'll ask mother later. You and your mother can wait, your brother can use it first. But it's best to wait until we have enough gossip points to exchange for the poison immunity pill and take them together. Otherwise you'll waste the effort by getting poisoned again after recovery. Jiang Yunzheng thought, body strengthening pill, poison immunity pill. What are these? I need to ask mother later. They sound like good things. My sister is so kind, thinking of me and mother with good things. As her brother, I'm not as thoughtful. Wait, didn't I prepare a gift for her? Where is it? Right as soon as I got home, the nanny said my sister was seriously ill. I panicked and forgot everything, rushing straight to her. I didn't bring the gift, not even my homework. The instructors assigned plenty. I can't go back these 2 days, but I can have someone bring my homework and the gift. I also need a change of clothes. Thinking this, Jiang Yunzheng stood up and walked out, calling, Yanqing, Yanqing. The waiting page boy rushed over. Young master, you called. Go back and bring all my homework. I still need to finish the instructor's assignments. Also bring the gift for my sister and a change of clothes. Yes, young master. Hurry back. Understood, young master. Jiang Yunxi thought, my brother prepared a gift for me. Was it before he came home? System, certainly. Didn't you hear? He came straight to you as soon as he arrived. It wasn't, so he does have some thought for his sister. I wonder what the gift is. Could it be silver? Host, you only think of silver. You're obsessed with money. Jiang Yunxi, what can I do? I'm broke. I don't even have tips for the maids. Do I have to rely on mother? If I ever go out, I can't even afford snacks. I'm supposed to be a marquis daughter, yet I'm so short on cash. Hearing Jiang Yunxi's complaints, Jiang Yunzheng remarked, is my sister really that pitiful? She can't even afford snacks. Doesn't she receive a monthly allowance? Jiang Yunzheng was unaware that his sister's monthly allowance was merely 2 silvertael. Unlike him, while studying at the academy, the mansion granted him 10 silvertaels each month. This was just his pocket money. The academy fees and meal costs were provided separately. His father and mother also gave him extra subsidies every month. Moreover, due to his excellent academic performance, which brought honor to the mansion, the marquis and his wife occasionally bestowed rewards upon him. Jiang Yunzheng was in contrast, Jiang Yunxi only had 2 taels each month. Although she didn't need to pay her servants' wages, she had to spend her own money on tips and favors. Her meals were provided by the main kitchen with fixed daily portions. But if she wanted something better or tailored to her taste, she had to pay extra. Otherwise, the spoiled servants in the kitchen wouldn't take her a sickly concubine's daughter seriously. The original owner had been on medication for years, her appetite ruined by bitter herbal concoctions. She had to vary her meals to eat more, which cost even more silver. Over time, her finances became tight. This was only manageable thanks to Zhang's occasional subsidies. But the gift I prepared isn't silver. Who gives silver as a gift? That's so vulgar. If Jiang Yunxi knew her brother's thoughts, she would surely say, "My dear brother, I don't find silver vulgar at all. I love silver. Just shower me with silver, the more the better." Jiang Yunxi's system, quick tell me, is the gift my brother prepared for me made of silver. System host, it's better not to reveal the surprise early. Wait until you receive the gift and see for yourself. Revealing it early would ruin the anticipation and the Jiang Yunxi guessed from the system's reaction. She said somewhat dejectedly, "You won't tell me," which means the gift my brother prepared isn't silver, right? Though phrased as a question, her tone was certain. The system remained silent, but its silence spoke volumes. Jiang Yunxi said, "Even if it's not silver, I bought it with." At that moment, the system's thought process aligned with Jiang Yunsheng's. "Host, the gift your brother prepared for you, he saved from his own living expenses and bought at great cost." Jiang Yunzheng felt a bit embarrassed. Though he had scraped together the money, it wasn't exactly from his own meals. "I'm still a young master of the marquis mansion, I'm not that dead." System bought with silver, isn't that the same as silver? It's a token of his affection. Don't be ungrateful. Jiang Yunxi, am not being ungrateful. I didn't say I would. I'm just too short on cash. My eyes practically gleam with gold at the sight of money. Yesterday, you saw me sorting my little treasure trove. Apart from those hairpins, I only have a few dozen coins left. I have to save those for tipping the servants. Now that I'm ill, the madam has ordered the main kitchen to let me order whatever I want, charging it to the household account. Once I recover and lose that privilege, if I want to eat something to my taste, I'll have to pay. I might not even be able to afford a decent meal." Jiang Yunxi felt disheartened and no longer wanted to listen to Jiang Yunsheng's boring academy gossip. She simply lay down, turned her back to him, and said, "Brother, I'm tired and want to rest. Don't worry about me. Find a place to do your homework." Jiang Yunzheng wasn't angry with his sister. Instead, seeing her sulking in bed, he felt a pang of sympathy. My sister is so short of money. Recalling his own experiences in the mansion before going to the academy, he understood. It seemed the servants who kowtowed to the powerful had been squeezing his sister for all she was worth. But as a young concubine's son, he had no power to change this. "I need to tell mother to give my sister more silver each month. They'll also secretly give her some of my own each month." He remembered that some students at the academy paid others to do their homework. He had never taken such offers before because he wasn't short of money. But now it seemed like a viable option. It would allow him to review his lessons, earn money, and expand his network. A triple win. As for the student who wasted his studies, if he didn't hire him, he would find someone else. Thinking about how he had always told his father that his allowance was sufficient, Jiang Yunzheng now wanted to slap himself. Sufficient. If father kept his money, it would eventually benefit eldest brother, eldest sister, in the way mother and daughter. He and his sister wouldn't get a cent. Instead, he had been so foolish before. He should have followed second brother's example and found ways. He would have to think of more ways to get money from father from now on. And so he happily decided. If Zhang Fengtang knew what his eldest son was plotting, he would surely say, "Happy my foot. You may be happy, but I am not." While Jiang Yunxi sulked, wondering how to get money, and Jiang Yunzheng plotted ways to extract money from his father. Whether it was claiming a classmate's birthday, especially a noble son, to buy an expensive gift to strengthen ties, or using a teacher's birthday celebration, or his desire to buy a rare inkstone, as an excuse, Yanqing's voice came from outside. "Young master, I'm back. Young master, something has happened in our courtyard." His voice sounded quite urgent. Jiang Yunzheng was startled, and remembering his mother's instructions, quickly turned to look at his little sister. Seeing that she was still lying facing inward, her mind still complaining to the system about how to make money, even contemplating selling off belongings. She hadn't noticed the commotion at all. Jiang Yunzheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully his sister hadn't noticed. Worried that Yanqing might let something slip, he walked out, while raising his voice to warn, "I'm coming out now. Don't make a fuss. Miss is resting. Don't disturb her." Jiang Yunzheng quickly left the bedroom, and Yanqing was standing at the entrance of the outer room. Feeling the distance was still too risky, Jiang Yunzheng grabbed Yanqing and pulled him into his sister's study. After closing the door, he asked in a low voice what happened in the court. "Speak quietly." Yanqing said nervously, "The madam somehow brought people to our courtyard. She had Feng Hua tied up along with several others." Jiang Yunzheng knew that the others were likely the ones Feng Hua had bribed, as mentioned in his sister's thoughts. What a situation. My sister, a young lady of the marquis mansion, is worried about money, while Feng Hua has so much she can bribe people. Truly, as a well-established household servant with her parents serving the master, she lives a better life than the legitimate young masters and ladies of the mansion. Unaware of his master's extensive speculations, Yanqing continued quietly. According to the nanny, they found something terrible on Feng Hua. The madam was furious, had her tied up and gagged, and sent her and the others to the heir's wife for punishment. The other 3 maids in our courtyard were also taken away. Everyone is panicking and doesn't know what to do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunzheng felt relieved, realizing his mother must have found the aphrodisiac, leaving no chance for Feng Hua to deny it. If she hadn't found the drug, his mother wouldn't have simply sent her to the legitimate mother's quarters. Feng Hua's entire family served in the mansion, and her grandmother had even attended to the marquis, giving them deep roots. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached his courtyard. His mother had thought it through, thoroughly catching them red-handed and sending them to the legitimate mother for punishment, sparing them the trouble of making enemies. The other 3 maidservants would also be sent away on this pretext. If they bore any grudge, it would only be against Feng Hua for dragging them down, not against him. And seeing the bewildered look on Yanqing's face, Jiang Yunzheng frowned. Why the ghostly expression? Mother tied up Feng Hua and the others because they must have done something. Why are you afraid of their wrongdoing? You're with me at the academy every day, even if they're at fault, it won't implicate you. Yanqing realized that made sense. He spent every day with his young master at the academy and had little to do with those people anyway. They weren't close. In fact, those old demurs in the mansion had once bullied him, especially Feng Hua, who always tried to get close to the young master, often stealing his duties and even threatening him. Since they all served the same master, their punishment would only make him stand out. From now on, he would be the closest to the young master in the courtyard, with no fear of suddenly losing his position. With that thought, their misfortune actually worked to his advantage, and Yanqing's panic subsided. You're right, young master. He'll follow your lead. Whatever you say goes. Jiang Yunzheng had no time for his petty scheming and only asked, did you bring the gift? Yes, young master, Yanqing said, handing over a wooden box. Jiang Yunzheng took it, opened it, and saw a plain white jade piece talisman attached to a gold chain. This item was hard to find. Had visited several shops before securing it, and it wasn't cheap. But thinking of his sister's desperate need for money, even considering pawning her belongings, he worried she might squander his efforts. His sister was frail and had long wanted to get her a peace talisman to ensure a smooth and safe life. He remembered their eldest sister had one too. Jiang Yunzheng thought for a moment and asked Yanqing, how much silver do you have left? Yanqing quickly pulled out his pouch and checked. About a dozen taels. This money wasn't his, it belonged to the young master. Jiang Yunzheng took out his own pouch and saw a 50 tael banknote and over a dozen taels of loose silver. Let me 10 taels first, I'll repay you later. Without hesitation, Yanqing counted out 10 taels and handed them over. Jiang Yunzheng placed the 50 tael banknote and 20 taels of silver into the wooden box. Seeing this, Yanqing quickly warned, young master, are you giving all this silver to the young lady? You used your savings to buy the peace talisman, you don't have much left. Jiang Yunzheng didn't mind at all. Between us, we still have about a dozen taels, and I have some in my room. Even if not, I can ask father for more on some pretext. I have my plans, and don't worry about it. His main concern was that if he didn't solve his sister's money problems, she might pawn the peace talisman. Pawn shops were shady and always lowballed prices. Don't ask how he knew. Jiang Yunzheng turned to leave, but paused to remind, don't tell anyone about what happened in the courtyard. Prepare the inkstone outside. After I give my sister the gift, I'll do my homework. Jiang Yunqi stared wide-eyed at the 50 tael banknote and 20 taels of loose silver. System, are you reliable? Didn't you say my brother's gift wasn't silver? Then what's this? Ha ha ha, you tricked me on purpose to surprise me. 70 taels of silver. At my monthly allowance of 2 taels, it'd take me almost 3 years to save this much. Brother, you're my real brother. Anyone who says he's not my biological brother, I'll fight them. Jiang Yunsheng's lips curled upward. It seemed his gift had hit the mark with his sister. Adding the extra silver on the spur of the moment had been the right call. But sister, don't you know quality? That white jade piece talisman alone is worth more than 70 taels. Little did Jiang Yunzheng know that the soul in this body had been replaced. She was an ignorant bumpkin who couldn't tell jade from stone. All she recognized was silver. Jiang Yunqi was overjoyed, stars in her eyes as she stared at the banknote and silver. If not for her brother's presence and the other maids, she would have kissed the money, and she even wanted to bite the gold chain to test if it was real. Oh, the joy of a sudden fortune for the poor. System, you're such a dog. But I love this surprise. The system was speechless at its host. Binding with such an inexperienced one sometimes really embarrassed it. Host with so many eyes on you, don't bite the gold to test it. Also, that jade talisman is worth far more than 70 taels. The gift giver is still here, at least show some appreciation instead of being blinded by silver and ignoring him completely. Jiang Yunqi snapped back to reality. Right, the big spender, the golden patron was right in front of her. She needed to please him, so had keep dropping gold coins. Jiang Yunqi had no qualms about propriety between genders. She was used to clinging to her sister and crying for money, forming a conditioned reflex. She threw herself at Jiang Yunjing, grabbing his arm and shaking it vigorously. Brother, my dear brother, you're so good to me. I love you to death. I was just worrying about money, and you bring it to me. Jiang Yunsheng's face flushed bright red. His sister was so bold, even saying she loved him to death. She must be truly desperate for cash. He looked up at the bed canopy. The patterns up there are nice, so exquisite. You're my own sister. If I'm not good to you, who would I be good to? If you ever need money, just tell your brother, and he'll give it to you. Seeing Jiang Yunsheng's red face and embarrassment, Jiang Yunxi felt she had found a fairy of a brother. In modern times, a boy his age wouldn't have enough allowance for himself and would scheme to take his sister's money. But her brother gave her so much silver plus the even more valuable jade talisman and gold chain. She wouldn't mind having a dozen brothers like him. If Jiang Yunxi knew that Jiang Yunzheng had already decided to earn money by writing homework for classmates and milking their father for her, she'd be even happier. Brother, if you're good to me, you'll be good to you too. Wait until I save up some. He'll prepare a gift for you too. Jiang Yunzheng knew what she meant, but didn't press. Then he'll wait. His sister kept clinging to his arm and screaming like a groundhog in her mind, overwhelmed by this enthusiasm. He just wanted to escape. Sister, I still have homework to do, so I can't stay. He'll work on it in the outer room. Worried he'd fail to finish and be punished by the teacher. Jiang Yunxi let him go. Then go do. But even in the outer room, Jiang Yunzheng couldn't focus on his homework. How could he when his sister kept counting money in her mind and asking the system how much the peace talisman and gold chain were worth? Once she learned the prices, she screamed again. Jiang Yunzheng thought that if he wanted to please his sister in the future, he'd just give her banknotes and gold directly. After all, his sister didn't know quality. From now on, my brother is my most beloved brother. As for my father, who's that? I don't know him. He didn't even visit when his daughter was sick, leaving me to worry about money every day. A father like that I don't need. They say the eldest brother is like a father. From now on, my brother is my father. Upon hearing his younger sister declare she did not recognize their father, and that henceforth he himself would be her father, Jiang Yunjing, who had been diligently completing his assignments, jerked involuntarily. A blot of ink instantly marred the otherwise immaculate page. Staring at the conspicuous ink-stained, Jiang Yunzheng felt utterly desolate. Their tutor was notoriously meticulous, placing paramount importance on neatness. This assignment was unequivocally unacceptable. He lifted the page, crumpled it into a tight ball, and tossed it aside. I shall rewrite it. Glancing toward the door leading to the inner chamber, he murmured, perhaps I should relocate to finish my work. His gaze fell upon several discarded wads of paper already littering the floor. If my sister continues disrupting me like this, when will I ever complete these assignments? Yet her inner monologue held an undeniable fascination. Perhaps fresh revelations would surface at any moment. Reluctance tugged at him. He found himself unwilling to leave. His eyes suddenly hardened with resolve. It is not my sister's fault. As mother said, I am simply inexperienced, untested by life's trials. If I cannot withstand such minor distractions, now how shall I ever sit the imperial examinations? There, while composing answers, one might contend with neighbors cooking, snoring, or even losing their senses. I must begin training myself, now. Yes, exactly so. Convinced, Jiang Yunzheng resumed writing with renewed vigor, pen flying across the page. The commotion Zheng Shi had stirred within her son's courtyard had long since reached the ears of the hereditary marquis. By the Ho residence's strict customs, male heirs were located from the inner quarters to the front compound upon commencing formal studies, placing them nearer their father's residence for supervision and guidance. Yet by the time the hereditary marquis arrived, Zheng Shi had already bound the culprit and marched toward the principal lady's residence, with the marquis hastening after her, learning that his son had nearly been poisoned with a beast-grade aphrodisiac administered by a maidservant in his own courtyard. Jiang Fengtang seethed with fury. Had not others restrained him, he would have struck the maid dead with a single kick. He issued an unyielding edict to the principal lady: no entreaties, regardless of origin, would sway justice. Should investigation reveal the maid's family aided in procuring the drug, they too would face identical punishment. Zheng Shi's demand that henceforth only male attendants, matrons, and elderly servants be assigned to her son's quarters was likewise granted without hesitation. Having secured the marquis's firm stance, Zheng Shi took her leave. Upon learning his son was visiting his ailing younger daughter's quarters, Jiang Fengtang recalled how recent official duties and social obligations had kept him returning home late each night, leaving no time to attend to his frail daughter. He had not seen his son in quite some time. Thus he decided to accompany Zheng Shi, visiting both daughter and son in one gesture of paternal concern. All the while Zheng Shi walked in trepidation, silently beseeching heaven that the marquis hear no trace of her daughter's inner voice. She could hardly blame herself. Her daughter's thoughts were sometimes shockingly subversive and scandalous. As a mother she bore them with tolerance. But the marquis... no wait. She caught herself. She had been corrupted by her daughter's irreverence. Though the marquis was indeed the girl's biological father, he had multiple children. Owing to her chronic frailty, the daughters spent little time with him, and their bond paled beside those he shared with his favored legitimate daughter and the cherished concubine-born daughter. Among his 3 daughters she remained the least beloved. Should the marquis overhear those audacious, indecorous thoughts, Zheng Shi had even attempted gentle refusal, but the marquis's sudden surge of paternal tenderness proved irresistible. What choice did she have? She could only pray fervently that the marquis remain deaf to her daughter's inner voice, or that the girl mercifully be fast asleep. Yet as proverb warns, what one fears most inevitably arrives. No sooner had the pair stepped into the daughter's courtyard and advanced a short distance than Zheng Shi heard her daughter's inner voice resound once more. From this day forward my elder brother is my dearest brother. As for my father, who is he? I do not know him. He does not even visit me while I lie ill, leaving me perpetually anxious over money. Such a father is better discarded. They say an elder brother stands in place of a father. Henceforth my brother is my father. Zheng Shi's face twitched uncontrollably. This child would surely give her mother a fatal fright. Such explosive revelations, right upon arrival. She swiftly glanced at Jiang Fengtong, praying he remained oblivious. Yet, the marquis scanned the surroundings with an expression of profound bewilderment. Zheng Shi's heart lurched. Could it be he had heard? Clutching her handkerchief tightly, she ventured hesitantly, "My lord, what are you searching for?" Jiang Fengtong frowned. "Did you not hear anything?" Zheng Shi feigned ignorance. "No, I heard no one speak just now." He narrowed his eyes. "How can that? I distinctly heard someone say my elder brother is my dearest brother. I do not know my father." Zheng Shi's pulse skipped. Confirmation was absolute. The marquis, too, perceived his daughter's inner voice. But why only the three of them? Was bloodline the key? Yet reflection could wait. The immediate imperative was to divert suspicion. If the marquis learned these words issued from his own daughter, who declared she did not know her father, then, "My lord, perhaps your recent burdensome duties have exhausted you, causing auditory hallucinations." Truly no one spoke just now. She turned sharply to the retinue trailing behind, seeking allies. "Did any of you hear voices?" "No, madam. None, madam." Each servant affirmed silence in turn. Even the marquis's personal attendant swore he heard nothing, compelling Jiang Fengtong to question whether his own perception had truly faltered. "Perhaps I misheard," he murmured, doubting himself. Zheng Shi nodded emphatically. "Certainly, my lord. You must have misheard." Internally she screamed, "Daughter, silence. Your estranged father has arrived." Meanwhile Jiang Yunjing, startled from his studies, rose swiftly to bow. "Father." Though Zheng Shi had assured him his son was unharmed, Jiang Fengtong could not suppress his concern. "Are you well?" Though fully aware of the matter at hand, Jiang Yunjing, having earlier conferred with his mother, chose feigned ignorance. "Father, all is well at the academy. My tutor and fellow students treat me with great kindness. You need not worry." The marquis glanced at Zheng Shi, whose subtle shake of the head confirmed she had withheld the truth. "Ah, so long as you fare well." His gaze settled upon the scattered crumpled papers atop the desk. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Was today's assignment unusually difficult? You seem to have ruined many drafts." Jiang Yunjing paused. How could he confess it was not difficulty, but his sister's inner voice that had unsettled him? Before he could formulate a reply, the marquis picked up the freshly completed assignment and read it, his brow furrowing faintly. Setting it down, he retrieved one discarded ball of paper and smoothed it open. "Zheng, when completing assignments, one must." At that precise moment a voice intruded, clear and unmistakable. "Whose adult male voice is that outside? I heard my brother address him as father. Could it be that cheap substitute father of mine? Blast. People truly shouldn't be spoken of lightly. Just mentioned and he appears. I've lain unconscious for days, and now several more have passed since waking. Yet he never came to see me. Now he arrives out of nowhere. Is he really here to pursue my brother? Humph. Sons are treasures and daughters are mere weeds. If he disregards me, then I shall disregard him in turn. Henceforth my brother is my father. I need no one." Zheng Shi and Jiang Yunjing paled instantly. "Daughter, sister, though these are only thoughts, might you temper them just a little?" Jiang Fengtong's eyes blazed wide. So, he had not hallucinated. Someone had spoken, and that someone was his youngest daughter, the very girl who in daily encounters barely uttered a word to him. "Jiang Yunqi, rebellious daughter," roared Jiang Fengtong. Jiang Fengtong roared, "Unfilial daughter," and stormed into the inner chamber to discipline his disrespectful younger daughter. Zheng Shi and Jiang Yunjing sensed trouble and hurriedly followed. If the heir and their father were to lay hands on their sister, they would have to intervene. They could not allow. Jiang Yunqi was reclining against the headboard, idly toying with a jade, token, and gold chain gifted by her brother, her eyes fixed on the doorway. A roar of "Unfilial daughter" echoed, and a handsome middle-aged man with blazing eyes burst in. The maids in the room quickly bowed. Heir Jiang Fengtong, around 40, wore a purple brocade robe, had a short beard, and possessed a towering, robust frame. A perfectly handsome middle-aged man. Gazing at the striking man before her, and hearing the maids address Jiang Yunxi's, eyes lit up. "So this is my father. He's quite handsome, barely worthy of my mother. System host, have you missed the point? He called you an unfilial daughter. Jiang Yunxi, why would he scold me for no reason? I've been resting these past 2 days, going nowhere, and doing nothing. He has no grounds to scold me. He has more than one daughter. He must be scolding the other two, not me. System, he ran into your courtyard to shout unfilial daughter. Who else could he mean? He's not crazy enough to come here and scold his other daughters." Jiang Fengtong stared at his younger daughter, who sat there smiling without moving her lips, and listened to the voice in his ears, feeling the world had turned surreal. His younger daughter hadn't spoken a word, so what was he hearing? Who was speaking? Jiang Yunxi frowned. "System, now that you mention it, that unfilial daughter does seem aimed, but what right does he have to scold me? I was nearly killed by a scheming old maid his mother sent, and barely survived, only for her to come again with rat poison. Thankfully my mother saved me. And he, with such a huge incident, neither inquired nor visited, acting as if I didn't exist. I haven't even called him an unfilial father, so why does he get to call me an unfilial daughter?" Jiang Fengtong confirmed again that his daughter hadn't spoken, yet the voice he heard was undeniably hers. He opened his mouth to explain why he had called her unfilial, but found himself utterly unable to speak. Watching her father, who stood there with a furious expression pointing at her, while his lips moved soundlessly, Jiang Yunxi deduced he was cursing her, and quite profanely. Jiang Yunxi was not the original owner, she was no pushover. What father visits his long-ailing daughter not with concern, but with curses? Expecting me to play the dutiful daughter. Dream on. She didn't greet him, instead holding up the jade token and gold chain, smiling at Jiang. Sure, mother, look. This is the gift my brother gave me. And this. She pushed aside a wooden box. My brother also gave me 70 taels of silver. Mother, my brother is truly my own brother, caring for me with all his heart. You don't know I've been worrying about money every day, or I only have a few dozen copper coins left. To tip the servants and order dishes from the kitchen costs money. A few dozen coins are far from enough. I thought that after I recovered without any special treatment I'd have to eat chaff and swallow herbs. But unexpectedly my brother gave me so much. A full 70 taels of silver, nearly 3 years worth of my allowance. From now on I won't have to worry about money. Mother, my brother also said that if I ever need money, I just tell him and he'll give it to me. Mother, with such a good brother, why didn't you give me a few more? Having a brother is wonderful. Unlike a certain father who, aside from the household allowance, has never given me a single coin in all these years. He grew up in the marquis manor too. I refuse to believe he doesn't know that the servants here are all sycophants who step on the lowly. I'm just a concubine's daughter, frail on the verge of death and unloved. Who in the manor would respect me? All these years, if not for my mother's care and occasional subsidies and the maids selling their needlework on the sly for money and my poor appetite for medicine, I'd have starved to death long ago. A young lady of the marquis manor relying on maids' needlework to survive, nearly starving to death. If word gets out, who do you think will be ashamed? Jiang Fengtong, originally furious and set on disciplining his unfilial daughter, heard these thoughts and felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his heart, causing piercing. He reflected on the past years that seemed he had indeed never given his younger daughter any money. Yet his sons and his other 2 daughters had often received gifts and coins from him. In the past, his younger daughter had barely spoken to him, always timid and distant. So this was why she had suffered so much and remained estranged from him. As for Zheng Shi and Jiang Yunjing, they were on the verge of tears. Unknown to them, their daughter and sister had endured so much. Recalling the memories of the original owner she had sorted through over the past 2 days, Jiang Yunxi felt her resentment could have nurtured several evil sort of mortals. I nearly died this time, and when he finally came I thought it was to visit. But no. He came empty-handed and immediately called me unfilial daughter. What heinous crime have I committed to deserve such a scolding? From the moment he entered until he cursed, I hadn't said a single word. Jiang Fengtong, you didn't say a word, but your thoughts said plenty. Perhaps he thinks I shouldn't be alive, that I'm wasting his family's money. After all, I need constant medicine care and servants to attend to me, all costing money. Jiang Fengtang's eyes widened. He wanted to refute, but couldn't speak, only shaking his head frantically. I don't want you to die. How could I ever want my daughter to die? Jiang Yunxi, but he never considers why I'm frail. It's all because of Wei Shi, whom he dotes on. Jiang Yunxi gritted her teeth. He's blind, not favoring my mother, but doting on that venomous pair, Wei Shi and her daughter. Jiang Yunxu bribed my maid to make me sick now, and then trying to finish me off. And Wei Shi, during my mother's pregnancies and childbirths, bribed the midwives several times, causing 2 difficult labors, and nearly killing both mother and child. She also caused my mother to miscarry 1 child. If that child had been born, I might have had 2 brothers who would care for me wholeheartedly. Wei Shi is still having my mother poisoned from time to time. That the 3 of us haven't been killed by Wei Shi and her daughter is sheer luck and the blessing of the Zheng ancestors. Zheng Shi's face turned pale. Daughter, we have no evidence against Wei Shi yet. Don't mutter such things in your heart. Saying the Zheng ancestors blessed us in front of your father will only pierce his heart. Jiang Yunjing said so. So my mother and sister have suffered so much. Jiang Yinshu had someone harm my sister, and Wei Shi has been harming my mother all these years. I knew nothing. I am truly unworthy as a son and as a brother. System host, your brother was also poisoned once. But your mother kept a close watch, so it didn't succeed. Later, when he moved to the front courtyard, his wet nurse, who had some knowledge of medicine and was quite skilled, helped him evade the danger. Speaking of this wet nurse, your mother found her through the Zheng family. The Zheng family had a favor to repay to her family, and she was determined to show her gratitude by protecting Jiang Yunjing, so just like my mother and sister, am a pitiful wretch. Jiang Yunxi, do you know who tried to poison my brother? System, I don't know. You know, I'm only a basic system. I can only see what happens to this person, not extend beyond that. Wait until I upgrade. Don't worry. I've kept your upgrade in mind. Once the system felt a secret joy. System, do you think I can swap my father? This father is truly unbearable. Just thinking about it makes my liver ache. How unlucky am I to be reborn as his daughter? Just swap the father, not the mother or brother. System host, I'm afraid that's impossible. Jiang Yunxi knew it was impossible, but she clung to a sliver of hope. With her hope shattered, Jiang Yunxi felt as if all her strength had been drained, overcome with a sense of utter despair. She didn't even glance at Zheng and Jiang Yunjing, who for some reason stood with their backs to her, nor at Jiang Fengtong, who stared with wide eyes, shaking his head frantically. I'm tired, I want to rest. Do as you please. With that she lay down on her own, facing inward, choosing to ignore everything. You? I. Zhang Fengtang opened his mouth to speak, to explain, but didn't know where to begin. Zhang, who had long been in tears, found an inexplicable surge of strength. She grabbed one of Zhang Fengtang's arms and began dragging him out. Husband, Sierra is tired. Let's not disturb her. Zhang Yunjing, disregarding any notions of filial impiety or disrespect, grabbed his other arm and also pulled him out. The three of them went directly to Jiang Yunx's study, ordering the servants to keep a distance and allow no one near. The servants in the courtyard could only hear voices from the study, occasional loud arguments, crying, and the sound of things breaking, and they all held their breath in fear. After about half an hour, the room finally quieted down. So all these things were told to Sierra by that system, and they're all true. Jiang Fengtang confirmed once more. Zheng nodded. Judging by the incidents with Nurse Kong that made Fanghua and Zheng'er's courtyard and the other maids in the yard, everything is true. As for Wei attempting to harm me, the system said it needs to see Wei in person. Zheng concealed the fact that her daughter also suspected the legitimate wife. Of course, she also omitted her own multiple suspicions about the legitimate wife. Are you sure only the three of us heard? Jiang Fengtang pressed. Zheng shook her head. Sierra has been convalescing. These days, besides the maids and nurses in the courtyard, she's only seen the three of us. So it's impossible to be certain. I think it's related to blood ties. Zheng voiced her conjecture. Jiang Fengtang nodded. He felt the same. Husband, please don't blame Sierra. She's just been terribly wronged. Zheng wiped her tears. I never imagined Sierra had it so hard. If I had known, I would have given her more silver. Jiang Fengtang's eyes reddened. This isn't your fault. You only have your monthly allowance. How much silver could you have? Zheng thought to herself, I do have silver, you just don't know. After my family's property was returned, my mother came to see me and secretly gave me a considerable amount of silver. I planned to save it for my son's marriage and my daughter's dowry, so I kept it quiet. Every month I subsidized my son and also helped my daughter, but I never realized my help for her wasn't enough. Indeed, besides me, she had no support from her father, grandfather, or grandmother, so it's no wonder she was short of money. And the servants in the mansion. It's all my fault. Since childhood, as the legitimate eldest son, everyone in the mansion respected and flattered me. If you hadn't told me, I would never have known how the unfavored concubine-born children. All mistakes, all faults are mine. It's no wonder Sierra isn't close to me and resents me in her heart. Jin quickly explained, husband, Sierra was just speaking in anger. Deep down she still hopes for her. If not, she wouldn't have talked about swapping fathers, which shows she still wants a father's affection. Husband, please don't blame her. She's still a child. Father, please don't blame my sister. Jiang Yunjing also wanted to defend his sister. Jiang Fengtang raised his hand to stop them. All of you stop. I understand. I don't blame her. If I must blame anyone, it's myself. Jiang Fengtang looked at Jiang Yunjing. You bought your sister a jade token and gave her 70 taels. Are you out of money? You must be out of money, or you wouldn't have given only 70 taels. Jiang Yunjing scratched his head. I'm out of money. Jiang Fengtang reached out and patted him. You're a good brother. No wonder Sierra wants to call you father. Father, Alright, don't say any more. In a moment, they'll have someone bring you 500 taels in silver notes. Keep them for yourself, don't give them to your sister again. He looked toward the direction of his daughter's bedchamber, as if he could see through several walls to his daughter. Your sister is my daughter. Raising her is my responsibility, not yours. The silver that belongs to her, I'll give to her myself later. I'll give her all the silver I've owed her. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Fengtang's eyes. It's time to discipline these servants in the mansion. In just a few days, so many servants have committed murder or betrayed their masters. And Sierra has been bullied all these years by those sycophantic servants. As for Jiang Yunshu, she needs to be taught a lesson. Jiang Fengtang looked at Jiang. Later bring that girl and the evidence to me. He'll go find Yunshu. As for Wei trying to harm you, we have no evidence now. Well, follow Sierra's suggestion and wait until she sees Wei to see what the system says. Zheng dared not oppose Jiang Fengtang, now fearing to anger him and remind him of his daughter's disrespect. Zheng'er, if you want to sleep here tonight, you may. He'll go handle matters first. He'll be back later to have dinner with you. Watching his father leave with his attendants, Jiang Yunjing frowned. Mother, do you think father truly doesn't blame little sister? His sister was too bold to murmur such things in her heart. If he were the father, he would be furious. He probably doesn't blame her. Didn't your father say so? What if father is deceiving us? Zheng frowned. Why don't you help your sister coax your father? What use would it be if I coax him? It should be my sister who does the coaxing. Your sister holds such resentment toward him. Would she be willing to coax him? Zheng thought the chances were slim. Recalling her sister's inner thoughts and her money-grubbing nature, maybe convincing her to coax their father wasn't entirely impossible. Mother, perhaps I have a way to persuade my sister. Hearing this, Zheng's eyes lit up. Then go and persuade her quickly. Your father will be here for dinner later. If your sister still holds a grudge and ignores him, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, mother. Leave it to me. With the determination of a warrior heading to certain doom, Jiang Yunjing turned and walked toward Jiang Yunxi's inner chamber. Sister, have you remembered? Jiang Yunjing confirmed once more. Jiang Yunxi looked utterly resigned. I've got it. Brother, can you please stop talking? The boy had been droning on in her ear for nearly an hour now, but she could recite it all by heart. Something about how as long as she pleased their father, everything would be theirs. Their father had several storehouses filled with treasures. If the siblings didn't find a way to coax him out, they would surely end up benefiting their other brothers and sisters. They held neither the status of the eldest, nor were they born of the principal wife, nor did they enjoy their father's favor. They were the three knots. Waiting for their father to remember them and toss them a few crumbs from his fingers would take an eternity. It was far better to coax their father, make him happy, and have him give them something. Jiang Yunxi naturally understood this logic. Wasn't she just making snide remarks to needle her cheap father earlier, subtly hinting that his daughter was out of money? In Jiang Yunxi's view, the original owner was somewhat foolish. She had been so desperately short of money, yet never thought to go to her father and plead poverty. A few soft words could coax things out of him, only a fool wouldn't do it. Back in school, she had to butter up teachers and classmates. After graduating and becoming a corporate wage slave, she still had to flatter her boss. Money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. That's an eternal truth. There's no such thing as easy money. What Jiang Yunxi didn't know, however, was that her earlier silent cursing of her father had been heard by the very man himself. Otherwise, Jiang Yunzheng wouldn't have come to advise her so earnestly, telling her to say something nice to coax their father later. When father comes for the meal, remember to flatter. Jiang Yunxi frowned. He was coming soon. She needed at least some time to adjust. She had just been cursing him in her heart. What's he coming for? Wasn't he just here? He came and immediately called me an unfilial daughter. Is he going to scold me again? Jiang Yunzheng said. Given the thoughts you're muttering in your heart, father calling you an unfilial daughter isn't exactly unjust. Little sister, didn't you just promise? Do you need your brother to explain it to you again? Jiang Yunxi's scalp tingled. No need, brother, no need for you to say more. I remember. Don't worry, I'll flatter him later. I guarantee you'll flatter him until he can't find north. Now go do your homework, or you'll have to light the lamp and write tonight. Jiang Yunzheng wanted to sigh. So many things had happened today that he had barely done any homework. If he didn't hurry up, he wasn't sure if he could finish it by tomorrow. Jiang Fengtang left his mother's courtyard, originally intending to go directly to Jiang Yunxis. After walking a bit, he remembered something and returned to the front court. It wasn't until lamps were lit that Zheng Shi finally welcomed Jiang Fengtang. Zheng Shi had long arranged for people to keep watch outside, and when they saw the heir approaching, they sent word early. The moment Jiang Fengtang entered the courtyard, Jiang Yunzheng pulled Jiang Yunxi to wait in the outer room. Seeing Jiang Fengtang approach, Jiang Yunzheng quickly bowed. Father. Seeing his sister standing still, Jiang Yunzheng hastily tugged at her sleeve. Jiang Yunxi had no choice but to bow and greet him. Father. How is Sierra up? Is her health all right for her to be out of bed? Zheng Shi quickly put on a smile. Her fever has subsided. There's still some lung heat, but well nursed. Moving around the room is fine as long as she doesn't go out and catch a draft. It's been a long time since you've dined with the children, sir. Sierra also wishes you would spend more time with her. Hearing Zheng Shi say his daughter wanted him to spend more time with her, Jiang Fengtang didn't know if it was true, but he heard no rebuttal from his daughter, nor did her inner thoughts mutter about him, so he believed it. Pleased, he decided to play the role of a kind father. He glanced at the wide-open door. With the door open, Sierra will catch a draft. Let's move to the inner chamber. But eating in the inner chamber will fill the room with the smell of food. Later. That's no problem. We can open the windows to air it out later. We can't have Sierra catching a draft. While the maids prepared to set the table, the family of four first moved to the inner chamber. Jiang Fengtang pulled out several banknotes and handed them to Jiang Yunzheng. Zheng, take these 500 taels. You spent all your money on gifts for your sister and gave them to her, leaving yourself with nothing. You're at the academy, only coming home once every 10 days. You can't be sure. When it's used up, just tell your father, and he'll give you more. Jiang Yunxi thought, holy crap, my brother gave me all his money and became a pauper. Oh my god, what an absolutely amazing brother this is. Other people's brothers would rather starve their sisters than themselves. My brother would rather starve himself than his sister. My brother is the best brother in the world. I won't allow anyone to argue. Jiang Yunsheng's face flushed slightly. Sister, I'm not as miserable as you think. I still have some silver. This was all to trick father into giving us money, so I told him. But in father's presence he couldn't say that, so he simply accepted the banknotes. Thank you, father. Jiang Yunxi's eyes practically sparkled at the sight of the banknotes. 500 taels. So many banknotes. I've never seen this much silver in my life. Yes, that wasn't a lie at all. She had seen thousands of RMB, but never so many silver notes. The largest note she had ever seen was the 50 tael one her brother gave her. Watching Jiang Fengtang casually pull out so many banknotes with an indifferent expression, Jiang Yunxi confirmed that her cheap father was wealthy, not just ordinarily well. She couldn't help but mutter to herself again. My father is really rich and quite generous too. It's just that his generosity is never directed at me. He's this generous to my brother, so he must be even more generous to his legitimate children, to his precious darling Weiss, his beloved daughter Jiang Yinshu. Jiang Fengtang couldn't help but cough. This child, what kind of talk is that? Precious darling Weisher. So same father, different fates. I'd better stop relying on him. It's more practical to count on my brother. Fearing his sister would say something even more treasonous, Jiang Yunzheng quickly asked, Father, what about sisters? You mentioned earlier. Jiang Yunzheng frantically signaled Jiang Fengtang with his eyes. Dad, my dear, Dad, you said you were going to compensate sister. So hurry, can't you see my sister's practically drooling from desire? If I were to turn around and give her my banknotes, wouldn't that be slapping your face? Looking at his daughter, who stood there with feigned respect, head bowed silent, her eyes fixed greedily on the banknotes in her brother's hand, Jiang Fengtang sighed inwardly. He had indeed neglected this youngest daughter over the years. Just a mere 500 taels of silver had her so enticed. Sierra, Jiang Yunxi didn't react, as she was still staring at her brother's banknotes, swallowing her saliva. System, if I exchanged 500 taels of silver notes for 500 taels of gold, would it blind the eyes? Jiang Yunzheng said. Little sister, quickly rein it in. At this rate your money-grubbing nature will be completely exposed. Ho, stop daydreaming. Your father is calling you. Ah, Dad. No, father, you called. Jiang Fengtang nodded. Yes, your father called you. He pulled 2 thick stacks of banknotes from his sleeve pocket and handed them to Jiang Yunxi. Seeing how thick they were, Jiang Yunxi was stunned. Just one stack was several times more than what her brother had received. So much in all for her. She couldn't quite believe it. She stood frozen for a moment, afraid to reach out. What are you standing there for? Take it, Jiang Fengtang urged. Hearing this, Jiang Yunxi looked up, her face full of disbelief. Dad, all this is for me. Jiang Fengtang nodded. Yes, it's all for you. Jiang Fengtang raised the smaller stack of banknotes. Here are 5,000 taels given by your grandfather and grandmother. Your grandmother feels deeply guilty about the matter with Matron Kong. Knowing you are in need of silver, she asked me to pass this on to you. Rest assured, Matron Kong and the other person were handed over to the authorities days ago. They have been sentenced to death and will be executed at the appointed time. Their families have also been sold off. As for these 10,000 taels, they are from me. You have been recuperating at home, rarely going out. All your needs are provided by the household, and you receive a monthly allowance. I did not know that you... At this point, Jiang Fengtang found himself unable to continue. Very well, he understood. In his daughter's presence, he could not reveal that he could hear her thoughts. He stopped speaking. It was my oversight. Take these 15,000 taels for your expenses. If you run out later, just tell me. However, this must not be spoken of outside. If your siblings and cousins all come asking for money from me, your grandfather and grandmother, we won't be able to provide it. Jiang Fengtang deliberately teased. 15,000 taels. Jiang Yunxi dared not take it. It was truly too much. Her monthly allowance was only 2 taels. Jiang Yunxi quickly calculated 15,000 taels was equivalent to 7,500 months of her allowance, requiring 625 years to accumulate. Seeing this number, Jiang Yunxi reached up to pinch her own philtrum, fearing she might faint from lack of breath. Watching his daughter's gesture, Jiang Fengtang smiled, though the smile carried a hint of bitterness. Only 15,000 taels, and it frightened the child so. How could the daughter of a marquis be so inexperienced and petty? Jiang Fengtang recalled that his legitimate daughter Jiang Yunfei possessed many headpieces and jewelry, several of which he had given her. One complete set of headpieces from the previous dynasty was valued at over 3,000 taels, a gift from him. Over the years, the items and banknotes he had given his eldest daughter surely amounted to more than 10,000 taels. His second daughter Jiang Yunshu had also received many gifts, though not as valuable or numerous as the eldest. He could not recall if they reached 10,000 taels. As for this youngest daughter, Jiang Fengtang thought carefully. It seemed he had only given her things along with the rest during festivals. At other times, they say the crying child gets the candy. His other sons and daughters always came to him for things, but the two born to Zheng never took the initiative to ask, especially this youngest daughter. Zheng never begged him for anything like the other concubines did. Recalling the Zheng family's background and the education Zheng had received since childhood, Jiang Fengtang understood. Those from noble, refined families valued a spotless reputation, regarding wealth as dirt, and rarely asking for favors. Though such people were respected by others, they only brought hardship upon themselves. Thinking of the complaints in his daughter's heart and the suffering she had endured, Jiang Fengtang felt that such a temperament was better suited for others. He did not wish his own family to be this way. Ultimately, it was his neglect of this youngest daughter. Though Jiang Fengtang could understand and sympathize with his daughter's resentment after learning of her life, a trace of discord had lingered in his heart. But that discord vanished entirely when he saw his youngest daughter too afraid to accept his banknotes, thinking 15,000 taels was an immense sum. Only guilt remained. You silly child, if your father gives it to you, take it. Why are you standing there stunned? Jiang Fengtang urged. Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but clutch her skirt, her voice trembling slightly. Father, you've given me too much. I can't use so much money. Just give me a few dozen or 100 taels. That will last me several years. This was not Jiang Yunxi's true feelings. Heaven knew how much she wanted it. But she felt she was not the original owner. Taking what the original had never received before her death made her uneasy. Jiang Yunxi had not spent these days idly. She had long learned that even the head maids and steward matrons close to the masters earned only 1 tael of silver per month. These people in modern times would be equivalent to general manager secretaries earning at least 5 or 6,000, even 10,000 a month. But here it was just 1 tael. Even taking a middle ground, the purchasing power of 1 tael of silver could be considered 7,000 yuan today. 15,000 taels would be 105 million. What a fortune. Jiang Yunxi seemed to see countless yuan raining from the sky, nearly drowning her. She sat in a pile of money laughing wildly. Who else? This feeling of happiness from being buried in money. Oh no, she couldn't breathe. She pinched her philtrum harder, afraid she might faint at any moment. System host, can you not be so pathetic? You can't take this money back to modern times. Don't view it with a modern mindset. Zhang Fengtang raised an eyebrow slightly. So this was the system that Zheng and Zheng'er said had saved their daughter. Zheng had mentioned that the system influenced their daughter, causing her to blurt out new vocabulary, and told him not to mind. The system continued its complaint, it's only 15,000 taels. In the eyes of these marquis households and noble families, that's not much, okay? One antique, or even a set of headpieces, can cost more than that. Be dignified and generous. Don't make me feel embarrassed to have you as a host. The system's voice was full of frustration. Jiang Yunxi thought, can I be blamed? I came from an ordinary family. If not for graduating from university, finding a job, and then discovering abnormal health data during the entry physical, which led to a diagnosis of terminal cancer, I wouldn't have. Without that accident, she would be like other classmates, a corporate slave working 996, toiling for capitalists for a monthly salary of 3 or 4,000 yuan, or even less. System, even if I don't calculate it in modern terms, my monthly allowance is 2 taels. 15,000 taels is 7500 months of allowance. I would have to live for 625 years to earn that. Can I live that long? System, have some dignity. No young lady from a noble family relies on a monthly allowance to survive. Only someone as pathetic as you would calculate it that way. Hearing the system's mockery and reproach of his daughter, Jiang Fengtang found it grating. Though you speak the truth, please stop. It sounds like you're scolding my daughter, but I feel you're indirectly criticizing me for raising her to be so narrow-minded. Not wanting to listen to their internal bickering, Jiang Fengtang grabbed Jiang Yunxi, and without argument stuffed the banknotes into her hands. Your father gives it to you, so take it. When you're almost out, tell me, and he'll give you more. Jiang Yunxi stared at the banknotes in her hands, stunned. She couldn't help but look up at Zheng, seeking confirmation if she could accept them. Zheng, with tears in her eyes, smiled. If your father gives it to you, why can't you take it? Quickly thank your father. Well, Zheng had also been influenced by Jiang Yunxi using father instead of the formal term. Certain she could keep it, Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up brighter than a 1,000-watt bulb. System, I've struck it rich. I'm a wealthy woman. The system was speechless and replied dismissively, yes, you've struck it rich, one step closer to your dream of lying flat. Jiang Yunxi's face broke into a radiant smile as she looked at Jiang Fengtang. Thank you, father. This father was spoken loudly, dripping with sweetness. System, I was wrong about my father before. He does care about me. Yes, he cares. You are extremely important to him, the system continued to dismiss. Father, you are so kind. Father, I absolutely adore you. Jiang Yunxi bombarded Jiang Fengtang with sweet words, coaxing him into a continuous stream of laughter. Beside them, Jiang Yunzheng looked utterly bewildered. Those words sound so familiar. It seems someone said the same thing to me not long ago. Jiang Yunzheng suddenly realized. So his sister loves whoever gives her money and treats her well the most. Isn't that just being a fair-weather friend? How shallow. Watching the affectionate scene between father and daughter, especially his sister's cheap smile, Jiang Yunzheng felt he shook his head violently. No, this absolutely cannot be. If his sister is so money-grubbing, what if someone lures her away with money in the future? Jiang Yunzheng instantly felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. How difficult would it be to reform such a money-obsessed sister? It seemed he had to find a way to earn more money and give it to his sister so she wouldn't be so easily swayed by wealth. But, looking at the 15,000 silver notes in his sister's hands, Jiang Yunzheng fell into deep thought. With his sister having so much silver to impress her, he would need more than 15,000. When would he ever save up that much? Jiang Yunzheng's gaze involuntarily shifted to Jiang Fengtang. Perhaps the heavy task of educating his sister could only be temporarily entrusted to their father. Jiang Fengtang, unaware that his son had set his sights on him, was overjoyed by his daughter's sweet cries of father and declarations of love. He was absolutely delighted. In all his years, he had never heard such straightforward expressions of love. Hearing it so suddenly was refreshing and filled him with joy. Jiang Fengtang felt comforted. He had always believed that his youngest daughter was his own flesh and blood, and there could be no lasting enmity between father and child. Just a little kindness, and she was utterly charmed. He blamed himself for neglecting this little girl in the past, making her crave paternal affection. Seeing his daughter's plain attire, Jiang Fengtang found it displeasing. How could a noble daughter of a marquis household be so plainly dressed? He turned to Zheng. Does Sierra not have many jewels and hairpins? Why is she so plain? Zheng wanted to remind him that his daughter was still ill and recovering. But before she could speak, the sharpie Jiang Yunzheng cut in. Father, have you forgotten that sister is only 9 this year? She has always been frail and confined to the house for recovery, never receiving guests. So the household hasn't prepared many jewels or hairpins. Fearing that his father might blame his mother, Jiang Yunzheng quickly added, Mother has planned to get her some, but since she's been homebound for years, she doesn't know what's fashionable for girls her age outside. She asked me the other day to inquire with my classmates about what jewelry their sisters wear. Hearing this, Jiang Fengtang sneered. You? Ask your academy classmates. Have you considered their status compared to ours? Now thoroughly charmed by Jiang Yunxi, his paternal heart overflowing, Jiang Fengtang waved his hand dismissively. I can't trust your taste. Leave this matter to me. Jiang Fengtang called out loudly, Deshan. Deshan. His attendant waiting outside immediately responded, Your Highness, your orders. When you return, tell the head stewardess to procure some popular jewelry and hairpins suitable for a young lady of the 5th Miss age from the capital. Get plenty befitting our marquis status and charge it to my account. Understood, I'll see to it immediately. Jiang Fengtang then turned to Jiang Yunxi. Sire, don't follow your mother's example. She prefers plain attire, but a young girl shouldn't be so simple and dull. Unexpectedly gaining more than just the 15,000 silver notes, Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled even brighter. Jewels and ornaments were excellent. They were also money, and even more valuable. Jiang Yunxi now felt no psychological barrier to coaxing Jiang Fengtang. Who was this? This was her sugar daddy spitting out gold coins in abundance. Who else would she flatter but this benefactor? Stuffing the silver notes into her sleeve, bulging though it was, Jiang Yunxi was busy serving her sugar daddy tea and massage, watching her daughter bustle around Jiang Fengtang. Without a moment's rest coaxing him into endless laughter, Zheng whispered to Jiang Yunjing, Isn't your education of your sister a bit too much? Looking at her now with that cheap smile and those fawning gestures toward your father, I feel an urge to hit her. Don't you think she's being too sycophantic? I asked you to teach her, but not like this. Is this how a noble lady should behave? Jiang Yunjing rolled his eyes. He wouldn't take the blame. Mother, I didn't teach her this. Then how? Jiang Yunjing interrupted. It was money that taught her. Can't you see? Your daughter is a money grubber swayed by whoever gives her cash. She said the same things to me earlier. Zheng frowned then sighed softly. It seems she's been so starved of money all these years that she's developed such a character. It's all my fault. Jiang Yunjing fell silent, a pang of guilt rising in his heart. If not for his mother's attention being mostly on him. Never mind. Let her be a money grubber. He would just have to save more money for her to spend. The marquis rule of silence during meals was meaningless to Jiang Yunxi. In modern times, families always chatted over meals. Besides, she had to please her sugar daddy. Throughout the meal, she used the serving chopsticks to heap food onto Jiang Fengtang's plate. Father, try this, it's delicious. And this is also good. Zheng looked from Jiang Fengtang to her youngest daughter and decided to remind her to avoid displeasing the air. See, have you forgotten the rule of silence during meals? And you should address him as father. Mother, Jiang Yunxi deliberately pouted. Father rarely dines with us. Can't we forget the rules this once? How many times a year do I get to eat with father? Besides, all my siblings call him father. One more won't make a difference. I want to call him dad. It's more intimate. Father is too formal. We're family. There's no need for such formality. Jiang Yunxi knew that in the marquis household, or rather in their branch, Jiang Fengtang was the authority. Arguing with Zheng was useless. Only Jiang Fengtang's word mattered. Dad, can I call you that from now on? ITLL be my special name for you, showing that we have a unique bond. The best in the world. And when we eat in our own courtyard, can we ignore the rule of silence? Jiang Fengtang, still delighted by his daughter's coaxing, naturally agreed. He casually served Zheng some food. You're too rigid. A family meal should be joyful. There's no need for so many rules. If Sierra wants to call me dad, let her. Let her be happy. Zheng thought to herself, it's not that I don't allow it, I'm afraid you'll blame her for breaking the rules. Since you don't mind, why should I be the villain? She sighed deliberately. My lord, you'll spoil her. One day she'll be ruined. I think Sierra is just fine. How could she be ruined? Jiang Fengtang picked up the serving chopsticks and placed food on Jiang Yunxi's pouting lips. Call me what you like, say what you want. Ignore your mother. Jiang Yunxi deliberately huffed at Zheng. My dad is the best dad in the world. Zheng retorted. Yes, your dad is the best. You two are the best in the whole world. Jiang Yunxi leaned over and whispered in Jiang Fengtang's ear, Dad, Mom is jealous. Seeing how close we are, she's jealous and picking on me. Jiang Fengtang laughed heartily. Yes, your mom is jealous. Let her stew in her jealousy. Jiang Yunjing was speechless. He never knew his father could be like this. It seemed he needed to learn a thing or two from his sister. After the meal, Jiang Yunjing felt as though his understanding of both his father and his little sister had been completely renewed. Father had always been so stern, but now. And as for his little sister, when had she become so thick-skinned and obsequious? Was this truly his timid, introverted sister, or had she been replaced? It seemed that burying himself in books had caused him to overlook her true nature. Or perhaps she had been corrupted by that so-called system. Jiang Yunxi's body was the original owner's, frail since childhood with a small appetite. She had only eaten a little before she was full. According to ancient customs, juniors could not leave the table before their elders even after finishing their meal. So she focused on serving her father dishes. Of course, she was also fair, not neglecting her mother or brother. Seeing that the host had finished eating, the system made its appearance. Host, there's some gossip about your father. Do you want to hear it? The three people eating all paused momentarily in their actions. But to avoid drawing attention from that pair, they quickly resumed normalcy. Although her benefactor had just generously gifted her a large sum, Jiang Yunxi felt that didn't stop her from enjoying gossip about him. She had already eaten her biological mother's gossip, so why not her public father's? She still needed many gossip points. Eat it, why not? System host, your father fell victim to an entrapment scheme, but he doesn't know it. Jiang Fengtong Zhengshi and Jiang Yunzheng thought, what does entrapment scheme mean? Jiang Yunqi, damn, is my father that dumb? He doesn't even know he was set up. Zhengshi and Jiang Yunzheng couldn't help but glance at Jiang Fengtang with strange. Jiang Fengtang thought, why are you looking at me? Do you even know what an entrapment scheme is? Host, you can't blame your father. Those two deliberately schemed against him, making all the necessary arrangements. Not only was your father entrapped, but he's also wearing a lush green meadow on his head. Jiang Yunqi, my father was cuckolded, given a green hat. Who is so bold? Was it Wei Shi or some concubine in the rear courtyard? Wei Shi thought, thank you very much. When your father is cuckolded, the first person you think of is me. Jiang Fengtang and the other two didn't know what an entrapment scheme meant, but they all knew what a green hat signified. Jiang Fengtang's face visibly darkened. Just as he was about to sit up straight, and Zhengshi quickly served him a dish, and said, my lord, please eat this. Zhengshi subtly shook her head at Jiang Fengtang, signaling him to stay quiet and wait for more. Jiang Yunjing, worried his father would take out his anger on his mother, hastily poured him wine. Father, please have some wine. Jiang Yunqi was too absorbed in the news of her benefactor being cuckolded to notice what was happening at the table. System, tell me quickly who is so audacious. It's not someone from the rear courtyard. It's his mistress. Also, that mistress is pregnant, but the child isn't your father's. They deliberately schemed against him to make him raise another man's child. Jiang Yunxi's voice turned sharp. My father keeps a mistress. He has my mother, a great beauty, a legitimate wife, and several concubines, and that's still not enough. He keeps a mistress. He has so many women, can't he just? Zhengshi panicked, and quickly said loudly, Zheng, eat more. You must not have eaten well at the academy. You've lost weight. Zhengshi was truly afraid that her audacious daughter would think something treasonous again. It had been hard enough to coax her father out, as she didn't want him to storm off again. And she couldn't reveal that her father could hear her thoughts, or she wouldn't know how to calm her down. Jiang Yunjing, understanding his mother's intent, also replied loudly, I understand, mother. You eat too. Zheng Shi's words successfully interrupted Jiang Yunxi's unfinished sentence, drawing a glance from Jiang Fengtang at the mother and son. These two told me not to interrupt Xier, yet they deliberately interrupt her. One rule for the rulers, another for the ruled, is it? Zheng Shi and Jiang Yunzheng didn't look at him, pretending it was an accident. System, that woman can hardly be called your father's mistress. Your father never touched her. His friend deliberately set him up, invited him for dinner, got him drunk, and then brought in his own cousin. Actually not his cousin, but his lover, his woman, already carrying his child. He has a fierce wife at home, and he's a kept man relying on his in-laws, so he dared not let his wife know. His wife gave him 3 daughters, but no son, and he couldn't bear to abort the child in case it was a son. Jiang Yunqi ground her teeth. He saw my father with many wives and concubines, assumed my legal mother was tolerant, and didn't mind my father taking concubines, so he arranged that woman for my father. Not only did he entrap my father, but he also wants my father to raise his bastard child. After all, he was her benefactor and the biological father of this body, so Jiang Yunqi found it hard to stay calm. What does he take my father for, a cuckold? Jiang Fengtang ground his teeth audibly. System, are you sure my father never touched that woman? System, absolutely sure. Host, you're not a man, so you wouldn't know that if someone is truly drunk, they can't get an erection. Those cases of drunken indiscretion are from people who aren't completely drunk, who take advantage of the alcohol to act on impure intentions. As for your father, although he has many women and seems romantic, he's not actually a promiscuous person. Jiang Yunqi was skeptical. System, are you a male? System? Is that why you're defending my father? Whose side are you on anyway? The 3 listeners all squinted. A male? System? Is it good for our daughter sister to have a male system residing in her body? System host, I am a system, an advanced intelligent computer. At my core, I'm just a string of data. I have no gender. Although they didn't know what an advanced intelligent computer was, they understood the no gender part and felt relieved. Your father indeed didn't touch that woman. When he woke up, he felt something was off. He's not a novice, he would know if he had been with a woman. But when he woke up, the woman was lying beside him sobbing, and his friend kept talking. In the end, he had no choice but to take her away. Not knowing how to explain to his wives and concubines, he couldn't bring her home, so he settled her outside. Jiang Yunqi quickly pressed on. Did my father visit her later? Did he? The woman sent for your father. She had no choice, she was pregnant. If your father didn't touch her then. Although they had that one night, it wasn't guaranteed. She tried to drug your father, but he only sent money and didn't go. Jiang Yunqi was relieved. So the due date of her child doesn't match the night they schemed against my father. Host, consider induced labor or a fall causing premature birth. There's no way to test DNA now, and the blood test is unreliable. If they insist the child is your father's, he has no way to explain. Jiang Yunqi frowned. What do we do? I don't want a wild little brother, and I can't stand seeing my father cuckolded and turned into a fool. How should I tell my father he's wearing a green hat, so bright it's blinding me? The system sighed. If only you weren't sick and confined to home, we could go catch them in the act right now. Since your father doesn't go there, that place has become a love nest for that adulterous pair. Your father, the fool, is paying for their upkeep. Right now they're there drinking wine and whispering sweet nothings. Soon they'll be going all the way. Jiang Fengdang thought they're together right now, I understand. Jiang Yunxi looked up, wanting to see the color of her father's hat, and wondering how to warn him. She looked up. Hey, where's my father? Weren't they just eating? How had he vanished? Jiang Yunxi, not seeing her father quickly, turned to Zheng Shi. Mother, where is father? Your father. Naturally, he has gone to catch the adulterers. What else? But she could not say this to her daughter. She chuckled softly. A servant just reported urgent matters requiring your father's attention, so he departed. Jiang Yunxi said, how could he just leave like that? I was just thinking how to subtly let father know he's been cuckolded, tricked into raising another man's bastard. Zheng Shi thought perhaps you no longer need to remind him, your father may already know. Jiang Fengtang stormed out of his daughter's magnolia courtyard, walking away without. The young lord's sudden rush caught everyone off guard. Deshun, his longtime attendant who had been eating, dropped his chopsticks and hurried after him. Master, where are we going? Deshun studied his master's expression, pale and livid as if he was barely suppressing a raging fury. Yet moments ago he had heard cheerful voices from the inner chamber. No one had provoked the young lord. How could this be? Jiang Fengtang said to Mao Hutong. Deshun was taken aback. There. The young lord never stayed overnight there. Why today? Jiang Fengtang recalled his daughter's inner voice. That woman was pregnant and had conceived before she said. Could the physician determine this? Could he use it to rid himself of that woman? And even extort both of them in return? His money should be spent on his own daughter. Why should it go to a pair of schemers who try to make him a cuckold? At this thought, Jiang Fengtang slowed his pace. Deshun, hurry ahead and summon more people. Bring the physician skilled in gynecology and a few strong matrons. They'll wait at the mansion gate. Though puzzled by these orders, Deshun knew that to serve long one must obey without question. Yes, master. They'll see to it at once. Deshun hurried off, while Jiang Fengtang slowed to a leisurely pace toward the gate. In truth, he felt little anger at being cuckolded. Since the system had revealed that woman was originally his friend's, and he had never touched her, it didn't count as a cuckolding. His anger was solely at being betrayed by a friend and tricked into raising another man's child. Yet this fury subsided once he found a solution. He went to catch the adulterers, first to resolve the matter, and second to verify whether his daughter's system spoke the truth. Though Zheng Shi and her son had confirmed that what the system detected was almost always true, he still feared a fluke. If this outing proved the system's power, then his youngest daughter's importance. As a marquis heir and a third-rank official, Jiang Fengtang's insight far surpassed that of Zheng Shi and Jiang Yunjin. He naturally saw how to utilize Jiang Yunxi's ability. Once Sierra recovers, she must appear before the household. Let's see what her system can detect, and who can hear her, if proven that outsiders cannot hear. She is old enough to be taken around, especially to the homes of noble families and court officials. If she could uncover their secrets and hold them as leverage. At this moment, Jiang Fengtang's mind raced with possibilities. But first I must confirm who can hear Sierra's thoughts. If outsiders can, she would be in grave danger. And I recall Zheng Shi and Zheng Er mentioning the system can upgrade, revealing more. I must find a way to let it feed on gossip and level up quickly. Unaware of her father's plans, Jiang Yunxi, full and content, was counting banknotes. 15,000 taels worth, counted over and over. Jiang Yunjing, doing his homework in the outer room, had finally learned to ignore her somewhat noisy thoughts and focus on his studies. Human adaptability was indeed remarkable. System host stopped gloating. You got so many banknotes, but your brother only received 500 taels. Shouldn't you return the silver your brother gave you? He bought you gifts and gave you all his money. With so much of your own, keeping his is shameless. Hearing the system, Jiang Yunsheng's brush paused just before slipping. He shook his head with a wry smile. Good thing I caught it, or this page would be ruined. Jiang Yunxi thought, oh right, system, I almost forgot. My brother has so little money it's not enough. I should return his and give him more. And my mother, her monthly allowance is meager. She's been subsidizing me all these years, and must be short of money too. He'll share some with her. Zheng Shi looked at the 4,000 taels before her, while Jiang Yunjing stared at his 1,070. Sierra, are these for us? Jiang Yunxi lowered her head, blushing at her own stinginess. Of the 15,000 taels, she kept 10,000, giving only 5,000 to her mother and brother. Had she embezzled too much? System, am I too miserly? But if I give them more, I can't keep it as a round number. Yes, indeed. Jiang Yunxi had a compulsion for round numbers. If she had 2140, she could spend the 140, but the 2000 was untouchable unless absolutely necessary. If she had 2954, she would do anything to make it 3000. Begging her parents or sister, withdrawing from apps like Novel, Douyin Lite, or WeChat. Anything to save a full 3000. Breaking up 10,000 was a thought too painful to bear. The system, having seen her memories, knew of her compulsion. You are quite stingy. But if you break the sum, you'll lose sleep, dreaming only of how to make it 10,000 again. You might even consider selling. Jiang Yunjing quickly pushed the banknotes back. Sister, you don't need to give me this. I have money. But you only have 500. That's too little. Jiang Yunjing winked at her. Sister, remember father said I could ask him if I needed money. We plan to. If you give me so much, when will I ever spend it? And how can we swindle father's money? His money. If we don't take it ITLL, I'll go too. Jiang Yunxi saw his point. It was better to trick father than take from her brother. What about the 70 taels? Jiang Yunjin frowned. Now that you're rich, do you look down on the 70 I gave you? Jiang Yunxi quickly waved her hands. No, brother, I don't look down on it at all. She glanced around, ensuring the servants were at a distance, then leaned close to whisper. In my heart, the 70 you gave me is more precious than father's 15,000, because you gave me everything you had while father. The meaning is different. Jiang Yunxing's lips curled upward. I thought you loved father best, and had forgotten your useless brother. Oh brother, wasn't it your idea to sweet-talk him for more money? I'm just following your lead. In my heart, you and mother are always my favorites. I know whose family. Jiang Yunjing smiled. Then keep the silver. They'll give you more later, though not as much as father. Don't despise it. Seeing the siblings like this, Jiang Shi also smiled. Keep what your brother gave you. I don't need yours either. I have money. After much refusal, the money returned to Jiang Yun. Clutching a thick stack of banknotes, Jiang Yunxi felt unsafe no matter where she put them. System, can you keep these banknotes for me? Although she dared not fully trust the system, fearing it might betray her, Jiang Yunxi found no other safer place. The maidservants and old women in her courtyard came and went, although she could lock the doors, locks could only keep out gentlemen and could not prevent the actions of the unscrupulous. The system backpack can only store items sold in the system shop. Jiang Yunxi frowned. Can't we make an exception? It's not possible, host. The system backpack indeed cannot hold items not produced by the shop. It lacks that function. Jiang Yunxi. Are there spatial rings or storage bags in the system shop that cannot be accessed by anyone other than the owner? The system, yes, but they will only be available after the system upgrades once the system shop is upgraded. Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. How much does it cost? Know how many melon points does it cost? The lowest grade, the smallest storage bag, contains a space of 10 cubic meters and costs 2,000 melon points. The larger the space, the more expensive it is. As for the spatial rings, they are even more costly. It's better for the host not to know now, lest it break her Dao heart. By the way, such items are not available in unlimited quantities. Each host can exchange for them a maximum of 3 times. So please be cautious with your exchanges. After all, this is something that transcends civilizations, and too many cannot be produced. Jiang Yunxi frowned, realizing she needed to save more melon points to exchange for larger, easier items to avoid wasting opportunities. System, I've decided after exchanging for fitness pills for the 3 of us, the next item will be storage space. Little did Jiang Yunxi, no one really cannot make plans carelessly, as plans can never keep up with changes. Pingyang Marquis Mansion, Wudong Courtyard. Madam, someone just reported that the young master has left the 5th Miss Yulan Courtyard. According to the messenger, the young master left with a dark expression, as if he were very angry. The young master's wife Lu frowned. Angry? Why is he angry? Could it be because that maid was going to drug the 5th young master? The old woman shook her head. This servant does not know, but it should not be because of that. If he were angry about that, he would be mad at the maidservant, not at Yulan Courtyard. Lu nodded. What the old woman says is reasonable. It must be that mother and son trio who have angered the young master. The old woman scoffed upon hearing this. That mother and son trio are utterly incapable. Originally, old Madam Kong wanted the 5th miss, and that maid was going to drug the 5th young master. The young master was just feeling pity for them. They, however, failed to seize the opportunity to sell their misery, plead their case, and curry favor with the young master, instead angering him. Lu detected the old woman's glee and could not help but ask, Zheng and her group have not offended you, why do you? How could they not have offended me? Madam, have you forgotten? Because of old Madam Kong, and that maidservant the young master said you are not managing the household well. Can you blame this on yourself? Old Madam Kong is the stewardess of the madam's courtyard, which you could manage. That maid was going to drug the 5th young master. It was not something you instigated. Seeing Lu touch her forehead, knowing she was troubled by the management issues, the old woman hurriedly stepped forward to help Lu massage her head to relax. Originally, after the Kong and Ma families were cleared out, there were many vacancies in the mansion. You were busy finding replacements, but caused another incident with the maidservants drugging and had to clear out some people, leading to more vacancies. This is not adding trouble for you, madam. I am worried about you. Although the old woman was thinking of her, Lu felt comforted by her words, but she still said, in those 2 incidents, both the 5th miss and the 5th young master were victims. It is really not their fault. The old woman pouted. If they are not to blame, then why did the madam issue orders to investigate those servants who bully the master? Surely they can be blamed for something. The young master has left Yulan Courtyard and gone to the 2nd miss. He punished her with house arrest and made her copy books, then went to the madam. That treacherous maid has been handed over to you for disposal, and the investigation of the mansion's affairs has also been handed to you. Even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, you could not manage everything. The old woman looked sympathetic. I am worried about you. Managing such a large household is your responsibility, and whenever something goes wrong, it all falls on you. This is truly unfair. This statement struck a chord with Lu, but she also knew that if asked to relinquish her authority as the steward, she would certainly not agree. After all, she is the young master's wife, the future head of the Marquis residence, and this authority should rightfully belong to her. All right, old woman, no more talk of this. As the young master's wife, I should take responsibility. I can't just hide away and let my second and third sisters manage the household for me. Nor can I let Jing manage it for me. The old woman fell silent. She could plead Liu's case and curry her favor, but she could not suggest that Liu give up her authority. If she did so, Liu might think she was an undercover agent sent by others. As Zhang Fengtang stepped through the mansion gate, he tossed a remark to Deshan. Make sure they keep their mouths shut, knowing what to say and what not to say. Yes, young master. Zhang Fengtang strode forward, his direction seemingly aimed at crossing the second gate into the inner courtyard. But after a few steps he realized the hour and had to slow his pace. He was immensely excited, eager to share many words with those in the know, yet recalled that Zhang had said earlier she would rest in her daughter's courtyard with her son today. Zhang Fengtang instantly deflated, losing interest in visiting other courtyards. Forget it'll rest in the front courtyard. Remembering that his daughter's systems abilities had been verified, helping him avoid being a fool and raising another's child, and might even bring him significant future aid, Zhang Fengtang's excitement surged anew. Open the storeroom, pick gifts for Sierra. A young lady should be dressed beautifully. Zhang Yunjing and Zhang Yunxi stared wide-eyed at the several chests and the piles of cloth on the table, listening to the stewardess relay the message. Zhang swallowed hard and confirmed with the stewardess again. Stewardess, are you sure there's no mistake? These are all sent by the young master. With such a big matter, how could I be mistaken? The stewardess pointed at the items on the floor and table. These were indeed ordered by the young master. But isn't this too much? Especially those. Zhang pointed at the jewelry, ornaments, and complete headdresses clearly unsuitable for Young's age. The rest are fine, Sierra can use them. But these are obviously not for Sierra's current use. The stewardess smiled. The young master said these may not be needed now, but in a few years they will be. Better to send them to Fifth Miss for her to enjoy than let them gather dust in his storeroom, lest she appear naive and be ridiculed by others. But the stewardess dared not say that. The young master could tease Fifth Miss, but she, as servant, could not. The stewardess then took a small wooden box from a large chest at her feet and retrieved a jade plaque. It was another plain plaque, and even the unknowledgeable Jiang Yunxi could see its jade quality was more translucent than the one her brother had given her yesterday. Especially this plaque, the young master instructed Fifth Miss to carry it daily for safety and peace. Jiang Yunxing's face twitched. What did father mean? He knew he had just given his sister a plaque yesterday, yet today he sent another, even having the stewardess stress she wear it daily. If she wore his, how could she wear mine? Was father trying to win sister's favor and outshine him? Probably yesterday's inner thoughts about not recognizing him and seeing him as a father-brother made father uncomfortable. Unable to blame sister, he deliberately Clearly Zheng shared the same thought. She glanced at her son and saw his displeasure. Zheng couldn't hide her smile. Luckily others thought she was happy about the young master's gifts to his daughter, unaware she was mocking the father and son. Looking at the items, Zheng felt some worry. The stewardess' conspicuous delivery would likely be known throughout the mansion. If Sierra accepted them, trouble might arise. Recalling why the young master had left abruptly last night, Zheng had a guess. She smiled faintly. Stewardess, last night the young master said he was leaving the mansion on business after dinner. What time did he return? How was his mood? The stewardess glanced at Zheng, tempted to say she shouldn't inquire about the young master's whereabouts. But then she thought since he had mentioned going out, and she only asked about the time and mood of an already occurred event, it was harmless. The young master had sent so many things to Fifth Miss, clearly signaling her future importance. Why offend her? Madame Zheng, the young master, returned around the hour of 79 p.m. He was in high spirits and immediately opened the storeroom to pick items for Fifth Miss. Zheng understood. Last night the young master must have successfully caught the adulterer based on his daughter's inner voice avoiding cuckoldry. So Sierra could accept these gifts without burden. This was a reward for merit. As for what others thought, Zheng didn't care. If they had objections, they could take it up with the young master. After all, when he had given gifts to others in the past bypassing Sierra, she hadn't complained. Clearly Jiang Yunzheng felt the same. Mother and son exchanged glances and Zheng spoke for Jiang Yunxi. Thank you for the trouble, stewardess. Suju thanked the stewardess for me. Suju stepped forward, took out an embroidered pouch, and smiled as she approached the stewardess. Stewardess, thank you for your effort. Please have some tea with this. The stewardess took the pouch, felt its contents, and grinned ear to ear. Thank you, Madame Zheng, for your generosity. The young master also said he would dine with you all in Fifth Miss Courtyard tonight. The family opened the wooden boxes in the chests one by one to inspect the items. Seeing so much jewelry, Jiang Yunxi was dazzled. System, is all this mine? She still couldn't believe it. Having had no jewelry in modern times, she now owned several chests of gems, pearls, and gold with very little silver. How much is all this worth? System, I'm not sure about the prices here. Why don't you ask your mother? Jiang Yunxi shuffled over to Zheng, who was cataloging items with the stewardess, and asked hesitantly, Mother, can I do whatever I want with all these? I hope it's not just for show with no ownership rights. She recalled news about wealthy wives borrowing family jewelry for events and having to return it. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Zheng quickly said, Your father gave these to you, so they're yours. Do as you wish. But your father has good taste, what he stores is rare quality. I suggest you keep them. If you want to give gifts, use items bought outside. If the styles become outdated, you can melt them into new designs. The materials themselves are precious. Jiang Yunxi nodded vigorously. They were hers, so she wouldn't give them away recklessly. If needed, she'd follow her mother's advice and give lesser items. So how much silver are they worth? Jiang Yunxi quickly asked, reminded by her son Zheng Nu of her daughter's money-loving nature. As I told you, many of your father's treasures are priceless. I can't give a specific price. In short, the silver he gave you last night probably couldn't buy these. Jiang Yunxi swallowed hard. Exchanging 15,000 taels would not suffice to acquire these jewels and fabrics, which made her ponder the vast amount needed. Hence her wealthy benefactor today was even more generous with gold coins than yesterday. This wealthy benefactor was truly worthy of flattery. He was much easier to please than those who merely painted grand visions to stave off hunger. As she watched these items being documented, some carried into her room and others stored away, Jiang Yunxi solidified her determination to exchange points for storage space. This further strengthened her resolve to cling to her benefactor's leg, coaxing him into showering her with gold coins from time to time. Sushin, remember to help your young lady dress up and adorn her with the jewelry that has been sent before the young master arrives for dinner. Yes, madam. Remembering the particular pendant the old maid had mentioned, Zheng felt a smile creeping onto her face. Find a suitable chain to wear that pendant, put it on your young lady right away. Make sure it's visible, the young master must see it. Understood, madam. For some reason, Jiang Yunxi inexplicably thought of a dog collar. She quickly shook her head. That analogy was inappropriate. She was not a dog. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzheng couldn't help but smirk just as Jiang Yunxi caught sight of him. She hurried over and softly coaxed, brother, the one you gave me, I wear it every day. Jiang Yunzheng glanced at her. You're hanging 2 jade pendants around your neck. Aren't you worried about it weighing you down? Jiang Yunxi thought, what's this? You must have never seen a golden bride adorned with numerous gold bracelets around her neck. Jiang Yunjing, bracelets around the neck. Her sister likely misspoke. Oh, she must have meant a gold collar. Who would wear bracelets around their neck? However, Jiang Yunxi was just making conversation, as she had no intention of hanging 2 jade pendants around her neck. The neck belonged to her, and she was wary of fatigue. One to hang around the neck, one to hang at the waist. Isn't it said that the pendant brings safety? If I wear 2, that's double insurance. Jiang Yunzheng smiled at the corners of his mouth. He had not lost this round. It was a tie. As Jiang Yunzheng did his homework, Jiang Yunxi disturbed him from the side. Brother, our father is truly wealthy. If he weren't really wealthy, he wouldn't have been able to shower so much gold twice. If he didn't care about these, he wouldn't have given out so generously. Jiang Yunzheng scoffed while writing, this is just the beginning. You must understand what you've gotten in these 2 instances pales in comparison to what our elder brother and sister have received from father over the years. There's even a chance that even our second sister has benefited more. These jewels and accessories are merely from father's private collection. The public treasury of the estate and the private collections of grandfather and grandmother would hold even more. Jiang Yunxi's eyes brightened. If grandfather and grandmother have more, then wouldn't wooing them yield even greater rewards? Hearing his sister's thoughts, Jiang Yunsheng's hand trembled slightly. Fortunately, he had been through many trials and was no longer a novice otherwise. He coughed lightly and lowered his voice. Sister, are you thinking of simply wooing grandfather and grandmother? Jiang Yunxi blinked her large, captivating eyes. After all, he is my own brother. He understands me. Don't even think about it. Before Jiang Yunxi could finish her daydream, Jiang Yunzheng shattered her fantasy directly. Grandfather and grandmother have many grandchildren and granddaughters. There are quite a few legitimate ones, so they wouldn't even remember the illegitimate ones. They are the heads of the marquis' household, and with so many children from different branches, fairness in their dealings is paramount. You might be able to coax something from our father, but coaxing grandfather and grandmother is. Jiang Yunzheng couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that it's impossible, but the likelihood is extremely low. They're the kind of people who, if they give something to one legitimate grandchild, will compensate another legitimate grandchild accordingly. Of course, the illegitimate ones are another matter. After all these years, Jiang Yunzheng had long seen through this. Despite being praised by grandfather several times for his academic prowess, all he had received was a set of precious stationery, which was given to every grandchild entering school, not considered preferential treatment. Thus, he hadn't actually gained any benefits. That 5,000 taels yesterday were not given by grandfather or grandmother. A hush money, do you understand hush money? If the incident involving old maid Kong were to spread with her maid conspiring against the young mistress of the estate, it would tarnish grandmother's reputation and her family's reputation. Our grandmother comes from a noble background, a mere few thousand taels do not concern her. For all these years you have been overlooked. This can also be considered a form of indirect compensation. In the future, thinking of getting benefits from them alone will be quite difficult. Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of disdain in her heart, thinking that pandering to the grandparents seems to be a lost cause. I don't want to engage in a fruitless endeavor. I'll focus on pleasing my wealthy benefactor instead. Wealthy benefactor, Jiang Yunzheng felt a vain throb on his forehead. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly found that this name was quite fitting. Given the way father has been sending silver notes and gold to his sister these past couple of days, he is quite literally the embodiment of a wealthy benefactor. According to the rules, if father inherits the title, the public treasury in the estate, and grandfather's private collection will provide father with the majority. We are merely illegitimate offspring, and father. I can only expect to receive a very small portion. As for you sister married daughters, do not receive a share of the family estate. Jiang Yunxi understood, so if we don't find a way now, in the end it will only benefit elder brother. And elder sister, Jiang Yunzheng added, the legitimate mother manages the household, and it's relatively easy for her to pilfer from the public treasury for her private collection. Her belongings will certainly end up with elder brother and sister. The two siblings exchanged determined glances as if they were about to join a party. Thus sister brother, let's work hard, and try to gather more for ourselves. Others might not be able to coax anything out, but as for father, are you saying that the young master sent numerous jewels, accessories, and fabrics to the fifth miss? Lu frowned. What made the young master think of sending such things to the fifth miss? I don't know, but I heard from Deschan that he found the fifth miss attire too shabby. She doesn't resemble a young lady of the marquis household. Disparaging the fifth miss' shabby appearance. Lu pondered about what the fifth miss was like, but couldn't recall despite thinking hard. She only remembered that every time she came to pay respects, she was tiny and thin, silently shrinking in the corner. Madam, how old is the fifth miss? Lu had somewhat forgotten Jiang Yang's age. The old maid thought for a long time before uncertainly saying, she seems to be around 9 years old. I remember she is about the same age as the legitimate young lady of the third household. 9 years. Lu exclaimed in surprise. I thought she was 6 or 7. With her stature, she doesn't appear to be 9 at all. Lu looked annoyed. If she is indeed 9, then she ought to have some jewelry prepared. I should have been more attentive, thinking she wasn't old enough, and thus hadn't arranged for this. Why didn't Zheng remind me? Lu said a bit worried. Old maid, do you think the young master is suddenly sending lavish gifts to the fifth miss as a way to question me? He wouldn't suspect that I treat the illegitimate children harshly, would he? The old maid lowered her eyes. He shouldn't. Madam, you have always treated the illegitimate ones as your own. Lu interrupted. There are no outsiders here. You don't need to say such things. Lu stood up and began pacing the room. The young master must be doubting me. I was wondering why the marquis' wife ordered a thorough investigation into the servants mistreating the young mistress. The young master even specially sent someone to the big kitchen to instruct that from now on the fifth miss meals should be prepared according to her preferences, and she should not be charged for any silver. A 9-year-old child so frail looks like a 6 or 7-year-old. Sending those things today? All these factors combined, isn't it obvious that the fifth miss has been neglected? It shouldn't be right. The old maid felt uncertain after hearing Madam's words. Regardless of whether it is or not, since the young master has shown his intention, it would not be appropriate for me, as the legitimate mother, to sit idly by. Old maid, hurry to the estate's storeroom and pick out some jewelry and accessories suitable for the fifth miss's age, as well as some extra fabrics to send over. After all, it was my negligence, though I had always thought she was 6 or 7 years old and hadn't reached the age for these preparations yet. You all should have reminded me. Make sure to take plenty, don't be stingy. After all, it's public money, it's not coming from her private collection. Lu only hoped these remedial actions could salvage some of her image in the young master's eyes. Jiang Yunxi was in the inner chamber listening to the maid relay the words of the matron sent by the young master's wife. Once she confirmed that the person had left, she rose and went to the outer room. She really disliked socializing. Looking at the items on the table, fabrics and jewelry, Jiang Yunxi furrowed her brow. Mother, why did my stepmother suddenly send all these things over? Why send them early or late? It's only after the wealthy benefactor sent gifts that they sent them over, hoping to remedy the misunderstanding that your father had sent those items to you, thus striking her face. Logically, these things should have been prepared for you when you were 7 or 8 years old. However, the young master's wife had not made any arrangements until now. I thought since you were recuperating and not going out, if the items were sent, they might become outdated in a couple of years, so I didn't remind you. I just didn't expect. What do they think, you're still only 6 or 7 years old? Jiang Yunxi frowned. Although the original owner appeared weak and not in line with her actual age, the difference between 9 and 6 or 7 was indeed quite significant. Her father had 4 sons and 3 daughters. As the head lady of the household, if her stepmother had cared even a little, she shouldn't have forgotten the approximate age. Though she had never met her stepmother, Jiang Yunxi's initial impression of her was already quite negative. Sushin, register these items and put them in the young lattice dressing table. These can be used right now, so don't put them away. Zheng said to Jiang Yunxi, in the future, if you go to pay respects to your stepmother, bring 1 or 2 items along. Can I give these to someone else? Jiang Yunxi asked. Zheng nodded. These are not precious items. She must have told the matron to pick anything. It's fine to give them away. Jiang Yunxi nodded and hurriedly instructed Sushin. Sushin, remember to keep them separate and don't mix them with what father gave. If she accidentally mixed up the good stuff, she would be heartbroken. In the afternoon, after finishing his homework, Jiang Yunzheng accompanied Jiang Yunxi to play chess. It was not chess or Go. Jiang Yunxi did not have a mind for those, and played Gamoku instead. At first Jiang Yunjung was unfamiliar with the rules, and let her win twice. But once he understood the rules and started thinking several moves ahead, Jiang Yunxi no longer. It was truly a case of teaching the apprentice while starving the master. If it weren't for the lack of other entertainment, Jiang Yunxi would not have willingly played chess and been ruthless. Zheng was sitting nearby sewing, watching her two children bicker. Younger sister, once a move is made, there's no regret, do you understand? But I already made my move. If you want to take it back, isn't that a bit too much? It hasn't even been 2 seconds yet, it can still be taken back. Within 2 seconds WeChat messages can be recalled, why can't chess pieces? Jiang Yunjung was speechless. Are you sure you want to place that? No regrets. Hearing his tone, Jiang Yunxi sensed a trap. Was her brother trying to mislead her? She looked around the board, connecting lines everywhere, and after a long time she felt confident there was no problem and nodded. I've decided, I'll place this one. But that tone sounded rather uncertain. Are you sure? Then I'll make my move. Wait a moment, let me check again. Jiang Yunxi extended her hand to cover the board, and after confirming again said, go ahead this time, there will surely be no problem. However, what the heck, brother, how did you win again? I clearly checked. Jiang Yunjung wore a proud expression. You only looked at that move, but didn't think about the next one. I didn't connect the lines with my last move, so this move. Jiang Yunxi gritted her teeth. You smart ones have such dirty hearts. How could one set traps for others in advance? Jiang Yunjung was unconcerned. Isn't chess played like this, preparing ahead? It's like this in chess, it should also apply in life. Just then someone outside reported, Madam Miss Donger has returned. She said she wanted to come in to thank Madam and Miss Donger. Jiang Yunxi was momentarily stunned before recalling, oh, she's the maid sold to an abusive man by her stepmother. I specifically gave her a day off today, hoping she would uncover this, wanting to save her. I just don't know. System, quickly check. That little girl shouldn't have been sold, right? Jiang Yunxi couldn't care less about the chess game, now hastily communicating with the system in her mind. Please wait, host, or I will check. The system's voice sounded, host, don't worry. With your mother's people helping, the stepmother couldn't sell her. The stepmother's reputation has spread, so it won't be so easy to sell her again. Jiang Yunxi frowned. She genuinely felt frustrated about the marriages of this era decided by parental commands and matchmakers, completely disregarding the opinions of the parties involved. If I grow up and someone dares to disregard my consent and matchmake for me recklessly, let's see how I'll ruin it. Zheng and Jiang Yunjung exchanged glances, realizing they needed to give the young master a heads up to prevent him from making foolish decisions. Also, they needed to ensure he paid attention to the young master's wife, as the marriage matters of the daughters were mostly in the hands of the head lady. Worried that too many unpleasant matters would spoil the mood of her children, Zheng walked out herself and didn't let Donger come in. Not wanting to continue playing chess with Jiang Yunjing, which would ruin her own mindset, Jiang Yunxi planned to find him some tasks. Oblivious to the fact that her thoughts were fully audible, Jiang Yunxi was still pondering how to keep her brother away from Feng Hua and all other female beings outside her. She did not know if she could find an excuse in 10 days to deal with Feng Hua and the maids in her brother's courtyard, so she hinted, brother, I'm still waiting for you to become a high official to back me up. What's most important for you now is studying. You can't let those messy matters distract you. Jiang Yunjung replied. Younger sister, don't worry. I will definitely, especially with girls, you're still young, you need to stay away from them. You will be the one to marry in the future, and before you marry, you must keep your body pure for your wife. You must uphold the male virtue. Jiang Yunjung replied, sister, did you get it wrong? Shouldn't the wife keep her body pure for me? I've only heard of women maintaining their virtue, I've never heard of men needing to uphold male virtue. If you encounter maids being overly attentive, you must quickly run away. If they offer tea or snacks, don't eat them. It's best not to let them get too close. You have Yanqing, so you don't need them to serve you. Jiang Yunxi switched to a lecturing mode, endlessly nagging, which made Jiang Yunjing's head hurt. He genuinely felt that his sister could not beat him in chess, so he planned to use strategy to make her head ache, preventing her from focusing to win. It seemed that to avoid being nagged, he had to let her know that Feng Hua had been dealt with and the courtyard had been entirely replaced with matrons and male servants. But how to say it without exposing that he could hear her thoughts? This was indeed a bit tricky. Fortunately, someone rescued him. Madam Young Master, Young Miss, the young master has arrived. Accompanying him is the eldest young master. Hearing the servants report, they said the young master had come with the eldest young master, leaving both Zheng and the siblings Jiang Yunjin and Jiang Yunxi in a state of confusion. Although the old maid had mentioned earlier that the young master would come to have dinner with them, it was still early, and dinner time had not yet arrived. It was fine for the young master to come, but why had he brought the eldest young master along? Zheng and Jiang Yunjin exchanged glances, and a suspicion arose in their hearts. The young master father might want to test whether the eldest young master brother could hear the thoughts of his daughter little sister. But is this really a good idea? What if the eldest young master brother heard some big secret? The eldest young master could also hear it, and become furious. The complaints the daughter made about the young master father yesterday almost scared them to death, and they had barely managed to coax him back. If it's the eldest young master brother, it's not a matter of a father's and daughter's connection, but rather their weak sibling bond. However, the person has already been brought here, and they couldn't send him away, so they could only brace themselves to welcome them. Zhang still held on to a glimmer of hope, trying to see if she could send him away. Sierra, you should stay inside and not go out. I will go out with Zhang. Sushin, dress up the young lady using the jewelry that the young master sent. Let her wear that jade pendant as well. Zhang and Jiang Yunjin stood at the door to greet the father and son. Sir, eldest young master. Father, elder brother. Jiang Yunting quickly bowed upon seeing Zhang and her son, saying, Madam Zhang, fifth brother. His expression was somewhat awkward as he did not understand why his father insisted on bringing him to see his fifth younger sister today. Although his fifth younger sister was ill, as the eldest brother, he should indeed come to visit. However, coming while Madame Zhang was present along with his father felt entirely. He had told his father he would come another day, but his father disagreed and insisted on coming together with him. He didn't know why his father was so adamant about this. Fifth sister is ill. It is only right that I come to visit her sooner. However, I have been busy with official duties and have only been able to come today. I hope you won't hold it against me, madam. Jiang Yunting made a formal apology. There is no need for the eldest young master to be so polite. Yunjin, you accompany your elder brother inside to sit. Zhang was somewhat reluctant for Jiang Yunting to see her daughter, just in case. Jiang Fengtang would not let her have her way. He had specifically brought his eldest son along to verify. If it weren't for his eldest daughter Jiang Yunfei attending a gathering with her friends today, he would have wanted to bring her along as well. Sierra is in the inner room, so let's go to the inner room, Jiang Fengtang said directly. Zhang hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate? They are siblings and we are here with them, so there are not so many rules. Tinger is here to see his fifth sister, he can't just not meet her. Jiang Fengtang declared resolutely. When someone comes to visit the sick, it is indeed inappropriate to not let the patient be seen. But, Zhang sighed inwardly and silently prayed her daughter would take it easy. Such a pity. My benefactor is here, but why hasn't he come in yet? My father is really something. He suddenly left in the middle of dinner yesterday, and I still had so much. As soon as they got closer, Jiang Fengtang heard his daughter's thoughts, and a broad smile appeared on his face. His daughter said she still had much to say to him, seeing how much she liked him. He believed in the bond between a father and daughter. Jiang Yunting, hearing the voices nearby, couldn't help but look around asking, who is speaking? Zhang and Jiang Yunjin. It's over. The most worrying thing has happened. The eldest young master brother can also hear it. However, Jiang Fengtang's eyes lit up. He stopped and blocked Jiang Yunting, telling the servants, you all go away, stay in the courtyard, and don't disturb our conversation. After the servants left, Jiang Fengtang quietly asked, Tinger, did you just hear a voice? Jiang Yunting believed him. I heard it was a woman's voice. What did she say? Jiang Fengtang confirmed again. Jiang Yunting summarized the general meaning. Jiang Fengtang Zhang and Jiang Yunjin confirmed that he could indeed hear the thoughts of his daughter's sister. Tinger, remember, when you see your fifth sister later, if she doesn't move her mouth, but you can hear her speaking, don't be startled. No matter what you hear, don't show it. Act as if you didn't hear anything. Jiang Fengtang reminded sternly. Her fifth sister isn't speaking. Jiang Yunting felt like he was here. Jiang Yunx's thoughts came through again. Why is my father so slow? Why hasn't he come in yet? This is fifth sister's voice, but it doesn't sound right. Jiang Yunting frowned. Although he hadn't interacted much with Jiang Yunxi, he had some prior experience, and this was clearly not her voice. Hearing his daughter's thoughts urging him on, he thought that since his son couldn't disclose anything anyway, he needn't worry too much. Jiang Fengtang casually said, just remember what I told you earlier. Saying that he was about to walk in, but was stopped by Jiang Yunjin. Father, I need your help with something. Jiang Yunjin quickly mentioned what his sister was saying, fearing Fanghua might still poison him, unaware that Fanghua had already been dealt with, and that there were no maids left. Jiang Yunting looked puzzled. Jiang Fengtang nodded. Don't worry, this matter is on me. I will smooth it over shortly. Finally, the four of them entered the inner room, and saw Jiang Yunxi waiting there. Upon seeing Jiang Fengtang enter, Jiang Yunxi dashed over and hugged his arm. Father, why did you take so long to come in? Looking at her adorned with the jewelry he had given her, and wearing the jade pendant he had gifted, Jiang Fengtang smiled. Sierra looks beautiful today. Our girl should dress up more. Father is just joking. I'm so pale and thin. How can I look good? Jiang Fengtang glared. Who said my daughter isn't beautiful? My daughter is the most beautiful. If you're thin, just eat more. Gaining weight will make you look good. I've already spoken to the kitchen. You can order whatever you want in the future. They are not allowed to make things difficult for you, and they certainly can't extort your money. If anyone dares to ask you for money, just tell your father, and I will take care of them. Wow, my father is so kind. I wonder if I can have spicy food or Hunan cuisine. After being reminded by Jiang Fengtang, Jiang Yunting had been paying attention to Jiang Yunx's lips since he entered. He successfully saw that she hadn't moved her mouth, but he still heard her voice. Although her speaking voice was somewhat different, it was definitely her. Jiang Yunting remembered his father's reminder and kept his lips tightly closed, pretending he hadn't heard it. Jiang Fengtang. What kind of vegetable is cilantro? If it doesn't smell good, is it smelly? He knew about chili peppers having traveled to other places. He remembered it was a product of a certain region. How would his daughter know about this? Remembering the system, he suddenly realized that it must be the system communicating with his daughter. No matter what you want to eat, just tell the kitchen to find a way to get it. You can rest assured our marquis kitchen has capable people who can cook dishes from all over the world. Thank you, father, you are so good. Zhang Yunxi said, shaking Zhang Fengtang's arm in a spoiled manner. Zhang hurriedly reminded Sierra, don't you see your elder brother is also here? Zhang Yunxi stuck out her tongue and glanced at the young man beside her. Around 20 years old with striking features, eyes like cold stars, and distinct contours, he stood there with grace, exuding handsome charm. Wow, what a handsome guy. I was so caught up talking to my benefactor that I forgot to look at the handsome guy. Zhang Yunting's face flushed slightly. This fifth sister. This handsome man is actually my brother. No wonder my father is so handsome, his son must not be bad. Zhang Fengtang stroked his short beard. In his daughter's eyes he was handsomer than his son. She had said that his son was handsome because her father was handsome. Elder brother, hello, Zhang Yunxi greeted brightly. Although they had different mothers, such a handsome man was still her brother. Fifth sister, hello. Zhang Yunting thought, how is this fifth sister different from the one I saw before? As the group sat down, Zhang Yunxi still clung to Zhang Fengtang, which pleased him greatly. Father, why did you leave halfway through dinner last night? I lowered my head for just a moment, and when I looked up again you were gone. Zhang Fengtang thought to himself, what else could it be, but rushing off to catch adulterers based on your inner thought. A servant reported something urgent, and I had no time to tell you, so I went to handle it. What matter was so important that you couldn't even spare a word? Zhang Yunxi asked, puzzled. Zhang Fengtang couldn't tell the truth, so he evaded. It was official business. Official business. Zhang Yunxi frowned. Such important official business that he couldn't even spare a moment to speak. It must be something serious. In this imperial society, it couldn't be something that would bring disaster upon the entire family, could it? Damn it, system check quickly. Father rushing off like that. Surely he's not entangled in some major trouble. Then our whole family would be in danger. System check now. Zhang Fengtang frowned, worried that the system might have found out what he did last night. As for his ability to hear her thoughts, Zhang Fengtang wanted to stop her, but as soon as he opened his mouth, well, he couldn't stop it, so he could only stare helplessly. Soon the system's voice sounded. Host, rest assured your father didn't do anything major. He went to catch adulterers last night. Catch adulterers? Zhang Yunxi's voice rose a few pitches. Zhang Fengtang thought she's found out. Tired, let it all, and no love left. But daughter, why are you so excited that your father went to catch adulterers? Zheng Shi and Zhang Yunjing, who knew the inside story, kept their heads down, not letting Zhang Fengtang see their upturned lips. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunting looked at his father in astonishment, muttering inwardly. Father went to catch adulterers. Whose? There was no major commotion in the marquis residence. Zhang Yunxi's voice was hard to contain her excitement. Where did he catch them? Did he succeed? It couldn't be helped. Watching a spectacle was ingrained in the blood of the... How did he just leave while eating to catch adulterers? Could it be that someone reported the affair to him when he suddenly left? Zhang Fengtang's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. I heard a servant's report and rushed off to catch adulterers. If my daughter asks again, I'll tell her that. System, tell me whose adultery did my father catch? Did he succeed? Was it Wei Shi? Wei Shi, listen to me, thank you. All the bad things are pinned on me. Host, have you forgotten the gossip from yesterday? Weren't those two lovers meeting in secret? The moment you looked up, your father was gone. Zhang Yunxi's interest waned. Oh, it's them. Then there's nothing much. She had hoped for fresh gossip. Host, aren't you curious about the aftermath? Don't you not want your father to raise some bastard child? Of course not. Why spend money meant for me on others? Zhang Fengtang nodded inwardly. True. Did my father beat them? He must have right. Zhang Fengtang thought, could I not? I beat that man until his own mother would... Zhang Yunxi looked up at Zhang Fengtang. My father is quite something. After such a big incident last night, he's acting like nothing happened today. I heard he even opened the storeroom last night to pick out jewelry for me. Zhang Yunting tried hard to hold back, but couldn't help coughing. Zhang Fengtang thought, damn it, I shouldn't have brought this boy today. All my dignity is lost. I wasn't cuckolded at all. No, I need to explain to this boy later, so he doesn't misunderstand and ruin my image. It's also a warning for him. Others might deceive me this way, and someone might try to deceive him too. Your father didn't hit the woman since she's pregnant, but the man was beaten badly. Your father wasn't angry, in fact he was quite pleased since he uncovered the truth, and avoided being made a fool. Zhang Yunxi agreed, true, better than raising another man's son. Did my father demand compensation? He spent money on the house for that woman, paid for care, and hired servants. He should get that back. And what about that house? If he keeps it, won't it be awkward every time he goes there? And those two, they must have left some evidence, right? What if they turn around and slander my father? Host, rest assured your father is quite shrewd. He made them write down the truth and sign their names with fingerprints. They can't deny it now. As for compensation, your father demanded triple the expenses. He also sold the house to that man at a high price. Zhang Yunxi was relieved. Good, at least my father did. Otherwise I'd feel sorry for him. Zhang Fengtang comforted himself, thinking that his younger daughter still cared about him and worried about his losses. But couldn't she stop gossiping about him in front of so many people? I hope my father learns from this and chooses his friends more carefully in the future. Zhang Fengtang thought, daughter, you don't need to say it. They'll be more careful from now on. Zhang Yunxi's eyes darted. System, yesterday's gossip about my father gave me 600. This counts as gossip too, right? Shouldn't I get some? Another 600. No, today's gossip is just a continuation of yesterday's. I can't give that much. Jiang Yunqi was a bit unhappy, but then she thought even a mosquito's leg is meat. Something is better than nothing. Fine, then how much will you give? At most 200. 200 it is. Now I have 2,900 gossip points, still far from 4,500. She had exhausted the gossip in her own courtyard, so she needed to expand her business. But she was still sick and couldn't go out. Host, have you forgotten your eldest brother? He has gossip too, and it's quite explosive. Jiang Yunting was stunned. Gossip about me. From his fifth sister's inner thoughts, he had already deduced that his father's deception was revealed through her. As she said when those two lovers were meeting, father disappeared. This system was quite capable. It could find out what happened last night in just a few breaths. Father had repeatedly warned him, but not Jingshi or his fifth brother, so they must be able to hear his sister's thoughts too. If his fifth sister gossiped about him, everyone present would hear it. Hearing gossip about others was enjoyable, but hearing it about himself. Jiang Yunting inexplicably wanted to flee. He suddenly stood up and handed over the brocade box he had been holding. Fifth sister, this is a gift from your eldest brother. Before Jiang Yunqi could speak, he continued. Your brother has matters to attend to, so. Sit down. Jiang Fengtang suddenly spoke. You came specifically to see your fifth sister today. How can you leave after just a few words? Trying to escape. No way. I was exposed to you, and you think you can run. The purpose of your visit today is only half fulfilled. Sierra, accept your brother's gift and talk with him. Quickly start gossiping about your brother. Seeing Jiang Fengtang's unyielding gaze, Jiang Yunting was on the verge of tears. Father, Sierra, your brother is engaged and will marry soon. He currently serves in the Ministry of Justice. See if there's any gossip about him that could help him avoid trouble. If Jiang Yunqi knew Jiang Fengtang's thoughts, she would exclaim, good heavens, what does he take me for? Host, there is gossip about your brother, and it's quite explosive involving his fiancée. If you don't listen to this gossip, you will regret it for the rest of your life. If asked how Jiang Yunting felt at that moment, he would say he didn't know. 1 second, he wanted to flee, unwilling to be the subject of gossip. The next, it concerned his own fiancée. How could he afford to miss the information? A piece of gossip so explosive that missing it would lead to lifelong regret. What kind of scandal could it be? Jiang Yunqi had never tasted such a sensational what a pity it would be to let it slip by. System, dig in. Jiang Yunting found himself torn. He yearned to escape, yet reason told him he had better listen. Jiang Fengtang shot Jiang Yunting a meaningful glance, urging him to sit down and not disturb his sister's gossip. Seeing Jiang Yunting unmoved, he then signaled to Jiang Yunjing, who sat beside him. Jiang Yunjing had no choice but to physically help Jiang Yunting take his seat, leaning in to whisper, Big brother, don't blame me. Father made me. Besides, little sister has never been wrong before. You'd better listen. After being forced into his seat, Jiang Yunting gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. Forget it. He might as well indulge. After all, he couldn't stop it anyway. Even if he ran away, father would eventually tell him, and he'd have to listen anyway. Your future sister-in-law is the legitimate granddaughter of the Minister of War, ranked 3rd. Taura and Jiang Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim, just hearing the name suggests she must be a beauty. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. Otherwise she wouldn't have captivated your big brother so thoroughly. You don't know this, but this match was initiated by your big brother himself. He took a liking to her, and asked your legitimate mother to propose the marriage. Jiang Yunting couldn't help but feel a flush of shyness under the knowing glances from those present. Fifth sister's so-called system was truly formidable. It could even uncover this. Meeting fifth brother's teasing gaze, Jiang Yunting deliberately glared back. You're still young and inexperienced. Your feathers haven't even grown yet. Wait until you grow up and meet a girl who captures your heart, then you'll understand. When that day comes, you'll see if I mock you or not. Perhaps because of their shared gossip, Jiang Yunting felt a closeness to this half-brother greater than usual. System, was it that smooth? Once my legitimate mother proposed, it was settled. Aren't these things usually full of twists and turns in the place? How could it not be? The Minister of War's family was worried about this third young lattice marriage prospects. You see, this third young lady was previously betrothed. The 8 characters were matched, and the engagement was set. But then something happened, and the engagement was annulled. Jiang Fengtang frowned upon hearing this. Miss Tao had been engaged before. Why hadn't they mentioned this when discussing the marriage? Once an engagement was finalized, unless one party committed a grave fault, it was rarely broken. If the engagement was broken, one side must have been at fault. But even if the fault wasn't Tao's, they should have disclosed the matter before arranging another marriage, not concealed it. Even Jiang Yunting's expression darkened. He wanted to speak out in accusation, but found himself unable to utter a word. Gossip without snacks had no soul. Jiang Yunqi had to settle for popping a candied fruit into her mouth. Did my big brother and legitimate mother know about Miss Tao's previous broken engagement? Definitely not, the system affirmed. If your legitimate mother knew the reason for the broken engagement, even if your big brother liked Miss Tao to death, she would never agree. Jiang Yunqi, her gossip soul ablaze, instantly sensed the underlying truth. So the fault for the broken engagement lies with Miss Tao. Bingo. Host got it right. Reward. Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. No reward. Jiang Yunqi, all that excitement for nothing. Trash system, always. But eager to continue the gossip, she didn't bother picking a fight with the system. So what did Miss Tao do wrong to get her engagement broken? And who was she previously betrothed to? Jiang Yunting pricked up his ears. He too wanted to know who Miss Ruoyan had been engaged to, and why it was called off. Miss Tao's previous fiancé was the son of the former right vice-censor-in-chief. Jiang Yunqi frowned. System, why did you say former? Just tell me his current position. Host, I did it on purpose, to provoke your question. The former right vice-censor-in-chief is now the left censor-in-chief. His promotion was heavily aided by Minister Tao of the Ministry of War. Jiang Yunting looked at his father seeking confirmation, but saw him with closed eyes lost. Jiang Fengtang closed his eyes recalling when the current left censor-in-chief had taken office and whether Minister Tao had played a part in his ascension. As he pondered, a memory surfaced. Just over a year ago, the previous left censor-in-chief had been convicted and the original right vice-censor-in-chief was promoted. Minister Tao and his faction had indeed lent considerable assistance. Jiang Fengtang opened his eyes, meeting Jiang Yunxing's gaze, and nodded in confirmation. Jiang Yunxi popped another candied fruit into her mouth, but this one was sour, causing her to squint and suck in her saliva. Normally, the engagement and annulment of a legitimate daughter of the Minister of War would be known to all the great families in the capital. Yet this time it was kept so tightly, especially since the fault lay with Miss Tao, the woman's side. Yet not a whisper got out. The Tao family must have gone to great lengths to seal the mouths to protect. Was the censor-in-chief's promotion a hush payment? Host guessed correctly again, but still no reward. Jiang Yunxi rolled her eyes. I know you're stingy, and won't give me rewards for nothing. Spare me the talk, it's really annoying. The system feigned ignorance. So tell me, what did Miss Tao do to cause the annulment, and force Minister Tao to go to such lengths to cover it up? Miss Tao was a warrior, a love-crazed fighter. Jiang Yunxi, don't sugarcoat it. Just say she was a hopeless romantic. Spill it, what earth-shattering thing did she do for love? Nothing much. After her elders arranged her engagement, she being fond of opera fell for an actor. She told her family, but they disagreed and insisted she honor the engagement. So she rebelled and eloped with the actor. They lived outside for a few months, only to find that love alone couldn't fill her stomach. The actor was a philanderer dallying with more than just her. After the silver and jewelry she brought ran out, the actor refused to support her and instead carried on with another woman. Miss Tao, left with no choice, slunk back to the Tao family in disgrace. Jiang Yunting's face darkened. Miss Tao had eloped with someone and lived outside for months, and he had thought her pure and unattainable. Jiang Yunting didn't believe that after eloping and spending months together, Tao Ruoyan and that actor could have maintained any propriety or remained chaste. As for the idea that Jiang Yunxi was slandering her, Jiang Yunting entertained no such thought. This was merely his overhearing of Fifth Sister's inner thoughts. Besides, it was the system in Fifth Sister's mind that spoke. Neither he nor Tao Ruoyan had any grudge against it, so why would it fabricate? Not only did Jiang Yunting's face darken, but Jiang Fengtang's expression also turned grim. The Tao family had gone too far in their deception. Without incident, Jiang Yunting's wife would be the next madam of the marquis household. How could they conceal the truth and betroth such a woman to his son? Jiang Yunxi chuckled. Isn't that third Miss Tao supposed to be madly in love? If she had any spine, she wouldn't come back to play the grand lady. But if she did come back and my eldest brother caught sight of her, wouldn't she just bring trouble to him? If she married into our family and bore my brother a love-struck child, what would we do? System, host, are you foolish? When faced with such a person, you should quickly find a way to sabotage their marriage, not let them wed. Jiang Yunxi shrugged. I'd like to sabotage it, but am of no consequence and have little influence. Do I have the ability? She glanced at Jiang Yunting and muttered to the system, don't you think my eldest brother is also a bit love-struck? He saw her once, took a liking to her, and had our stepmother propose marriage. He didn't even bother to find out what kind of person Tao Ruoyan really is. Jiang Yunting clenched his fist, wanting to retort. Jiang Yunzheng quickly raised his teacup. Brother, I think this tea is quite good. What do you think? Seeing his half-brother frantically signaling him from where the fifth sister couldn't see and catching their father's warning glare out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Yunting had no choice but to stiffly force out the words, it is good. What could he do? He felt his head was as green as his father's. Jiang Yunxi took a sip of the tea. Is this tea good? It's just ordinary tea. Oh well, I don't understand tea anyway. I can't keep up with these refined people. Jiang Yunxi popped a candied fruit into her mouth. System, it doesn't make sense. The daughter of the Minister of War eloped with someone. Why hasn't such a scandal broken out? Because the rumors were silenced quickly. As soon as she disappeared, the minister's residence announced she had gone to visit her maternal grandparents. All the maids who knew the truth were dealt with, and even the search was conducted discreetly. That's why it took months to find her, and even then she came back on her own. Later the actor was disposed of, and anyone who had seen the third miss during their elopement and knew her identity. Host, you understand? Jiang Yunxi nodded at first, then shook her head. Still something's off. If the minister's residents sealed their mouths so well, how did the family she was previously betrothed? That's because the third miss exposed herself. She wanted to break off the engagement, but her elders disagreed. So she wrote to her fiancé telling him about her love for the actor, hoping to gain his sympathy and have him call off the wedding. She even wanted him to take the blame to not ruin her reputation, lest her family elders punish her or bring shame to her sisters. After eloping with the actor, she once encountered her former fiancé. She deliberately brought the actor before him, declaring her unwavering love, and saying they would go far away, never to be seen again. She would rather die than marry him. Jiang Yunx's mouth fell open, the candied fruit nearly dropping from her lips. Luckily, she was quick, catching it with her hand, and popping it back into her mouth, oblivious to the slightly disgusted looks from the others. System, is that third miss insane? Does she have any brains? Jiang Yunzheng nodded in agreement. He thought his little sister was right. The third miss indeed didn't seem to have a brain. Were her brains eaten by a dog? If she wanted to break off the engagement for love, she should have just done it. Even if the elders disagreed, she could have gone to the other family herself and shown them how far she'd go. But what did she do? She wanted love and her reputation too. She expected someone else to pay for her mistakes. Where's her shame? Who does she think she is to have such? Jiang Yunxi genuinely thought the third miss was brainless. Why should others have to sacrifice themselves for her love? She should sacrifice herself. She knew that if she broke off the engagement with a fault, it would affect her sisters. So what about the other family? Don't they have brothers and sisters too? Host, perhaps the third miss thought her love story would move heaven and earth, making people willingly sacrifice for her. The brain circuits of the brainless are not something normal people can understand. Some people wake up to reality, while others keep going down the same dark path. This reminded Jiang Yunxi of a video she had seen, and she couldn't help but shiver. When a love-struck person becomes stubborn, 10 oxen can't pull them back. Oh right, her cheap eldest brother seemed to be love-struck too. A love-struck person not only harms themselves, but also drags their family down. Jiang Yunxi's gaze turned sinister as she looked at Jiang Yunting. Jiang Yunting felt a chill run down his spine. Fifth sister, why are you looking at me like that? Don't look at me that way, oh it frightens me. Why don't you go give that look to the third miss instead? System, they say birds of a feather flock together. Do you think my cheap eldest brother took one look at the third miss and wanted to marry her because they share the same love-struck brains? System, very likely. Jiang Fengtang's gaze toward Jiang Yunting turned unfriendly. His daughter's talk of a love-struck person with the third miss as an example made him feel disgusted. He only wanted to stay away. If his own family produced one, he'd want to shove them back into the womb to be reborn. Feeling his father's hostile stare, Jiang Yunting shook his head frantically. Am not one. I am definitely not love-struck. I just mentioned it to mother, asking her to make inquiries. Who knew that when she found out it was the Minister of War's granddaughter, she would go straight to propose marriage. Both sides had already agreed before I even knew. I am not love-struck. Now all I want is to call off this engagement. I don't want to wear a green hat and be a cuckold. Every time I think about how I actually fancied a woman like the third miss, I want to slap myself for even mentioning her to mother. Thinking of the videos where love-struck people ruin their families, Jiang Yunxi's voice took on a sinister tone. System, is there any way to cure my brother of his love-struck? Host, let's leave curing your brother for later. Let's keep eating the third miss gossip. I'm telling you, the third miss is back, but the story isn't over yet. Not over. Jiang Yunxi's voice was filled with surprise. Of course not. Do you think a story about a noble lady falling for an actor and eloping is worth my telling you that you'd regret missing it for life? You underestimate this gossip system. Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. There's more? She's not still pining for that actor, is she? How could that be? She hates that actor. When she learned he was disposed of, she ate 2 extra bowls of rice to celebrate. Then what's the new gossip? Has she found a new target? Glancing at her handsome, cheap eldest brother. Her new target isn't my brother, is it? Otherwise, why hasn't she kicked up a fuss about breaking the engagement? Don't worry. The third miss is quite philanthropic now. Why would she give up an entire forest for one tree? Jiang Yunting felt darkness closing and nearly collapsing to the ground. Luckily, Jiang Yunxi was too absorbed in the gossip to pay him any mind. Jiang Yunzheng reached out to steady his elder brother. Brother, hold on. Don't make a noise and disturb. Seeing his brother's barely concealed excitement, Jiang Yunting didn't know what expression to wear. When Jiang Yunxi heard the system say that the third Miss Tao would not give up the entire forest for a single tree, she was utterly stunned. Damn, has the sister evolved this? Then why did she agree to the marquis' proposal? Is she really willing to tie herself to my eldest brother's tree? That's because the minister's mansion gave her an ultimatum: if she ruins this marriage again and tarnishes the reputation of the other women in the family, she won't need to live anymore. Damn, that harsh. Zhang Fengtang sneered inwardly. Was this considered harsh? Not at all. If the minister's mansion were truly heartless, they would never have let her return. They would have simply let her die of illness. But instead they welcomed her back, and even betrothed her to his own son. Did they really think the Pingyang Marquis mansion was so easily bullied? Wait, system, is the third Miss Tao definitely not a virgin anymore? That's certain. Then won't it be exposed on the wedding night? What if there's no blood on the bridal cloth? Could they use chicken blood instead? Would that be the same? That won't do, but the minister's mansion has already prepared a countermeasure. They've planned it. If there's no blood, they'll say she broke her hymen while learning to ride a horse as a child, and they've even prepared witnesses and evidence. The witness is a well-known noblewoman. The evidence has also been aged, just waiting for the wedding night. Zhang Yunting lowered his head, clenching his teeth so hard he could taste blood in his mouth. He desperately told himself to be patient. His fifth sister hadn't finished this gossip yet. He needed to hear it all, understand it clearly, and then discuss with his father how to call off the engagement without damaging the Marquis mansion. He also needed the minister's mansion to offer compensation. If he suddenly lashed out and made his fifth sister suspicious, causing her to stop sharing the gossip, he would only harm. Jiang Yunxi glanced at the silent Jiang Yunting. My eldest brother is truly pitiful. A moment of infatuation and he's being played for a fool. Host, you must never let this marriage go through, or you'll regret it. Listen to the rest of this gossip, then think about how to sabotage it. Go on, tell me quickly. Perhaps because she was deceived by that actor, her body, heart, and money. The third Miss Tao couldn't bear the blow. Now she loves women instead of men. Damn thrilling. That's not quite right either, since she doesn't dislike men. There's a modern saying, don't be too strict about gender. That's how the third Miss Tao is now. She doesn't restrict gender, she's into both. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle. Jiang Yunting could no longer maintain his upright posture. He slumped back and, you don't know how lively the Minister of War's backyard is now. Taking advantage of being a woman unsuspected when entering and leaving inner quarters, the third Miss Tao, under the guise of needing comfort from a broken heart, seeks out women in the backyard to chat with. Now the concubines in her father's and uncle's courtyards, and even the younger, prettier ones in her grandfather's courtyard, have all become part of her harem. She frequently mingles with them day and night, engaging in sapphic acts. Jiang Yunxi felt as if thunder were rolling overhead. This was like starting a harem in her. My stepmother, my aunt, and my grandmother are all my women. Jiang Yunxi frowned. System, does this count as cuckolding her father, her uncle, and her grandfather? System, I don't know either. It does, it certainly does, Jiang Fengtang thought. For some reason, he suddenly felt less angry than before. Wasn't it karma that the Tao family raised such a daughter? Jiang Yunxi, system, in this era male-male relationships are called cut sleeve. What about female-female? Female cut sleeve. Zheng gritted her teeth. Brad, is this something you should be researching? Can't you act more like a girl? System, I don't know. Why don't you ask your father? Jiang Yunxi wasn't stupid. She knew that asking such a question would only get her into trouble. System, don't set me up. Is this something I can ask? Keep spilling the tea. After the third Miss Tao seduced everyone in the Tao family's backyard, she felt unsatisfied and began to expand outward. But she couldn't enter other families' backyards easily, and even if she did, it was hard to make a move. So she turned her attention to the brothels. She often disguises herself as a man to visit brothels, engaging with the women there. Didn't you just say she doesn't restrict gender? If she sees a man she fancies among the brothel visitors, she'll disguise herself as a courtesan and have a fling with him. Jiang Yunxi was astonished. Does the brothel madam? She pays for it. She pays the madam to cooperate, claiming she's a new girl in the brothel. With her looks, what man wouldn't be willing? Jiang Yunxi tilted her head, puzzled. System, she pays men to sleep with her. So does she lose or gain? System, how would I know? Either way, the madam profits. She collects from both sides. She now has her own aliases in several famous brothels in the capital. The brothel girls and some male patrons are all her prey. The system listed the brothels the third Miss Tao frequented and her aliases. Jiang Yunxi truly didn't know how to describe the third Miss Tao. She could only say that this woman was even more liberated than herself, a modern person. In modern times, many girls who suffer heartbreak, or rather being deceived in body, heart, and money, are more open-minded than the third Miss Tao. At most, they close off their hearts. Why hasn't anyone? It has nothing to do with the era, only with the person. System, doesn't the Tao family care about her running wild like this? When she interacts with the women in the mansion, since they're all women, the Tao family thinks she's changed her ways and is learning to be a proper woman. They don't know she's cuckolding the men. As for visiting brothels, the favored concubines of the mansion's men cover for her. Well, men indeed. Doesn't she worry about catching a disease from being so promiscuous and you think I told you to stop her from marrying into the Marquis mansion for nothing? It's because she's already caught a filthy disease. Jiang Yunting's hand trembled, accidentally knocking over a teacup on the side table. A filthy disease. Did he understand that correctly? The third Miss Tao was his fiancée. If they married and consummated, then wouldn't he? Ba Jiang Yunting, are you insane? With a woman like that, you're still thinking about marriage. Shouldn't you be figuring out how to break off the engagement? That's not how you court death. Are you really as love-struck as your fifth sister says? No, whoever wants this marriage can have it, but not him. Everyone looked at Jiang Yunting with sympathy. Having such a fiancé was truly a blessing. Host, are you still watching the show? Don't you realize what will happen if the third Miss Tao, who's into both men and women, marries into the Marquis mansion? She managed to seduce the concubines in her grandfather's, father's, and uncle's backyards, which shows she's resourceful. Once she marries, and can the concubines in your father's, uncle's, and even your grandfather's backyards escape? Jiang Yunxi, damn. Perhaps feeling that the shock to Jiang Yunxi was insufficient, the system continued its chatter. This isn't the Tao residence. Without the constraints of blood ties, all your brothers and sisters will eventually become her prey. She is the eldest daughter-in-law. If she wishes to grow close to her sisters, can you refuse to interact with her? She is the future matriarch of the Marquis household. If you ignore her, will your legitimate mother agree? By the way, the third Miss Tao prefers mature men. Your father with his middle-aged charm is exactly her type. Since your father looks like that, your uncles are likely not far behind. Tisk tisk, I dare not imagine what the Marquis household will become. Everyone, male and female, young and old, will become part of her harem. How delightful for her, that filthy disease. Jiang Yunxi felt a blur before her eyes, and before she could steady herself she toppled from the edge of the bed, crashing to the floor. The others present, still reeling from the system's shocking revelation, made no move to save her. Perhaps they themselves were too paralyzed with fear to offer aid. The maidservants had been dismissed when they sat down. It was Jiang Yunjing, the young boy who, though stunned, was the first to snap out of it, ignorant of what the filthy disease meant. Seeing his little sister on the ground, he exclaimed, "Oh, dear sister, how did you end up on the floor?" He quickly moved to help her up. Jiang Yunsheng's cry brought the other three back to their senses. Yet still lost in shock, they remained motionless for a moment. With Jiang Yunsheng's assistance, Jiang Yunxi settled back on the bed's edge. She communicated bitterly with the system in her mind. "System, what do I do? I have an urge to kill my brother. Why did Big Brother have to set his sights on Tao Ruoyan, dragging the entire household into danger?" Jiang Fengtang also cast a fierce glare at Jiang Yunting. Knowing that his own wife, children, and even he himself were destined to become a woman's prey was unbearable. Jiang Fengtang gritted his teeth, thinking, "Daughter, you speak of killing your brother, but I too wish to slay my son. That wretched boy, why did he have to fancy such a calamity? He wants to annihilate the marquis household. No, this marriage must never happen. Oh, I have to find a way to sabotage. System host, for your own life and your family's, you'd better call off this engagement quickly." Jiang Yunxi was in despair. "You want me to call it off? Do you think I have a way? I'm just a young girl, interfering in the marriage alliance between the marquis household and the Minister of War's mansion. How many lives do you think I have? If I dare say a word of opposition, my legitimate mother would destroy me. But if you don't stop it once she enters the household, things will be even more troublesome. Think of your mother, your brother, and your benefactor." Jiang Yunxi felt numb. After a long pause, she said weakly, "Then I'll have to wait until I recover from my illness. I'm still sick and can't even leave the room." "Then you'd better hurry. I just gleaned from your eldest brother that your legitimate mother is already planning to set the wedding date. After all, your brother is considered old for marriage." "I understand." After finishing her exchange with the system, Jiang Yunxi returned her attention to the room, only to find everyone silent, enveloped in an eerie. "System, what are they doing? Playing at being wooden statues?" "Not a word." "System, I don't know either." Hearing her thoughts, the group realized the gossip session was over. Knowing this, Jiang Yunting, who had been restraining himself, quickly rose to his feet. But perhaps the shock of the news had drained him, and his first attempt to stand failed, costing him too much effort. Gathering his strength, he tried again, and finally succeeded. Jiang Yunting said expressionlessly, "Father, I'm not feeling well. I'll take my leave now." He pushed the wooden box that had been on the tea table, not even glancing at Jiang Yunxi, and said, "Fifth sister, this is a gift from your eldest brother. Please accept it." "System, I feel like my brother's voice is laced with gritted teeth." Jiang Yunting indeed had to clench his teeth, otherwise he feared he might collapse or burst into tears at any moment. After these words, Jiang Yunting didn't wait for a reply and strode out. Yet his gait gave the impression of unsteadiness, as if he might sway and fall. Seeing him like this, Zheng and Jiang Yunjing, who had risen to see him off, looked at him with sympathy. The eldest young master eldest brother was truly unfortunate to have such. Knowing he was in no mood for conversation, Zheng didn't speak to detain him. Watching his eldest son walk unsteadily, Jiang Fengtang realized he too couldn't stay. If he didn't quickly discuss with his son how to break off this engagement, he feared. What sin had the Pingyang Marquis household committed to be saddled with such a daughter-in-law? Tao family, just you wait. Jiang Fengtang stood up. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Father, didn't you say you'd stay for dinner? Jiang Yunxi was displeased. She had hoped to charm her benefactor father to win his favor and make him. Well, she just wanted to strengthen their bond as father and daughter. Jiang Fengtang thought, daughter, I fear I won't be able to eat tonight. He forced a smile. Father truly has business today. Another time he'll come dine with you again. Not giving Jiang Yunxi a chance to protest, he strode out. Tinger, wait. He'll walk with you. Zheng led her two children to see them off. Sieth, you're still ill, don't go out into the wind, Jiang Fengtang said. Remembering his father's earlier promise, Jiang Yunzheng quickly spoke. Father, what about my matter? Your matter? Jiang Fengtang was momentarily confused. Jiang Yunting glanced at the nearby maidservant. After a few seconds, Jiang Fengtang caught on. He slapped his forehead. I almost forgot to tell you something. Zheng, there's a maidservant in your courtyard named Feng something. Over the past couple of days I've noticed her sneaking around outside Sieta's courtyard spying. I had her apprehended and interrogated. Jiang Yunxi thought, damn it, Fenghua hasn't given up. I left my brother in my courtyard, and she still chased after him. Does she want to call him back to carry out her plan? Definitely. Her family is pressuring her. Your brother leaves for the academy tomorrow morning and won't be back for 10 days. She has to seize the chance. Father, have them interrogate her thoroughly and search her. I think her sneaky spying is definitely malicious, Jiang Yunxi quickly reminded. Alright, I'll do as Sieta says. They'll have them interrogate her strictly and search her person. Jiang Yunxi was overjoyed. Fenghua always carried that powder on her. If it was found, she would be in deep trouble and certainly couldn't continue serving her brother. No sooner had Jiang Fengtang and Jiang Yunting left Magnolia Courtyard than Jiang Yunting, who had been holding on, collapsed to the ground. Young master, what's wrong? His attendant rushed over in panic. Jiang Fengtang sighed, knowing his son was overwhelmed by the blow. Stop shouting. Tinger is fine, just let him rest. Help him to the front courtyard. Ding. Host has successfully gossiped about Jiang Yunting. Gossip points 1,000. Current gossip points 3,900. Though she gained 1,000 gossip points, Jiang Yunqi was far from happy. No one could be cheerful knowing they were another's prey and in mortal danger. Mother, I'm better now. May I go outside? Having lain in this room for so many days, it'll go moldy if I don't get out soon. Though Jiang Yunqi was a homebody, she could only stay indoors with a phone to keep her occupied. Without a phone or internet, there was nothing to pass the time, so how could she possibly stay put? These past days, she had eaten all the melons in the courtyard, and Zheng wouldn't allow her to do anything else. Just chatting with the little maids was driving her to boredom. She was never one for many words, so how could she have endless conversations? Zheng sighed. Better you stay a few more days in the courtyard. You know the rumors outside. Everyone's avoiding you now. Jiang Yunqi pouted. My elder brother fell ill because of his own weak health. What does that have to do with me? That day Jiang Yunting came to see her, but no sooner had he left her courtyard than he collapsed. Though the household physician diagnosed that his illness was caused by a surge of rage leading to a temporary blockage of qi and blood, yet some gossip mongers in the mansion spread rumors that she was unlucky. How else could she have been sickly since childhood? The eldest young master came to visit out of kindness, but caught her ill aura and fell sick right outside her gate. No matter how Jiang Fengtang Zheng, or even Jiang Yunting tried to explain, it was all in vain. Those among the Jiang clan's third generation who had initially thought to visit her, to express sibling affection after seeing Jiang Yunting's visit, all hesitated. They feared that if they came to see her, they too would catch her misfortune and fall ill like Jiang Yunting. Yet they didn't want to miss a chance to polish their reputations. Too afraid to come themselves, they sent their servants instead. But even those servants dared not meet Jiang Yunqi face to face. They merely handed their gifts to Zheng for her to pass on, then hurried away. Elder brother said he fell ill because of official matters. He already explained for me. Are these people brain dead, or do they just not understand human speech? Watching her daughter throw a tantrum, Zheng felt helpless. My dear, is it possible your brother's illness really is connected to you? Who wouldn't be shaken upon learning that their betrothed was such a vile creature afflicted with a foul disease, and had treated the entire marquis household as fish in her pond? Your brother managed not to faint on the spot, and held out until he left the courtyard. That alone shows his extraordinary restraint. It was said that the heir had been so busy these days he hadn't even entered the rear courtyard, likely racking his brains for a way to dissolve the engagement. She wondered if they had found a solution yet. Glancing at her daughter, who was still sulking, she wondered if they learned her daughter had recovered, would they set their sights on her. Mother, I simply can't stay in this room any longer. Just let me out for a breath of fresh air, won't you? Jiang Yunqi felt like a prisoner, no worse than a prisoner. She had heard that even prisoners got time outside each day. With her daughter clinging to her arm and shaking it incessantly, Zheng felt dizzy and could no longer focus on her needlework. Reluctantly, she relented. If you must go out, just take a stroll in your own courtyard. Don't leave it. Jiang Yunqi thought, strolling in my own courtyard. What difference does that make? It just meant moving from inside the room to outside. She wanted to go out to wander the gardens to Mother, what's there to see in my own courtyard? It's all in plain sight. I want to go outside. Zheng said, think carefully. If you leave the courtyard, you'll be announcing to the household that you've fully recovered. Then from now on, you'll have to rise before the hour of Mao every day to pay respects to your stepmother and grandmother. Jiang Yunqi quickly called out to the system, what time is before the hour of Mao exactly? It couldn't be helped. Though she had been here a while, Jiang Yunqi still struggled with the ancient timekeeping. A little past 4 in the morning. Jiang Yunxi's forehead darkened with exasperation. Waking up at 4 in the morning. Even during the most stressful 3 years of high school, she had never risen that early. Paying respects. The very word conjured up images from palace and household dramas, veiled barbs and sharp-tongued exchanges. She was just a novice in such intrigues. Could she handle it? Besides paying respects, you'll also have to return to the clan school for studies. And you'll need to practice embroidery and needlework again. Studies. Jiang Yunqi recalled the original owner's curriculum. Her main textbooks were the 4 books for women. Sorry, but no thanks. Jiang Yunqi couldn't understand why even after time traveling to a different dynasty, these 4 books for women still existed. She would rather die than study that. If going out meant rising early to pay respects and studying the 4 books for women, Jiang Yunqi decided she wasn't so eager. Her hand, which had been shaking Zheng, stopped. Mother, I suddenly feel I'd rather stay indoors. They'll just remain in the courtyard. Zheng hid a smile. If you're bored, why not learn embroidery? That should keep you occupied. Jiang Yunqi recalled her recent experiences. Finding no other pastime and seeing the maids chatting while their needles never stopped, she had been curious enough to try learning herself. Who in their rebellious youth hadn't dreamed of nimble fingers? But the needle seemed to have a mind of its own, or perhaps it thought her hand was a better canvas than cloth, as it pricked her again and again. No matter how carefully she tried to avoid it, the needle always found an unexpectedly tricky angle to stab her precisely. To avoid turning her hand into a pincushion, Jiang Yunqi abandoned all thoughts of becoming an embroidery master. After all, she was a marquis daughter now with servants at her beck and call. She didn't need to torment herself. As long as she kept her benefactor happy and made him shower her with coins, she could afford to hire embroiderers. Mother, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Maybe I haven't fully recovered. I want learn embroidery. They'll go lie down in my room. Learn embroidery. I'd rather not ruin my hands. I'd sooner die than learn. And those 4 books for women. Even a dog wouldn't study them. What have they turned women into? Zheng sighed inwardly. This daughter of hers had likely been corrupted by the system. Before, though she hadn't loved studying, she could still sit still and focus on embroidery. Now after this illness, everything she had learned had vanished. What was to be done? I'd better butter up my father and coax more silver out of him. If I marry in the future, I'll have him prepare plenty of private savings to hire a few embroiderers. As a legitimate daughter of a marquis, even if only a concubine-born one, I don't need to sew my own clothes, do I? Jing thought that doesn't sound too bad. Given her daughter's system's abilities, the heir would surely find her useful and wouldn't treat her poorly. Jiang Yunxi lay back on the bed. System, I'm so bored. Do you have anything to pass the time? I do, but it costs gossip points. Are you willing to spend them now? Fine, forget it. Host, are you really not going to study? Do you want to be illiterate? System, are you kidding me? I'm a college graduate. How could I be illiterate? Then try reading a book from this era, and see if you recognize the characters before you say that. Oh right, she had time traveled. The writing of this era. Sushin, bring me a book. Jiang Yunxi took the book that Su Xian had brought from the study, habitually placing the bound side to the left, preparing to flip it from left to right. The system said, Host, you're holding the book upside down. Jiang Yunxi replied, No, I'm not. The system retorted, Why don't you open it and see for yourself? She casually flipped it open, and sure enough, the characters were indeed upside down. After turning it right side up, Jiang Yunxi was dumbfounded. She had thought the characters were unrecognizable because the book was upside down, but now even right side up the characters were still foreign to her. The system laughed. Haha, Host, are you stumped? Can't read, can you? You thought you were still in the modern era with your college education, but even if you traveled to an ancient time in the same timeline, you'd be illiterate. And you tried to flip it from left to right. Don't you know that books here are like those in your ancient times? Flipped from right to left, written and read from right to left. How unlucky am I to be bound to an illiterate blind host? If you go out and need to use the restroom, how will you tell which is for men and which for women? If you visit someone and they tell you where to go, can you read the signs to find your way? Jiang Yunxi was speechless. So after finally graduating from university and escaping the grueling life of a student, she now had to return to her student days. And worse, she had to start from scratch. After all, the original owner was frail and had barely attended school, leaving her with memories best left unmentioned. Listening to the system's mockery, Jiang Yunxi gritted her teeth, but found herself unable to refute. System, don't laugh at me. You don't recognize the characters of this era either. You'll have to learn as well. The system replied, Host, are you stupid? What am I? I'm a system, an advanced intelligent computer. Learning for me is just a matter of a data stream. As soon as I arrived in this time and space, I scanned and recorded all the local characters, mastering them without a teacher. Jiang Yunxi felt her jealousy rising uncontrollably. Where was her blade, her 80-meter-long blade? Could she dismantle this wretched system? System, you must have a complaint function, right? Where is it? The system's laughter abruptly ceased. Host, what are you trying to do? Jiang Yunxi replied nonchalantly, Nothing much. It's just that a certain wretched system kept making sarcastic remarks when I was in the most pain and felt my life was bleak, severely damaging my fragile heart. I think this wretched system doesn't care about its host at all, doesn't help solve problems, and offers terrible service. I want to file a complaint and see it punished accordingly. After all, I'm a powerless host who can't do anything to it, so I have to resort to complaints. The system tried to intervene. Host, there's no need. Jiang Yunxi cut it off. There is every need. Don't you know what they study at the mansion school? The 4 books for women alone takes years, followed by the book of songs. Do you think the 4 books for women is something I should learn? Don't you find it against human nature? When the host is at a loss, you as the system, instead of helping, just watch the show. Do you think this behavior is befitting a qualified system? After a moment of silence, the system spoke again. Host, I was wrong. Can we skip the complaint? Damn it, had forgotten how cunning this host could be. How could it have been careless enough to— Was this sly host going to trick it again? A glint of cunning flashed in Jiang Yunxi's eyes. If you want me not to complain, it's not impossible. I don't want to attend school. I'd rather die than learn the 4 books for women. But I still need to learn the characters, and I don't want to study hard. I don't want to attend school. I'd rather die than learn the 4 books for women. But I still need to learn the characters. After asking this, Jiang Yunxi's heart was in her throat, terrified of hearing a negative answer. Looking at those characters with so many strokes, she really didn't want to learn. Especially since she had to use a brush to write, and that thing didn't obey her either. Don't ask how she knew it was, because she had calligraphy class in elementary school, and that experience was too painful to recall. She couldn't even write simple, simplified characters, well, let alone these far more complex ones. Yes, we definitely have that. As a system that traverses different times and spaces, we must have such things. Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. It's free, right? Before the system could answer, she answered herself. Of course it's free. It's a basic survival skill for the host in this world. It wouldn't make sense to charge. The system gritted its teeth. It knew this sly one would try to cheat it. How could it have lost control? Host, it's not free. Jiang Yunxi said, not free. That doesn't make sense. The system insisted, host, listen, it's really not free, but it's not expensive either. The basic skill costs only 100 gossip points. For 100 points you can't lose anything and you can't be cheated. Jiang Yunxi thought this wretched system is quite good at sales. Her mind automatically played a catchy advertisement jingle. She quickly shook her head to get it out. 100 gossip points was indeed not expensive. But even if it wasn't expensive, if she could get it for free, why spend? She only had 3900 points, now still 600 short of 4500. And now everyone was avoiding her as she didn't want to go pay respects or attend the mansion school. When would she ever gather enough? What level is the basic one? Are there intermediate and advanced levels? What do they each entail? The basic level covers general reading and writing without issues. The intermediate level means you have some skill in calligraphy, can compose poems and essays, reaching the level of a scholar in this era. As for the advanced, that's master and grandmaster level. Jiang Yunxi blinked. It seemed the noble ladies of this time often held appreciation gatherings and composed poems. The intermediate level. Could she? How many gossip points for the intermediate level? It's not expensive either, only 500. Host, why not just exchange for the intermediate one and be done with it? You won't need the advanced level. You wouldn't want to package yourself as a great master, would you? Jiang Yunxi turned around and said, system, you still haven't told me where the complaint button is. The system wondered how could she still be fixated on the complaint. Host, you won't have to work hard to learn or be illiterate anymore, so why still complain? But that doesn't change the fact that you mocked me. You laughed at my pain, which hurts more than stabbing me. My fragile heart. The system thought, you with a fragile heart. It seemed it would have to pay dearly. Just tell me, what do you want to drop the complaint? A faint smile curved Jiang Yunxi's lips, then she quickly suppressed it. You hurt me, damaged my spirit. You should compensate me with some mental anguish. Damages, right? The system sighed, I knew it. How much do you want? I'm not greedy, just 1000 gossip points. Too much. 800. Still too much, or I don't even have that much. Jiang Yunxi said, you name the price. The system offered 200. Where's the complaint button? Let's negotiate. How about 300? Jiang Yunxi insisted, at least 500. Less than that, no deal. They'll just complain. The system gritted its teeth, knowing this sly one was ruthless. I don't want gossip points. Just give me the intermediate skill. That way she could avoid the hardship of learning. The system was speechless. Feeling a flood of information pouring into her mind, Jiang Yunxi opened the book again. Good, this time she could read it. Su Xian, prepare the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Grind the ink. Your mistress wants to write. With a sharp clang, the cup lid forcefully struck the rim of the teacup, sealing it tightly, causing a few drops of tea to splash out. Without waiting for others to react, Jiang Fengtang's wrist sank, and he heavily placed the tea and cup on the pearwood table. Another dull thud echoed. The collision between porcelain and wood made the pastries on the table tremble slightly. Utter nonsense. Jiang Fengtang slammed his fist on the table, toppling the teacup. They are all a bunch of ignorant people daring to slander the master. Lu Shi did not expect that the young master would become so furious. She tightened the handkerchief in her grasp, forcing a smile. Everyone says so, it can't be without reason. Moreover, last time Tinger came out from her place, Jiang Fengtang slammed his fist on the table again, his gaze towards Lu Shi turning fierce. If others are foolish, so are you, believing in such things. They say Sierra is unlucky. She has been raised in the house for years. Has anything bad happened to anyone in this house? Lu Shi was taken aback, secretly pondering what had happened to the young master, why he suddenly defended the fifth girl so fiercely. He had never shown such concern for her before. Although she did not fully believe those words, it was a fact that her son fell ill after visiting the fifth girl. Her children were Lu Shi's Achilles heel, who she truly did not want to put them in danger. Everyone says the fifth girl nearly drowned last time. Was it because of something? Jiang Fengtang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that strange system. What these people said was not entirely false. However, recalling the benefits that system brought them, and seeing that it seemed to favor his daughter, Jiang Fengtang did not believe that the system would harm them. If others do not know the truth, do you not know the real story of Sierra's near drowning? Jiang Fengtang shouted angrily. To preserve the reputation of the marquis residence, Granny Kong and Steward Ma's affair was not widely publicized after Jiang Yunxi witnessed it. Many people in the residence were kept in the dark. Sierra nearly lost her life. As her mother, you do not feel heartache, but go visit her, and still follow others in speaking ill of her, calling her unlucky. Is this how you fulfill your role as a mother? If Sierra was truly unlucky, Zheng Shi spends every day with her. The maids in Sierra's courtyard serve her daily, yet nothing has happened. And Tinger? How did Tinger fall ill? Did you not hear the physician say it was due to anger? It is also the master's fault for insisting on dragging him to see the fifth girl that day when he was already troubled by official matters. Now, with insufficient evidence, he could not force the Tao family to withdraw from the engagement, nor could he leak the news. Jiang Fengtang could only take the blame. If the master does not take him, will you let him go? Sierra has been ill for several days, away for a few days now, and you sit idle, do not go to visit, and do not allow Tinger and Fayer to visit either. Do you think you are fit to be a proper mother? Lu Shi felt that the young master's words were like slaps landing continuously on her face, turning her pale. You and your own children do not move. How can anyone else act? Motherly kindness and filial piety, brotherly friendship, and sisterly respect. Do you remember none of these? Do you deserve the position of the young master's wife? This statement was a heavy blow. Lucia found it hard to bear. She gritted her teeth and retorted, young master, the fifth girl has always been sickly. Ooh, I've never seen her well. If I were to visit her every time she fell ill, I would have no time for anything else. Is this time the same? This time, she nearly lost her life. Jiang Fengtang's eyes widened in anger, his gaze filled with the intent to devour. Since hearing his youngest daughter's heartfelt words that day, he had specially sent someone to investigate her life over the years, and the results nearly broke his heart. He had thought Lucia was a good person, not one who mistreated illegitimate children. Yes, she did not mistreat them, she merely chose to turn a blind eye. Her ignorance had emboldened the arrogance of those vile servants who trample on the weak. When she was asked to clear the residence of those treacherous servants, she handled it lightly, trivializing serious matters. If it were not for his busy days investigating Miss Tao and the Tao family, he would have. Those who dare spread rumors will all be dealt with. I do not wish to hear it again. And those treacherous servants will be dealt with as well. There will be no leniency. I will give you 2 days. If you act as before playing the good cop, then you need not manage this household any longer. I am not joking with you. Also, regarding the marriage with the Tao family, you need not concern yourself. Tinger is still young, and there is no rush to marry. Feeling that talking with Lu Shi was like talking to a wall, Jiang Fengtang, in a fit of anger, threw down these 2 sentences and left without looking back. Young master, young master. Lu Shi chased after him, wanting to keep him, and asked why he would not let her manage her son's marriage. But Jiang Fengtang did not look back, not wanting to argue with her at all. It's all the fifth girl's fault. What kind of potion did she give the young master to make him protect her? Lu Shi felt that everything was brought upon her by Jiang Yunxi, and she grew to hate her. After leaving the Wutong courtyard, Jiang Fengtang originally intended to go to the Yulan courtyard to comfort Jiang Yunxi, who was troubled by rumors, but after a moment's thought, he turned to find Jiang Yunting. He knew that Lu Shi was somewhat stubborn, whenever it involved her children she would insist, even on baseless matters. After all, she was Sierra's biological mother. If she became determined to trouble Sierra, it would likely bring great trouble to her. It was better to inform his son, so he could speak. Father, I understand. Jiang Yunting replied with a face of apology. He had not expected that his mother would believe the rumors and suggest to his father to send the fifth sister away to live on the farm. Did she not realize that without the fifth sister both he and his father would? The whole residence would. Yes, she truly did not know. Father, rest assured, I will clarify this with my mother. My illness has nothing to do with the fifth sister. Jiang Fengtang frowned tightly, not relaxing his mood at all, due to his son's words. Your mother said this rumor has spread throughout the residence. Perhaps your fifth sister knows about it too. I wonder how heartbroken she will be. If Jiang Yunxi knew of Jiang Fengtang's concerns, she would surely say, Father, you need not worry about this. I eat well, and sleep well, I just haven't had much fun lately. These rumors are a minor issue, I haven't taken them to heart at all. Rumors are trivial matters for children, aren't they? Back in her school days, she had been the subject of countless rumors. There was a teacher who was related to her, and whenever he brought something for her at the request of his relatives, it was rumored they had an improper relationship. A cousin of hers in the same grade but a different class was also rumored to be dating her, and someone reported it to the teacher asking to involve their parents. There were too many such incidents, she had long since grown accustomed to them. Recalling the methods she had pondered during her illness these days, Jiang Yunting spoke with some apprehension. Father, I thought it over. It seems a bit inappropriate to let Tao's family withdraw from the engagement by presenting evidence, as if placing all the blame on them. While this way I could extricate myself from this marriage, it would create enmity with the Tao family. Though we are the marquis residents relying on ancestral merit, our connections and influence in the court still pale in comparison to Minister Tao's. Hearing that his son seemed intent on fulfilling the betrothal with the Tao family, Jiang Fengtang recalled his daughter's inner thoughts. How the entire marquis household, both men and women, would become Tao San's harem and even contract venereal diseases leading to their collective demise. The mere thought made his vision blur. He glared. Are you reluctant to give up Minister Tao's power, still wishing to marry the third Miss Tao? Are you truly the lovesick fool your fifth sister speaks of? I tell you it's absolutely impossible. That Tao San must never set foot in our marquis estate. Even if it means a complete rift with the Tao family, I won't allow her in. If you push me too far, it'll expose how all the women in their household have become Tao San's concubines, and how everyone there might be infected with disease. Let's see what the Tao family can do to me. Even if Minister Tao wielded great power once this news broke, how could he hold his head high in society? The entire Tao household would become pariahs shunned by all. What use would their power be then? The Pingyang Marquis estate had nothing to fear. No, Jiang Yunting quickly waved his hand. I'm not foolish enough to marry such a woman. Father, please calm down and hear me out. I was thinking, since the system mentioned that Tao San frequently visits those brothels, and Madame Zheng said that if fifth sister sees Tao San in person, she could gather more information. Could we obtain the exact times she frequents those establishments? Jiang Fengtang's anger subsided slightly, his eyes flickering with thought. Seeing his father regaining composure, Jiang Yunting cautiously continued, if we know her schedule we could arrange for the Tao family to witness her there. Without us saying a word this marriage would be doomed. This way like the left censor-in-chief's family we wouldn't offend the Tao family. In fact they might even compensate us to keep things quiet. We wouldn't have to exhaust ourselves searching. Why play the Good Samaritan and tell the Tao family that Tao San is promiscuous and diseased? Once the engagement is called off, what do we care if they remain in the dark? Jiang Yunting still harbored resentment toward the Tao family for treating him like a fool, hiding the fact that the third Miss Tao had eloped and lost her chastity. I almost wish they all catch the disease and perish. Who told them to raise their daughter so poorly and schemed to marry such a scourge into another family? Jiang Yunting said bitterly, but before that we need to secure proper compensation. Father has been at the third rank for years now, oh it's time for a promotion. I'm also tired of my minor post in the Ministry of Justice, and would like to rise. Father could use his connections, but since we have leverage over the Tao family, why waste faith? Jiang Fengtang closed his eyes in contemplation. He had to admit his son's plan was far better than their previous idea of finding evidence of Tao San's infidelity, to force the Tao family to break the engagement and take the blame. This way they wouldn't fully offend the Tao family, could receive compensation, and wouldn't be the ones to expose Tao San's promiscuity, which cuckolded the Tao man. As for whether the Tao family continued to shield Tao San, allowing her to wreak havoc and harm others, what did that have to do with the Pingyang marquis estate? However, after this, they must warn the rest of the household to avoid any contact with the Tao family. Do as you suggest. What about fifth sister? Jiang Fengtang pondered. Sierra had suffered greatly from the false rumors, all because of Tinger. Sierra's system was undoubtedly a boon for the Pingyang marquis estate, unknowingly averting many disasters. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Tinger was the heir, but his relationship with Sierra and Lady Liu's open hostility towards Sierra, even wanting to drive her out, he needed to find a way to strengthen their sibling bond. With this in mind, Jiang Fengtang turned to Jiang Yunting. Tinger, what do you think of your fifth sister's system? Mentioning the system, Jiang Yunting's eyes gleamed. Father, it's a gift from the heavens to us. Jiang Fengtang had already informed Jiang Yunting of the knowledge Zheng and her son had gleaned from Jiang Yunx's inner thoughts, hence his remark. With the system, we can avoid calamities and court good fortune. Used wisely, it can bring us many benefits. Truly like father, like son. Their intentions were... Jiang Fengtang nodded approvingly. His son was clever, well taught. You understand, so you must treat your fifth sister well. Don't let her become estranged from the estate But look at your mother's actions. They're only pushing her further away from you and the household. The excitement on Jiang Yunting's face dimmed. Father, rest assured, I'll do my best to persuade mother. But should we tell her about Tao San and fifth sister's thoughts? Jiang Fengtang thought for a while before shaking his head. Not yet. Your mother seems quite fond of that Tao San, and likely won't believe us. Even if she did, her impatience might lead her to storm the Tao residence, ruining our plans. Jiang Yunting frowned. Given his mother's temper, both scenarios were highly likely. As for your fifth sister's thoughts, Jiang Fengtang said with a bitter smile, your mother suspects she's possessed by something unclean. Telling her now would only confirm her suspicions. Besides, would she believe such an incredible tale without seeing or hearing it herself? That day, if I hadn't taken you to hear it yourself, would you have believed it? Recalling that experience which shattered and reforged his worldview, Jiang Yunting smiled wryly. Indeed, without hearing and seeing it myself, it would be hard to... Then let's not tell mother for now. Jiang Fengtang nodded. Handle your mother. Get her to deal with those spreading rumors and punish those who bullied your fifth sister. Your illness caused your fifth sister to suffer slander. Shouldn't you, as her elder brother, make amends? Jiang Yunting understood his father's intent, to use gift-giving as an apology to grow closer to his fifth sister. It aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Once mother has dealt with the culprits and quelled the rumors, he'll bring generous gifts and go with her to apologize to fifth sister. Thinking of Lady Liu's attitude towards Sierra, Jiang Fengtang couldn't help but frown. Old habits die hard. Given Lady Liu's past treatment of Sierra, it would be difficult for Sierra to feel close to her. Tinger shared a blood bond with Sierra, but Lady Liu. If she went along and acted the imperious stepmother, her barbed words would only drive the siblings apart. With a sigh, Jiang Fengtang advised it's best you go alone. As for your mother's relationship with her, it must be nurtured slowly, not rushed. With a sigh, Jiang Fengtang advised because of Lady Wei, his mother had always been harsh toward the concubines and their children in the rear courtyard. Though Madame Zheng was discreet and forbearing, and his mother treated them somewhat better still. A son should not speak of his mother's faults. Oh, everyone has their struggles. Father, do you think mother can hear fifth sister's thoughts? If she could, when your fifth sister recovers and pays her respects, we'll find out. And grandfather, grandmother. Father, I think we should be present when fifth sister first appears before everyone after her recovery. In case something happens, we can intervene promptly. Otherwise, if they suddenly heard her thoughts, they might be frightened. Jiang Fengtang frowned. But we all have our duties. We can't be with her constantly. Father, what if we arrange for Feier to accompany fifth sister? Gazing at the pile of gift boxes, Zheng Shi smiled faintly as she politely declined. Young master, you are far too courteous. There is no need for this. There is indeed a need, a real need. If it weren't for my own weakness falling ill that day, I wouldn't have caused such trouble for fifth sister. Jiang Yunting was exceedingly respectful toward Zheng, sure not daring to presume upon his status, as the eldest son, to look down upon his father's concubine. After all, this was fifth sister's birth mother, and fifth sister was right there watching. If he showed disrespect to Madame Zheng, how could he ensure that fifth sister wouldn't hold a grudge against? Jiang Yunting turned his head to look at Jiang Yunxi. Fifth sister, rest assured. Mother has already severely punished those gossiping servants. They will never dare to speak nonsense again. These gifts are elder brother's apology to you. They were also thanks. If not for you, elder brother would have been cuckolded and brought a tremendous calamity into the marquis estate. It's all my fault that fifth sister has endured such slander. Jiang Yunxi smiled and said, elder brother, you are too kind. It was all baseless gossip from others. What does it have to do with you? There's no need for you to apologize. Is elder brother fully recovered now? I've been well for a while. In truth, Jiang Yunxi felt a little regretful. Since no one was spreading rumors about her being unlucky, she could no longer hide away from everyone. That meant she would have to rise early every morning to pay respects following the established rules of morning and evening devotions. System, how annoying. From now on, I'll probably have to get up at 4 in the morning to pay respects. I can't wake up. These past days I've been sleeping until the sun is high in the sky, though I've gotten used to it. No school, no work, waking up naturally every day counting money until... Forget it, just a few banknotes, not enough to make my fingers cramp from counting. I really don't want to wake up early, truly, I don't. Hearing her daughter's inner thoughts, Zheng sure only wanted to cover her mouth. While covering her mouth wouldn't help, she wasn't speaking aloud. Zheng sure looked at Jiang Yunting with a face full of anxiety, silently praying that the eldest son wouldn't misunderstand. Her daughter meant no disrespect to the heir's wife, she was simply lazy and didn't want to get up early. Nor did she want to go to school. Fortunately, Jiang Yunxi's inner thoughts were filled with nothing but resentment toward waking up early, so Jiang Yunting didn't misunderstand. He rolled his eyes, thinking, father told me to get closer to fifth sister. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to gain her favor? After a moment's thought, he said to Jiang Yunxi, fifth sister has always been frail, and she has just recovered from a serious illness. When I came, mother instructed me to tell you. Mother said you need not rise early to pay respects for the time being. Focusing on recuperating your health is most important. Although mother hadn't actually said that he'll just go and tell her later, he'll say it was father's wish. Surely mother wouldn't go against father. But to avoid any slip-ups, I'd better inform father as well. Jiang Yunxi, who had been feeling quite displeased upon learning she had to wake up early for formal greetings, suddenly brightened. Oh, wonderful. No early morning greetings. I can sleep in. Thank you, elder brother. You're so kind, and mother as well. Please convey my gratitude to mother. Jiang Yunxi quickly expressed her thanks. Zheng sure frowned. How could her daughter agree so readily? She should have declined at least once or twice. Agreeing so directly made it seem as if she was resisting paying respects to her legal mother. What if others misunderstood? That won't do. Zheng sure shook her head firmly. It has always been the rule for children to pay their respects morning and evening to their elders. This cannot be excused. Zheng Shu's gaze toward Jiang Yunxi turned stern. Sire, you must not be lazy. You need to get up early as before and go pay respects to the madam and the marquis. The smile vanished from Jiang Yunxi's face as she stammered, mother. There's no room for discussion on this matter. Zheng Shu's expression darkened, turning serious. As a child, though you are too young to show filial piety in other ways, morning and evening devotions are a fundamental. We cannot allow anyone to accuse the marquis household of lacking proper upbringing. Jiang Yunxi pouted, feeling miserable inside. Mother is just worried that others will say she hasn't taught her children well. Zheng Shu, system, this is so hard for me. I really can't get up in the morning. I seriously suspect that this body has always been weak because she had to wake up too early. If a child doesn't sleep well and doesn't eat well, how can they possibly be healthy? Zheng Shu felt a pang in her heart and was deeply pained, but there was nothing she could do. Rumors were fiercer than tigers. After the eldest son fell ill following his visit to her daughter, she was accused of being unlucky and clashing with the marquis household. Some even suggested driving her out of the estate to protect the others. But she had ordered the servants not to tell her daughter. If her daughter failed to pay her respects in the morning and earned a reputation for being unfilial, her future. Zheng Shu dared not even imagine. Host, you need to understand your mother. She's doing this for your own good. Don't you know what a woman's reputation means in these times? Jiang Yunxi. I know mother means well, but I really can't get up. Looking at Zheng Shu's complex expression, Jiang Yunxi reluctantly gave in. While mother as a concubine had too many constraints. She shouldn't add to her worries. Mother, I understand. They'll get up early tomorrow as usual to pay respects to mother. Jiang Yunting thought, oh no, fifth sister, please don't. If mother and grandmother could also hear your inner thoughts, they'd be startled out of their wits. Especially grandmother. She's old and can't handle such shocks. Madame Zheng temporarily excusing fifth sister from morning greetings was father's wish. As he spoke, Jiang Yunting desperately signaled to Zheng Shu, with his eyes mouthing silently system inner thoughts. Father said fifth sister should wait until she's fully recovered before resuming her devotions. Reminded by Jiang Yunting, Zheng Shu recalled her daughter's strange inner voice. After a moment's thought, she understood why the heir wanted to temporarily spare her daughter from the morning rituals. Jiang Yunxi blinked at Zhang Shi, genuinely unsure if she would still insist on her getting up early. Seeing her daughter's pitiful look, Zhang Shi's heart softened. She cleared her throat and said to Jiang Yunxi, "Since it's your father's wish, well, follow his arrangement. But only for now. You'll have to resume later." Jiang Yunxi was overjoyed. "I understand, mother. Finally I can sleep in for a while longer. Even though I'll have to get up early again later, I'll enjoy every extra day I can." Jiang Yunting chuckled inwardly, his fondness for this sister only growing. Fifth sister was a filial girl with simple desires, just wanting to sleep well and eat well. If anyone else had obtained such a powerful system, they would have long used it for personal gain, but she only used it to indulge in gossip. Since fifth sister loved food, could I tempt her with treats? "Fifth sister, you seldom go out. Would you like to take a stroll?" Jiang Yunx's eyes lit up. "I can go out to play." "Of course," Jiang Yunting affirmed. "The other sisters in the household often go out." Jiang Yunxi looked at Zhang Shi expectantly. "Mother." Zhang Shi knew her daughter had long wanted to go out. She had heard her muttering for days about going out to gather gossip, earn more gossip points, and redeem pills for the three of them. "Wait until your brother is on break. Let your father arrange for guards, and have him take you out to see the world. Wait for brother's break." Jiang Yunxi immediately deflated. "That'll take several days. The academy had 1 day off and 10 less than 3 times a month. If she had to wait for her brother to take her out, she'd be watching the horizon until her eyes wore out." Jiang Yunting coughed. "No need to wait for fifth brother. I have a day off the day after tomorrow. I can take fifth sister out to play." As he spoke, while Zhang Shi was looking, he raised 3 fingers on his left hand and tapped the jade pendant at his waist with his right. Seeing the pendant, Zhang Shi's gaze sharpened. She recognized it as the token of Jiang Yunting's engagement to the Tao family. The pendant 3 fingers, Tao Sen. The eldest son's real purpose in taking her daughter out was to meet Tao Sen, using the opportunity to listen to her daughter's thoughts and glean more information. Zhang Shi took a deep breath. This was likely the heir's intention. Since the heir had already made up his mind, she had no choice but to comply. Though reluctant, Zhang Shi forced a smile. "Then he'll trouble you, young master." "Madam Zhang, rest assured. I will bring plenty of guards to ensure fifth sister's safety." "Fair, hurry up, it's getting late. We still need to pick up fifth sister at the Magnolia Courtyard." Watching Jiang Yunfei's unhurried pace, Jiang Yunting grew anxious. If they delayed any further and missed the hour, they might not encounter that Tao San. He had gone to great lengths to learn that Tao San would be leaving today. Jiang Yunfei shot him a glare. "What's the rush? I'm almost ready." "Brother, why must you insist on bringing fifth sister along if you're taking me out to play, eh? And you want me to keep an eye on her? What do you take me for, a nursemaid?" Jiang Yunfei said petulantly. Yesterday her elder brother had suddenly come to her saying that since he had a day off today, he would take her out. She had been quite happy about it. But then his next words were that fifth sister would join them, and she must take good care of her, noting what she liked to eat and play with. He had repeatedly instructed her not to bully fifth sister, nor let anyone else bully her. It gave Jiang Yunfei the feeling that her brother's real intention was to take fifth sister out, and she was merely an afterthought. No, that wasn't quite right. She was brought along only to better serve fifth sister. Had her brother lost his mind after that last illness? Did he even know who his own blood sister? Then again, fifth sister was also his blood sister. But she and her brother shared the same mother. If he was to dote on anyone, it should be her first. "See, here you go again. You didn't listen to a word I said yesterday, did you?" Jiang Yunting knew that Jiang Yunfei wasn't truly unreasonable, she was just jealous. He had always treated the other 2 concubine-born sisters indifferently. His sudden attentiveness to fifth sister was bound to make Fayer envious. But who could help it? Fifth sister had survived a great calamity and gained a fortuitous opportunity, proving useful to the marquis estate. Jiang Yunting stepped forward and ruffled Jiang Yunfei's hair. "Big brother's favorite sister will always be you, Fayer. But fifth sister is still our own sister. Think about Jiang Yunshu, who always opposes you. Then think about fifth sister. Isn't she much better?" Hearing that she was still her brother's favorite, Jiang Yunfei's lips curved upwards. Yet feigning reserve, she sidestepped away from his hand. "Brother, don't mess up my hair. You'll ruin the bun." Jiang Yunting quickly withdrew his hand. All right, I won't. Can we set off now?" "Fine, since you're so eager, let's go," Jiang Yunfei said with its Sundara air. On their way to the Magnolia Courtyard, Jiang Yunfei couldn't help complaining again. "Brother, with fifth sister's frail health, why do you want to take her out? If something happens, won't you be asking for trouble?" In Jiang Yunfei's memory, fifth sister was a chronic invalid, rarely leaving her room since childhood. If anything went wrong on this outing, it would be hard to explain to me. "I have my reasons for taking her out. Just keep an eye on her and take care of her. And don't forget what I told you yesterday. If you notice anything unusual, don't be surprised. Stay calm and don't let anyone see anything amiss." He had originally wanted to give his sister a heads up about fifth sister's inner thoughts, but Jiang Yunting worried she wouldn't believe him unless she heard it herself. What if he told her in advance, and she couldn't hear it? She would think he was talking nonsense and go tattle to their mother. Given how protective their mother was of them, she would be even more convinced that fifth sister was possessed by an evil spirit and determined to drive her out of the manor. With their father's current regard for fifth sister, their mother would only end up hurt. As for Feier's current resentment towards fifth sister Jiang Yunting believed, it was just jealousy. Once kind-hearted Feier got to know the simple and harmless fifth sister, she would surely grow fond of this little sister. After all, she had complained to him more than once about why their mother hadn't born her a real sister to keep her company. Brother, you're acting strange. What do you mean by don't be surprised if something unusual happens? What kind of anomaly? At least give me a hint so I can prepare. Keeping it from me like this will be worrying the whole time. How can I enjoy myself? Jiang Yunfei was very displeased. Jiang Yunting thought to himself, once they reached the Magnolia courtyard, if she could hear fifth sister's thoughts too, she would understand. If not, he would just tell her he had been joking, and there was nothing unusual. If not for wanting to give her time to adjust, he could have simply asked fifth sister to wait at the manor gate, instead of personally going to the Magnolia courtyard to fetch her. Unwilling to answer Jiang Yunfei's question, Jiang Yunting quickened his pace. Don't ask, you'll find out soon enough. As the siblings entered the Magnolia courtyard, they saw Madame Zhang. The siblings quickly greeted her with a bow. Knowing her daughter was going out with the eldest young master and eldest young lady today, and though she trusted the heir would ensure her youngest daughter's safety, the worried Madame Zhang had come over early. Eldest young master, eldest young lady, I entrust Sierra to your care today. Despite her complaints to Jiang Yunting, Jiang Yunfei maintained the demeanor of a proper eldest sister in front of others. Madame Zhang, you are too kind. Fifth sister is our own sister. It is our duty to look after her. Feier is right. Don't worry, Madame Zhang. We will bring fifth sister back safe and sound. The three were in the courtyard. Knowing they were in a hurry to leave, Madame Zhang dispensed with formalities and called inside. Sierra, are you ready? Your elder brother and sister are here. Jiang Yunxi was busy getting silver. Unfamiliar with the current prices, she had taken the 70 taels of loose silver her brother had given her, but fearing it might not be enough, she ran off to fetch some banknotes. Mother, I'm coming. Jiang Yunxi grabbed the banknotes, stuffing them into her purse as she ran out. As for letting Suxin carry them, sorry, Jiang Yunxi wasn't used to that. Her money, she had to hold it herself. She hadn't yet developed the habit of a young lady buying things while her maid pays. What could she do? She had been an ordinary person before, unaccustomed to having an assistant carry her card. Seeing Jiang Yunxi rushing out, Madame Zhang worried she might fall, and quickly cautioned, slow down, don't run. What if you trip? System, am so troubled. My mother tells me to hurry, then tells me to slow down. I'm not a switch I can turn on and off at will. System, adults are all like that. Shouldn't you be used to it? Different time, different world, same mom. Madame Zhang, ever since she could hear her daughter's thoughts, her world had been full of surprises. She never knew what new complaint or new term she would hear next. Jiang Yunting chuckled inwardly at the helpless look on Madame Zhang's face. As for Jiang Yunfei, is that fifth sister talking? She talks so amusingly. I thought she was a mute who never spoke. Jiang Yunxi came out quickly and greeted Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei. Brother, sister, thank you for coming to get me. Wow, so this is my elder sister. She's so beautiful. That elegance, that poise, this classical beauty. Looking at her, I think of the words prosperous and peace. No wonder she's the legitimate daughter of the marquis estate. Incredible. Such a beautiful young lady is my own sister. What a steal. Beautiful sister, can we get close? If I stick close to a beautiful sister like her when I grow up, can I look like this? A torrent of words flooded her ears, yet the scrawny girl before her, after greeting, had her mouth firmly shut. Jiang Yunfei was stunned. Who is talking? Madame Zhang and Jiang Yunting exchanged a glance. Watching Jiang Yunfei staring at her, without blinking, Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but reach up and touch her own face. There shouldn't be anything on it, as she had checked in the bronze mirror earlier. Though the mirror was foggy, it could still show if there was dirt on her face. Recalling her reflection in the bronze mirror, Jiang Yunxi nervously touched her twin hair buns. Could it be that the beautiful lady thought she was ugly and didn't want to take her out, fearing it would lower her own attractiveness? There was nothing she could do about it. She had been ill for years, leaving her hair dry and her complexion sallow and dull. Jiang Yunxi was a sucker for beauty and loved pretty things. The thought that the beautiful lady might find her unpleasant instantly dampened her spirits. Maybe she shouldn't go out after all. The handsome brother and beautiful sister surely had acquaintances in the capital. If they were seen with her and her identity was revealed, wouldn't it bring shame to the marquis estate? It would also become a stain on her personal history. The system remarked, Host, I think that last part is your real concern. Jiang Yunxi retorted, mind your own business. Jiang Yunting, hearing that his fifth sister didn't want to go out, knew that wouldn't do. He still depended on her. He tugged at Jiang Yunfei and said to Lady Zhang, Madame Zhang, I urged her so hastily earlier that Feier didn't have time to visit the washroom before leaving. She mentioned wanting to use the washroom, but was too shy to speak up. Lady Zhang understood that the request to use the washroom was a pretext for Jiang Yunting to explain the situation to Jiang Yunfei. Playing along, she said, then go ahead quickly. Jiang Yunxi thought, so the beautiful sister was just desperate for the toilet. I thought it was something about me. Jiang Yunfei, being pulled inside by Jiang Yunting, heard this thought and blushed deeply. Annoyed, she wanted to stop and argue with Jiang Yunxi. She wanted to tell her she wasn't desperate for the toilet at all, and that a young lady should speak more elegantly. Talking about such things was unbecoming for a daughter of a marquis. But Jiang Yunting didn't give her the chance, pulling her straight inside. Jiang Yunxi wondered, wait, if elder sister is going to the washroom, why is elder brother following? Does she need his help with that? Jiang Yunting snapped, "Fifth sister, can you just shut up? That didn't sound right. Can you shut your heart?" Lady Zheng couldn't hide her smile. Seeing this, Jiang Yunshi grumbled to the system, "System mother wouldn't even let me leave the courtyard before. Why is she so happy about me going out today?" The system replied, "Because the troublesome kid is finally leaving the house. She doesn't have to watch over you anymore. She's liberated. Of course she's happy." Jiang Yunshi retorted, "System, you'd better explain yourself. Who are you calling a troublesome kid? I've been nothing but obedient and sensible. I've been staying in my room diligently studying and practicing calligraphy all these days." Although she already possessed intermediate skills equivalent to a scholar of that era, she had to start pretending to study hard now to prepare for revealing her abilities later. Since there was no other entertainment, and the rampant rumors made it hard to go out, she could only pass the time by reading and writing. While waiting for Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei to come out, Lady Zheng held Jiang Yunxi's hand and repeatedly warned her not to run off, to stay close to her brother and sister, and Jiang Yunxi had heard these words countless times over the past 2 days and could recite them backward. Her ears were practically worn out. Meanwhile, after a rapid-fire explanation from Jiang Yunting, Jiang Yunfei finally accepted the fact that she could hear her fifth sister's thoughts. No matter what you hear fifth sister thinking, don't be surprised, and don't let her notice anything unusual. Fair, do you understand? I understand, brother. You've said it 1,000 times. Brother is taking fifth sister out today about more than just having fun. Jiang Yunfei wasn't foolish. Knowing about the system and its abilities, she naturally had her suspicions. You don't need to worry about that. Just keep an eye on fifth sister. Jiang Yunxi thought, my elder sister sure is taking a long time in the washroom. If they don't come soon, mother will talk my ear off. Hearing this thought, Jiang Yunfei suddenly felt a kinship with her fifth sister. She was also about to be talked to death by her brother. The same words repeated over and over. Brother, I've got it all. Shouldn't we be going now? Fifth sister is getting impatient. Jiang Yunting rubbed his forehead. All right, let's go. Relieved, Jiang Yunfei hurried out, even breaking into a little run. Reaching the courtyard and seeing Jiang Yunxi, she grabbed her hand and headed out, promising, Madame Zheng, we're off now. Don't worry, we'll bring fifth sister back safely. Not a single hair out of place. Jiang Yunxi looked down at Jiang Yunfei's hand holding hers and frowned, thinking, system, did the beautiful sister wash her hands after using the washroom? If she didn't wash and touch me my hand. Jiang Yunfei stumbled, nearly falling. She turned back and glared angrily at Jiang Yunxi. It was all her fault. If she hadn't said that, no thought that she wouldn't have almost fallen. She hadn't even used the washroom. It was all brother's fault for picking such a terrible excuse. Of course she would wash her hands if she went. Being glared at for no reason, Jiang Yunxi wasn't one to take it lying down. She immediately complained to the system, System, did you see that? She just glared at me. She nearly tripped because she wasn't watching where she was going. Why glare at me? Jiang Yunxi genuinely felt wronged. But thinking about the look Jiang Yunfei gave her with her eyes shimmering. But I have to say, a beauty is a beauty. Even her glare is lovely. Charming and captivating. If I were a man, I'd probably wish she'd glare at me a few more times. Hearing this, Jiang Yunfei felt deeply shy. What was this fifth sister thinking? How could she be so bold? Wasn't she supposed to be timid? The system asked, Host, do you know what you resemble right now? Jiang Yunxi asked, what do I resemble? The system replied, a lecher. Lady Zheng, Jiang Yunting, and Jiang Yunxi all thought, the system is right. She is a lecher. Good thing no one else can hear. Jiang Yunxi said, you may kneel and withdraw. I am weary. This time not only Jiang Yunfei, but also Jiang Yunting, who had just bid farewell to Lady Zheng and was catching up, nearly stumbled. Watching her sister almost fall again and having to steady her quickly, Jiang Yunxi suspiciously looked at the ground. The ground is flat. Why does my sister keep on? Could her cerebellum be underdeveloped, affecting her balance? Jiang Yunfei cursed inwardly. Your cerebellum is underdeveloped. Your whole family's cerebellum is underdeveloped. Oh no, her whole family included herself. She had accidentally cursed herself too. Fuming, Jiang Yunfei dared not glare at Jiang Yunxi again, fearing it would provoke more of her nonsense. Jiang Yunting thought miserably, little sister, please don't spout nonsense just because it's a thought. Is we something you can call yourself? If someone else hears this, the entire marquis estate will be in trouble. Jiang Yunting now hesitated about whether he should take his fifth sister to various mansions for banquets to gather information. What if others could also hear her thoughts and bring harm to the marquis estate? The system said, Host, I don't know if your elder sister's cerebellum is underdeveloped, but I have some gossip about her. Want to hear it? When the system asked Jiang Yunxi if she wanted to eat her melon, Jiang Yunfei, pulling Jiang Yunxi along, stumbled over her own feet. System, I think for the sake of my life it's better not to let the pretty sister lead me. In just a few minutes, she has nearly tripped me 3 times. I am now not just doubting her mental development, I am certain of it. With her frequency of tripping over flat ground in just a few minutes, I really don't know how she has grown. Although I want to hold hands with the pretty sister, I also don't wish to put myself in danger. Behind them, Jiang Yunting, who was catching up, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Jiang Yunxi's internal complaints. His younger sister usually appears composed in front of others, but today she has completely lost her composure. Seeing his sister's face, which was struggling to suppress her emotions, yet still slightly contorted, Jiang Yunting forced down his laughter and said, "Fair, walk a little slower. If you hurry, you might trip again. I've seen you nearly fall several times." Jiang Yunfei couldn't get angry at her sister, nor could she at her elder brother. She glared at Jiang Yunting, who knew the situation, her meaning clear. "Does my nearly tripping have anything to do with walking fast? It's all because of this person beside me." Jiang Yunting coughed, lightly suppressing his laughter. "You have long legs, and your sister has short legs. If you walk too fast, she can't keep up. Let her walk by herself, so you don't trip and drag her down with you." Jiang Yunshi inhaled sharply. "Elder brother, although what you said makes sense, please don't say it next time." "What do you mean my legs are short? You're the one with short legs. Your whole family has short legs. I'm still young, being short is normal, but I will grow taller. At your age, you probably won't grow anymore. Once I shoot up and surpass you, I promise I won't mock you for your short legs." Jiang Yunting thought, "Oh no, I accidentally touched the sensitive spot of my fifth sister. How should I remedy this? System host, is it possible that his whole family, and furthermore, given the current situation, even if you grow taller later you won't surpass him?" Jiang Yunshi replied, "Shut up." Hearing the somewhat indignant voice of her fifth sister, Jiang Yunfei, who had originally been upset, inexplicably felt her irritation dissipate. She obediently let go of Jiang Yunx's hand, saying, "Then sister, you walk by yourself." Jiang Yunting said, "Let's walk slowly, no rush." The three siblings chatted and laughed as they headed out, followed by a group of servants. "System host, do you want to eat your elder sister's melon or not?" Jiang Yunting's footsteps paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. What embarrassing incident might happen if fifth sister eats his melon? I wonder what she would encounter if she eats Feier's melon. The rules of the Ho residence are strict, and fifth sister always has maids and nannies by her side. It's unlikely she would have any embarrassing incidents, but could it be related? But her marriage was carefully arranged by their mother, so there shouldn't be any issues. Jiang Yunshi said, "System, what melon are we talking about now? Can't you see him walking? What if I get so engrossed in the melon that I trip and fall flat on my face? I really don't want to be laughed at for not having fully developed mentally." Jiang Yunfei clenched her fist, wondering if she could hit her sister to vent her frustration. It was just a near trip. Must she keep pestering her about it in her mind? Also, what exactly is her melon? Why is she dangling it in front of me? Jiang Yunfei couldn't help but look up at Jiang Yunting, seeking his advice. Jiang Yunting thought for a moment and shook his head. If they were in a rush, it truly wasn't the right time to discuss melons. They could find an opportunity later. Jiang Yunting was also worried that he hadn't finished dealing with his own matters, and if another issue arose, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Even if Feier had something to say, it probably wasn't a big deal. If it were urgent, the system would alert them. That day when she ate his melon, the system mentioned it was an explosive incident, and not eating it would leave fifth sister with regrets for life. The three siblings each had their thoughts as they reached the gate of the residence and boarded the carriage, where the coachman blew a whistle and the carriage started moving. Before long, the carriage arrived at a main street in the capital. The long street, paved with bluestones, seemed never-ending, with signs fluttering on both sides: silk shops, jewelry stores, rouge shops, tea houses, taverns, sugar paintings, and dough figurines. A dazzling array bustling with people. Jiang Yunshi lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and counted as she peered out, noting that there were indeed more jewelry stores and silk shops. No matter where you go, women's money is the easiest to earn. Looking at Jiang Yunxi's excited face, one couldn't help but think how she had been confined in the residence for so many years and rarely went out. Jiang Yunting lifted the other side of the carriage curtain, glanced outside, confirmed that they were not far from the place Tao San intended to visit, and proposed, "Shall we get off?" Jiang Yunshi quickly nodded, sure. Since they were shopping, it was better to walk around. There was no point in just riding in the carriage and looking around. After they got off the carriage, Jiang Yunting reminded, "There are many people on the street. Fair, hold on to fifth sister well, and don't get separated. If you see anything you like, just buy it. It'll come." Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. Her elder brother was generous, and her little savings were safe. Being in an ancient and quaint street, Jiang Yunshi felt enchanted. It was a completely different experience from modern shopping. Watching the copper spoons in the vendor's hands flowing with golden syrup, forming vivid animal shapes. While this is a sugar figurine so lifelike, this is a piece. Seeing the little girl staring at her with wide eyes, her clothes clearly not from an ordinary family. Moreover, the young couple beside her, dressed even more extravagantly, made the vendor quickly try to attract customers. "Young master, miss, what kind of sugar figurine do you want? No matter what animal, I can make it." Glancing at the stunning Jiang Yunfei, "Even if you want one that looks like you, that's possible." Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled. "Can you really make it look like me? Wouldn't that be troublesome?" The vendor's smile grew even brighter. "Not troublesome at all, not at all. However, it will be a bit more expensive than making animals." Jiang Yunshi waved her hand. "A bit more expensive is fine, and my elder brother isn't short on money." Jiang Yunfei stifled a laugh. Jiang Yunting thought, should I thank fifth sister for thinking so highly of him? "Elder sister, do you want one?" Jiang Yunshi asked Jiang Yunfei. At just 16 years old, she was still childlike, so how could Jiang Yunfei not want one? "Of course I want one. Elder brother. Fifth sister can decide. Then have them make one for each of us three siblings. By the way, make two that look like my elder sister." Jiang Yunfei said, "Little sister, one for each is enough. If we eat too many sugar figurines, we won't have room for other food later." There are plenty of delicious things. Just two for elder sister Jiang Yunxi insisted. If I eat the beautiful sister now, I'll be just as pretty as her in the future. Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei realized that this little girl had an extraordinary love for beauty. Of course, which girl doesn't love beauty? Jiang Yunting felt he had inadvertently grasped a way to win fifth sister's favor. Loving beauty, huh? Then she should have no resistance to beautiful jewelry. When Jiang Yunxi took the two sugar figurines meant for her into her hands, she furrowed her brow. Though she knew her current appearance was not pleasing, the bronze mirror did not reflect clearly enough for her to gauge just how unappealing it truly was. Yet with a beautiful mother like hers, she felt she could not be too terrible. However, when the two sugar figurines were placed side by side, the contrast was stark against Jiang Yun. Sensing the resentment in her younger sister's heart, Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei, one pretending to gaze into the distance, the other lowering his head to eat his sugar figurine, firmly avoided any eye contact with Jiang Yunxi. Yet the smiles on their faces were impossible to conceal. The system remained silent for a moment. Sometimes it found itself quite speechless, having to occasionally moonlight as a caring older sister. Host, in truth, you are not ugly at all. Your mother is a great beauty, and your father is a handsome man. How could their union possibly produce an ugly child? It is simply that you are still young, coupled with poor health, inadequate nutrition, and a melancholic spirit, all of which have led to your current state. Have you not noticed that with better eating and sleeping lately, you already look much better than before? For some reason, the smiles on Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei's faces gradually faded. Your foundation is excellent, once your health improves, and you grow older, filling out and gaining some flesh, you will become quite beautiful. In the future, you will surely be a little beauty, no less than your eldest sister. The system's words instilled considerable confidence in Jiang Yunxi. I knew I wasn't that. It must be that the vendor's craftsmanship was too poor, making me look ugly. Definitely a bad review. The system echoed, yes, a bad review. Your eldest sister's sugar figurine was so beautiful, bearing a striking resemblance to her, if not an exact likeness. If only there were a bronze mirror here for you to look into, you would discover that the sugar figurine mirrors you exactly as well. However, to avoid giving you that sly one an opportunity to extort compensation from me again, I shall refrain from speaking the truth. This girl is so fond of beauty. It seems the beauty pills and glamour pills in the system mall will never lack a market. Gazing with disdain at the sugar figurine molded after herself, Jiang Yunxi handed it to Su Exine beside her. Su Exine, take this well. Later bring it back to such an ugly sugar figurine. I'd rather not eat it lest I become ugly after consumption. He'll take it back for mother to eat instead. After all, she is already grown and her appearance won't undergo significant changes. Eating an ugly sugar figurine won't make her turn ugly. Jiang Yunfei thought, shouldn't Lady Zheng thank you for that? I'd rather eat the beautiful sister's sugar figurine. I hope that after eating it, I will become a beauty like her. Jiang Yunting led the way, guiding his two sisters along as they strolled, browsed, and ate their way toward the predetermined location. This constant eating referred only to Jiang Yunxi. As legitimate children of the marquis household, Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei were particular about their diet. The street-side stalls in their view were somewhat unclean, and they noticed how both of them merely held their sugar figurines in hand, playing with them without eating. Jiang Yunxi had no such qualms, accustomed as she was to eating street snacks while walking in modern times. As for etiquette and decorum, she was now just a 6 or 7-year-old girl in appearance. What image did she need to maintain? In truth, Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei had initially tried to dissuade her out of concern for her health, but upon hearing her thoughts and learning that the system would handle it, they let her be. As they walked, Jiang Yunting spotted a person in the crowd making a gesture at him. This was someone he had arranged early on to monitor Tao San's movements. The gesture indicated that Tao San had already arrived and was heading this way. A smile flickered across Jiang Yunting's face before fading. We've been walking for so long. Are you too tired? Would you like to find a tea house and rest for a while? Jiang Yunfei was a pampered young lady, and Jiang Yunx's current body was truly frail. The moment Jiang Yunting mentioned it, both immediately felt fatigued, and very well, let's find a tea house to sit in. Tea houses often have storytellers. It would be nice to listen. I wonder what new tales are circulating these days. Jiang Yunfei was the first to agree. Storybooks. That's right. I could buy some storybooks to take home and read passing the time. I wonder where to find them. Jiang Yunfei thought fifth sister has never seriously attended the academy. She's often absent one day for every 3 she shows up. Can she even read well enough to enjoy a storybook? Fortunately, Jiang Yunxi remained unaware of her thoughts, otherwise being doubted as illiterate yet again would surely drive her to distraction. Jiang Yunting said, so fifth sister wants to read storybooks. When we rest at the tea house, I'll have a servant fetch some. With her keen eye for beauty, Jiang Yunxi spotted a woman among the oncoming crowd. She wore a moon-white ruchuan embroidered with sprigs of crabapple blossoms, a plain silk sash at her waist, and stood with an elegant, graceful posture. Her brows were like distant mountains tinged with indigo, her eyes like autumn waves rippling across the water, and her skin was fair as jade. Amidst the crowd, she was the first to catch everyone's eye, drawing frequent glances from passers-by on the street. Wow, what a great beauty. I really like her. Jiang Yunfei thought fifth sister said she liked me, her beautiful sister, and now she likes another person. This beauty is different from my beautiful sister. She is dignified while this one is radiant. I suppose lustful men would prefer this type. Thinking this, Jiang Yunshi couldn't help but look up at her nominal elder brother, seeing him staring at the beauty. If I knew men like this type. Look at Big Brother, his eyes are fit. Jiang Yunfei thought Big Brother is lustful. I never knew. Let me see which beauty has captured both Big Brother's and Fifth Sister's hearts. Upon recognizing who it was, Jiang Yunfei couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. It's Miss Tao. She tugged at Jiang Yunxi's hand. Fifth Sister, it's Miss. Come, Big Sister will take you to meet her. Jiang Yunfei pulled Jiang Yunxi along and hurried forward. As Jiang Yunting's full sister, Jiang Yunfei naturally knew her future sister-in-law, having met her several times at banquets hosted by other households. Dragged along and forced to walk quickly, Jiang Yunxi was still confused. Miss Tao? Which Miss Tao? Jiang Yunfei replied without turning back. Which Miss Tao could it be? Miss Tao-san, of course. Minister Tao's granddaughter, our future sister-in-law. Future sister-in-law. Jiang Yunxi repeated mechanically, still bewildered. Once she realized who the person was, she screamed inwardly, holy crap, the future sister-in-law. Suddenly assaulted by a mental shriek, Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei both couldn't help but shrug and shrink their necks, trying to block the noise. But it was utterly useless. Unaware of the truth, Jiang Yunfei, hearing Jiang Yunxi's inner scream, assumed she was simply excited to meet her future sister-in-law, and kindly explained. She pointed at the great beauty who had just drawn Jiang Yunxi's admiration. That one, the most dazzling figure in the crowd. That is Miss Tao-san, our future sister-in-law. Isn't she beautiful? Doesn't she match Big Brother perfectly? Then her words and gesture dealt a heavy blow to Jiang Yunxi, and it struck straight at her head. So the great beauty I saw is that eccentric future sister-in-law. Jiang Yunfei thought eccentric. How could Miss Tao-san be eccentric? When she realized the stunning beauty she had her eye on was her future sister-in-law, the third Miss Tao, Jiang Yunxi cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Yunting. System, would you say my eldest brother has good taste or bad? The system replied, both good and bad. Jiang Yunxi nodded in agreement. I think so too. To spot such a beauty at first glance shows he's true to a man's nature. Good taste indeed. Jiang Yunfei, pulling Jiang Yunxi along, without pausing, smiled even more brightly. What kind of image did her eldest brother have in their fifth sister's mind to be called so lustful? Jiang Yunting inhaled and exhaled repeatedly, reminding himself that these were his sister's inner thoughts, not spoken aloud. No need to beat her for it. He still needed her, so he couldn't offend her. Jiang Yunxi continued her rant. Yet his taste is terrible, falling for a woman who in this era is considered utterly scandalous. Jiang Yunfei nearly tripped again. Scandalous. Who was their fifth sister referring to? Miss Tao, their future sister-in-law. Jiang Yunxi, who had almost been dragged down by Jiang Yunfei again, but was steadied by her maid, thought she was walking perfectly fine just now, no more tripping. Why is the beauty sister having a relapse? Could it be an intermittent condition? I've heard of intermittent insanity, but never intermittent cerebellar underdevelopment. Jiang Yunfei gritted her teeth. This sister could be truly infuriating at times. The three siblings, along with their retinue of servants and guards, made an eye-catching. Miss Tao across the way had already spotted them. To be fair, Jiang Yunting was quite handsome. Though she didn't want to be tied to one tree, she did appreciate his looks. And there was also the lovely Jiang Yunfei. Seeing them approach with Jiang Yunfei waving as she walked, Miss Tao quickened her pace with her own attendants toward them. After Jiang Yunxi finished teasing Jiang Yunfei, she looked up to find her beauty sister had let go of her hand and was standing a few meters ahead, greeting the beauty. No greeting, Miss Tao. Miss Tao had raised a hand as if to embrace her beauty sister. Seeing the situation, Jiang Yunxi was so startled she nearly lost her wits. Holy crap, protect my beauty sister. With an explosive burst of energy, as if her meridians were suddenly unblocked, Jiang Yunxi dashed at lightning speed to Jiang Yunfei's side, pulling her hand and retreating. She stopped only when they were about 2 meters from Miss Tao. Stay away from my beauty sister. Don't infect her with your disease. Witnessing this, Jiang Yunting, who had been tense, finally relaxed. Good thing fifth sister came through, or I'd have had to step in. But once I act, it's hard to clean up. Jiang Yunfei looked bewildered. Fifth sister, what are you doing? And what did you just say? She tried to mention the disease, but found she couldn't speak of it. After several failed attempts, she recalled her eldest brother's repeated warnings. Fine, if she couldn't say it, she wouldn't. Miss Tao's hand hung in the air for a moment before she withdrew it. She glanced at Jiang Yunxi, a sallow, scrawny girl, and wrinkled her nose in distaste before quickly shifting her gaze to Jiang Yunfei's face. As if needing to cleanse her eyes by looking at her longer. Jiang Yunxi, watching closely, didn't miss the disdain and the eye-cleansing gesture. Holy crap, are you serious, treating me like an eyesore and using my beauty sister to wash your eyes? I haven't even called you dirty yet you dare call me ugly. Believe me, I'll slap you dead. Jiang Yunting looked from Miss Tao to Jiang Yunxi, his face twitching. Fifth sister, given the size difference between you and Miss Tao, you think you can slap her to death? Can your palm even reach her face? Luckily, Jiang Yunxi didn't hear his jab, or she'd have taught him the meaning of trouble from loose lips. Feier, who is this little girl? Won't you introduce her to me? Jiang Yunfei had intended to introduce them, but she was still flustered by Jiang Yunxi's string of inner thoughts. At Miss Tao's question, she snapped back and forced a smile. Sister Tao, this is Jiang Yunxi, my fifth sister. Fifth sister, this is Miss Tao, granddaughter of Minister Tao, our future sister-in-law. Jiang Yunshi thought, back home it's my dad is Li Gang, here it's my grandpa, is Minister Tao. Indeed, no matter where you go you can't escape name dropping your dad or grandpa. Miss Tao said, so it's fifth sister. Inwardly, she mused, a concubine's daughter of the Pingyang marquis heir? So skinny. Is the marquis that poor? Miss Tao's maid, seeing her mistress greet the girl, while Miss Jiang stood dumbly, without responding, glared angrily. Fifth miss, is this how your mother taught you? A concubine's daughter with no manners making your legitimate future sister-in-law greet you first. And you don't even bother to reply. Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei's faces darkened at the maid's accusatory words. But it was unclear whether their displeasure was aimed at Jiang Yunshi or the maid. Jiang Yunshi hadn't expected that a moment's distraction for inner thoughts would lead to being scolded for her upbringing and her mother being insulted. She glared. When the mistress hasn't spoken, what right does a servant have to interrupt? You call me ill-mannered. I'd say it's your household that lacks decorum. No sense of hierarchy, letting a servant snap like a mad dog. I am a marquis's daughter. My mother is the heir's concubine. How dare a little maid like you speak of, not to mention you, but even your mistress hasn't married in yet, and has no right to throw her weight around before me. I am a marquis's heir's daughter, she is merely an official's granddaughter, less noble than me. For a maid from the minister's household, you don't even know basic respect. Jiang Yunshi, small but fierce, turned her glare to Miss Tao. Miss Tao, is this how your household is? Though she had been at fault for not responding, promptly daring to insult her mother. Damn it, she called me ill-mannered. Of course I'm not as well-bred as your Tao household. The legitimate granddaughter has turned the entire estate into her harem. Her nanny aunts, sisters-in-law, all become her concubines, cuckolding her grandfather, father, uncles, and brothers. She hasn't even spared her own maids. All have become her lovers. Your Tao household is truly well-bred, an eye-opener. The system added, not only that host. I just checked. Several of Miss Tao's uncles-in-law and brothers-in-law have also slept with her. Oh my, so even the uncles and brothers-in-law are her paramours. Jiang Yunshi looked at Jiang Yunting's head, imagining it tinged with green. How could Jiang Yunting miss the peculiar look in his fifth sister's eyes when she glanced at him? He clenched his jaw and fist, struggling to suppress the urge to lash out at Tao San. Listening to Jiang Yunxi's inner complaints, Jiang Yunfei felt as if thunder were roaring in her ears. Could the gentle, virtuous, and refined Miss Tao her mother spoke of be such a person? Could it be that fifth sister was mistaken? Somewhat doubting her own judgment, Jiang Yunfei stood frozen, momentarily lost. The maidservant, scolded by Jiang Yunshi, also began to panic. Miss I did it all for your sake. The maidservant was not a homeborn servant of the Tao family. The last time Tao San eloped with someone, her maids all suffered. This maidservant was purchased later and assigned to serve Tao San. Born a commoner, she was unfamiliar with the rules of noble families. She only knew her mistress was the legitimate granddaughter of the Minister of Rights. In the Tao residence, she relied on Tao San's influence to boss around other concubine-born young ladies, believing her mistress was second only to heaven and earth. Moreover, she knew the people before her were her mistress' future husband and sister-in-law. From her commoner's perspective, a sister-in-law usually had to please the future wife, lest she be disliked and face a hard life at home. But she did not know that in noble families the situation could sometimes be reversed. Jiang Yunxi's reprimand was undoubtedly a heavy slap to Tao San's face, yet she had no room to refute it. Although Jiang Yunshi was at fault for not greeting her or responding promptly, this mistake was negligible compared to the maidservant's audacity in criticizing the marquis' upbringing and inquiring about her concubine mother. Moreover, what she said was true. In terms of status, she was indeed inferior. Although the fifth miss was born of a concubine, her mother was no ordinary concubine, but a secondary wife. According to the rules of Yunzhao Kingdom, children born of a secondary wife, though not equal to the legitimate ones, held a higher status than ordinary concubine-born children, barely considered half-legitimate. And this fifth miss being taken out by the legitimate eldest miss and eldest brother, and having been held by the eldest sister's hand all the way, seemed to be favored at home. Yet if she were favored, how did she come to look so sallow and thin? Time was too short. Tao San had no chance to ponder the reasons. She had been repeatedly ordered by her elders not to ruin this marriage again, or else. Tao San took a deep breath, forced an angry expression, and said to the maidservant, "What are you standing there for? Apologize to Miss Jiang Yunshi at once. If Miss Jiang does not forgive you, then you." Tao San did not finish her sentence, but the maidservant, familiar with her mistress' temper, knew that if she failed, she would end up like the other vanished maids. To prevent Tao San's misdeeds from leaking out, although no homeborn servants were assigned to her, all purchased servants held deeds of indenture. With such a deed, the master could kill the servant without liability. The maidservant knew her only hope now lay with the sallow-faced fifth miss of the Jiang family. She cared not that they were on the street, or perhaps she deliberately chose to be in public to employ moral blackmail. She strode toward Jiang Yunshi. Seeing her approach, Jiang Yunshi was startled. This woman was one of Tao San's followers. Tao San had a foul disease, and the maids who had close contact with her were likely also. Jiang Yunshi pulled Jiang Yunfei back, screaming internally, "Don't come near me. You filthy thing, stay away. Who knows if that disease spreads through saliva?" Screaming inside, Jiang Yunxi also shouted aloud, "Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to bully a child because you're taller? Miss Tao, you haven't even married in yet, and already you're ordering your maid to attack your future sister-in-law. What do you intend? To rebel against heaven?" Miss Tao San was speechless. The girl clearly intended to apologize and beg for mercy. How could she twist it into an attack? Jiang Yunxi was deliberately doing this. Fearing close contact and infection, she used provocative words to keep the Tao family at a distance. Seeing Jiang Yunxi's apparent fright, the servants of Pingyang Marquis Mansion moved to block the maidservant. Jiang Yunxi panicked. Oh heavens! That maidservant has a filthy disease. Oh, why touch her? Aren't you afraid of catching it? Don't any of you touch her. Keep away. Jiang Yunxi shouted. What if she uses the chance to fall down, fake an injury, and accuse you of hurting her? That girl looks shady as she'd definitely do something like that. The marquis' servants hesitated, unsure whether to obey the fifth miss. Jiang Yunting quickly said, "Do as the fifth miss says. Don't cause any extra trouble." The maidservant chased forward. Jiang Yunxi pulled Jiang Yunfei back. This scene, along with Jiang Yunxi's shouts, drew the attention of passers-by. Many stopped to watch. Seeing this, Miss Tao San's face darkened with embarrassment. Jiang Yunting struggled to suppress his disgust, maintaining a gentle expression, though his face appeared somewhat stiff and unnatural. Miss Tao, my little sister, seems frightened. She has been frail and timid since childhood. To avoid any mishap, please have your maidservant stop. Hearing the onlookers' whispers and pointing, Miss Tao San felt humiliated. But knowing this could not continue, she called out, "Shang Yun, what are you doing? Stop this instant. Can't you see you've scared Miss Jiang?" Shang Yun halted and turned back to Tao San. "Miss, didn't you order me to apologize to Miss Jiang?" Tao San gritted her teeth. "I told you to apologize, not to chase her and scare her. Stop chasing the fifth miss, or else when we return to the mansion." Seeing her mistress' ominous glare, Shang Yun dared not act rashly. "Then my apology." "You still need to apologize. Just stand there and do it. Why must you chase her? Wasn't I thinking of kneeling at her feet, tugging her hem, and begging so everyone could see how the fifth miss of Pingyang Marquis Mansion bullies people?" Shang Yun gritted her teeth, dropped to her knees with a thud, and kowtowed repeatedly, looking pitiful and aggrieved, sobbing. "Please spare me, Miss Jiang. I know I was wrong. I was momentarily foolish and dared to speak rudely. I beg the fifth miss to be magnanimous and forgive me this once." Her forehead was red from knocking tears, and snot smeared across her face. Her voice choked. "I have elderly parents to support and a young brother to care for. If the master punishes me and kicks me out, my whole family will starve. The fifth miss is kind-hearted. Please don't stoop to my level. Forgive me." Xiang Yun's voice grew louder as she pleaded, "Miss Jiang Wu, I know you have a kind heart. Please show mercy. If you wish to punish me, I accept whatever you decree. You may beat or scold me, just please do not let my master dismiss me and cut off my family's livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen around, I beg you to intercede on my behalf. Ooh, I truly know I was wrong." The crowd immediately began to murmur. This maid seems quite pitiful. Indeed, the livelihood of her entire family relies on her. Which family's young lady is this? If it's not a serious matter, let it go. One should be forgiving when possible. This maid seems quite pitiful. Indeed, the livelihood of her entire family relies on her. Which family's young lady is this? If it's not a serious matter, let it go. Seeing Xiang Yun's antics, Tao San behind her felt satisfied. This girl still had some cleverness. Her past training was not in vain. Jiang Yunxi looked at her feigned demeanor, her eyes holding no pity whatsoever. "You deliberately mentioned my status, intending to leverage the reputation of the Pingyang Marquis to morally bind me. Then you are gravely mistaken. As long as I possess no morals, you cannot bind me." Hearing Jiang Yunxi's thoughts, Jiang Yunting, who had initially assumed that his younger sister had never experienced such a situation and was frightened and wished to intervene, looking at his younger sister's demeanor, she hardly seemed frightened. How would she resolve this? Jiang Yunting decided to observe his sister's handling of the situation first. If it truly did not work out, he would step in to remedy it. Looking at his younger sister's demeanor, she hardly seemed frightened. How would she resolve this? Jiang Yunting decided to observe his sister's handling of the situation first. If it truly did not work out, he would step in. As for that Miss Tao San, Jiang Yunting sneered internally. With a servant like that by her side, even without the earlier incident, such a person must never be married. Jiang Yunxi maintained a serious expression, her voice tinged with childishness, yet clear enough to overshadow Xiang Yun's cries. "Put away your false display of sorrow. Ooh, I will not fall for your pitiful act. Upon first meeting, I merely found your young lady beautiful, and was momentarily entranced without time to greet her properly. You clearly knew I am the daughter of the marquisate, yet you, relying on your position as a servant beside the third Miss Tao of the Ministry of War, dared to scold me. You even had the audacity to insult my upbringing, disparaging my mother, my lord father, and the mother of my future wife. Is this how your family raises its servants? The Tao family produces servants like you, yet dares to question the upbringing of the Pingyang Marquis. Truly a joke. If you wish to highlight my status and pressure me with public opinion, then let it be. If you can point out my status, I can point out yours as well. If you question my upbringing, I can question yours. After all, the fault in today's affair does not lie with me. The expression of Miss Tao Sen shifted, gritting her teeth in resentment. This girl truly had a sharp tongue. She opened her mouth to speak, intending to retort that this had nothing to do with the Tao family, that this maid was ignorant of her place, but found herself at a loss for words. To say it was the maid's own idea that the Tao family had a duty to educate her would still imply fault on the part of the Tao family. Seeing that Miss Tao Sen seemed about to speak, Jiang Yunxi would not let her take the lead. She knew she was not eloquent. If Miss Tao Sen took the lead and countered her, she would genuinely not know how to respond. She spoke first. You deliberately wailed so loudly to elicit sympathy from everyone, attempting to morally bind me, to grant you mercy. If I spare you, it is kindness. If I do not, it is malice. I truly will not fall for your tricks. To dare unjustly insult my parents and elders, if I were to spare you, I would be scorned by all. To accuse me of being unfilial, as if one could easily overlook those who insult their parents and elders. The bystanders, initially stirred by Xiang Yun's pleas, began to point fingers at her after hearing Jiang Yang's words. So that's how it is. This girl truly has no shame. A servant by the side of the granddaughter of a minister, daring to insult nobility. If this were brought to the authorities, she would receive a severe punishment. It's not just a few strikes. This girl dared to insult the heir of the marquisate, and she would end up in jail. Even her master would not come out unscathed. This girl is quite clever, leading us on with her earlier words. Watching the increasingly unsightly expression of Tao San behind her, Jiang Yunxi felt a surge of... No doubt this moral binding tactic was taught by Tao San. If she wishes to see my performance, I shall see who is truly putting on a show. However, the Tao family should not be mentioned further. The Minister of War's position is rather significant, and one should not offend them excessively to avoid bringing trouble to the marquis. Such a person as Tao San is truly unworthy of my elder brother. For his sake and the lives of everyone in the household, this marriage must be thwarted. However, that is a matter for later. Let's first get past this immediate hurdle. Jiang Yunxi thought for a moment before speaking again. Actually, I know what you are thinking. You desire to leverage your young lattice engagement to my elder brother, hoping to suppress the younger sister before the marriage. Indeed, though your young lady is the granddaughter of a minister and currently holds a high status, she can never compare to the marquis. Your young lady may appear noble now, but once Minister Tao retires from public office, without support her status will. At that point, she will not be worthy of my elder brother. Jiang Yunxi coldly laughed inwardly. Let alone when Minister Tao retires, even now your young lady is unworthy of my elder brother. One who eloped, lived with someone else for months, then came back treating brothels like her own home. She isn't even fit to carry my elder brother's shoes. Listening to Jiang Yunxi's thoughts, Jiang Yunfei kept her head down, gritting her teeth, afraid to look up lest she reveal her current emotions. Due to her excessive grip, Jiang Yunxi's hand was starting to hurt. Hiss, this beautiful sister has quite a strong grip, but it's hurting me. It seems this beautiful sister has been frightened by the current situation. After all, she is a young lady from a noble family facing doubt on the upbringing of the marquisate, and now confronting her future sister-in-law. Worried about tarnishing the marquisite's reputation and concerned about her future sister-in-law facing underhanded tactics, it would be strange if she were not afraid. Rest assured, beautiful sister, this Tao Sen has a dirty disease, indulging in both men and women with no scruples. For the sake of everyone's lives in our household, I will definitely find ways to thwart this marriage. After reassuring the beautiful sister in her heart, Jiang Yunxi shifted her focus back to the trembling Xiang Yun kneeling there. At this moment, Xiang Yun lay there appearing pitiful and miserable. Her current distress was not the feigned kind from earlier. She was truly frightened. But now that everyone knew the truth, no one would speak for her any longer. They only felt she deserved it. To avoid being looked down upon by my future sister-in-law, I must suppress her arrogance before entering the household, causing her to fear from the bottom of her heart. Not far away, a group was observing this scene. Among them, a young man smiled at a boy around 12 or 13 years old beside him, saying, "The fifth young lady of the Pingyang Marquis is quite clever, and her verbal skills are impressive. It's rather amusing. Cousin, don't you think?" The boy wore a faint expression, replying, "It's just alright. If this is just alright, your standards are rather high, cousin." Jiang Yunxi wore a smile her face, bearing an innocent expression as she addressed the trembling kneeling maid. "Xiang Yun, is it? Did your mistress instruct you to act this?" Personal preferences were none of Jiang Yunxi's concern, to each their own. Yet the minister's residence, fully aware that the third miss of the Tao family had eloped with someone, deliberately concealed this fact, while betrothing her to her elder brother. That was nothing short of bullying. Though constrained by the minister's residence's power and the need to preserve the marquis' honor, and more crucially her own insignificant standing, making her words carry, she couldn't openly sever ties. Still, she could seize the pretext to humiliate the third miss of the Tao family. After all, why should that woman, fully aware of her own tarnished nature, shamelessly aspire to marry into the marquis' household? You truly are your mistress' loyal servant, charging into battle on her behalf. System, does the third miss of the Tao family know she's afflicted with a foul disease? If she knows yet still intends to marry into the marquis' household, that changes everything. Isn't that plainly deliberate harm? System, she likely doesn't know yet, as it hasn't reached the later stages. Jiang Yunqi quickly interrupted system, you needn't say more. Hearing Jiang Yunxi's words, the surrounding murmurs grew louder. So that's it. I wondered how a maid could dare to insult a noble lady like that. So it's the future sister-in-law trying to assert dominance, setting rules for her future sister-in-law before even entering the family. Good heavens, having such a future sister-in-law, is this young lad's misfortune. Indeed, by status that Miss Tao hardly matches a noble son of the marquis household. After all, a marquis title is hereditary, while official posts are not. That Miss Tao is truly malicious, using her maid to charge ahead, while she hides behind, letting the maid take the fall. Listening to the gossip and watching Tao San's contorted expression, Jiang Yunqi felt delighted. She wanted to use this maid to disgust me. Watch me turn it back on you. If anyone thought Jiang Yunqi would stop there, they were mistaken. The filth had sickened her, and she wasn't one to suffer losses quietly. Retaliation was a must. She struggled twice, breaking free from Jiang Yunfei's grasp, took 2 steps forward, then recalling that woman might be diseased, and fearing she might lunge, quickly retreated to her original spot. Coming to me to apologize or beg for mercy is a mistake. You sold yourself into servitude, and your indenture is held by your master. Even as a daughter of the marquis household, I have no authority to bypass your master or the authorities to punish you. So whether you seek forgiveness or mercy, you must ask your After all, whether to settle this privately with the marquis household or to hand you over to the authorities is the Tao family's affair. The marquis household has no say, and I have. Having said this, Jiang Yunqi looked up at Jiang Yunting, seeking confirmation. Elder brother, isn't that so? As an outsider, she was unfamiliar with local procedures and needed to verify with a native. Jiang Yunting nodded approvingly. Fifth sister is right. Indeed, only the Tao residents and the authorities can handle this maid. Jiang Yunqi smiled. She had learned something from novels and TV dramas after all. Then, elder brother, since this maid insulted a court official and a noble, shall we report it to the authorities? Jiang Yunqi deliberately asked. I want to see if this elder brother is truly blinded by love. After being cursed to their faces about the marquis household's lack of breeding and being set up to ruin their reputation, will he still be so infatuated with his outwardly fair but inwardly corrupt fiancée that he chooses to forgive? System, if he chooses to forgive, what will you do? What will I do? Jiang Yunqi let out a cold laugh. Then I want Rush to expose the third Miss Tao secret. Let them set the wedding date. When the ceremony is near, he'll expose it all. Though the marriage still won't go through, the engagement scandal will be widely known, and the cuckold's crown will be firmly on his head. He'll see how others mock him to death. Hearing these inner thoughts from his fifth sister, Jiang Yunting shuddered violently. Just imagining the scene made his blood run. No, he must never let fifth sister misunderstand that he wanted to brush things aside. Jiang Yunting quickly turned to Tao San, only to catch her venomous glare directed at it. He shuddered again. Such a fierce, vicious gaze was something he had never seen in another woman. Forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace, Jiang Yunting said, Miss Tao, how do you suggest we handle this? Tao San could no longer smile. She looked at Jiang Yunting with a pitiful, tear-streaked face like a beauty in distress. Young Master Jiang, do you believe me when I say the maid acted on her own without my instruction? Strangely, this scene of a beauty in tears didn't stir Jiang Yunting's sympathy, but instead made his scalp crawl. It was as if he saw a gaping maw ready to devour him. He involuntarily stepped back twice before catching himself and stopping. At a loss for an expression, Jiang Yunting could only keep his face wooden. Whatever Miss Tao says, so be it. He neither affirmed nor denied, leaving Tao San speechless and uncertain how to react. Jiang Yunqi, well done, elder brother. Just refuse to take her bait and choke her silence. And you claim you didn't instigate this. Without your backing, and without you blabbing in front of her about how you dominate after marrying into the marquis household, how would a mere maid dare to curse a noble lady of the marquis residence? And dare to insult the marquis household's upbringing? Originally, Jiang Yunting hadn't thought this far, but with Jiang Yunxi's reminder, a moment's reflection confirmed his sister's words were likely true. This Tao San clearly held little reverence for the Pingyang marquis household. Not just her. It seemed the Tao minister's residents also lacked respect for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have concealed her elopement and betrothed her to him. If that was the case, once this engagement was called off, don't blame him. Thinking this, Jiang Yunting's expression naturally turned sour. Seeing Jiang Yunting's grim face, the third Miss Tao misunderstood, believing he had bought the young girl's claim that she had orchestrated the maid's intimidation of her future. She wept even more sorrowfully, a heart-wrenching picture of a beauty in despair. Young Master Jiang, it truly wasn't me. Miss Tao. Thoroughly disgusted by her act, Jiang Yunting found it unbearable to watch her performance. It was an eyesore. He quickly cut her off. Let's skip the rest. Let's discuss how to handle this matter and what to do with this maid. The third Miss Tao was stunned, surprised that her tactic had failed with this man. Since it was useless, there was no need to waste her tears. Wiping her face with a handkerchief, the third Miss Tao's expression turned cold, shedding all pretense of fragility and reclaiming the demeanor of a noble lady. Young Master Jiang, your meaning is... Holy crap, are her tears controlled by a switch? On and off at will. I've got to give her a 666. I wonder if I can apprentice under her. How come I can't produce tears like that? Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei. Fifth sister, even if you want to learn something, could you pick something better? Miss Tao III regained her aristocratic poise, asking Jiang Yunting with a blank expression, in young Master Jiang's opinion, how should this matter be resolved? Jiang Yunting replied coolly, the Marquis of Pingyang's estate will not tolerate humiliation, nor will any elder of our family suffer slander. Miss Tao III's face darkened as she understood the implication. He had no intention of settling this amicably. Young Master Jiang, we are betrothed, can't we just? Jiang Yunshi interrupted, oh. So because of the betrothal you think it's acceptable for your maidservant to insult our elders and question our upbringing? Then by that logic I could have my maid curse your Tao family for lacking breeding and scold your parents and grandparents for raising a daughter who knows no propriety and cannot discipline her servants. If a betrothal means turning a blind eye to the humiliation of one's elders, then such a marriage alliance is beneath our marquisate. The onlookers murmured in agreement. Young as the marquis' daughter is, her words carry weight. Exactly. If an elder is publicly insulted and it's brushed aside because the offender is the future wife's maid, where would the marquisite's dignity be? Before she's even married, she tramples her future husband's family's honor. If such a bride enters the household, imagine the tyranny she'd wield. Right. Even commoners like us wouldn't want such a wife, let alone the Marquis of Pingyang. Jiang Yunshi listened with glee. Yes, everyone speaks the truth. Well said, wonderfully said. More of this, please. I hope it infuriates that Tao woman and her entire clan. If it provokes the Tao family into calling off the engagement, that would be even better. System, if we humiliate Miss Tao III and her family, so publicly won't the Taos be furious and annul the marriage? That would save us trouble. The system replied, host, stop daydreaming. The Taos know Miss Tao III is a hot potato. They're desperate to finalize the engagement and marry her off. They wouldn't call off the marriage over this. They're more afraid you will. Jiang Yunshi felt a wave of disappointment. Fine, I was being too optimistic. They'll have to find another way to sabotage this marriage. Host, I must remind you of something. Jiang Yunshi asked, what? Today's commotion was the maid's fault, but your legitimate mother adores Miss Tao III and is thrilled about her son becoming the Tao minister's grandson-in-law. She'll likely blame you for stirring trouble. She doesn't know the Tao's true intentions or Miss Tao's character, so she'll worry the engagement might be broken off. Thus when you return home you may face. Jiang Yunxi's joy at humiliating Miss Tao evaporated instantly. She said weakly, system, is it too late to run away? Run? Where to? With your frail body and broken health, where could you go? Even if you escape, the monk may run, but the temple can't. Your mother and brother would suffer in your stead. Jiang Yunshi. Fine, let them punish me. Jiang Yunting thought, so my fifth sister feels about mother. He sighed inwardly, better to take things slowly. Miss Tao III seethed at the crowd's whispers and accusations, but dared not invoke the betrothal again to demand they stop. Then young Master Jiang, what do you propose? The words seemed ground through her teeth. Ah, she's passing the buck. How cunning. Jiang Yunting spread his hands. Miss Tao is my fifth sister, said the maid belongs to your household. Only the authorities or your family can punish her. We cannot overstep our bounds. How she is dealt with is your family's affair. We can't interfere. Shang Yun, hearing that the marquisate wouldn't act, saw a glimmer of hope. She crawled to Miss Tao III and clutched her hem. Miss, please save me. I did it all for you. Jiang Yunshi gasped theatrically, oh. So I was right. Miss Tao, and yet she denied it just now. Isn't that lying through her teeth? Watching his fifth sister's antics twisting the maid's words, Jiang Yunting bit his lip hard to stifle a laugh. Miss Tao III glared at Jiang Yunshi, wishing she could bite her to death. Is this brat really from the marquisate? She has no ladylike grace, just a quarrelsome little. If not for her, none of this would have happened. As Shang Yun begged again, fearing more ammunition for that troublesome girl, Miss Tao III cut her off. Shut up. Her voice was harsh, her gaze vicious, making Shang Yun, who knew her temper, shudder. Miss I. Another sharp command. I told you to shut up. Are you deaf? Jiang Yunshi cheered inwardly, fight. Threaten her with your secret affair to make her save you, or expose her shameful deeds. But Jiang Yunshi was doomed to disappointment. Shang Yun wasn't foolish. She knew the consequences of revealing their true relationship. Now she faced punishment for insulting an official, at most a beating and dismissal from the Tao household. Exposing their affair meant certain death. Miss Tao III's murderous glare silenced Shang Yun. Then with a face of iron, she turned to Jiang Yunting. Young Master Jiang, what punishment for the maid would satisfy? Jiang Yunting smiled. Miss Tao still thinks this is only about the maid. Brother's right. That maid dared disrespect me, a daughter of the marquisate, and question our family's upbringing. She learned it from the Tao household's attitude toward us. Otherwise, how would a bonded servant dare slight the marquisate? Do they think everyone is blind and stupid? System, it seems my brother isn't a lovesick fool. My fault. I've been so busy practicing calligraphy that I forgot the real task. Now that I'm well to save my skin, it's time to sabotage this deadly marriage. How does the host plan to sabotage it? Jiang Yunting had no patience for further bickering. He wanted to gauge the Tao family's response. He'd discuss it with his father later to see if they could exploit the situation. Miss Tao, this matter affects both families' reputations. It's not for us juniors to settle lightly. Return and consult your elders on how to proceed. I hope the town minister's decision will satisfy the marquis. After all, he knows from your heart's voice just what kind of person Miss Tao is. These days father hasn't been idle, he's sent people to investigate Miss Tao's affairs. Though the findings aren't as detailed as your systems, they've uncovered something. At the very least it's certain that Miss Tao often frequents several brothels in disguise. Host, perhaps we should expose Miss Tao's deeds to your father. If he knows the truth, he won't be harsh with you, he might even be grateful. Aren't you trying to sabotage the marriage alliance? Letting your father know about Miss Tao's misconduct is the simplest and quickest way. I doubt Head tolerates such a daughter-in-law. Then Head likely take action himself. Jiang Yunshi, right. My father is the heir of the marquis household, and my big brother's father. It's far easier for him to call off his son's marriage than for me. System, now that you've seen Miss Tao today, can you dig up more information on her? My father can't investigate what happens inside the Tao residence, but he can look into external matters like the brothels. Of course. Do you know what kind of system I am? Let me tell you, host, that Miss Tao is incredibly bold. She visits several brothels on set days. On the second day, she goes to this one, on the fifth to another, on the eighth to a third. Just pass this information to your father, and he'll surely catch her red-handed. I've also obtained her aliases at each brothel, and her regular patrons. Hearing this, Jiang Yunting clenched his fists. Excellent. It wasn't in vain that he deliberately brought fifth sister out to coincidentally encounter Miss Tao. I just didn't expect a scene to break out. Yet it was a good scene, a wonderful one. Jiang Yunshi, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back. How do you plan to notify your father? Jiang Yunshi thought for a moment. It's simple. Once we're back, I'll use practicing calligraphy as an excuse to write down all the... Since I'm supposedly in trouble, I'll use the pretext of apologizing to my father to go to his study and slip him the note. To others, I'm just an illiterate, uneducated girl. Seeing such beautiful handwriting, no one would suspect me. I have to say, system, this is all thanks to you. If you want a horse to run, you must feed it grass. Jiang Yunshi couldn't feed the system, but she could occasionally offer praise and flattery. After all, training a dog, training a system couldn't rely solely on suppression, sometimes you had to give it a treat. Jiang Yunting thought, the system can turn an illiterate into a master calligrapher in such a short time. Damn, such an awesome system. He wanted one too. Back in the day, had spent over a decade learning to read and write. Ending her conversation with the system, Jiang Yunshi looked at Jiang Yunting with a resigned expression. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so captivated by Miss Tao's beauty that I forgot to greet her, causing trouble. Bullshit. That's not it. I thought she was diseased and was trying to figure out how to keep the beautiful lady away from her. That's why I forgot. And I shouldn't have escalated the maidservant's insults into an attack on the marquis household's upbringing and elders. Though she did insult them, I should have played deaf and chosen. Isn't it said that suffering a loss is a blessing? Huh? What blessing? Whoever tells me that I'll wish them blessings as vast as the eastern sea. Jiang Yunting thought, sister, listen to yourself. Are you sure this is an apology, not adding fuel to the fire? Forget it. Sister was never wrong, the Tao family was. Seeing Jiang Yunting silent, Jiang Yunfei, fearing he was thinking of Miss Tao, and blaming Jiang Yunshi, quickly spoke. Big brother, this isn't fifth sister's fault. It's all the maidservants and Miss Tao's fault. You can't blame fifth sister. Big brother, that Miss Tao is not a good match. You can't wrong fifth sister just to please her. Hearing Jiang Yunfei's protective words, Jiang Yunting couldn't help but reflect on what had done to make both sisters think he had feelings for that Miss Tao. If only he could turn back time, had never have mentioned that young lady to his mother. But what use were regrets now? I'm not blaming fifth sister. Then why didn't you say anything when she apologized? Jiang Yunfei demanded accusingly. Jiang Yunting thought, I was just thinking about how to handle the information fifth sister will deliver. See, you're silent again. Jiang Yunting was speechless. Head better stop thinking, or head never clear his name. I was wondering whether we should continue shopping or head back. Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei. Suddenly they felt uncomfortable all over. But before riding, I must bathe and change clothes. Standing in the same place as Miss Tao and her maid for so long. To be safe, I can't keep these clothes either. Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei. Suddenly they felt uncomfortable all over. They'd definitely bathe and discard their clothes when they got back. Let's hurry back. We need to inform the elders about what happened so they're prepared if the Tao family comes calling. Jiang Yunshi, then am doomed. He'll probably be scolded to death. Jiang Yunting, better send someone to inform father and ask him to return quickly. Under mother and grandparents' authority, I can't protect sister, but father can. Upon returning to the mansion, Jiang Yunshi hastily ordered the maids to prepare hot water for a bath, lest the elders send for her later to interrogate her while she was still clad in the soiled garments from her outing. Yet even after she had bathed, eaten her midday meal, and finished composing a letter detailing Tao San's misdeeds, which she intended to secretly pass to her father, no one came to summon her. Jiang Yunshi, who habitually took afternoon naps, could no longer resist the call of the Sandman and retired to rest. What she did not know was that while she enjoyed her leisure, Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei were far from idle. Before heading home, Jiang Yunting had already dispatched a messenger to the yamen to notify Jiang Fengtang of the incident on the street. He also relayed the fifth Miss worries and her thought of fleeing home to escape punishment. He urged him to return swiftly to rescue his daughter. As for the siblings, after parting ways with Jiang Yunxi at the mansion gate letting her return to the Magnolia courtyard, they huddled together and whispered for a long while. Learning from Jiang Yunting that the fifth Miss intuition about Miss Tao San's affairs was likely true, Jiang Yunfei immediately aligned with her brother, resolved to protect their younger sister. The fifth Miss had offended that mistress and servant pair to shield her from contact with Tao San, so she could not repay kindness with enmity. Such a sister-in-law Jiang Yunfei would rather die than accept. After their discussion, the siblings decided to split their efforts. First, they would return to their respective courtyards to bathe and change clothes. Then Jiang Yunfei would go to Lu, while Jiang Yunting would visit their grandparents to explain the situation. In essence, they would shift all blame onto the Tao family's mistress and servant. As for the fifth Miss, she was merely upholding the marquis estate's honor, unable to bear others questioning its upbringing or insulting the elders. Even the servants present at the scene were repeatedly coached and had their stories aligned by the pair. It was thanks to the siblings' maneuvers and Jiang Fengtang's timely return that Jiang Yunxi enjoyed her peace. Otherwise, she would have been summoned for questioning long ago. Given Liu's high regard for her eldest son's marriage alliance, regardless of whether Jiang Yunxi was right or wrong, a scolding would have been inevitable. Fortunately, Jiang Yunfei, knowing her mother's temperament, spoke well of Jiang Yunxi and soothed her. Coupled with the insistence of the marquis, his wife, and Jiang Fengtang, she was prevented from reprimanding Jiang Yunxi. Awakening from her nap, Jiang Yunxi learned that the elders still hadn't sent for her. Instead of feeling relieved, she grew even more tense. System, I have a feeling of impending doom. It's like the calm before a storm. Host, perhaps you're mistaken. I don't sense any difference from usual. Jiang Yunxi thought, you're just a system, what do you know? Restless and uneasy, she paced around the room, pondering what to do. No, Jiang Yunxi halted. Whether I shrink back or brace myself, the outcome is the same. Instead of waiting foolishly, I should take the initiative. Thinking of the marquis estate's key figures, the marquis, his wife, the heir, and the heir's wife, Jiang Yunxi quickly shook her head. Forget it, I'm not familiar with them. I'd better go find my father. It had been a few days since she'd seen her benefactor, so she ought to charm him. Although she was at fault today, she had at least upheld the estate's honor. Hearing the servants report, Jiang Fengtang's face broke into a smile. The child had finally come, and it was already late afternoon. He had expected her to arrive early, and had waited in his courtyard all day. Little did he know he would wait until now. Go and invite the fifth Miss in. The messenger bowed and retreated. Yes, my lord. Just as the man was about to exit the room, Jiang Fengtang called him back. Wait. Does my lord have further orders? Jiang Fengtang thought for a moment. Never mind. Have the fifth Miss wait for me in the study. Say he'll be there shortly. Keep everyone else away from the study. Though puzzled by the heir's unusual order, since the study was a vital area typically requiring surveillance, the man still complied. Yes, my lord. Bringing her here offered no place to hide the complaint letter, so he would let her go to the study, wait for her to conceal it, and then arrive. He only hoped she wouldn't hide it too well, or finding it would be troublesome. The study housed many books. Oh, what if she tucked it between the pages? Jiang Yunxi was led into Jiang Fengtang's study, watching helplessly as the man left, even dismissing everyone from the courtyard. Standing there, Jiang Yunxi looked around the room, and then outside, somewhat at a loss. Can he be this trusting, not even leaving a single person to keep watch? This is a study. After all, in many novels, she had read studies were hotspots for framing and false accusations. A malicious person could slip in a few ambiguous letters, or even treasonous correspondence, and the entire family would. She shook her head, dispelling these thoughts. Forget it, why dwell on this? With no one around, it's easier for me to act. But I should still remind my father later in case someone tries to cause trouble. After all, him and his household registry, so I'd suffer along with him. Jiang Yunxi surveyed the study. Where should I put it? She immediately ruled out the neatly arranged books on the shelves. With so many books, I wonder if my father actually reads them, or just uses them for show. Even if he does read, what if I hide it in a book he doesn't plan to read anytime soon? That would be troublesome. To avoid prolonging the uncertainty, this marriage should be called off as soon as possible. Jiang Yunxi turned her gaze to the desk where a corner held a stack of books and some blank rice paper. It's better to place it here. The chance of discovery is higher. Jiang Yunxi quickly stepped forward, pulled the prepared letter from her sleeve pouch, and slipped it among them. After inserting it, she stepped back a few paces to examine it. No, it's too well hidden, or it's not noticeable. She moved forward again, adjusted the letter slightly outward, pressed it down, and stepped back to observe. After repeating this several times, she was satisfied only when a casual glance could reveal something tucked among the books. Jiang Yunxi clapped her hands, brushing off non-existent dust. This should be about right. A few coughs sounded from outside the courtyard. Someone's coming. She immediately left the desk, retreating to the opposite side, and pretended to admire the calligraphy on the wall. Jiang Fengtang entered, and upon seeing this, teased her deliberately. Sierra, you're studying so intently. Do you recognize the characters on the wall? Although Yunting had said that Sierra's studies were likely not poor thanks to the system, Jiang Fengtang remained skeptical. So he deliberately provoked her to test her. Jiang Yunxi rolled her eyes. Though she didn't want to reveal her true proficiency, now she didn't want to be treated as illiterate either. Father, though your daughter is not talented, I can recognize a few characters. That plaque reads, Shun Xiu Du Xing. For characters I can indeed identify. Oh, you even recognize those characters. It seems the family school wasn't wasted on you. Jiang Yunxi thought. Is that tone serious? Just recognizing for characters means the school wasn't wasted. Are those characters that hard to recognize? If you knew my current level, it would probably drop your jaw. Jiang Fengtang was astonished. Could the system be so powerful, refining a person in such a short time? As he mused, he discreetly surveyed the study. Spotting that the mark he had left on the stack of books on the desk was missing, he immediately formed a conjecture. Seeing the deliberately protruding corner of paper, his smile deepened. Jiang Yunxi, unwilling to argue, stated her purpose directly. Father, Sierra has come to confess. Today, while accompanying Big Brother and Big Sister on an outing, I couldn't restrain myself and caused trouble. Jiang Yunxi stepped out of the study, followed by a servant carrying a small wooden box in one hand. Standing in the courtyard, she couldn't help but look up at the sky, then glance back at the study, feeling as though she were in a dream. She had come specifically to apologize, bracing herself for a scolding, yet not only was she not reprimanded, but she was rewarded instead. She recalled the words her generous father had just spoken. Sierra performed admirably today, giving no one a pretext for criticism and upholding the prestige of our Pingyang Marquis manor. As for your confession of fault, what fault could you have? The fault lies with that Tao family master and servant. Take these trifles back to amuse yourself. Rest assured this matter is not over. If the Tao family does not bleed a little and offer a formal apology, your father will. When the Tao family's compensation arrives, your father will send it to you. At this thought, Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving like crescents. She hadn't expected her visit to the front courtyard to yield a profit without any scolding, and more to come in the future. Fifth Miss. The servant behind her was bewildered, unable to fathom why the fifth miss stood there grinning foolishly instead of moving on. Jiang Yunxi quickly restrained her smile, assuming a composed expression. Let's go. She located the maids and elderly attendants who had accompanied her, had them take the items, and the group proceeded toward Magnolia Court. Miss, did the young master punish you? Suxin asked with concern. She had been present that morning and witnessed the entire dispute. Although she too felt her mistress was not at fault, the opponent was the eldest young master's fiancée, while her mistress was a concubine-born daughter. Suxin couldn't help but worry for her when facing the future wife of the eldest legitimate grandson. Don't worry, nothing happened to me. Jiang Yunxi, shedding the troubled demeanor she had worn on the way there, now appeared radiantly bright. Father praised me, saying I did right, and enhanced the manor's prestige. She pointed to the wooden box held by the elderly attendant. This is father's reward. Upon hearing that the young master had not only refrained from punishing her mistress, but had even given a reward, Suxin felt relieved. The young master is truly perceptive and just, worthy of his title. Jiang Yunxi deliberately feigned disdain. Suxin, father isn't here. Even if you flatter him, he won't hear it. Every word is from my heart. How is that flattery? Jiang Yunxi thought, fine, she is a native of this ancient world after all. Oh, I am no match for her. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengtang, as soon as Jiang Yunxi left, immediately took out the paper with its slightly exposed corner. The moment he opened it and saw the handwriting, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Did Sierra really write this? Jiang Fengtang found it almost impossible. This calligraphy is superb, even better than mine. Did it truly come from Sierra's hand? Such skill in handwriting could not be achieved without decades of diligence. He pondered over everyone in Jiang Yunxi's courtyard, yet could not identify a ghostwriter capable of such exquisite calligraphy. Jiang Fengtang frowned, a new thought forming. Perhaps the system wrote it. Now was not the time to dwell on who had written these things. Jiang Fengtang unfolded the sheets and quickly scanned their contents. After reading clearly, he slammed the table abruptly. Excellent. With these I can catch that Tao San red-handed. Someone, Jiang Fengtang called out loudly. Deshun hurried into the study. Young master, send for the eldest young master, and tell him to come quickly. Who did you say is looking for me? Jiang Yunxi stared at the unfamiliar elderly maid, confirming once more. The maid maintained a smile. Fifth Miss, the Marquis has ordered me to invite you to her presence. Jiang Yunxi's heart was filled with trepidation. Could it still be about yesterday's street incident? If she wasn't summoned yesterday, but today the old lattice reaction time was rather delayed. Is grandmother summoning only me, or? The old lady has requested both the eldest miss and the fifth miss. Someone has gone to invite the eldest miss, and I am here for you. Being summoned together with her beautiful elder sister. Her elder brother was at work today, and not at home. It was almost certainly about yesterday's matter. Jiang Yunxi was reluctant to go. From her brother's words, that day, she could tell that the old lady likely held little affection for her concubine-born granddaughters. Thinking about it, with so many grandsons and granddaughters, how could she love them all? Yet she dared not refuse. Jiang Yunxi shot a meaningful glance at Suxin. Suxin understood, and quickly stepped forward to slip a pouch into the maid's hand. Nanny, please have some tea with this. May I ask if you know why the marquis has summoned the fifth miss, eh? And who else will be present? The maid weighed the pouch in her hand satisfied. Considering the recent commotion in the manor caused by this fifth miss, and how the young master had protected her before the marquis and marquise yesterday, the maid realized this fifth miss was no longer what she used to be. Disclosing some trivial information to curry favor was quite necessary. I do not know why the marquise has summoned you, but I know she has visitors. The wife of the Minister of War has come with her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. Our eldest young master, Jiang Yunxi thought, so it is indeed about yesterday's matter. I just wonder if the minister's residence has come to apologize or to demand an explanation. Jiang Yunxi's eyes darted. Nanny, did the minister's family come empty-handed, or? They did not come empty-handed, they brought many gifts. Additionally, they carried in a severely beaten maidservant, as if she had been caned. Jiang Yunxi felt relieved upon hearing this. Bringing gifts suggests they've come to apologize. That maidservant is likely Shang Yun. Still, she could not let her guard down. Having suffered such a loss of face, the minister's residents would surely seek to regain their standing. As the instigator of this affair, they undoubtedly harbored resentment toward her and might try to use others to harm her. She had no intention of suffering a loss and needed someone who would speak up for her and protect her. From her father's words yesterday, he seemed quite satisfied with her actions, but she didn't know if he was present. Her father, a third-rank official though not required at the Yamen daily, was often away from home. She wondered if he was there today. Jiang Yunxi asked casually. Nanny, since the minister's family has sent many people who from our side will host them, surely grandfather won't have to entertain them. Unless Minister Tao himself comes, the Tao family doesn't merit such honor. The maid beamed with pride at Jiang Yunxi's words. Exactly, fifth miss. That Tao family's eldest son doesn't deserve our marquis company. The young master is at home today and will host him. As for Madame Tao, the young master's wife, will attend to her. Jiang Yunxi deliberately feigned displeasure. Father is the heir of the marquis and a third-rank official. That Tao family's eldest son holds no high rank. Having father host him is overly generous. The maid nodded in agreement. Indeed, if not for Minister Tao, the Tao family would hardly be worthy of an alliance with our manor. With her father present, Jiang Yunxi felt more confident about today's visit. She glanced at her attire. According to local customs, this outfit was acceptable within the courtyard, but unsuitable for receiving guests. Please wait a moment, Nanny. They'll change clothes before going. I wouldn't want the Tao family to look down on our manor. The maid's smile grew more genuine. Well said, fifth miss. You are a daughter of the marquis manor, and naturally you should carry yourself with the dignity befitting your station. Jiang Yunxi followed behind the old maid, and just as she quickly approached the entrance of the Huilan courtyard where her grandmother lived, she happened to encounter Jiang Yunfei. Fortunately, she ran into her beautiful sister, otherwise if she went over alone and was stared at by so many eyes, any mistake could lead to social death. Jiang Yunfei frowned. Social death? What kind of death is that? Although the Tao family must be furious with fifth sister since this is their home, and with grandmother, father, and mother present, they wouldn't dare to act against fifth sister. What is fifth sister really worried about? Thinking this, Jiang Yunfei paused for a moment to wait for Jiang Yunxi. Considering her shorter legs made her walk slowly, she deliberately slowed her pace. I hope that if the Tao family makes things difficult for me, or if grandmother and mother decide to punish me, my beautiful sister will plead for me. Although she felt that her father would likely speak up for her, Jiang Yunxi wasn't too sure. I really hope they don't use the rod, I'm afraid of pain. Jiang Yunfei sighed inwardly. Why does fifth sister always worry about such trivial matters? Not to mention that what she did yesterday was not wrong. Even if there was a mistake, grandmother and mother would only impose light punishments like copying texts or kneeling in the ancestral hall. There's no way they would hit her. If they left a scar from a beating, that would be a lifetime of trouble. If Jiang Yunxi knew her thoughts, she would certainly say that she had seen those dramas where the misbehaving concubines often received slaps or beatings, and those servants who made mistakes would often receive hard slaps or beatings. It could be said that Jiang Yunxi was misled by those dramas. The ancients said the body, hair, and skin are received from one's parents. One must not harm them. This is the beginning of filial piety. As elders, there are many ways to discipline their descendants. They wouldn't harm their bodies. With today's medical standards, if one is injured and gets infected leading to a high fever, that could be life-threatening. As for the concubines in the harem, even in conflict, they wouldn't dare to harm each other. For the women serving the emperor, unless the emperor issues an edict, even for concubines, including the empress, they wouldn't directly inflict bodily harm. Looking at Jiang Yunfei, who was proactively holding her hand, Jiang Yunxi thought, although I don't look good now, I still have my charm. See, my beautiful sister is taking my hand. System host, is it possible that she just wants to show a harmonious family image in front of outsiders? Jiang Yunxi chose to selectively ignore it. Jiang Yunfei, this system isn't that good. Oh, why is it trying to sow discord between me and fifth sister? Can't I genuinely want to get along with fifth sister? Fifth sister, you don't need to be afraid. What you did yesterday was not wrong. Grandmother and the others won't punish you. Jiang Yunxi smiled and replied, elder sister, I'm not worried. But in her heart, she thought it's a lie to say I'm not worried. Am not you? You are the legitimate daughter of the family, cherished by grandmother and mother, while I'm just a lowly concubine's daughter, unloved by grandmother and mother. Even though what happened yesterday wasn't my fault, I did indeed exaggerate the situation on purpose. Anyone with eyes could see that. Your mother would definitely think I had ill intentions trying to stir trouble and ruin the marriage alliance between the two families. Hearing this, Jiang Yunfei sighed inwardly. Her mother indeed thought that way. If it weren't for my repeated persuasion and obstruction yesterday, she would have called fifth sister over long ago. If it weren't for my brother's repeated instructions that fifth sister's inner thoughts must not be revealed to mother, I would have been unable to hold back. She guessed correctly. I did want to disrupt the marriage, but I had good intentions. The feeling of being an unsung hero and being misunderstood is too painful. I just hope my father investigates the matter soon and clears my name. System host, don't flatter yourself. What unsung hero? Aren't you just worried that Tao San will come into the family and cause chaos, treating everyone in the Ho residence as prey, spreading her disease and endangering your own life? Jiang Yunxi, don't you think I should be worried? Actually, you should worry about others. As for you, judging by how Tao San looked at you with disdain yesterday, you're still not in her sights now. Jiang Yunfei's lips curled up as she recalled how Tao San had shown disdain for fifth sister, who seemed quite hurt. Jiang Yunxi, everyone else has been infected. Do you think I can still be safe? Besides, I look like this now, but that doesn't mean I will always look this way. Although she doesn't discriminate against same-sex relationships, her values. Forget it, my values follow fifth sister's lead. If there were a dashing young lady, I wouldn't be unable to accept it. But for Tao San, let's pass on that. Life is still more important. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered Huilan courtyard, and Jiang Yunxi took a deep breath. It's time to prepare for battle. Jiang Yunxi, you can do it, go for it. Jiang Yunfei, with a look of disbelief, thought, fifth sister, you don't need to use the metaphor of going to battle, just to meet grandmother. If I have to be punished, then so be it. Just consider it enduring humiliation for the sake of the greater good. But when the truth comes to light, I must be compensated. I won't complain about 1,000 or 800. I won't mind 300 or 500. I'm not greedy. Jiang Yunfei, is fifth sister's eyelids a little too thin? You want a big compensation, yet you're satisfied with 1,000 or 800 or 300 or 500. What kind of big compensation is that? Suddenly I feel like this sister is a bit petty. How can she show off? But punishment is punishment. Can we not hit my face? I still have to see people. And don't hit my backside, that's too embarrassing. Punishment by copying text is fine, but it absolutely cannot be the 4 books for women. Seeing those makes it hard for me to breathe, and makes me want to die on the spot. Copying them is impossible. Kneeling in the ancestral hall should be avoided too. I'm afraid of ghosts. Jiang Yunfei inhaled sharply. That's your ancestors? Isn't it rude to come and go like that? Jiang Yunxi, so ancestors aren't ghosts. Besides, the essence of this body isn't truly their descendant. Seeing fifth sister still muttering, Jiang Yunfei quickly reminded her, fifth sister, we need to go in now. You don't need to be afraid. Just stay close to me and follow my lead in greeting and paying respects. Jiang Yunxi nodded. I understand. Thank you, fifth sister. My beautiful sister is the best. Fortunately, I'm with my beautiful sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to greet and pay respects. Jiang Yunfei, didn't I teach you these things when you were little? Why doesn't fifth sister know? Remembering that fifth sister had poor health and rarely met outsiders, she felt relieved. It seems I need to tell mother to help prepare a teaching maid for fifth sister. She's getting older and needs to meet guests. Otherwise, how will she find a good match in the future? What Jiang Yunxi didn't know was that her momentary complaints would lead to her sister's favor and a teaching maid. If she knew, she would have definitely forced herself to hold back. Jiang Yunxi followed closely behind Jiang Yunfei, mimicking her to pay respects to their grandmother, parents, and the Tao family, and then greeted Tao San with a... After the greetings, Lady Tao waved to Jiang Yunfei, signaling her to come over. This must be the young lady of your esteemed family. Indeed, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. Seeing her brings me joy. As Lady Tao was about to take Jiang Yunfei's hand affectionately, Jiang Yunxi's pupils constricted sharply. Watching Jiang Yunfei being called over by Madame Tao, who reached out her hand to grasp Jiang Yunxi's pupils constricted sharply from 2 meters away. In an instant, like a startled monkey, she dashed out, seizing Jiang Yunfei's hand and pulling her 2 meters away. Jiang Yunfei, here we go again. The others in the hall were startled at this scene. Aside from Jiang Yunfei and Jiang Fengtong, who vaguely knew the reason, the others immediately showed displeasure. Miss Tao San suddenly stood up and scolded Miss Jiang Wu. What do you mean by this? Yesterday when I wanted to hold hands with Miss Jiang Da, you dragged her away like this. Today when my mother wants to hold her, you drag her away again. Are our Tao family members so unworthy in your eyes? Are we some dirty thing that you can't let your sister be touched by us? Jiang Yunxi, aren't you Tao family members just dirty things? Keep your filthy hands off my beautiful sister. No one is allowed to touch her. Yet she feigned a childish protective stance, blocking Jiang Yunfei behind herself, assertively stating, this is my sister, belongs to my family, not yours. If you want a younger sister or daughter, go get your own. You can't steal my sister from me. Jiang Yunxi knew she had acted impulsively and should not have behaved so in front of so many elders and the Tao family. But she truly had no idea whether Madame Tao had contracted any disease or if such diseases could be transmitted through contact. She had never studied medicine. How could she bear to watch her beautiful sister be in danger? Even if diseases didn't spread through contact, her heart still couldn't help but worry. Jiang Yunxi was verbally evasive, but inwardly, she was cursing. What disease do you Tao family members have, Miss Tao? Sin, don't you know? You fool around with those courtesans in the brothel, and catch diseases, then run around with your little milkmaid, your mother, and your aunt infecting them. And they in turn with the men of the Tao residence. Do you think your Tao family can still be clean? It's not guaranteed that everyone is disease-free. You can harm your own family at home, but why come to the marquis residence to cause trouble? What if this handshake infects my sister? What kind of disease is a good disease? Can it be cured? Am I supposed to watch my beautiful sister be harmed by you? A crisp sound echoed from the upper seat, cutting through the momentary silence in the hall caused by Jiang Yunxi's actions, making it particularly jarring. Are you Tao family members suffering from insatiable hunger? Always reaching out to grab someone else's hand regardless of their willingness? Miss Tao Sin slammed the table. What precious person is your sister? Can't even be touched. It's just a handhold. How does it turn into you stealing my sister? Do you have to be so domineering? After being disturbed like that by Jiang Yunxi, yesterday Madame Tao San was scolded by her elders when she returned home, blamed for not managing her maid well and causing so. Madame Tao San was very angry with Jiang Yunxi, who had deliberately escalated the situation with her sharp tongue. Now seeing her being so unreasonable, Madame Tao San felt she had caught her in a weakness and would not let it go, beginning her outburst. Jiang Yunxi stood with her hands on her hips, still blocking Jiang Yunfei. My sister is precious and cannot be touched. I won't let you touch her. Don't you have sisters? Go touch them, don't touch my sister. Knowing Madame Tao San's preferences, Jiang Fengtang silently thought, daughter, what do you mean by touch? You say I'm domineering, but aren't you even more domineering? Do you think this is your Tao residence? This is the Pingyang Marquis residence. With so many elders present, how can a junior like you thump the table and glare? Neither of our family's elders has spoken. Oh, why should a junior like you? After venting at Madame Tao San and successfully seeing her face change from red to white, Jiang Yunxi no longer paid her any mind. Jiang Yunxi knew that even if she pretended to be an unreasonable child, her act of pulling Jiang Yunfei away would appear wrong to others. To avoid having her mistakes magnified and clung to it was better to admit her fault herself. She bowed to Madame Tao. Madame Tao, I was wrong just now. Oh, I shouldn't have suddenly pulled my sister away. But this is my sister. You're an adult. Can you not steal my sister from me? Just speak to her from a distance. Can you not hold hands? What if a pull transmits the disease to my sister? Although you might not be infected, I can't gamble on that 1 in a million chance, or even 1 in 10,000 chance. My sister's life is precious. Madame Tao's face stiffened, unsure how to respond. She had just been humiliated and her daughter had been scolded, plus there was yesterday's incident, and she wanted to be angry. But alas, the young girl had apologized, and with the excuse of being young and protective, how could she as a guest act against her? The young girl had elders present, and she couldn't scold her in front of the elders, which would be slapping the faces of all the young girl's elders. Madame Tao was not brainless like her daughter. She wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing Madame Tao frozen, Madame Tao Shangshu and the Tao family's elder both looked puzzled. Lu Shi, understanding their thoughts, felt it was time for her to step in. Lu Shi spoke sternly, fifth girl. At that moment, a loud laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, please don't mind me, everyone. The fifth girl has been spoiled by me and is very protective. She loves her elder sister too much to see anyone getting close to her. She might think her elder sister will be taken away by someone else, that her elder sister will become close to others and not to her. Please excuse me, everyone. Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. It's my father. Father, please save me. I've caused trouble. Father, please be strong, and don't let these sick Tao family members touch my sister. Keep them far away. Lu Shi looked at Jiang Fengtang in surprise, unable to hold back from speaking, but Jiang Fengtang stopped her with a stern look. Lu Shi is the heir crazy. Not blaming the fifth girl at all, only speaking in her defense. Does the heir know what he's doing? That is Tianer's future mother-in-law and future wife. For the sake of a concubine, he slaps their faces in this marriage. When Jiang Fengtang's words fell, the 4 Tao family members present immediately looked somewhat. They weren't foolish. They could hear that Jiang Fengtang was clearly protecting his own and had no intention of blaming Jiang Yunxi for this matter. If Jiang Fengtang knew their thoughts, he would definitely scoff blame. Not only do I not blame Sierra, but I must reward her. Reward her for protecting her sister without regard for her own safety. This child is pure and kind. She doesn't mind Lu Shi's previous indifference to her and is still willing to protect her siblings. Suddenly Madame Tao Shangshu, sitting on one side of the old lady, spoke up. It's rare for the heir to have such deep affection for his own daughter, but isn't it a bit too indulgent? One must know that while loving a child there should be limits. One cannot be overly protective. Mistakes must still be pointed out and explained. Heir, don't you agree? Jiang Yunxi, oh no, this Madame Tao is being unreasonable. She is forcing my father to punish me. Seeing her cheap father frown because of old Madame Tao's words, Jiang Yunxi knew that old Madame Tao was an elder and her cheap father found it difficult to refute her. Jiang Yunxi quickly spoke up. Old Madame Tao, there's no need for my father to point it out. I know I was wrong. If father wishes to punish me, I am willing to accept, but I have already apologized to Madame Tao. She is kind-hearted and magnanimous. Surely she won't hold a grudge against a child like me. Isn't that right, Madame Tao? Isn't this just moral coercion? Don't think you're the only ones who can play this game. Yesterday you tried to use this trick on me, and today, in returning the favor. Jiang Yangtze's words successfully made Madame Tao's expression stiffen further, while a faint smile tugged at Jiang Fengtang's lips. Even Jiang Yunfei, who was behind her and heard Jiang Yangtze's thoughts, lowered her head to hide an untimely smile. Jiang Yunxi tilted her head to look at Madame Tao, putting on a pitiful expression. Madame Tao, you forgive me, don't you? You must forgive me. Ooh, I don't want to be punished by copying scriptures. I hate writing the most, especially copying scriptures. Jiang Yunfei thought, sister, didn't you hate copying the 4 books for women and kneeling in the ancestral hall the most? How did it become copying scriptures? Seeing her mother trapped in an awkward position, the 3rd Miss Tao couldn't sit still. 5th Miss Jiang, don't go too far. Stop this moral coercion. Jiang Yunxi deliberately widened her eyes and covered her mouth with one hand. Sister Tao, you saw through me. She smiled. I learned this from your maid. What do you think of my performance? Before she could answer, Jiang Yunxi added, I must not have learned it well since you saw through me. You. Tao pointed at Jiang Yunxi, stammering, but unable to find. Enough, 5th girl, stop your nonsense. A slightly stern voice rang out. Jiang Yangtze's heart skipped a beat. It's grandmother. It seems today's punishment is unavoidable. Let it be. As long as I can help the beautiful sister escape from that demon's clutches, I'll gladly accept the punishment. But after grandmother punishes me, she can't let sister fall into the Tao family's hands. Otherwise I'd have suffered for nothing. The marquis, seated in the main position, couldn't control the twitching of her face. Jiang Fengtang couldn't bear to see Jiang Yunxi, who had done a good deed, be wronged, and couldn't help calling out, Mother. Enough, the marquis interrupted him. The marquis looked at Jiang Yunxi. 5th girl knows she was wrong, so grandmother won't say more. Since you've done wrong, you must accept punishment. Isn't that right, 5th girl? Jiang Yunxi nodded frankly. Grandmother Sierra accepts the punishment. But after punishing me, you can't let them drag sister away and snatch her from me. I need to make this clear beforehand, so I don't take the punishment only to have them pull sister away and torment her. That would mean I suffered for nothing. Especially that 3rd Miss Tao. She must hate me now and would gladly drag sister away after my punishment, deliberately showing off in front of me. I need to block that path. Jiang Yunfei was moved, thinking how kind 5th sister was to her. If the Tao family pulled her over to be affectionate, she wouldn't know how to refuse. Alas, there's no helping it. Grandmother and father don't know that the Tao family is cursed. It's so hard for me. Jiang Yunxi secretly glanced at Jiang Yuntang. Father, please be reliable. I've written it so clearly. If you send someone to investigate, you'll find the truth. You must act quickly and not let this 3rd Miss Tao harm the entire household. The marquis said sternly, rest assured your sister is not made of gold, and the minister's residence is not lacking in daughters. No one will snatch your sister from you. They won't pull your sister aside to talk later. Old Madame Tao, my 5th girl, is too mischievous. Please forgive us. The marquise wore an apologetic expression. Madame Tao's smile was somewhat forced. What are you saying? She understood that the marquise was subtly hinting that after punishing her granddaughter, they must comply and not drag her sister away. Madame Tao looked at Jiang Yunxi, a flicker of disgust quickly passing through her eyes before she put on a loving expression. Don't worry, we won't snatch your sister. No one will, and we won't pull you either. Jiang Yunxi felt relieved. With Madame Tao's assurance, Madame Tao and 3rd Miss Tao would find it hard to touch her sister. Grandmother, how will you punish Sierra? Jiang Yunxi volunteered to accept the punishment. A glint of amusement flashed in the marquis's eyes. Since you hate copying scriptures the most, you'll be punished by copying them. You will copy the Diamond Sutra 10 times and offer it in the ancestral hall. Jiang Yunxi asked, System, how many words are in the Diamond Sutra? Over 5,000. Damn, so many. Copying it 10 times would break my hand. Jiang Yangtze's face instantly turned bitter. Yes, grandmother. Seeing her reaction, the Tao family knew she truly hated copying scriptures, and that the marquise was genuinely punishing her severely. Smiles spread across their faces. Jiang Yunxi found their smiles grating. As expected, smiles don't disappear, they just transfer. Now they've moved from my face to theirs. Human joys and sorrows are not alike. Their happiness is built on my pain. Jiang Fengtang thought, is mother's punishment too harsh? 1 copy would be enough. Why 10? Do the Tao family even deserve this? Jiang Yunfei thought sister is being punished for me. I'll help her copy a few and ask big brother to copy a few too. System thought it's time for me to step in. Host, why worry? Have you forgotten about me? You copy one and he'll photocopy the rest. Jiang Yangtze's eyes lit up. System, you can photocopy. System replied, of course I can. Great, System, I'm so grateful to have you. Remember to photocopy plenty so I can use them directly if I'm punished again. Jiang Fengtang thought I worried for nothing. Jiang Yunfei thought in the end my hopes were misplaced. Although the workload was greatly reduced, Jiang Yunxi still wore a bitter expression to avoid suspicion. Just as she thought the matter had passed, a voice called out, Mother. Jiang Yunxi looked up and saw Lu Shi's hostile gaze directed at her. Her heart skipped a beat. Damn, is my stepmother going to cause trouble? Mother making 5th girl copy the Diamond Sutra 10 times. Isn't that punishment too light? She made mistakes yesterday, and today, her mischievousness is if she isn't severely punished. Jiang Yunxi thought as expected, I fear not a formidable enemy, but a foolish ally. Lu, sure don't you know I'm trying to save the whole family, including your children. And yet you stab me in the back. Madame Lu spoke with righteous indignation, her demeanor unyielding, as she demanded severe punishment for Jiang Yunqi. The marquise interrupted her, saying, "Eldest daughter-in-law, do you truly believe copying the Diamond Sutra 10 times is a light penalty? Merely 10 copies. What of that?" Madame Lu dismissed it with a wave of her hand, her tone utterly indifferent. The marquise furrowed her brows deeply. "Eldest daughter-in-law, do not forget that the 5th girl suffered a difficult birth and has always been frail. Over the years we have carefully nurtured her health, and she has never truly attended formal schooling. She can barely recognize all the characters now. The Diamond Sutra contains over 5,000 words, and she cannot even identify them all. Copying it once may be easy for you, but for her it is an immense challenge, let alone 10 times. And 10 times at that." Madame Liu's face stiffened, but she had forgotten this crucial detail. "Furthermore, eldest daughter-in-law, from your words, do you believe the 5th girl's actions yesterday were wrong?" Madame Liu's heart skipped a beat as she finally recalled her daughter's admonitions and the heir's stern warnings. She saw her mother-in-law's stern countenance, the heir's wooden expression fixed upon her, and the Tao family members wearing faint anticipatory smiles clearly relished. "Is my stepmother not a fool? I set the tone yesterday, firmly establishing that the Tao family was at fault. They seemed to accept it, hence their visit today, bearing gifts, clearly an apology. If she were to contradict me now, how would negotiations proceed? Yes, Minister Tao is the Minister of War, a high-ranking court official, but beyond him the Tao family has little. Yet our marquis is no less distinguished. Though no one holds a position as high as Minister Tao, we are still a noble house. When it comes to the younger generation, we utterly surpass the minister's residence. Take my father the heir, a third-rank official now. With effort he might one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Minister Tao, perhaps even before the latter retires." Jiang Fengtang mused, "So in my daughter's eyes, I am this exceptional, even destined to become a minister. How gratifying that feels. Even if you wish to secure a powerful marital alliance for your son, there is no need to disparage the marquis. Moreover, that Tao third young master, who eloped for months, indulged in every vice, and contracted a filthy disease. Is he worthy of my pure and noble?" The marquise, seated in the place of honor, trembled slightly as she set her teacup heavily on the table. "Lu, why do you not speak? Do you believe the 5th girl was wrong yesterday?" The marquise repeated the question, her voice raised, causing the smiles on the Tao family's faces to falter. Madame Lu dared not remain silent any longer, and finally spoke. "The 5th girl defended the honor of the marquis. Of course, she was not wrong. I merely feel that her guarding the food yesterday to keep Miss Tao away from Thayer and her offense today were somewhat excessive." Jiang Yunqi thought, thank goodness my stepmother is not entirely dim-witted. The system chimed in, your stepmother is indeed rather foolish. Look at the marriages she arranged for her own children. She is practically leading them to ruin." Jiang Fengtang's heart sank. So Thayer's betrothal is also problematic. Jiang Yunfei's face turned deathly pale. Could her fiancé be as scandalous and diseased as Miss Tao? Had her mother not claimed to have chosen so carefully for her? How could this be? Jiang Yunfei's eyes reddened instantly, and her nose stung with unshed tears. She quickly lowered her head to hide her distress. Fortunately, everyone's attention remained fixed on Madame Lu, leaving her unnoticed. Jiang Yunqi was alarmed, so the beautiful elder sister's marriage is also problematic. "Indeed it is, but you were in a hurry to leave yesterday, and refused to hear the He'll hear it soon. Let me deal with the present matters first. I know it was somewhat excessive, which is why I imposed a heavy punishment. 10 copies of the Diamond Sutra." The marquis's voice remained calm, but Madame Lu sensed the intense pressure behind it. The marquise turned to the minister's wife with a smile. "Madame Tao, do you find this punishment too lenient?" Madame Tao's expression froze for a moment before she forced a smile. For a young girl who can barely write even 1 copy is arduous, let alone 10. The punishment is by no means light. Internally, Madame Tao fumed. "You set the tone earlier. How dare I overturn it? We came today to apologize, not to pick a quarrel. The girl has already been punished, which vents some anger. We cannot afford to sour relations with the marquis over this. The 3rd girl's marriage cannot suffer any more setbacks. We must not offend the marquis over a trivial matter. Eldest daughter-in-law, what do you think?" The marquise. Madame Lu was not foolish, as she had grasped the marquis's stance and dared not defy her. Moreover, since Madame Tao herself accepted the punishment, why should she persist? Mother is ever just. The marquise nodded in satisfaction. 5th girl, the punishment stands. However, given your frail health and illiteracy, your grandmother will grant you extra time. 3 months to complete it. Yes, grandmother. But ensure the characters are well written, and it would be best to learn all 5,000 of them. I already know them all, and write beautifully now. But to avoid exposure, I'll write poorly. Perhaps I should practice with my left hand, since there's no rush." Jiang Fengtang lowered his head to sip his tea, hiding his smile. This girl, she is cunning indeed. Seeing Jiang Yunxi's agreement, the marquise nodded. "Very well, you two find a place to stand, and do not disturb the elders in their conversation. Normally the sisters should sit at the lowest positions. But glancing at those seats following protocol would place Jiang Yunfei below Tao San and herself below Tao Dai." Jiang Yunxi feared that Tao Xin might take advantage of an unguarded moment to harass Jiang Yunfei again. She also worried that sitting beside Tao Dai his spittle might fly as he spoke, and his risk of carrying the disease was far higher than Madame Tao's. For her own safety, Jiang Yunxi quickly pulled Jiang Yunfei around to stand behind Jiang Fengtang. Father's side is safer far from the Tao women. At least Tao Dai won't pull at my sister. Seeing this, Madame Lu was about to flare up when Jiang Fengtang interjected. My two girls are deeply attached to me. They insist on standing behind me. Please forgive. Tao Dai chuckled. Forgive? I envy you, heir. My own daughter always clings to her mother and rarely bothers with me. Tao Xin pouted playfully. Father. Laughter rippled through the room, each smile carrying a different meaning. After Jiang Yunxi's outburst, and the subtle cues from Jiang Fengtang and the marquis, the Tao family's spirits were considerably dampened. Despite Madame Liu's efforts to mend ties, Jiang Fengtang, aware from his daughter's thoughts and his own investigations that her voices held truth, was hardly cooperative. Even the marquis's attitude remained inscrutable. Unable to endure further, the Tao family exchanged pleasantries, left their gifts, and took their leave. After seeing off the Tao family, Jiang Yunxi sensed Madame Liu's hostile gaze and attempted to slip away, but failed. Jiang Yunxi, look at what you have done. Did you deliberately sabotage your elder brother's marriage? Madame Lu roared. Hearing Lu Shi's furious roar, Jiang Yunxi sensed trouble. This is disastrous now that my legitimate mother has caught me. I'll be skinned alive. Though her outburst yesterday seemed justified, the matter could have been trivial or grave. Yet her disdain for Tao Xin drove her to deliberately. My excuse won't fool my legitimate mother, who's desperate to marry my brother into the minister's mansion. But I did it all for the marquis manor to prevent my elder brother from being cuckolded. Seeing Lu Shi glaring at her as if she wanted to devour her, Jiang Yunxi knew she was no match in a direct confrontation. Involuntarily, she edged closer to Jiang Fengtang. Father, my dear father, you said yesterday I did no wrong. Then come to my rescue. If I clash with her, it'll be like smashing an egg against a rock. My life is in your hands. Entrusted with this heavy responsibility, Jiang Fengtang straightened his back. Are you, as a concubine-born daughter, so jealous of your legitimate siblings' good fortune that you deliberately sabotage them? You want to ruin your elder brother's rare good marriage? And also, the mention of the marriage ignited Jiang Fengtang's fury. Damn that so-called good marriage. A woman who eloped, lived with another man for months, was promiscuous with both sexes, and frequented brothels. How could she be Lu? Sure enough. Lu Shi was stunned. My lord, why do you still defend her? It's clearly... I said enough. Damn that so-called good marriage. A woman who eloped, lived with another man for months, was promiscuous with both sexes, and frequent... Sierra did nothing wrong yesterday. It was Miss Tao and that maid who were at fault. What do you think? A noble daughter of a marquis manor should be cursed at by an unmarried daughter-in-law's maid who insults the manor's upbringing and its elders? That wasn't their intention. It was this girl. Mother. Jiang Yunfei suddenly interrupted Lu Shi. Earlier, when Jiang Yunxi's thoughts leaked out, Jiang Yunfei had secretly observed her grandmother and mother's reactions. She saw her grandmother knock over a teacup, lit a look of astonishment flashing across her face. And then her grandmother kept glancing around, finally fixing her gaze on the fifth young miss. Jiang Yunfei vaguely guessed that her grandmother could also hear the fifth sister. As for her mother, seeing her constantly picking on the fifth sister, Jiang Yunfei knew she couldn't hear those thoughts. Jiang Yunfei realized that if her mother kept haranguing the fifth sister, she would surely anger their father and grandmother. Mother, you needn't speak for the Tao family. If Miss Tao San had done no wrong, the Tao family wouldn't have come to apologize today or punish that maid. Jiang Yunfei desperately signaled to Lu Shi, urging her to stop. Continuing would only harm her. But Lu Shi couldn't grasp her good intentions. Lu Shi only knew that the Tao family had left in anger today, potentially jeopardizing the marriage alliance. And the instigator of it all was the concubine-born daughter. Yet the heir and the marquis' wife both defended this concubine-born girl, and even her own daughter sided with her. Already seething with anger, Lu Shi felt betrayed by her own daughter, a chill piercing her heart. This only fueled her rage, and she couldn't help but shout. They came to apologize because this girl forced them to. She made a huge scene in front of so many people, accusing and condemning them at every turn. If they hadn't come to apologize, what would the world think of the Tao mansion? The marquis' wife suddenly spoke. Lu Shi, you are the heir's wife of the Pingyang Marquis Manor, not the wife of the Tao family. Don't let your loyalties stray. Though the word backside was somewhat crude for a noble lady, the marquis' wife was clearly furious and beyond caring. Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. Grandmother thinks I did no wrong too. She puffed out her small chest. I was right all along. That maid dared to question the manor's upbringing. That was a slap in the face to the manor. And all because I didn't greet her young lady in time. I've never seen such an arrogant maid. If the maid is like this, she must be used to such insolence. It shows what Tao San is really like in private. And my legitimate mother thinks she'd be a good daughter-in-law. How much gunk is in her eyes that she can't see people clearly? She manages the whole manor. She's not stupid by any means, so why? It must be Minister Tao's power that has blinded her to Tao San's true nature. Power is a wonderful thing. It can make people selectively deaf and blind, even the heir's wife of a marquis manor. After several failed attempts to speak and stop her fifth sister Jiang Yunfei, could only bite her lip hard and close her eyes, shutting out the world to avoid the aggravation. The marquis' wife, hearing these piercing words, felt a surge of anger. She wanted to scold the girl, but found she couldn't. As a devout Buddhist, she silently recited a prayer, and a newfound awe for this concubine-born granddaughter took root in her heart. Jiang Yunxi, oblivious to all this, was enjoying her rant. Seeing how eager you are to have Tao San marry in tomorrow, you must be afraid your son won't be bullied enough, or that his cuckold's crown won't be green enough. Jiang Yunxi glanced at Jiang Fengtang. Father, your wife has a poor mind. I hope yours is sound. The lives of everyone in our manor rest in your hands. Please don't treat what I sent you as a joke, and burn it all. Recalling the system's abilities, Jiang Yunxi quickly asked System, can you check if my father directly burned what I sent him? Has he sent anyone to investigate? Jiang Fengtang's heart tightened. Was the system checking on him again? Would it discover he could hear her thoughts? Rest assured, host. Your father has already dispatched investigators, and has made some progress. Jiang Yunxi breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good. At least my father has a brain unlike my legitimate mother. The marquis' wife took several deep breaths before speaking again. Lu Sure, you said if the Tao family hadn't apologized, what would the world think of them? But do you know if the fifth girl hadn't made that scene yesterday, and pinned all the blame on the Tao family's mistress, and made what would the world think of our Pingyang Marquis Manor? Wouldn't everyone think we're weak and easy to bully, and that anyone could step on us? Lu Sure, understand this, you are the heir's wife of the Marquis Manor, not a daughter of the Tao. You are taking in a daughter-in-law, not welcoming an ancestor. The marquis' wife's words were severe. Startled, Lu Sure tried to explain. Mother, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that the marriage might be affected by this. And hearing Madame Lu bring up the marriage again, Jiang Fengtang felt nothing but rage. Marriage. Was she so afraid the engagement would fall through? Was Minister Tao truly so indispensable to her? Even Sierra could see that the Tao family was waning in power, sustained only by Minister Tao himself, far inferior to the Marquis Manor. Could Madame Lu truly not? It was nothing more than her fear that the Marquis Manor would never fall into her son's hands, so she sought a powerful father-in-law for him. But she failed to consider that while his father still lived, he himself was merely the heir. It would be decades before her son assumed control, and by then Minister Tao would long have gone to play chess with his ancestors. What help could he possibly be to Tinger? Moreover, with the frequency of third young Master Tao's visits to the brothels, it could be concealed for a time, but not forever. When the truth came to light, with such a wife, given Tinger's temperament, how could he endure it? Even if he could withstand the gossip, if he contracted a filthy disease from third young Master Tao, how could Tinger survive? Heir. Jiang Fengtang clenched his fist, struggling to suppress the fury in his heart, and cast a menacing glare at Madame Lu. For the sake of a marriage, must the Marquis Manor grovel before the Tao residence like a dog? Madame Lu, if you wish to be a dog, return to your own Lu family. How your family behaves is none of our concern, but the Pingyang Marquis Manor will never play the dog. Madame Lu was startled, never expecting the heir to suggest she return to her maiden home. Heir, that's not what I meant. Madame Lu, withdraw for now, and ponder. The Marquise suddenly interjected. She had pressing matters to discuss, and no desire to argue with Madame Lu. I have words to exchange with the heir. You may leave. Jiang Fengtang had been observing his mother, and from her gestures guessed her intent. Fair stay as well. Madame Lu, you may go. Before Madame Lu could object, Jiang Fengtang called out, Deshun. Deshun, where have you vanished to? Deshun, who had been waiting outside, promptly responded, Heir, your... Deshun hurried and bowed and asked, What are your orders, heir? Go at once, and invite the Marquis. Tell him there are urgent matters to discuss. Request his immediate... Yes, heir. Deshun accepted the order and departed. Jiang Fengtang realized that if his mother could hear Sierra's thoughts, his father likely could as well. Since that was the case, it was best to address everything at once, saving further explanations later. Seeing Madame Lu still lingering, Jiang Fengtang frowned. Did I not tell you to leave? What are you still doing here? Heir, your wife. Jiang Yunfei knew her father was truly angered, and feared the situation would spiral out of control if her mother persisted. She quickly stepped forward to support Madame Lu and guide her out. Mother, since grandmother and father have asked you to attend to household matters, please go. You've delayed long enough. The stewards and managers waiting to report are likely still... You should attend to them first. Jiang Yunfei sighed inwardly. What had come over her mother? Why was she so obstinate? Even if she couldn't hear Fifth Sister's inner thoughts and didn't know Third Young Master Tao's true character, she should have seen that yesterday's confrontation was about upholding the Marquis Manor's dignity. Fifth Sister's seemingly relentless stance had actually benefited the family. Hadn't she repeatedly emphasized that when out in public, every action represented the Marquis Manor's honor, and they must always be mindful not to bring shame upon it? So why, when Fifth Sister confronted Third Young Master Tao to protect the family's face, did she change her attitude? Even after grandmother and father's repeated reminders, she refused to see reason. Could it be as Fifth Sister had thought that her mother was so dazzled by Minister Tao's power that she chose to be blind? For the first time, Jiang Yunfei felt she could not understand the mother she had once known so well. Half supporting, half pushing her mother out of the hall, Jiang Yunfei whispered quickly and soothingly in her ear, "Mother, didn't you notice your words have already angered grandmother, and arguing with them now would only fuel the flames. It's better to wait until everyone has calmed down before bringing it up again." After restraining herself repeatedly, Jiang Yunfei finally couldn't help but say, "Mother, you've always insisted that everything must prioritize the marquis manor's honor. Why this time? A child should not speak of a parent's faults," so she left the sentence unfinished, hoping her mother would come to her senses on her own. "Mother, I have already detailed to you the events of yesterday's conflict between fifth sister and third young master Tao. Suppose you replaced fifth sister with me. If it were I who confronted third young master Tao, would you truly believe I was in the wrong?" The maidservant by third young master Tao's side is of such character, it speaks volumes about her usual conduct. With a disposition like hers, do you honestly think she would be a capable helpmate for brother, able to manage the inner quarters well? Mother, please think this over carefully. From what the system had just said, father was about to launch an investigation. The truth about third young master Tao would soon come to light, and the engagement between the two families would likely. Knowing how unworthy third young master Tao was, she hoped her mother would not regret targeting fifth sister today. To prevent her mother from secretly harassing fifth sister, Jiang Yunfei added a warning. "Mother, do not trouble fifth sister any further, or father and grandmother will only grow angrier." The atmosphere in the hall was stifling, and Jiang Yunxi felt oppressed. She watched Madame Lu and Jiang Yunfei depart with envy. "System, do you think I should take the initiative to excuse myself now? They have important matters to discuss. I'm just a young girl, staying here would be useless." "System, at least you have some self-awareness. Perhaps you should leave on your own. Even your stepmother was asked to go. What can you accomplish by staying? Better to leave voluntarily than to be dismissed awkwardly later." "Jiang Yunxi, system, you're right." The marquise opened her mouth to speak, but Jiang Fengtang stopped her. Jiang Fengtang knew that if Jiang Yunxi remained, they could not broach the subject of hearing her thoughts in her presence. It was better to let her leave. Jiang Fengtang knew that if Jiang Yunxi remained, they could not broach the subject of hearing her thoughts in her presence. It was better to let her leave. He really wants me to take some. How could I be so bold? They said it was a gift to the marquis manor, not to me personally." Jiang Yunxi stole a glance at the marquise, only to meet her eyes startling her into lowering her head and averting her gaze. There was no help for it. The marquis's presence was too imposing. She had spoken little, yet with just a few words she had silenced the entire Tao delegation, and even Madame Lu, leaving them without a retort. Jiang Yunxi felt that the marquise was even more severe than the sternest discipline director from her high school days, instinctively making her cower. Moreover, her brother Jiang Yunzhang had earlier warned her that the marquis and marquise valued only the legitimate children and had little affection for the various concubine-born grandchildren. How could she not be even more frightened? "Father, there's no need. You've already given me quite a lot these past few days." Hearing Jiang Yunxi's refusal, Jiang Fengtang furrowed his brow. Why call him father instead of dad? Hadn't they agreed that dad was their exclusive term? System, grandmother is so stern. No wonder my brother told me to hold back and not be too casual in front of grandfather and grandmother. Jiang Fengtang glanced at his mother. Indeed, she did look quite severe. No wonder the child was frightened. Hearing her granddaughter's inner monologue and catching her son's amused look, the marquise couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Listening to your daughter's endless chatter, if I didn't keep a straight face, what expression should I wear? System, you weren't exactly restrained today with that incessant chattering that left third Miss Tao and Madame Tao utterly bewildered. That third Miss Tao nearly died of anger. Good riddance, she started it. Besides, I had no choice but to act quickly. System, actually I think your grandmother is quite good. She stood up for you in front of the Taos and your legal mother. What do you know? In front of outsiders you naturally protect your own and present a united front. Otherwise you'd just be giving them a show. But now that there's no external enemy, internal reckoning is inevitable. To those unaware, my actions in front of the Taos did seem quite unreasonable. Jiang Fengtang and the marquise thought, so you knew that yourself. But I had no choice. I couldn't come up with a proper excuse for my behavior, so I had to play the foolish child and be willful. Jiang Yunxi touched her face. I've lost all my dignity from both lifetimes, just now. Jiang Fengtang thought, it wasn't that bad. I'd better make a quick escape before they cause me trouble. Jiang Yunxi opened her mouth to take her leave. Grandmother, father, fifth miss. Their words overlapped. Damn, I interrupted grandmother. I need to tread carefully. Jiang Yunxi quickly said, grandmother, please speak first. The marquise thought, am I really that frightening? The marquise cleared her throat. Go on, pick something you like. Grandmother, there's no need. Jiang Yunxi began to refuse, but Jiang Fengtang cut her off. Enough, don't be polite with your grandmother. You defended the marquis's honor yesterday. That alone deserves a reward. You don't seem to know how to choose, so let your father help you. Jiang Fengtang took her by the hand and led her toward the pile of apology gifts. The marquise thought, my son seems quite close to fifth miss. Wasn't he always indifferent to her? He must also be able to hear her thoughts. If what she reveals in her thoughts is true, having such a capable daughter would indeed warrant cherishing. A smile crept across the marquis's face. Perhaps their Pingyang marquis would. After hearing his son's account, Pingyang Marquis, Jiang Jinglan couldn't help but perk up his ears. Are you joking? What do you mean you can hear Fifth Miss thoughts, and she has an incredibly powerful system that knows many things, eh? Jiang Fengtang knew that without experiencing it themselves, people would find it hard to believe. Unwilling to waste more words, he shifted the blame. If you don't believe me, ask Mother. She heard it too. The Marquis shot him a glare, thinking this son was utterly unfit. The eldest is right. I heard it too. The Pingyang Marquis knew his wife. Well, she was no liar. Yet he still found it hard to believe. This was simply too incredible. Grandmother, I can hear it too, Jiang Yunfei corroborated. So what exactly did you all hear? Are you sure what she revealed in her thoughts is true? To convince his parents, Jiang Fengtang swallowed his pride and recounted how Jiang Yunx's inner thoughts revealed she had been schemed against and nearly forced to raise another man's child. He held nothing back, telling them how he had acted on her thoughts to catch the adulterers red-handed, and also about Jiang Yunting's fiancée, Third Miss Tao. This successfully darkened the faces of the Pingyang Marquis and Marquise. So what Fifth Miss revealed about Third Miss Tao is true. The Marquise ground her teeth. Jiang Fengtang nodded. After hearing it that day, I sent people to investigate and found some clues. Although I'm not sure if Third Miss Tao did elope, I discovered that over a year ago, all the servants in her courtyard were replaced, and the Tao family claimed she was visiting her maternal grandparents. But I sent people to her maternal home and confirmed that she never went there during those months. I also checked that theater. During that period, one of their actors also vanished. So, everyone present wore grim expressions. The Marquise slammed the lid of her teacup down with a sharp crack. So Fifth Miss didn't fabricate the story about Third Miss Tao eloping with an actor. Jiang Fengtang nodded. Sierra had no grudge against her. Why would she? Besides, she's been recuperating at home every day with no help from anyone. She couldn't have concocted so many coincidences. Based on the information Sierra provided yesterday, I sent people out overnight and confirmed that those brothels all have such a courtesan, and her time there matches Sierra's deed. As for whether it's Third Miss Tao today is her day to go to the brothel, we'll know once we check. If it's confirmed, what do you plan to do? Jiang Jinglan asked with a dark expression. Jiang Fengtang quickly laid out the solution he and Jiang Yunting had discussed. Jiang Jinglan nodded. Do as you've planned. To think that the esteemed minister's residence could harbor such filth. How dare they accuse our Pingyang Marquis of lacking manners? The Marquise trembled with rage. Knowing their granddaughter had eloped with someone, they still betrothed her to Tinger. What were they thinking? Recalling all the festival gifts the Marquis had sent to the Tao residence since the engagement, the Marquise felt utterly betrayed. They must have been laughing at us behind our backs. No wonder a mere maid dared to curse a young lady of the Marquis and insult its elders. They clearly looked down on the Pingyang Marquis. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. She hurled her teacup to the ground. Just breaking off the engagement with some compensation. That's letting them off too easily. Seeing his mother's fury, Jiang Fengtang felt a chill run down his spine. Siedra's instincts were right. His grandmother was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Mother, we don't intend to let them off easily. But the priority now is to dissolve the engagement. We can find an opportunity for revenge later. That Third Miss Tao has a filthy disease and is promiscuous. She cannot be allowed to marry into the Marquis. Even in her rage, the Marquise knew what was urgent. Then act quickly. Sever the engagement as fast as possible without tarnishing the Marquisite's reputation. Certainly. Anger cannot be directed at outsiders. Madame Ho is not one to willingly endure humiliation. Remembering that this marriage was orchestrated by the Liu family, and recalling her earlier difficulties with Jiang Yunxi, she turned her ire towards Liu. What is the Liu family doing? They carefully selected for Tingyir and ended up with such a disaster. If only she hadn't been so invested, even picking someone with her eyes closed would yield someone 1,000 times better than Tao San. Hearing her grandmother criticize her mother like this, Jiang Yunfei wanted to say a few words in defense of her mother, but since it was her grandmother speaking, she could not overstep. Moreover, Tao San's mistakes were indeed rather outrageous, and she momentarily did not know how to discern the truth. Jiang Yunfei could only lower her head in silence. Seeing his daughter like this, Jiang Fengtang still could not bear it. Mother, we cannot blame the Liu family. If we must blame someone, it can only be the Tao family. How can we not blame her? Look at how she disregards the Ho family's reputation just to climb the social ladder with the Tao family. If she hadn't been so eager for quick success, and had been a bit more careful, it wouldn't have happened. When the Tao family was courting the official's family, there would surely be some rumors circulating. A girl who has been rejected in marriage should have investigated the reasons behind the rejection to find out where the fault lies. In the end, she was blinded by the power of Minister Tao. Jiang Fengtang fell silent mainly because he felt his mother was not wrong. Let's talk about Fair. Madame Ho pointed at Jiang Yunfei. If Tao San's affair is true, then the other things the system mentioned are likely true as well. Did you not hear what the system said earlier? The marriage the Liu family arranged for Fair also had issues. The system warned that the Liu family was setting a trap for their children. With someone like Tao San, isn't that just pushing Tingyir into a pit? How could Fair's situation be any better? Jiang Jinglan frowned. Is this true? Madame Ho nodded. Am I lying? Eldest and Fair both heard it too. Did she say what exactly is wrong with Fair's marriage? Jiang Fengtang shook his head. At that time the Tao family was present, and in order to deal with them Sierra didn't say much, and only said to discuss it later. Should we not? Jiang Jinglan suggested. Jiang Fengtang shook his head. Father, we cannot ask. Any matters concerning Sierra's feelings cannot be discussed in her presence. Jiang Jinglan looked at Madame Ho, receiving her affirmative nod. Jiang Jinglan, looking troubled, asked, is there really no way? The system's capabilities are too impressive. We have been investigating for so long without any news, yet it found out everything in an instant. It's so convenient. Not entirely impossible. Jiang Fengtang contemplated before speaking later. We can find an opportunity to deliberately mention Fei's marriage in front of Sierra to draw her out. Or wait until Sierra sends me a message and voluntarily reveals it. Jiang Fengtang looked at Jiang Yunfei. From what I've seen yesterday and today, Sierra seems to quite like her older sister Fei. Otherwise she wouldn't have rushed to pull her away when Tao San and Madame Tao approached her, causing 2 disputes. Jiang Yunfei, recalling those 2 incidents, couldn't help but the worries brought by her mother also dissipated significantly. Once she knows that Fei's marriage is problematic, she shouldn't hide it. Jiang Jinglan nodded. The 5th girl is good. Just look at how she maintains the reputation of the Ho family and shows affection to her siblings. The Zheng family in your household knows how to educate children. Jiang Fengtang agreed. Zheng family is indeed good. Her 2 children are well educated. Jiang Yunfei found it hard to describe her feelings as she listened. Her grandfather and grandmother publicly reprimanded her mother in front of her, while praising Madame Lu, making her feel humiliated. Yet she could not refute it, as her mother indeed had her faults. Jiang Yunfei lowered her head, even further feeling that she should not have been present. Madame Ho, being a woman, was naturally more observant than the 2 men, and could sense Jiang Yunfei's discomfort. After all, she was the beloved granddaughter whom she had doted on for many years, and Madame Ho couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiang Yunfei. She quickly changed the subject. Waiting for the 5th girl to send you a message is not a solution. She is still a child and her health is poor. It's not sustainable. You said earlier that she wanted to find a way to ruin Tingyir's marriage, yet she has been silent for so many. If it weren't for Tingyir specifically taking her out and having a chance encounter with Tao, since she might have forgotten about it altogether. Jiang Fengtang wanted to defend his daughter, but seemed at a loss for words. That girl really seems to lack persistence, as she thinks of one thing, and then another. Or perhaps it's because she was recuperating for a while and later was disturbed by rumors. Jiang Fengtang could only comfort himself like this. What does mother intend to do? Let's see if we can draw her out herself. Your second sister-in-law is also thinking of finding a match for you, girl. We can use this opportunity to intentionally bring up Fei's marriage and provoke the 5th girl's curiosity. That indeed is a plan. Jiang Fengtang nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off. Meeting Sierra would only happen during greetings. Mother means to have Sierra resume her morning greetings. Remembering the reluctance Jiang Yunxi expressed about waking up early, he felt a headache coming on. By the time Sierra receives this news, she will probably go crazy. Yet he couldn't tell his mother that his granddaughter has trouble getting up in the morning. If she misunderstood and thought Sierra was being unfilial, that would be terrible. Jiang Fengtang thought for a moment and said, Mother, Sierra's health is not well. The family doctor advised her to sleep well and get enough rest. Could you please postpone your... I also wanted to hear Sierra's thoughts, but I hadn't returned from court by then, so I couldn't hear them. Mainly I'm worried. If others in the household can also hear Sierra's thoughts, I alone might not be able to contain it. Jiang Jinglan said, I also want to listen and see if I can hear her thoughts too. Shall we delay it? As a 3rd-rank official he had to attend court, and as the Marquis of Pingyang, he also had to go. Madame Ho sighed. The 5th girl has that system, making her precious. Even the timing for morning greetings has to be delayed. Yet when she thought of the girl she saw today, skinny and pale, looking far from what a daughter of the Ho family should be, it truly pained her heart. Recalling what her son had mentioned, how she had been mistreated by the servants in the household. Forget it, that girl really needs to be cared for more to gain weight and improve her health, so she doesn't embarrass the Ho family when meeting guests in the future. If the 5th girl needs to recuperate, then don't let her get up early for greetings every day. Let her only attend on the 5th and 10th days. Those days are not court days, and you all will be at home. If anything happens with the 5th girl, you can handle it quickly. Thinking of Liu's attitude toward Jiang Yunxi and the benefits Jiang Yunxi brought to the Ho family, Madame Ho decided to go all out as a good person. Let her go for greetings on the 5th and 10th days to Liu. After all, Liu shouldn't be more esteemed than her as the mother-in-law. Jiang Fengtang sighed in relief. Daughter, this is the most I can do for you. Getting up early 6 days in a month, you should be able to accept that right. Remembering that Jiang Yunxi was still carrying the punishment of copying scriptures for the Tao family. Thinking about Tao San's character and how the Tao family deceived the Ho family, Madame Ho felt that Jiang Yunxi's previous actions were indeed childish. Punishing her granddaughter for this matter left Madame Ho feeling uncomfortable. She waved her hand. The punishment of copying scriptures for the 5th girl is hereby revoked. What's the point of copying scriptures? I still feel unsatisfied not having slapped the Tao family members. Jiang Yunfei couldn't help but speak up upon hearing her grandmother's words. Grandmother, we shouldn't hit them. Have you forgotten what the 5th sister said? The Tao family may have contracted that illness. Madame Ho replied, yes. I almost forgot about that. Afterward, dispose of all the items in the hall, or let the tables and chairs be used as firewood, so as to avoid. After you return, tell the fifth girl to bathe and change clothes and dispose of this set of clothes as well. Jiang Yunxi leaned against Su Xian, walking with her eyes closed and trusting her entire weight to her companion, as if she were merely a leg accessory. She was simply too exhausted, having risen before dawn to pay respects. Even the birds were not up as early as she. Not even during her senior year of high school had she ever gotten up this early. Why must one go so early to pay respects? Was it fear of being too late? Couldn't it be done during the day instead of having to carry a lantern to do so? Was it because if one arrived late to pay respects, the person being honored would feel unsettled? Listening to her daughter's inner thoughts, Zheng felt a pang in her heart, nearly choking on her breath. If upon arrival her daughter's thoughts continued in this irreverent manner, then the two of them. Although she had learned from the heir that his wife could not hear their daughter's thoughts, her son and daughter certainly could. The marquis could hear them as well. According to the heir and her own speculation, those with a blood relation to her daughter could likely hear them, meaning the marquis probably could too. If they were to hear such rebellious thoughts from their daughter, the consequences were unimaginable to Zheng. Had Sierra's inner world always been so unrestrained? Or had her brush with death caused her to abandon all caution and care about nothing? Zheng took several deep breaths, repeatedly admonishing herself to remain calm and speak gently lest her daughter rebel and utter even more offensive words. Thankfully aware of her daughter's resentment toward early morning greetings, she had risen even earlier today to accompany her to the courtyard. Otherwise, Zheng strove to keep her voice gentle. See how kind your grandmother is to you. Knowing you need to recuperate, she doesn't require you to pay respects daily, only on the 5th and 10th days. The same goes for the lady. No one else in the household enjoys such treatment. With no other recourse, Zheng could only emphasize the kindness of the marquise and the lady before her daughter, hoping to foster gratitude and temper her inner thoughts. Morning and evening salutations are rules set by our ancestors, and everyone must abide by them. The marquise and the lady are so considerate of you. Remember this while cherish your blessings and be grateful to them. Jiang Yunxi, listening with closed eyes to Zheng's nagging, thought, I wonder why the ancestors established such rules. Was it because they couldn't sleep well or enjoy comfort? They clearly didn't know that in this short life being able to sleep soundly and wake naturally is a truly joy. In childhood, she had to rise early for studies, or later she was forced by livelihood to get up early and work like a dog for capitalists. In retirement, she woke early to care for grandchildren and manage household chores. Even when she finally got to sleep, insomnia plagued her. It was too difficult for modern people to get a good night's rest. Yet having transmigrated and become a noble lady, she had expected. Who knew it would be even worse? Rising before 4 in the morning. How could Jiang Yunxi? Unable to voice her complaints, she could only vent inwardly. Zheng clenched her teeth, her tone turning stiff. Compared to others, you only need to rise early 6 days a month. You're far too fortunate. You must remember the kindness and grace of the marquise and the lady. Zheng's resentment seemed to materialize, swirling like a wind around Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but shiver. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? She leaned closer to Su Xian, wrapping her arms around herself. Noticing her movement, Su Xian quickly asked, Miss, what's wrong? I feel a bit cold. Cold? Then put on your cloak. You're weak, miss, and the morning dew is heavy. I worried you might be cold, so I brought a cloak, just in case. Su Xian is so thoughtful. Let me put it on. Zheng thought Su Xian is thoughtful, but your own mother isn't, is she? Watching her daughter being helped into the cloak by the maid and nanny, Zheng couldn't help but continue her nagging. Sierra, did you remember what I told you? Jiang Yunxi nodded perfunctorily. Mother, I remember. Her only wish now was for her mother to stop chattering. Ever since that day when her cheap father had her resume the morning greetings, her mother had been nagging her. Day after day, she might not tire of speaking, but Jiang Yunxi was. Zheng thought, if your inner thoughts about early morning greetings weren't so full of resentment and rebellious words, would I need to nag you? Ever since that day when her cheap father had her resume the morning greetings, her mother had been nagging her. Day after day, she might not tire of speaking, but Jiang Yunxi was. That day when I acted out before the Tao family, and my legal mother wanted to punish me severely, it was my father and grandmother who shielded me. The rule of only having me pay respects 6 days a month was surely her idea. My legal mother wouldn't be so kind. Once the Tao family left, my grandmother even rescinded the original punishment. She's not as indifferent to her illegitimate grandchildren as my brother claims. Zheng clenched her teeth. Your brother says your grandmother doesn't care about illegitimate grandchildren. No wonder the heir told me to discipline my child and make her closer, so that's the reason. Excellent, I found the culprit. Jiang Yunjing, I may not be able to do much to this ungrateful one, but I can certainly deal with you. Just you wait. When you return for your next break, see how I handle you. At Qinglan Academy, Jiang Yunjing, who had just woken up, sneezed several times in a row. Yan Qing asked anxiously, Oh dear young master, what's wrong? Have you caught a chill? Should you rest? And ask the teacher for leave. Jiang Yunjing assessed himself and felt no discomfort. I'm fine and no need for leave. Yan Qing worried. Young master, if you're ill, don't push yourself. Jiang Yunjing raised a hand to stop him. I know my own body. I'm fine. The exams are next month. I need to focus on my studies. Seeing Yanqing still concerned, Jiang Yunzheng reassured him. If you're really worried, spend some silver later, and have the kitchen prepare some ginger soup for me. They'll drink it, and sweat it out, that should do. With Jiang Yunxi dragging her feet by the time the mother and daughter along with their attendants arrived at the heir's wife's courtyard, the concubines who came to pay respects to Lu and the children of their branch, except for those on official duty away studying or under house arrest, had all already arrived. As the pair reached the entrance, a woman's voice rang out. Oh, what a rare guest. Our fifth miss has finally deigned to show her face. Hiding away in her courtyard for so long, yet able to go out with the eldest young master and eldest young lady to cause trouble for the family, but not to come and pay respects to the lady. How precious our fifth miss is. Jiang Yunxi frowned, looking at the speaker, a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s. She was not as beautiful as her mother, nor could she compare to her legal mother Lu, but her temperament differed from both. Lu and her mother exuded dignity, but this woman's allure and bearing immediately marked her as a concubine. Her hair was coiled up with 2 strands deliberately left hanging on either side, identical to the boudoir-style hairstyle of Lin Xiaoyang from The Story of Minglan. Jiang Yunxi thought, is this person insane? Attacking me the moment she arrives. Did I kill her parents? The system replied, you didn't kill her parents, but her daughter was punished because of you. Jiang Yunxi. So this is Wei. Zheng Shi frowned upon hearing Jiang Yunxi's question. So this is Wei Shi. Her daughter had been ill, and now she seemed confused, unable to even recognize Wei Shi. She glanced at Jiang Yunxi. Although they had arrived at the place, and were somewhat far from Su Xian, she was still drowsy. While she was sleepy, even if she stood right in front of her, she probably wouldn't recognize her, let alone from a distance. What has the fifth miss become mute after her illness? Can't she speak? While Jiang Yunxi was still communicating with the system, and Zheng Shi was stunned, Wei Shi launched her You don't even greet your elders. System, is this person a troll? System host, fight back. A concubine dares to put on airs in front of the young miss. What kind of elder is she? Zheng Shi, who had been about to speak, held back her words, wanting to see how her daughter would handle. From Jiang Fengtang's account of her daughter's encounter with the Tao family coupled with her daughter's inner thoughts, Zheng Shi felt that her daughter had changed, no longer the timid and shrinking girl she once was. She wanted to see how her daughter would respond this time. If she couldn't handle Wei Shi, she could step in to help later. Jiang Yunxi was unaware of Zheng Shi's inner deliberations. Her drowsiness was driven away by blazing battle fervor, and she became fully alert. Like a general about to charge onto the battlefield ready for combat. Jiang Yunxi walked unhurriedly into the room, and following the memories of her original self paying respects, sat down in her designated seat. Zheng Shi also took her seat at the right head of the table. Only after sitting did Jiang Yunxi ask, Su Xian, casually, Su Xian, I think I heard someone claim to be my elder just now. Who was that? Su Xian was puzzled as to why her mistress would ask such a question. Surely, she knew Wei Concubine. But she answered honestly, miss, that was Wei Concubine who spoke. Oh, so it's Wei Concubine, Jiang Yunxi said, deliberately emphasizing the word concubine. Jiang Yunxi feigned distress. If I remember correctly, in the marquis mansion, I am the mistress, and a concubine is only half a mistress, isn't that right? She is not my birth mother, so how can a concubine come before me calling herself an elder? Or have I mistaken the household rules? At these words, the concubines seated in the room changed color. Su Xian chuckled inwardly. Her usually timid mistress had finally found her backbone. Su Xian raised her voice, miss, you remember correctly. You are the legitimate young miss of the household. Your father's concubines are not your elders. By the rules, it is not you who should greet them, but they who should bow and pay respects to you. Because her mistress had always been timid when she encountered these concubines alone before, she would shrink back, letting them neglect the proper etiquette. This had emboldened them, and they began to see themselves as elders. At Su Zin's words, the concubines' faces grew even darker. Jiang Yunxi looked enlightened. So, I wasn't mistaken. Then why, when I entered, did they all sit like lords, not even standing to welcome me, or offering a greeting? Not only did they not greet me, but they also didn't greet my mother. My mother is a lady second only to the principal wife. How dare they ignore the hierarchy, and fail to pay? Are the rules of our marquis mansion so lax? I will have to speak with mother later, and have her send someone to teach these concubines proper decorum. At this, the concubines who had been watching the show, including Wei Shi who had started the conflict, could no longer sit still. They quickly stood up and curtsied toward Zheng Shi, greeting Sister Zheng. Are the rules of our marquis mansion so lax? I will have to speak with mother later, and have her send someone to teach these concubines proper decorum. Seeing that Zheng Shi did not let them rise, and even pretended to drink tea, the others were fine, but Wei Shi was furious, glaring at Zheng Shi with venomous eyes. Witnessing this, Jiang Yunxi's inner self put her hands on her hips. What are you glaring at? You, a concubine, dare to call me deaf, and say I disrespect elders by not bowing? Huh. Since when is it the rule for a young miss of the marquis mansion to bow to a concubine? Is that your rule, Wei Shi? Jiang Fengtang, who had hurried over knowing Jiang Yunxi would pay respects today, and worried that Lu Shi might trouble her, also wanted to hear her thoughts. As he approached the courtyard, he heard this, and stopped frowning. Is Wei Shi so lacking in manners? He gestured for the maids and servants outside to stay quiet. Jiang Fengtang quietly moved aside, hiding there to listen to Jiang Yunxi's inner thoughts. Seeing my mother and me enter, they all sat still, not bowing to my mother or to me. It's sheer rebellion. Do they really think I'm still as foolish and easy to bully as before? Were they expecting me to greet them? Jiang Fengtang frowned. Were his concubines really so After taking 2 sips of tea, Zhang Shi said calmly, "Greetings, sisters. It seems you haven't yet met the 5th miss. You should also pay respects to her." Zhang Shi added earnestly, "In the past the 5th miss was young, and you acted as her elders. Considering you serve the heir, I let it slide. But now she has grown up, and must learn proper etiquette. From now on, follow the Marquis mansion's rules to avoid misleading her. If she visits other homes, and makes mistakes, it would embarrass the household. Don't you agree, sisters?" Zhang Shi, "Don't go too far." Wei Shi snapped. "They can bow to that brat if they must, but why should I?" Zhang Shi frowned. Seeing someone bully her mother openly, Jiang Yunxi couldn't stand it. She spoke up in surprise. "Su Xian, why must others bow, but not her? Isn't she my father's concubine? If she isn't my father's concubine, why is she here? Isn't today the day for the siblings and concubines of our branch to pay respects to mother? Have I mistaken the occasion?" "Mother, don't be angry. I'm just provoking them, not you. In my heart you are no concubine." Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Zhang Shi raised her teacup to her lips to hide her rising smile. "Brat'll have you know I am your father's cousin, not like them." "Damn, Wei Shi is my father's cousin." "System, indeed, she is your father's cousin. You didn't know? Cousins and secret affairs. The ancients never lied." Outside, Jiang Fengtang's face darkened. Jiang Yunxi let out a scornful laugh. "So what if you are my father's cousin? Once you become his concubine, a concubine you remain, and you must still abide by the rules of... Do you expect a separate set of rules to be established just for you, a cousin turned concubine? Even if you argue until the heavens fall, no such rule exists." Jiang Yunxi's face was full of righteous conviction. "Countless women in this world have become their cousin's concubine. Go ask them if they too must follow their household's rules." Jiang Yunxi was not worried about being mistaken. In ancient times, marriages between cousins were favored to strengthen family ties, so it was likely not uncommon for a cousin to become a concubine. If you are not afraid of shame or ridicule, then by all means go and ask. Wei Shi opened her mouth to retort, but Jiang Yunxi cut her off. "Don't you understand a wife after all these years with my father you still cling to your past status? If that's the case, just return to your maiden home. If you refuse to follow the manor's rules, then stop acting as the heir's concubine. If you look down on this position so much, I can speak to my father and have you sent back." Wei Shi pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Yunxi. You. Jiang Yunxi's face hardened. "Wei Shi, I've been too generous with you. From the moment you arrived, you accused me of being disrespectful for not greeting you as an elder, and called me deaf and blind. In the end, you are the one without manners, cursing the young lady of the house as a wretched girl. That is truly turning the world upside down. And as for the rest of you..." Jiang Yunxi pointed at the other concubines who were watching the scene without offering her a proper greeting. "If you also refuse to follow the manor's rules, then do not remain here. Do you really think I have no temper and will let you bully me as you please? I am already being lenient by not demanding you make up for all the past missed courtesies. How dare you act insolently?" With a crisp clatter, Zhang Shi set the lid firmly back onto her teacup, her voice cool. "Perhaps I should inform the heir's wife and the madam that the rules of this household need to be re-established." Hearing Zhang Shi's words, the other concubines, lacking Weiss's audacity, quickly bowed. "Greetings, 5th miss." Jiang Yunxi did not make things difficult for them. "And greetings to all the aunties." They all took their seats as quiet as mice. Seeing Wei Shi still glaring at her with resentment, Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow. "Concubine Wei, do you insist on defying the manor's rules?" Wei Shi gritted her teeth and spoke each word slowly. "Greetings, 5th miss." Jiang Yunxi nodded. "Concubine Wei, as my father's cousin, you should be even more considerate of his reputation and strictly adhere to the household rules. Otherwise, when others speak of you, they will say you are using your status as my father's cousin to act recklessly in the manor. Or they will say my father dotes on his concubine and neglects his wife. You are tarnishing not only your own reputation, but also my father's. I have been instructed. Good, as long as you understand. Remember to follow the rules from now on." Wei Shi took her seat, her eyes still fixed on Jiang Yunxi with a venomous glare. Jiang Yunxi was not one to be intimidated by a stare. Let her look, it wouldn't cause her to lose a single ounce of flesh. She took a sip of tea and began eating the pastries. As for the fear of Lu Shi poisoning the tea or pastries, Jiang Yunxi had no such concerns. She had long ago taken a permanent antidote for all poisons. "System, don't you think that Wei Shi must be tired from glaring at me like that? If she isn't, I am tired for her. In my opinion, all these concubines learned their lack of manner. Relying on being my father's cousin, Wei Shi has surely caused no end of trouble and thrown her weight around the manor. I bet she doesn't even hold the rightful wife in any System, definitely. Otherwise, back then your legal mother wouldn't have taken the initiative to bring your mother into the manor as a concubine, just to suppress Wei Shi. Even 2 of the later concubines were brought in by your legal mother for the same purpose. It's all my father's fault for spoiling her like this. Her daughter harmed me, and she harmed my mother. They are both vipers with hearts of scorpions." Jiang Fengtang rubbed his nose, wanting to defend himself, but finding no words to do so. Although there was no evidence that Wei Shi had harmed Jingshi, given how accurate the system's information had been so far, it was likely true. This made even Zhang Fengtang feel a pang of guilt. But then again, Weiss's looks are no match for my mother's, or my legal mother's. How is she so formidable that so many people can't suppress her? System, no choice. She is your father's cousin after all. Didn't you just say it yourself? Cousins full of illicit passion. Zhang Fengtang gritted his teeth. Saying it once was enough, there was no need to repeat it. Jiang Yunxi, then that pair of cousins was quite fortunate to have offspring. Looking at Jiang Yunxu, she seems perfectly healthy with no deformities, and didn't die young. Jiang Fengtang, what do you mean by that? My cousin has been with me for years, it's perfectly normal for us to have a child. And what's this Jiang Yunxu business? She is your second sister. Have some respect. A surge of anger rose in his heart. But quickly he remembered how Jiang Yunxu had used a maid to harm Jiang Yunxi, and that anger vanished in an instant. Putting himself in her shoes, if someone tried to kill him, he too would have little respect for that half-sister. Jiang Fengtang sighed inwardly. Children are a parent's burden. That's because Weiss's mother was your grandmother's half-sister, making the blood relation more distant. Otherwise they wouldn't have been so lucky. Having one child is already a blessing. Many other cousin marriages result in deformed babies, early deaths, or miscarriages, leaving them with nothing. Jiang Fengtang's face changed drastically. What did this mean? Was cousin marriage bad? But everyone did it. If it were so bad, why would they? Host, let me tell you, this Wei Shi is a crazy one. Want to hear some gossip about her? Of course I do. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Jiang Fengtang, who had been about to enter, stopped himself, afraid that his presence would interrupt Jiang Yunxi's gossip session. He thought for a moment, then beckoned a young maid and whispered a few instructions. The maid acknowledged and left. She went to a certain spot, found Jiang Yunfei drinking tea, and relayed the heir's message. Jiang Yunfei nodded. Go tell father I understand. After dismissing the maid, Jiang Yunfei entered the inner chamber and insisted on personally dressing and adorning. After several refusals, Lu Shi could only relent. How could she stop her daughter from showing filial piety? As for keeping the concubines and children waiting, that was of no concern. She was the heir's wife, making them wait a while was nothing. Host, let me tell you, Wei Shi had a childhood sweetheart. She has never been able to forget him. She has even kept a personal keepsake of his all these years. Jiang Fengtang felt the world go dark and nearly collapsed. Deshan quickly stepped forward to support him, but he raised a hand to stop any questions. The room was silent except for the occasional clink of a teacup lid. Deshan wondered, did the heir have some illness? No one was speaking, so what was he listening to? Jiang Yunxi thought, damn, Wei has a childhood sweetheart, a white moonlight. She didn't cuckold my father, did she? And does my father know about this? Jiang Fengtang, eavesdropping outside, thought, if I knew, Wei would still be safe. What luck does my father have? Everyone just uses him. The last pair schemed against him, making him raise another man's wife and child. And Wei, damn, is Jiang Yunxu not my father's child? Jiang Fengtang nearly lost his footing. Luckily Deshan stood beside him. He grabbed Deshan's arm, shifting most of his weight onto him. Jiang Fengtang felt it better to sit down for this. He summoned a maid to fetch a chair from elsewhere. System, no, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yunxu is indeed your father's child. Jiang Yunxi sighed with relief, patting her chest. That's good, that's good. If Jiang Yunxu weren't my father's child, I'd feel so sorry for him. Among all the children besides the legitimate eldest brother and sister, my father loves and spoils Jiang Yunxu the most. If it really were. Forget it, just tell me about Wei. Did she cuckold my father or not? Jiang Fengtang thought. Yes, tell me quickly. I'm anxious. Wei has a childhood sweetheart and has always pined for him. Your father probably doesn't know. As for whether Wei cuckolded your father, physically no, spiritually you understand. Jiang Yunxi, physically no, then it's fine. Spiritually, who cares about emotional So many modern women are fangirls shouting, brother, I want to have your baby. Even male fans clamor to have a male star's child. If we count spiritual infidelity, would all be guilty. Everyone has someone they fantasize about. Sensing Jiang Yunxi's thoughts, the system shook its head. Wei is different from those fangirls. Wei didn't cheat mainly because she had no chance. Her childhood sweetheart isn't in the capital, he's in her hometown. You didn't know? Every time Wei is intimate with your father, she closes her eyes and imagines he's her sweetheart. Jiang Fengtang thought, impossible. Wei always calls me Tang Lang in ecstasy, so passionately. And system, do you think it's appropriate to tell a 9-year-old girl this? But no one heeded Jiang Fengtang's inner thoughts. System, host, do you know what Wei calls your father? Jiang Yunxi, what? Doesn't she call him Lord or Young Master? That's what my mother calls him. Wei doesn't. She calls your father Tang Lang. Jiang Yunxi nearly spat out the pastry she was eating. Just before becoming a human sprinkler, she covered her mouth. Tang Lang. Like the praying mantis in the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Puffed. Jiang Yunxi followed the sound and saw her mother coughing into a handkerchief. Mother, what's wrong? She asked with concern. Zhang suppressed her laughter, not lifting her head, keeping the handkerchief to her face. Nothing, just choked on some tea. Zhang struggled to hold back her laughter. She turned away, bit her lower lip through the handkerchief, using the pain to stifle her giggles. Hearing she was fine, Jiang Yunxi ignored her. She covered her face with both hands, barely containing her laughter. Haha, Tangling. How could Wei even say that? System, Host, maybe she meant Tang Lang, the last character of your father's name plus Lang for husband. Same thing, same sound. Mantis. System, what do? I can't face my father anymore. Every time I see him, I'll think of a mantis. Jiang Fengtong. He was speechless. Wei used to call him that so sweetly, making him feel special and cherished. Now with his daughter's mockery, the nickname felt disgusting, and he never wanted to hear it again. He dreaded hearing it, knowing it would remind him of his daughter's ridicule and Zhang's. Did she think he didn't notice she wasn't choking on tea, but laughing at him after hearing their daughter? Jiang Fengtang took a deep breath. I'm not angry. I'm definitely not angry. He resolved to tell Wei to stop calling him that. Host, do you think Wei says Tang Lang for your father? Who else? Jiang Fengtang thought. Yes, if it's Tang Lang, who else would it be? You. System, thank you very much. In a system, she's human, different species. As I said, she imagines your father is her white moonlight sweetheart. Tang Lang is for him. Her sweetheart's name also has Tang, but it's the character for Hall. Jiang Yang's laughter stopped abruptly. She smacked her lips. So Wei treats my father as a substitute for her white moonlight. Every time they're intimate, she closes her eyes and pretends she's with him. System, bingo. Host Jiang Fengtong, eavesdropping, was glad he had sat down earlier. Watching his lord's face cycle from red to black to white, Deshun felt the young master must be possessed. Sitting outside, not entering, stewing in his own anger, Deshun thought he might suggest visiting a temple to ward off evil spirits. Jiang Yunqi. System, I can't help but feel my father got the short end. He provided her with every luxury, and she treated him as another man's stand-in. She's eating from the bowl and eyeing the pot, using my father like a client. Jiang Fengtang thought, daughter is client, a word for your own father. And my father neglected my beautiful mother and the legitimate wife for her. Though my stepmother isn't kind to me, she's sincere with my father. Just look at her swallowing her bitterness to find him concubines. What woman would do that except to win back her husband? Zheng thought, daughter, you're mistaken. It's not that the legitimate wife loves your father deeply. She's from a noble family, and is used to men having multiple wives. She doesn't care much about your father taking concubines as long as it doesn't threaten her status. As for Wei, she overstepped, using her position as your father's cousin to challenge the wife, even dreaming of being promoted to main wife. If Wei hadn't gone too far, your stepmother wouldn't have bothered with her. As for my mother, Jiang Yunqi remembered the system, saying her mother also had a lover in her heart. My mother from a noble family, raised to be a proper wife, yet she became my father's concubine. For years she's kept a low profile, swallowing her pride. Wei caused her 2 difficult labors, a miscarriage, and now poisons her from time to time. Thinking how my father favored Wei and wronged my mother, I don't even want to acknowledge him as my father. Jiang Fengtang listened to his daughter's incessant chatter, and he felt like crying, but had no tears. Daughter, stop talking. Father never knew that Wei could. If one were to describe Jiang Fengtang's feelings at this moment, his male dignity was deeply wounded, and even his daughter and wife knew about it. He truly wanted to strangle Wei. Wei sat below Zheng, directly across from Jiang Yunqi. She stared at Jiang Yunqi, chewing something in her mouth, her gaze as if she were gnawing on Jiang Yang's flesh. Since becoming Jiang Fengtang's concubine, she had never been scolded like this. A mere concubine-born girl dared to use her status to oppress her. Just wait. When I see Tang Lang later, I'll lodge a serious complaint against you. Not just you, but your mother too. I won't spare either of you. Jiang Yunqi didn't miss Wei's murderous glare. She raised an eyebrow. System, since Wei likes her childhood sweetheart so much, why did she become my father's concubine? Why not marry her white moonlight? System, it's a story of she loves him, he doesn't love her, he loves her. Jiang Fengtang and Zheng exchanged glances. What was this, a tongue twister? Jiang Yunqi rolled her eyes. Why make it so complicated? Just say it's a love triangle. Her childhood sweetheart has someone he likes. Exactly, host. That's Jiang Fengtang and Zheng suddenly understood. That was the meaning. But then, as if on cue, they both furrowed their brows. They didn't know this. How did Sierra? They both gasped. What exactly was this system teaching her? Couldn't it teach something good? System, am more wrong than Doi. I think the host is the one who corrupted me. After all, this is my first time binding a host, and I gained a lot of knowledge from her memories. The system, unaware of the blame unfairly falling on it, continued chattering. Wei liked him and pestered him, but her white moonlight childhood sweetheart had his own little green plum in his heart. He was already engaged to her, and didn't like Wei at all. He even found her annoying. Wei wouldn't let go. She even went to harass the little green plum, threatening her. The childhood sweetheart reported it to Wei's stepmother. Her biological father and stepmother saw this, and quickly tried to persuade her. But no matter what they said, Wei was fixated on the childhood sweetheart. She even tried to climb into his bed, but failed, and was exposed. Jiang Fengtong, if he remembered correctly, he and Wei had gotten together because she climbed into his bed. So she was an experienced hand. Although the system said Wei hadn't succeeded with that man, Jiang Fengtang still felt a tinge of green on his head. Fortunately, the two families were old friends, and the childhood sweetheart's family didn't spread the matter. But Wei was impossible to reason with. To prevent her from committing more indecent acts that would ruin the reputation of other women in the family, they had to send her far away from the child. Jiang Yunqi understood. So they sent her to the Marquis Manor. Exactly. Your grandmother was her mother's elder sister, so they used the excuse of her mother's early death and her discord with her stepmother to send her here. Once she was sent, they never let her go back. Tisk tisk tsk. How deep was Weiss' obsession with that childhood sweetheart? They didn't even dare to let her stay in the same. Thank goodness she's far away. Otherwise my father's green hat would be firmly on his head. Jiang Fengtang thought, daughter, can you as a young lady stop talking about green? Your father already feels like everything is green before his eyes. Zheng dug her nails into her thigh, replaying the saddest moments of her life several times, barely so. Her eyes were teary from pain, and her face was smiling, which looked utterly bizarre. Fortunately, Jiang Yunfei, who should have been sitting across from her, was still at Liu's place, or she would have been startled. Jiang Yunxi picked up another piece of pastry and popped it into her mouth, eating the gossip along with it. My grandmother values her reputation. She probably intended to raise her well and find a suitable marriage for her, not to make her my father's concubine. You know your grandmother quite well. That was indeed her plan. Unfortunately, Wei didn't appreciate it. As the young lady of the Pingyang Marquis Manor waited on hand and foot, she looked down on the matches your grandmother picked. Jiang Yunxi frowned. My grandmother wouldn't have mistreated her. The men she chose should have matched her status. They did match her status, and she wasn't mistreated. But she was dazzled by the splendor of the Marquis Manor. She didn't want to be the proper wife of a fifth-rank official. She wanted to be a concubine in a wealthy house. A fifth-rank official. Jiang Yunxi counted on her fingers. My father is only a third-rank official now. A fifth-rank official from over a decade ago. That's not a small position, is it? My grandmother wouldn't have chosen just anyone. She must have picked someone with potential. After all, it's a marriage alliance for the Marquis Manor. She'd want someone capable who could be an Exactly. You don't know this, but your grandmother asked Wei, and she agreed to her face. But then she turned around and slept with your father. It enraged your grandmother. Because of this, your grandfather's petition to appoint your father as the heir was never submitted. Your grandfather thought your father was a man who lost his senses over women and feared the Marquis Manor would be ruined by him. Jiang Fengtong. Father had planned to petition for me after Tinger's 3rd birthday, but I waited and waited, and there was no news. So father delayed the petition because of my tryst with Wei. Jiang Yunxi frowned. Then why did grandfather eventually petition for father? Look at how arrogant Wei is. She must have caused a lot of trouble after entering father's courtyard. Shouldn't grandfather have thought father was unfit and chosen someone else? Jiang Fengtang took a breath. What, you sound disappointed that your father didn't lose the heir position. Are you even your father's own daughter? Aren't daughters supposed to be little warm coats? Why is mine letting in the wind? I am the legitimate eldest son. How could father? Before Jiang Fengtang could finish his fantasy, the system slapped him in the face. You're right. Your grandfather, seeing your father's lack of clarity regarding Wei, did consider petitioning for your second uncle to be the heir. He even drafted the petition. Jiang Fengtang thought, so father really considered replacing me. I almost lost it to second brother. Then why did it become me? Was it because I was too outstanding? System, alas, it's not that you were outstanding, but that you were helped by comparison. It just so happened that around that time your second uncle got into trouble and was caught nearly bringing down the entire Marquis Manor. Reminded by the system, Jiang Fengtang also recalled an incident from many years ago. I have to say, except for losing his mind, when it came to Wei, your father was very reliable. He managed to turn the tide, pulling your second uncle out, while also extricating the Marquis Manor unscathed, and even dealt a heavy blow to the opponent. Your grandfather saw this, and thought, well, the eldest, despite being dim-witted in the inner court, is still sharper than the second. The second is a fool, so the heir position should go to the eldest. Jiang Fengtang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I almost lost the heir position. If father had petitioned for second brother instead of me, I wouldn't be able to show my face in public. Oh, we've gone off track. Let's get back to Wei. Actually, Wei hesitated between your father and your second uncle for a long time. Then one day, when she went to pay respects to your grandmother, she accidentally overheard that your father was to be made the heir. So she seized the opportunity to drug your father and climb into his bed. Jiang Fengtang felt a pang in his heart. You could have left out the part about climbing into bed. He now wondered what kind of image he had in his daughter's eyes. Where would his fatherly dignity go? Jiang Yunxi looked at Wei across from her and couldn't help shaking her head with a sigh. System, don't you think my father is pitiful? It's already sad enough that he was just a substitute for his beloved concubine's white moonlight. But it turns out he was only chosen because of his position as the heir. Also, my second uncle is younger than my father, though everyone prefers someone younger. Misery is one word, speechless many times. If one day my father finds out that he almost lost his position as heir because of Wei, that he was a substitute and spiritually cuckolded, I wonder if he'll be so furious. Jiang Fengtang, are you sure your tone of schadenfreude is serious? System, to get back at your mother, you can show some filial piety and tell your father about these things. I think if your father knew that every time Wei was with him she was imagining him as someone else, he'd be disgusted and probably never want to see her again. Jiang Fengtang, didn't you say you're a system without gender? Why are you so spoton in reading my mind? Forget it, as some things can be said and some cannot. If my father finds out I know about his embarrassing matters, he'll probably avoid me in the future, stop protecting me, and let me be bullied. Jiang Fengtang, great in my daughter's eyes, am a heartless, degenerate father. Jiang Yunshi, isn't that right? Don't you have any idea what kind of life the original owner lived all those years? With only 3 daughters in total, you doted on and cherished 2, but neglected the youngest. Don't you think others will treat her according to your attitude? Do you think you're innocent? Jiang Yunshi, forget it, let's not talk about my unlucky father. System, we've been gossiping for so long, but you haven't gotten to the point. Didn't you say Wei is a lunatic? But you've been talking forever without explaining exactly how she's crazy. System, right, I almost forgot the main point. Wei thinks she's your father's cousin and shouldn't be just a concubine. But when she was sent to the marquis residence, your father was already married. Later she became his concubine, and had to pay respects to your legitimate mother every day, which shattered her mentality. Before being with your father, she was his cousin. Every time your legitimate mother met her, she was polite, occasionally giving her gifts and trying to get along. But after being with your father, she had to pay respects daily, and your legitimate mother's attitude toward her was completely different. She couldn't handle it. Jiang Yunshi sneered disdainfully. Shouldn't she have thought about that before she crawled into his bed? What woman would be polite to a rival stealing her husband? Especially when it's her husband's cousin, a formidable enemy. How could my legitimate mother be polite to her? Particularly someone who debased herself by sneaking into bed. But Wei doesn't see it that way. She thinks that as your father's cousin, she has a special bond unlike other concubines in the courtyard, so your legitimate mother should respect and pamper her. That's just her being seriously ill. She was the childhood sweetheart of her white moonlight, and a rival in love, yet she went to sow discord and intimidate others. Why, when it comes to herself, does she expect to be pampered and respected? This only shows that Wei is selfish to the core. Zheng nodded. Her daughter was right. Wei was indeed selfish. After being with your father, he doted on her. Perhaps during their intimate moments, he said things that made her misunderstand, leading her to believe that without your legitimate mother, she might be promoted to wife. Jiang Yunshi, speechless. Even as an outsider, she knew that the marquis heir's wife, the future mistress of the household, could never be promoted from a concubine. After all, she would have to represent the household in social engagements. Having a former concubine interact with others would be a slap in the face. Even if her foolish father's mind was addled, he wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, her grandfather and grandmother were watching. What kind of creature had her foolish father doted on? Jiang Yunshi was too exhausted to complain, and said weakly, Wei isn't planning to harm my legitimate mother to get rid of her, is she? Jiang Yunfei, who had delayed as long as possible and couldn't put it off any longer, happened to be near the entrance with Lu when she heard this. She stumbled. Your mother entered the household later, and she's already attacked her multiple times. For the position of heir's wife, do you think Wei would spare your legitimate mother? Jiang Yunshi couldn't help but raise a thumb. Wei is truly a brave soul. A concubine attacking the legitimate wife? If this is discovered. So what if it is? With your foolish father around, help protect his dear cousin. Jiang Fengtong now upgraded to a fool. The system praised your legitimate mother is indeed from a noble family, resourceful, and her attendants are capable. She's dodged many of Wei's schemes. Actually, it's also because Wei comes from a humble background and doesn't know the tricks of a grand household. Her methods were simple and crude. But after suffering a few setbacks, she got smarter, and her later schemes were finally worth watching. Jiang Yunfei looked up at her mother beside her. So her mother had been secretly harmed by Wei many times. Why had she never mentioned it? But even a tiger dozes off. Eventually Wei succeeded, and your legitimate mother miscarried. Just as she was about to use this to confront Wei, Wei also had a miscarriage. When Wei saw the situation was exposed to protect herself, she claimed your legitimate mother caused her miscarriage, and she was just retaliating. Jiang Yunshi, however, grew suspicious. Was Wei's miscarriage related to my legitimate mother? Your legitimate mother didn't even know she was pregnant. How could she harm her? Actually, it's the fault of cousin marriage. Host, as you know, cousin marriage is a disaster. Either they can't conceive, or if they do, they're prone to miscarriage stillbirth. Even if a child is born alive, it's often deformed, mentally disabled, or dies young. Either they can't conceive, or if they do, they're prone to miscarriage stillbirth. Even if a child is born alive, it's often deformed, mentally disabled. After the incident with the Tao family, Jiang Yunfei, who had blind faith in her 5th sister, nearly fainted. Her mother had betrothed her to her maternal cousin. If what the system said was true, then she was. Even though Jiang Yunfei had already heard from the system that her mother's arranged marriages for her, and her siblings were dragging them to ruin, and she was mentally prepared. Hearing the system say this still made her vision go dark. Seeing Jiang Yunfei suddenly stop, her maid looked at her suspiciously. Miss. Jiang Yunfei closed her eyes and shook her head. It's nothing. A bug just flew into my eye. Let me rest a moment. Jiang Yunshi had no idea that the system's recent explanation had shattered Jiang Yunfei's composure, and she continued chatting with the system. So Wei's miscarriage was because of this. The system nodded. Exactly. Wei said the legitimate mother harmed her, but she needs to provide evidence, right? She can't just say it and have it be true. Back then, although your legitimate mother had not yet taken charge of the marquis household's affairs as the principal wife, she was responsible for managing the daily expenses of the concubines in her own courtyard. Coupled with Wei's manipulations, your legitimate mother could not extricate herself. It was like mud falling into one's pants. Whether it was or wasn't excrement, it still appeared as such. Your father, that so-called genius, was coaxed by Wei into believing that your legitimate mother had caused Wei's miscarriage and thus provoked retaliation. So he simply punished both sides equally to settle the matter. Jiang Yunxi, my legitimate mother, was truly wronged. My father is such a fool. Even if my legitimate mother had harmed Wei according to the rules, the inferior cannot disrespect the superior. Wei had no right to lay hands on my legitimate mother. If she wanted justice, she should have sought it from my father or grandmother to punish my legitimate mother, not directly harm the principal wife. Indeed, even with your intellect you can grasp this, yet your father. That's why I call him a fool. Jiang Yunxi system, what do you mean, even with your intellect? Are you forgetting who's in charge again? I suppose I'll have to find an opportunity to discipline you once more. Jiang Fengtang recalled the past, right? How had he been so muddled back then to judge the case this way? He must have been too young at the time. Jiang Yunfei suddenly found it hard to look directly at the word fool. Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but sigh. I could figure it out with my toes. With my father handling it like this, Weiss' arrogance would surely soar to the heavens. From now on, she'll probably cling to the claim that my legitimate mother harmed her and continue to target her. It wasn't for nothing that she had watched so many palace dramas and read so many novels. System exactly. Wei had been pregnant several times, but only Jiang Yunshu survived. The rest miscarried, mostly due to the union of cousins. Some miscarriages occurred because Wei didn't know she was pregnant and entangled your father in rough actions, accidentally causing. Jiang Yunxi was speechless. Jiang Fengtang was so embarrassed he wished he could dig a hole and disappear. His image was completely ruined. He had just seen Lu leading Jiang Yunfei from the corridor. At this distance, Fei must have heard. Originally only Xier and Zheng knew of his disgrace, but now Fei was. Given Fei's temperament, she would likely tell her elder brother to unite against Wei and Jiang Yunshu in revenge. Then his majestic fatherly image. Jiang Fengtang dared not imagine it. Jiang Yunxi and the system were unaware of Jiang Fengtang's thoughts, engrossed in their lively chat. Wei didn't care as she believed your legitimate mother or someone in the rear courtyard had used tricks on her, and she wanted revenge. Jiang Yunxi gasped. So she harmed my mother, causing her to miscarry one child and suffer difficult births twice. Correct. Your frailty and your mother's shortened lifespan, due to childbirth complications, are all her doing. Also, your legitimate mother couldn't conceive after your eldest sister was born. Wei caused that too. She drugged your legitimate mother to prevent pregnancy. And yes, your father's few children, despite many concubines, are also tied to Wei. She drugged the other concubines, and also administered drugs to your father. Jiang Fengtang's scalp tingled. He had been drugged too. No wonder his efforts in the rear courtyard had yielded no results over the years. Jiang Yunxi, where did she get all these drugs? Who else? She was the household's cousin, your father's most favored concubine, overshadowing even the principal wife. Many people flattered her and did her bidding. Jiang Yunxi, isn't my father shooting himself in the foot? Does he even know what kind of creature he's been spoiling? Jiang Fengtang panted heavily, his eyes blazing with fury. With a forceful grip, the armrest of his chair snapped with a crack. Of course he doesn't know, or Wei wouldn't have gotten away with it. Your father has always wanted more sons. Jiang Yunxi felt both sympathy and relief. If her father had more children, the already scarce paternal affection directed at her would diminish even further. Weiss' drugging of her father was in that sense well done. Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Wei across from her, leaving Wei puzzled and compelled to look away. With a hint of anticipation, Jiang Yunxi pressed on. So Wei drugged my father to make him infertile. System, how could that be? Wei has only one daughter, Jiang Yunshu, who will marry out eventually. She always wanted a son. If she sterilized your father, how would her son come? What she did was give your father aphrodisiacs when he visited her, hoping to conceive quickly. That's why your father was so enamored with her. With her he felt virile and manly. He never knew it was the drug's effect, believing instead that he and Wei were perfectly matched. Jiang Yunxi couldn't hold back a scoff, matched like animals in heat, losing control and causing the loss of an already conceived child. Jiang Fengtang inhaled sharply, forcing himself to stay calm and not argue with a young girl. This brat didn't consider that he was her own father. Was it appropriate to describe him as an animal in heat? Turning to Wei, Jiang Yunxi said with mock sympathy, isn't this a case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice? Will she dare to drug my father again? Why wouldn't she? She doesn't blame herself for drugging your father. She thinks others caused her unstable pregnancy and miscarriage. My father seems smart. Couldn't he sense he was drugged? And he called it compatibility. Wei used a small dosage, and since she shared the same food with your father, he never But your father didn't know the drug only affected men. Your father had a set schedule for visiting the rear courtyard. Wei figured it out and gave him contraceptives when he went to others. That's why despite many concubines, your father had few children. Jiang Yunxi, the women in my father's rear courtyard were either rendered infertile by Wei or my father was drugged with contraceptives. The only one who could conceive kept miscarrying. It's a miracle my father wasn't left without heirs. Having her is truly my father's blessing. Jiang Fengtang ground his teeth. I can't endure such a blessing. Do you want it? The system suddenly exclaimed. No, Wei harmed your mother for another reason. Host, wait a moment. Since Wei is here, let me investigate her more thoroughly. Jiang Yunxi clenched her teeth. I'm not in a rush. Dig deep. Uncover every secret. Rest assured, host, it'll satisfy your expectations. Lu led Jiang Yunfei in through the front door. Everyone in the room quickly rose to pay respects. Jiang Yunshi followed the crowd in rising Madam Mother. Jiang Yunshi quickly instructed the system, didn't you just say Wei has been keeping her childhood sweetheart's personal belongings? Find out what they are, and tell me later. Rest assured, host. After an indeterminate wait, Lu Shi arrived belatedly with Jiang Yunfei. Lu Shi took her seat at the head of the table. Jiang Yunfei walked toward the upper left seat, casting a wink and a greeting at Jiang Yunshi as she passed. After everyone paid their respects to Lu Shi, they also greeted Jiang Yunfei. Once the formalities were complete, Lu Shi said indifferently, everyone sit. Lu Shi swept her gaze across those present. All the women of the inner court had come, but among the children only the two sisters Jiang Yunfei and Jiang Yunshi were there. Jiang Yunting was away on duty, Jiang Yunshu was under house arrest, and the two concubine-born sons were at the academy. Concubine Wu, where is Yunzhou? Lu Shi asked, her brow slightly furrowed, addressing one of the concubines. Concubine Wu quickly stood up. Madam Yunzhou caught a slight chill, so I didn't bring him. Lu Shi nodded. Since he's unwell, let him rest well. They'll have the house physician examine him shortly. Thank you, madam. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Yunshi seated below. Remembering the reprimand she had suffered because of her, and how the marquis and the heir had defended her, a surge of discontent rose within Lu Shi. Though her son and daughter had repeatedly counseled and comforted her, Lu Shi still felt her authority as the legitimate wife had been undermined. She suppressed her anger again and again, but ultimately could not hold back. Fifth Miss is quite a rare visitor. So you've come to pay your respects today. Jiang Yunshi frowned. Lu Shi was clearly targeting her. She couldn't possibly be unaware that grandmother had excused her from the daily morning greetings. This attack was obviously deliberate. Seeing her mother's worried and anxious gaze, Jiang Yunshi felt a wave of helplessness. Sigh, I have to endure it. This is my legal mother, not Wei Shi, not the Tao family. I can't be reckless. Mother, you jest. How could Sierra not come to pay her respects to you? So you still see me as your mother? I thought. Jiang Yunshi, why must she be so passive-aggressive? Seeing Lu Shi attack, Jiang Yunshi, Wei Shi was delighted and fanned the flames. So even you, madam, think Fifth Miss is arrogant? I thought I was the only one who felt that. Fifth Miss is so noble, the little mistress of the marquis estate, looking down on people like us. Yet I never imagined she would be bold enough to disregard even you, madam. She's been well for so long, yet only today comes to pay her respects. Jiang Yunfei frowned, recalling the thoughts of her fifth sister she had just heard. Her aversion to Wei Shi made her blurt out. Concubine Wei, what business is this of yours? Have you forgotten your place? When mother and fifth sister are speaking, is it your turn to interrupt? Wei Shi's smile froze on her face. She cursed inwardly, is Jiang Yunfei out of her mind? Am helping her mother berate Jiang Yunshi? Can't she see that? Not only does she not help her own side, but she's actually siding with that wretch Jiang Yunshi. When did those two become so close? Right, Jiang Yunting and Jiang Yunfei took Jiang Yunshi out with them a while ago. Wei Shi gritted her teeth. No, I absolutely cannot let Jiang Yunshi and Jiang Yunfei get involved with each other. The heir currently has only 3 daughters. If these two sisters band together, they'll surely bully my Shuer. Wei Shi adjusted her expression, forcing a smile. Eldest Miss Fifth Miss has been well for so long, but never came to pay respects to the madam, showing such disregard. Is this for you to question? Fifth sister didn't come for the morning greetings earlier, because mother, in her consideration for her recent recovery, told her to rest more. Jiang Yunfei smiled, looking at Lu Shi seated in the place of honor. Mother is always so kind-hearted. Whenever any of the siblings are unwell, she excuses them from paying respects, just asking them to send word. Fifth sister's absence was by mother's express instruction. Who are you to meddle? Wei Shi frowned. Are you trying to fool me, you wretched girl? If it was your mother's instruction, then why was she speaking in that tone just now? She was clearly being sarcastic to Jiang Yunshi, implying she was unfilial. Furthermore, you said fifth sister is noble, the little mistress of the marquis estate. That is not untrue. Fifth sister is indeed our esteemed little mistress of the marquis household. Don't you agree, mother? Jiang Yunfei asked Lu Shi with a beaming smile. Jiang Yunshi, wow, this beautiful elder sister who protects her sister has such a strong aura radiating queenly power. Jiang Yunfei knew that her mother, unaware of the truth, harbored resentment towards fifth sister over the Tao family incident and sought an outlet. But she couldn't let her mother act rashly and further damage her relationship with fifth sister. Fifth sister had helped them, and her system could be of great use. She couldn't let their relationship deteriorate. Having said this much, her mother surely wouldn't embarrass her in front of so many people. She would definitely echo her words. Thus, she would no longer be able to use this excuse to find fault with fifth sister. How could Lu Shi not understand Jiang Yunfei's intentions? But even if she understood, could she really bear to humiliate her daughter in front of so many people? Lu Shi sighed inwardly. She wondered what kind of spell this fifth miss had cast on her son and daughter, making them both so protective of her. Fair is right. I told fifth miss to rest more and not rush to pay respects. Wei Shi stopped stirring up trouble and trying to create chaos. Wei Shi's face was as dark as water. You were the one who started this, yet you blame me. System, did you see that? Wei Shi's face is black. Is she about to turn dark? Host, be careful. She already resented you because her daughter was confined due to you. You humiliated her earlier, and now she's been rebuked by both your elder sister With fourfold damage, do you think she won't turn dark and hold a grudge against you? As an expert in dosing people, she'll probably try to drug you soon. Jiang Fengtong, what? Wei Shi is going to drug Sierra. That can't happen. Her system is too useful. I can't let anything happen to her. It seems I need to put a stop to Wei Shi's antics quickly. Wei Shi daring to treat me as a substitute, cuckolding me, drugging me, and the women in the household, making my progeny sparse. Just you wait. Jiang Fengtong did not dare delay any longer. He immediately stood up and walked into the room saying, I heard quite a commotion as soon as I reached the courtyard. What's everyone talking about? Upon hearing Jiang Fengtong's voice, everyone immediately stood to greet him. Father. But one person defied convention, letting out a coquettish cry of Tangling. Feeling deeply wronged that day, Wei Shi's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she gazed at Jiang Yuntang with soulful affection. Mantis. Ha ha ha, Wei Shi actually called my father Mantis. How could she say that? And when she says Mantis, is she thinking of my father or her childhood sweetheart? Zheng Shi and Jiang Yunfei bit their lower lips to suppress their laughter. Jiang Yunqi shook with suppressed laughter, as if having an epileptic fit. Seeing this, Jiang Fengtang's face darkened. He looked at Wei Shi with displeasure and said coldly, Don't call me that anymore. Wei Shi. Didn't he like that nickname? Why is he forbidding it now? Suddenly reprimanded by Jiang Fengtong in front of everyone, Wei Shi felt utterly humiliated. Clutching her chest, she looked at him with tear-filled eyes and began tang. But under his terrifying gaze, she ultimately swallowed the word husband that had been on her lips. Wei Shi appeared frail and heartbroken as she gazed at Jiang Fengtong. My lord, this concubine. I know not when I have angered you that you should treat me thus. Her words twisted and turned, drawing out the final syllable until Jiang Yunqi couldn't help but shiver. Good heavens, this is too nauseating. I can hardly bear it. Has Wei Shi forgotten that we are not in her bedchamber now? There are still many people here. Most importantly, the beautiful lady and I are still present. To behave like this before the younger generation, openly seducing my father, is that appropriate? What if she corrupts the children? The system chimed in, this is nothing. She has always interacted with your father this way in front of Jiang Yinshu. Good heavens, if Jiang Yinshu learns this behavior, even if she marries as a legitimate wife in the future, she will carry herself like a lowly concubine who cannot appear in polite society. Wouldn't that invite others to question the marquis Manor's upbringing? Hearing Jiang Yunxi's inner thoughts, Jiang Fengtong, who already detested Wei Shi, found his aversion deepening. By now he had reached the seat of honor and sat down without ceremony. Jiang Fengtong fixed Wei Shi with an icy stare. Wei Shi, mind your conduct. Do not act like a woman from a brothel and corrupt my daughters. The words struck like a venomous blow, draining all color from Wei Shi's face. A woman from a brothel. She never imagined Jiang Fengtong would use such a vile term to describe her. As if struck by a tremendous blow, she stared at Jiang Fengtong on the main seat in utter disbelief. He ignored her completely, merely saying indifferently, everyone sit down. All took their seats. Only Wei Shi remained standing, staring at Jiang Fengtong, lost in thought. He paid her no mind, unwilling even to look at her. Seeing Wei Shi reminded him of Jiang Yunxi's conversation with the system and the mistakes he had made. He only wanted to strangle Wei Shi. Jiang Fengtong turned to Jiang Yunqi. Sierra, you've come to pay your respects to your mother today. Yes, father. Your health is poor and requires long-term care. The household physician says rising early is not good for your recovery. Since your grandmother has already instructed you to pay respects on the 5th and 10th of every month, follow that schedule from now on. The same applies to your mother here. Though he had already explained this to the girl, seeing Lu Shi's earlier behavior and Wei Shi fanning the flames, Jiang Fengtong felt it necessary to make the matter public, lest Lu Shi use this as a pretext to trouble the girl in the future or others deliberately cause mischief. Jiang Yunxi's lips curved into a smile. Sierra obeys grandmother and father. Lu Shi's smug smile instantly faltered as she witnessed Wei Shi being publicly humiliated. Could it be that the heir had arrived some time ago and witnessed her earlier mistreatment of the 5th young lady? Was he deliberately backing the 5th young lady? Jiang Yunfei sighed inwardly. She had known her father had arrived. After all, he had sent someone to tell her to delay her mother's arrival. From the 5th sister's inner thoughts she had overheard earlier, it seemed father did not want mother's arrival to interrupt 5th sister's enjoyment of Wei Shi's disgrace. She and her elder brother had repeatedly advised mother not to trouble 5th sister, but she had refused to listen. Fortunately, she had intervened in time to prevent a direct confrontation. My father truly cares for me, reiterating this in front of so many people. I don't believe father didn't inform mother of grandmother's instructions, yet she still. Forget it. In mother's eyes now, I'm just a villain at trying to ruin her precious son's perfect marriage. I can't blame her for targeting me. When it comes down to it, it's all my father's fault. If he had been more effective and investigated the Tao Sin matter earlier, dissolved the engagement, and let mother know the truth, she wouldn't be targeting me. Jiang Fengtong nearly choked. This ungrateful little wretch. No matter what happened, it always ended up being his fault. Despite all his protection and support, she showed not a shred of gratitude. Should I find an excuse to teach her a lesson, make her learn to honor her old father? But recalling his image in this brat's mind, Jiang Fengtong could only abandon the idea in resignation. Forget it. I have no standing or dignity left in her eyes. Better not dig myself any deeper. Jiang Yunfei bit her lower lip hard. Yes, everything my sister says is right. It's all father's fault. Why is he so slow? And big brother is also at fault. After all, he is one of the executors of the plan. Zheng Shi raised her teacup pretending to drink while concealing her face. Having a daughter who delights in your embarrassment is truly your blessing. Watching the detestable Wei Shi and listening to his unfilial daughter's inner complaints, Jiang Fengtang felt pain in every organ. Not wanting to invite further humiliation, he turned to Lu Shi. If you have any instructions to give, finish them quickly. We need to go pay our respects to father and mother. Father was still waiting to hear the unfilial daughter's inner thoughts. He only hoped that once they arrived and saw so many people, she would feast on other scandals instead of focusing on her old father's. At least spare me the last shred of dignity. Lu Shi smiled faintly. I have no further instructions. We can leave now. She glanced at Wei Shi, who still stood there weeping silently, and twitched the corner of her mouth. After a few seconds, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. My lord, what of concubine Wei? Wei Shi's eyes lit up. Gazing at Jiang Fengtang through tear-soaked lashes, she cooed, my lord. Hiss. No wonder my father is captivated by Wei Shi. With that tone, if I were a man, I fear I too would be undone. Jiang Yunxi's inner thoughts successfully dampened Jiang Fengtang's briefly improved mood. This brat. Does she still remember she is a daughter of the Marquis Manor? It's all Wei Shi's fault. She is the one who has corrupted this brat. Wei Shi, did you take my earlier words as wind passing your ears? I told you not to behave like a brothel woman before my daughters and corrupt them. Wei Shi, what my father means is that you can do whatever you like when you two are alone, but not in front of everyone. He still cares about his reputation. Jiang Fengtang inhaled sharply. Brat, you explained that very well. No need to explain further. Reprimanded by Jiang Fengtang once more, even Wei Shi, foolish as she was, knew she could not overstep again. She quickly wiped away her tears and curtsied. My lord, this concubine understands. Her voice had finally returned to normal. Jiang Fengtang rose. You may all return now. The lady and I are going to pay our respects to father and mother. Wei Shi jumped out again to seek attention. My lord, this concubine has not seen aunt for some time. May I accompany you to pay respects? Jiang Yunxi frowned and complained to the system. System, this way is like a cockroach, tenacious as ever. After being slapped in the face several times in public, she's still trying to save face by flaunting her status. System, what can you do? She's your father's cousin after all. Over the years, this identity has brought her countless benefits. Why would she give it up? Jiang Yunfei sneered inwardly. Wei, being her father's cousin, had indeed granted her immense convenience. She had harmed their mother and still walked away unscathed. But now that her father knew her true nature, surely he wouldn't continue to protect her, would he? Recalling her fifth sister's remarks, Jiang Yunfei secretly chuckled. Even if her father wanted to shield away her fifth sister's complaints, would make him choke on his own resolve. Jiang Yunxi's inner self stood with hands on hips, speaking in an arrogant tone. You insignificant little shrimps, how can you compare to me? My aunt is the marquise. None of you concubines are worthy of paying respects to my aunt. Only I have that privilege. Especially you, Zheng. Even as a secondary wife, you're still trampled beneath. What if my daughter harmed yours? It's just a confinement. You probably don't even know that your current state and your daughter's is all my doing. And you, Lu. So what if you're the legitimate wife? My cousin loves me, not you. Even if my aunt is angry that I didn't follow her plan to become my cousin's concubine, so what? No matter how displeased she is, as long as I cling to her, she won't ignore me. You're useless. I made you infertile, and nothing happened to me. In my cousin's heart, and the most important. Lu Jiang Yunxi's inner voice turned cold. Just now my cousin blamed me. It must be because you spoke ill of me in front of him. Just wait. Once I win him back, he'll deal with you. System, host, you're not a deity. How can you guess what Wei is thinking? Do I need to guess? Just look at how Wei glares at everyone. It's obvious. The three present who could hear Jiang Yunxi's thoughts quickly glanced at Wei. Look at how Wei sneers at my mother and the others, and how she glares at my stepmother with hatred. Do you still need to guess what's on her mind? Jiang Yunfei silently gave her fifth sister a thumbs up. She was right. Jiang Yuntang realized that even paying respects carried so many implications he hadn't known before. Every time Wei suggested going together to pay respects, he agreed, never realizing it would humiliate Lu and Zheng. Seeing Jiang Yuntang frozen in silence, Wei spoke again. My lord cousin, may I go with you to pay respects to aunt? Jiang Yuntang closed his eyes, masking the regret within. When he opened them again, his face was expressionless. Wei, know your place. You're merely a concubine. What right do you have to pay respects to my mother? Wei was stunned. She hadn't expected such an answer. Liu's face had darkened the moment Wei asked to join. Every time before, Jiang Yuntang had agreed. She thought this time would be the same. But now, a smile bloomed on Liu's face. Whoa, Wei got slapped again. System, is this the third strike from my father? Host, you're mistaken. This is the fourth. Oh, it doesn't matter. What matters is that my father has awakened. When he's not blindly favoring Wei, he's actually quite handsome. Jiang Yuntang thought, thank you for the compliment. But could you drop the blindly favoring part? System, host, don't celebrate too soon. What if your father falls for her tricks again? Jiang Yunxi. System, don't make me slap you when I'm happy. Jiang Yuntang, I'm not stupid. Now that I know Wai's true nature, and that she's used me as a substitute all these years, how could I be fooled again? To prove his reform, Jiang Yuntang turned to Zheng. Zheng, today you will accompany me and my wife to pay respects to my parents. Liu's smile vanished. Zheng's jaw dropped in disbelief. Seeing her frozen, Jiang Yuntang winked and glanced at Jiang Yunxi. This gesture made Zheng misunderstand, thinking he feared too many would hear Jiang Yunxi's thoughts, and needed her help to manage it. Zheng didn't refuse. Yes, young master. They hurried toward the marquis's residence. System, host, I found out who harmed your mother. Besides Wei herself, someone else instigated her. Jiang Yunxi's steps faltered briefly. She frowned. Someone instigated Wei to harm my mother. Who? A figure flashed in her mind. Is it my stepmother? Jiang Yunfei's breath quickened as she looked at her mother ahead. Could it be mother? If so, how will we siblings face our fifth sister in the future? Jiang Yunfei's mood visibly darkened, her smile fading. Jiang Yuntang casually glanced back, taking in everyone's expressions, and sighed inwardly. Please don't let it be Lu. Soon Jiang Yunxi dismissed the thought. It shouldn't be my stepmother. System was curious. Host, how can you be sure? Jiang Yunxi, I'm not stupid. If anyone Wei hates most, it's my stepmother. In Wei's eyes, without her she might have become the legitimate wife. If my stepmother dared to command her, she'd be handing Wei a weapon. My stepmother isn't foolish. Even if she wanted to harm my mother, she'd do it herself rather than involve Wei. Jiang Yunfei's feelings were mixed. Relieved that her fifth sister trusted her mother, yet disappointed that the trust was based on pragmatism. System, you're clever, but you got it wrong. Those words sent a chill through Jiang Yunxi and the others who could hear her thoughts. Jiang Yunfei's pupils contracted. She stared incredulously at her mother ahead. Her breath and steps faltered, nearly tripping. Fortunately, her maid caught her. Miss, be careful. I'm fine. She dared not lift her head to meet the gazes of her father, Madame Zheng, or her fifth sister. Zheng Shi gazed at Lu Shi's retreating figure, her eyes lacking their usual tranquility. If it truly was Lu Shi, then she let out a bitter smile. Even if it was Lu Shi, what could she do to her? She was the legitimate wife, while she herself was merely a concubine. Even her daughter knew that the lowly should not offend the noble. What could she do to Lu Shi? Lu Shi hated her and resented her. She was not surprised. If she were Lu Shi, she too would hate the other concubines. But it was Lu Shi herself who had come to beg for her hand in marriage on behalf of her husband. If her heart was not so magnanimous, why had she allowed her to enter the household? Harming her was one thing, but harming her children. Zheng Shi's eyes flashed with a sharp glint that she could never tolerate. Especially her daughter, who had only narrowly escaped with her life, and remained frail, sustained by medicine all these years. Zheng Shi's gaze inadvertently met Jiang Fengtang's sweeping eyes. She did not flinch or avoid his stare, fixing her eyes on him, as if to say, my lord, if Lu Shi truly harmed me and my children, would you protect her? Jiang Fengtang felt as if scorched by her gaze, and quickly averted his eyes. At that moment his heart was steeped in bitter sorrow, unbearably painful. He deeply regretted why he had sought trouble today by coming to eavesdrop on Sierra's thoughts. Wei Shi's actions had already caused him great embarrassment, making him feel as though he were wearing a green hat of shame. If Lu Shi also. Thinking of his legitimate children, and then of Jiang Yunxi, Jiang Fengtang sighed inwardly. If Lu Shi truly had, how should he handle it? System, could it be that my legitimate mother? Tell me quickly what is going on. Jiang Yunxi's eyes turned sharp, her voice growing cold. It was Lu Shi who had taken the initiative to seek my mother's hand in marriage for father. Logically, she should not harm mother. Could it be that she feared mother would bear children and become another Wei Shi, and so she? Host, the one who instigated Wei Shi to harm your mother is indeed not your legitimate mother. You are not wrong about that. Jiang Yunxi, system, are you trying to scare me to death? If I wasn't wrong, why did you say earlier that I had made a mistake? Do you know that speaking with such pauses can kill people? Jiang Yunfei lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Wiping away her tears discreetly, she too felt that the system's way of speaking was rather frustrating. Jiang Fengtang let out a long sigh of relief. This system. Let me finish first. Your legitimate mother is not entirely without fault. The hearts of those who could hear tightened once more. The midwife who delivered your mother was arranged by your legitimate mother. But she did not realize that the midwife had been prepared long ago by the one who instigated Wei Shi. Following that person's orders, Wei Shi deliberately had someone mislead your legitimate mother into finding her. If your legitimate mother had been more careful, perhaps your mother would not have suffered two difficult labors. Especially the second time, which nearly cost both mother and child. Jiang Yunxi fell silent. She could not bring herself to say that Lu Shi bore no blame, having been misled herself. After receiving the original owner's memories, Jiang Yunxi felt deep sympathy for the life she had endured all these years. Such a small child from birth learned to take medicine before even learning to eat. And later, due to Lu Shi's coldness and inaction, life was hard for her. Lu Shi managed the household affairs. If she claimed not to know the original owner's plight, Jiang Yunxi would never believe it. To manage such a large estate, well, one must place informants everywhere, otherwise it was impossible. Do not persuade others to be kind without having suffered their pain. Jiang Yunxi was not the original owner, nor was she Zheng Shi or Jiang Yunzheng. She could not forgive on behalf of the victims. "Ah, forget it. I am still a child. Thinking about such brain-draining matters will stunt my growth. I will include this matter in the letter about Wei Shi when I write to father later. I will also write a letter to mother just in case father tries to deceive her." Jiang Fengtang thought, "Do you have so little trust in me?" Jiang Yunqi replied otherwise. "System, tell me who actually instigated Wei Shi to harm my mother." "Host, if I said I couldn't find out, would you be angry?" Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened. "You couldn't find out? Are you joking? Aren't you supposed to be able to find out everything?" "System, host, this is not my fault. The person who contacted Wei Shi was an old nanny. The mastermind never showed their face. I traced Wei Shi to that old nanny, but could not investigate further. If I could see that old nanny, perhaps I could find out. Or you could upgrade me." The system's voice grew smaller toward the end, lacking confidence. Jiang Yunqi fumed. "You useless system. You are quick at everything else, but you fail at the critical moment. It's not my fault. That old nanny only contacted Wei Shi a few times and never revealed any urgent information, just delivered money, medicine, and messages. Through Wei Shi, I could only find out that much. Useless system, useless at the critical moment." Strangely, hearing Jiang Yunxi's complaints, Jiang Fengtang felt relieved. So there were things the system could not find out. Having been repeatedly exposed by the system, Jiang Fengtang felt as if he had no secrets left, even his underwear stripped away. Although the system was quite useful, it was not so pleasant when the one being exposed was oneself. Fortunately, only family members could hear his daughter's thoughts. If others heard them, his daughter's safety. Host, why not upgrade the system? After the upgrade, the system's functions will be more powerful, and perhaps we can find the person who harmed your mother. Zheng Shi had been frowning, pondering who wanted to harm her. She believed she had never made any enemies, let alone anyone with such a deep grudge as to kill her and her children. She had originally thought it was Wei Shi, but now it seemed there was someone behind her. Yet no matter how she racked her brain, she could not find a suspect. Upgrading to the next level is not expensive. Only 500 gossip points. Gossip points, right? I have finished eating Wei Shi's gossip. Shouldn't you reward me with gossip points? Ding. Host successfully consumed Wei Shi's gossip. Gossip points 600. Current gossip points 4,700. 4,700. Finally, she had enough gossip points to improve the health of her family of 3 in exchange for the 100 poisons immunity pill for her mother and brother. Sensing Jiang Yunxis thought, the system cautiously spoke. "Host, after you accumulate more gossip points, would you prioritize upgrading me? After the upgrade, I can serve you better for sure." Jiang Yunxi thought about it. After exchanging for those pills, she had no urgent need for any other items recently. After all, being able to live a second life and regain her health was largely thanks to this system. Although she often called it useless, it was actually quite helpful. At least with it, she had the confidence to survive in this alternate world. The higher its level, the more powerful its functions, and the safer she would be. Jiang Yunqi said with feigned pride, "Fine, since you are so pitiful, I will use the gossip points accumulated later to upgrade you first." The system was overjoyed. "Host, rest assured. From now on, I will take you to eat more gossip and accumulate more gossip points. When you pay respects to your grandmother later, you will meet many people. Let's eat lots of gossip and save up points." This system swears it will gather enough gossip points for its upgrade today. Jiang Fengtang silently lit a candle for those who might be encountered later. He hoped they had no hidden secrets, or else. Watching the yellow-haired girl quietly sitting beside her mother after the ceremony, Jiang Jinglan furrowed his brows. Could the ladies hear this girl's thoughts? Did her system find out about the little girl from the Tao family? She looks ordinary, just a commonplace girl without anything remarkable. Upon closer comparison with the numerous grandsons and granddaughters below, it is not entirely true that the girl is unremarkable. Among these descendants, she is the thinnest and most inconspicuous, making one feel pain just to look at her. How could a young lady from a marquis family end up so yellow-skinned and skinny with her hair a dull yellow, showing none of the grace of a marquis daughter? By the way, she seems to be the 5th among the maids, even shorter than the 8th. If this girl were to be seen outside, wouldn't it disgrace the Pingyang marquis mansion? Jiang Yunqi was unaware of what her grandfather was thinking. In the room, there were several ladies dressed in dazzling jewels. There were also quite a few young girls wearing beautifully colored attire. Against the backdrop of these fair-skinned women, her appearance as a little ugly duckling stood out even more. Unable to help but touch her face, Jiang Yunqi complained to the system, "System, sitting here makes me feel a bit ashamed of myself. Look at my aunts and sisters, each one more beautiful than the last, each with their own charm. As for me in my current state, I don't even qualify to be a supporting character for them." Jiang Jinglin's eyes widened in disbelief. What had he just heard? He couldn't help but stare at Jiang Yunqi, not even blinking. "Don't worry, host. You have already gathered enough points. Once you take the body-strengthening pill, your condition will improve, and you'll soon become beautiful. Your parents are not unattractive and your body has a good foundation. Once your health improves, you will change day by day. Moreover, once I upgrade, the system store will also upgrade, offering an abundance of beauty and skincare items. The key is to eat more melon seeds and accumulate more points to ensure you become a great beauty." Jiang Yunqi shyly covered her face. "Oh dear, what a great beauty. My mother is the great beauty. Ew, I just want to be a little beauty." Jiang Jinglin's eyelids twitched, his face twitching continuously. He was certain that the little girl hadn't moved her mouth, and what he heard must be her thoughts. Jiang Jinglan quickly leaned closer to the marquis wife, and said, "Madam, did you hear that? That girl." The marquis wife interrupted him, "Did you not already know? Why are you so surprised? Stay calm, don't let her notice any flaws. And pay attention to the others to see if they can hear her thoughts." Jiang Jinglan replied, "Right, I specifically called everyone today to see who can hear her thoughts, and to investigate what issues the legitimate granddaughter's marriage might have." He had just forgotten about this matter. While he forgot, others did not. Jing Fingtong along with Zhang and Zhang Yunfei had long begun to examine everyone present with the precedent of Lu not being able to hear their attention was more focused on the third generation of the Marquis family. These individuals had some blood relation to Jiang Yunxi, increasing the probability that they could hear her thoughts. After waiting for a while, seeing Jiang Yunxi engrossed in watching the beauties, the Marquis wife gave the Marquis a glance and softly said, "Inquire about how the children are doing at the academy." Among the third generation of the Marquis family, the older boys either had assignments or were attending the academy, with many of the visiting children being girls and younger boys. They were all enrolled in the academy. Jiang Jinglan coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention, and said calmly, "How have you all been doing at the academy lately?" As soon as these words were spoken, the third generation, who had been quietly chatting, suddenly turned mute, each shrinking back to minimize their presence to avoid being called out by their grandfather. While Jiang Yunxi was admiring the beauty, she thought, "What the hell, why did he bring up the academy? Can't we discuss something more enjoyable?" Sure enough, no matter where they were, the elders would always ask the same questions. How are you doing in school? What rank did you achieve? Do you have a partner? When will you get married? When will you have children? What job are you doing now, and how much do you earn? Have you bought a house? Have you bought a car? Listening to Jiang Yunxi's thoughts, Jiang Jinglan watched as the grandchildren all lowered their heads and avoided his gaze, feeling a pang in his heart. What else could he ask if not about their studies? His gaze couldn't help but linger on Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi thought, "Grandfather, why are you looking at me? Please don't look at me. Ooh, I feel so pressured." The system replied, "Could he be thinking of you as a poor student who has been sick for years and hasn't attended school properly, preparing to make you go to school?" Jiang Yunxi thought, "Please don't know, I don't want to go to the academy." Jiang Jinglan frowned, feeling quite displeased. What was this fifth girl thinking? How could she not attend school? Is she only focused on becoming beautiful, wanting to be a superficial beauty, without any knowledge? That wouldn't do. If anyone found out, it would be a joke on the Marquis family. Jiang Jinglan's expression turned serious. "As young masters and young ladies of the Marquis family, I do not expect you to have extensive knowledge, or to take the imperial examination and return as top scholars, but you should at least manage to get by. You can't communicate with others, and if someone asks you something you wouldn't know how to respond, wouldn't that disgrace the Marquis family?" Jiang Jinglan said this while glancing at all his grandchildren, his gaze lingering once more on Jiang Yunxi. "Oh no, grandfather won't be pointing at me, right? Why is he staring at me? Please don't make me go to school. I don't need it right now. My current level is probably even higher than going to school would be a complete waste of time. Most importantly, it wouldn't help me hide my abilities. An ordinary person without much culture has suddenly become skilled in a short time. Anyone with sharp eyes would see something amiss. Oh, what if they think I'm some kind of please just let me be for a few years. Even when I have to reveal my talents later, I can just say I've been self-studying all these years, and that will be my excuse." Jiang Jinglan's eyes widened. This fifth girl was so capable. Her level was higher than the teacher's. In his astonishment, he continued to stare at Jiang Yunxi, making her feel uneasy. "Don't stare at me like that. I'm just a little shrimp. If you want to assess the knowledge of your grandchildren, you should evaluate those who are attending school seriously. Don't assess me, who hardly studies." Jiang Jinglan realized, "So you know you're not studying seriously." Seeing the situation was getting serious, the Marquis wife worried that if the Marquis continued this way, it would alert the fifth girl. She hurriedly interjected, "All right, Marquis, look at how frightened the children are. If you want to know about the children's academic performance, you can ask the teachers later, and you'll find out clearly. You don't even know what they are studying now. Oh, what's the point of asking? The teachers are here. Don't add to the chaos." As she spoke, the Marquis wife desperately signaled Jiang Jinglan. Jiang Jinglan replied, "All right then, I won't ask." Seeing her grandfather look away, Jiang Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief. "Three pure saints, Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, all the gods, please ensure no one brings up my schooling." Everyone who heard this twitched in unison. "Your beliefs are rather eclectic." To avoid alerting Jiang Yunxi, Madame Ho casually brought up a topic to chat with her daughters-in-law. Listening to their idle chatter, Jiang Yunxi touched her belly, having risen at around 4. It was now past 6, and she was feeling somewhat hungry. "System, I'm hungry." "Hungry? You just ate some pastries in your birth mother's courtyard." Jiang Yunxi pouted. "It was just a small plate of pastries, only a few tiny pieces in total, not enough to fill my teeth. You know very well that this body is severely depleted and needs nourishment to quickly make up for the deficit." Jiang Jinglan looked at his fifth granddaughter, unable to help but agree in his heart. Indeed, it's quite deficient. How did our noble lady become like this? Madame Ho thought of what her eldest son had informed her and couldn't help but sigh, casting a slightly reproachful glance at Lu Shi, who was seated below. "Bring some snacks and food quickly." Make sure there are various kinds, and serve the young ladies and young masters first. They are at a growing stage, and must not be left hungry. Jiang Yunx's eyes widened. Grandmother really knows how to care for others. Madame House's lips curled up if this child still had a sweet tongue. Yet when she came to pay her respects before, she was like a tight-lipped gourd. Jiang Jinglan thought, I feel like the fifth girl is hinting at me, but I have no evidence. Soon the snacks were delivered and 3 trays were placed on the tea table beside Jiang Yunxi. Feeling extremely hungry, she didn't care whether anyone else was eating and immediately prepared to grab some snacks. Host, you'd better not eat. Jiang Yunx's hand froze in midair. Why can't I eat? I'm about to starve to death. Is someone trying to poison me? Her inner thoughts left several people who could hear them stunned. A few immediately changed their expressions. Jiang Yunfei, who was about to grab a pastry, turned sharply and ran towards a nearby teacup. Jiang Fengtang, who is so bold as to dare to cause trouble in my mother's courtyard? Madame Ho scoffed. Having handed over the management rights and practiced Buddhism for so many years, had people forgotten her methods? Daring to poison her food, which she had prepared for the children. Pingyang Marquis, Jiang Jinglan scanned the room, filled with servants with sharp eyes wondering who it... System, there is no poison. If there were, I wouldn't stop you. After all, it won't kill you. Jiang Yunxi, I have a saying of the national essence. I wonder if I should say it or not. Although I'm not afraid of poison now, I wouldn't be foolish enough to knowingly eat something poisonous. I'm not stupid. The others, unaware that Jiang Yunxi was now immune to all poisons, began to have a poor impression of the system. Isn't the fifth sister your host? Is she not your master? Is this how you treat your master? Since there is no poison, then why do you stop me? I'm about to starve to death. As Jiang Yunxi spoke, her hand continued towards the favored pastries. Host, although there is no poison, there is someone else's saliva on it. Jiang Yunxi's face darkened. Others' expressions also soured. Looking at the siblings who had already started eating, a wave of nausea surged within. Jiang Yunxi covered her mouth with a handkerchief, so those who have started eating are consuming someone else's saliva. System, their pastries don't have any, only yours has. Jiang Yunxi, what do you mean by that? Are mine, and there's not from the same batch. That's not the case. It was just that a little maid delivering the pastries couldn't hold back a sneeze, and without time to turn away, she sprayed her saliva all over the pastries she was carrying. Seeing she had caused trouble, she worried about being scolded by the matron, and seeing no one was looking, she simply brought the pastries over. Jiang Yunxi, then how did they end up with me? What else could it be? It's just that you're easy to bully. Oh, every time you come to pay your respects, you curl up there keeping your head down and not speaking. Zhang Shi tightened her grip on the handkerchief, realizing her daughter always behaved this way when paying respects to Madame Ho. No wonder she is unwilling to come and pay her respects. Jiang Yunxi thought how weak was the original owner to be bullied by anyone. Jiang Jinglan frowned, bringing the pastry that had been sprayed by the maid over to the young lady. This maid had been too bold. He lowered his voice to Madame Ho. Madam, it would be best to send that little maid away. This time it was the fifth girl. Next time, who knows who will suffer? Madame Ho furrowed her brow. Do I need you to remind me? I can't keep such a maid in the courtyard. Looking at the enticing trays of pastries, Jiang Yunxi no longer felt tempted. Instead, she felt sick. Quickly turning her head out of sight, out of mind. Watching others eat with relish, she felt like crying. Why is everyone bullying me? I'm about to starve to death, yet all I get are saliva pastries. Seeing but not able to eat, it's so hard for me. System host, you should be worried about something else now. If everyone else is eating happily, and you're not, and someone says at this moment, fifth girl, why aren't you eating? Is Madame's pastry not to your taste? Would you eat or not? Jiang Yunxi suddenly feeling like crying. At this moment, she just hoped she could be invisible like the original owner, so everyone couldn't see her. Seeing Jiang Yunxi's twisted expression, a few people who knew the truth couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Fengtang cleared his throat and maliciously said, Sierra, why aren't you eating? Don't you love pastries? Is Madame's pastry not to your liking? You little brat, letting you expose my flaws, letting you enjoy my misfortune, let's see if I can disgust you. Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Fengtang. She never expected that the first person to stab her in the back would be her own benefactor father. At this moment, Jiang Yunxi felt the deep malice of this world. Zheng Shi frowned, looking disapprovingly at Jiang Fengtang. What does the young master mean? Knowing full well there is saliva on those pastries, how can he say this, intentionally provoking Sierra to eat? Jiang Yunxi gritted her teeth. Father, Sierra just ate quite a few pastries from mother. I can't eat anymore now. The physician of the house said I should eat proper meals and have fewer pastries. Jiang Yunxi thought, stinky father, I never expected you to be such a father. I originally wanted to write you a report to tell you that Wei Shi treats you as a substitute, plotting against the birth mother, and my mother drugging you and your women, causing your offspring not to flourish. Now that I'm angry, there's no rush to tell you, let you remain in the dark for a while longer, let Wei Shi feed you more drugs. Jiang Jinglan's expression changed drastically. Even Madame Ho, who had experience with the Tao family incident, had her facial muscles twitch violently, her hands trembling slightly. What did the fifth girl say? Wei Shi treats her son as a substitute, putting a green headband on him, even drugging him to prevent him from having offspring. How could she dare to do that? Jiang Fengtang realized that his disgrace was about to be exposed to more people. He knew that his father and mother would definitely keep him behind to question him about Wei Shi. At this moment Jiang Fengtang only wanted to give himself a hard slap. Knowing that the stinky girl's thoughts are as leaky as a funnel with no door to speak of, why did he provoke her? Now it's gone badly, and he has dug his own grave. Madame Ho adjusted her expression, smiling lightly. It was grandmother's oversight. The fifth girl is weak and indeed needs to eat proper meals and have fewer pastries. Bring down the pastries from Miss Five's table and serve her some congee and side dishes. Madame Ho said, also glaring at Jiang Fengtang. Her own daughter had been wrong. Didn't she hear the girl constantly saying she was hungry? Jiang Yunx's eyes sparkled as she smiled widely. Thank you, grandmother. As expected, grandmother is the best. There's a special bond between generations. This father can't be kept. Whoever wants him can take him away. Jiang Fengtang felt like spitting blood. Previously this child said having a godfather was enough, and now that she had coaxed her back, she no longer wanted him. What would he do next to win her back? Zheng Shi and Zhang Yunfei thought, serves him right. Seeing Jiang Yunxi eating with relish and the chorus of voices in her mind falling silent, the marquise remembered her second purpose for the day and deliberately brought up a topic. Second daughter-in-law, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to find a match for Yue. Now that your elder sister-in-law is here, you might as well seek her advice. After all, she has already arranged marriages for both her son and daughter, and both seem to be from good family. Even as she said this, the marquise felt it was disingenuous, for the Tao family was hardly a good match. The elder son and Ting had personally investigated the brothels that Tao Sin frequented, and they had confirmed it was indeed him. Now they were merely waiting for Ting to arrange a meeting with the Tao family to catch him in the act. Since Siener's inner thoughts had proven accurate, there must surely be issues with Feyer's marriage as well. If not for wanting to provoke her into revealing her thoughts, I would not have had to speak such insincere words. Lu, delighted by her mother-in-law's praise, beamed, and said to Jiang's second wife, Chi's sister-in-law, if you have thoughts about what kind of match you want for Yue, just tell me, and it'll help. Jiang Yunxi paused mid-sip of her porridge, her head slightly bowed as the corners of her lips curled down, a flash of undisguised mockery flickering in her eyes. You dare boast about giving advice? Don't lead people astray. Look at the matches you've made for your own children. They're disastrous. I won't even get into Tao Sin. I feel sorry for my elder brother already. And my beautiful elder sister. Why choose your own nephew as a son-in-law? You think marrying her back into your family is good for her, that her in-laws would be her uncle and aunt who... But do you know that cousin marriages mostly result in unhealthy children? Miscarriages, stillbirths, deformities, intellectual disabilities, or children too weak to survive. Look at Wei and my father. Every pregnancy ends in miscarriage, and even Jiang Yunshu barely survived. And that's only because Wei's mother and grandmother were halves. If you and your brother were full siblings, your beautiful sister would have even less chance of leaving descendants. Although they had heard this before, Jiang Fengtang and Jiang Yunfei still couldn't help clenching their fists. The marquise and Jiang Jinglin's faces also turned pale. Fortunately, Jiang Yunxi was looking down and didn't notice their reactions. Lu, now brimming with excitement, advised Jiang's second wife, second sister-in-law, let me tell you, if there are suitable matches among your maternal relatives, you should consider them. As for Yue, Jiang Yunxi screamed internally, Lu, will you ever stop? You've ruined my elder sister, and now you want to ruin my cousin too. Why won't someone stop her? System host, who do you expect to stop her? Nowadays cousin marriages are all the rage, seen as strengthening family ties. They don't know the dangers of consanguineous marriage. Jiang Yunxi frowned. With so many cousin marriages, hasn't anyone looked into their offspring? One investigation would be, hasn't anyone noticed something wrong? Of course they have, but those in the know dare not speak up. Think about it. With so many people in consanguineous marriages, if this came to light, what would happen to those already wed? Would they divorce the wives? But they're victims too. So those who know just forbid their own families from such unions. So it's none of my business, why bother? But that only creates more victims. Isn't there a way to stop this? We can't just watch more people fall into the trap. Jiang Yunxi lost her appetite. She placed her spoon back into the bowl with a clink, grimacing. System, why is it always women who suffer? When a woman can't conceive, everyone blames her, calling her a barren hen. But it's the man who provides the seed. If the seed is bad, how can there be a harvest? Even farmers know to select good seeds for a good harvest. So why, when it comes to childbirth, is infertility always the woman's fault? Women are just the soil. No matter how fertile, if the seed is flawed, it's useless. The marquise and Zheng frowned in thought, then relaxed. Their daughter's reasoning seemed quite sound. Jiang Yunfei felt as if a new world had opened up. Infertility wasn't a woman's problem, but a man's. Jiang Jinglan and Jiang Fengtang, hearing Jiang Yunx's complaints, inexplicably felt awkward. Especially after seeing the looks their wives and daughters cast their way. Those women who marry their cousins, if they can't conceive or give birth to deformed or intellectually disabled children, it's always blamed on them. But the fault isn't theirs. One by one they're wronged, labeled barren hens, or bearers of ill omens for birthing abnormal children. Just thinking about it makes me angry for them. Jiang Yunxi clenched her fists, her face dark. System, isn't there really a way? If we could stop consanguineous marriages, how much suffering could we prevent? How many innocent women could we save? The marquise looked at Jiang Yunxi with great tenderness. Fifth girl was a good, kind-hearted child. System, aren't you a super AI? Can't you think of something? If we really stop these marriages, it would be a great merit, and it would benefit you too. The system whined, host, you're asking too much of me. I'm just a gossip system, not a deity. What can I do? Jiang Yunxi deflated like a punctured balloon, listless. The few who could hear her thoughts also fell into silence. After a while the system spoke again. Host, maybe you can do something. Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened me. What can I do? Host, remember you wanted to save your sister from marrying her cousin. To do that you'll have to tell your father about the dangers of consanguineous marriage. If he investigates, he'll find plenty of evidence. Your father is a third-rank official, and your grandfather is a marquis. If they report their findings to the emperor, don't you think he'd take it seriously? After all, in this era population is a vital resource. Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up right. In this imperial society, if the emperor issues an edict declaring the dangers of cousin marriages and banning them, no one would dare defy it for fear of their life. To protect those already in such marriages, the emperor could also decree that no wives may be divorced and must be well cared for. That way there would be no more victims, and those already harmed would have a good outcome. System, not only that, your father can only investigate a small fraction. If the emperor orders a nationwide inquiry, the data would be far greater and more credible. Jiang Yunxi chuckled. If this succeeds, it would be a great merit. And my father and grandfather who propose it would likely be heavily rewarded by the emperor. Remembering how her cheap father had just tried to trick her, Jiang Yunxi snorted. System, wouldn't that just benefit him? He just set me up. I don't want to do him any favors. Jiang Fengtang couldn't help rubbing his nose. Was this girl so vengeful? System, but who else can you tell? Given your previous letter, your father will believe you. Others might not. Besides, if your father is promoted and enriched by the emperor, you'll benefit too. Jiang Yunxi grumbled. If he rises in rank, the biggest beneficiaries would be my legal mother and my elder brother and sister. I'd be lucky to get even a scrap. It feels like such a loss. Watching her fifth sister pout in frustration, Jiang Yunfei inexplicably felt guilty. Forget it. If it saves countless women, it'll take them. When we get back, he'll write the report. Host, your legal mother's scheme against your sister isn't just about cousin marriage. Want the full story? Host, your stepmother's scheme against your sister goes beyond just arranging a marriage between close relatives. Do you want the full story? Jiang Yunxi, what? There's more. Just how malicious is my stepmother? System, tell me quickly. I must inform my father. System, I'm deeply worried about my own and my brother's future marriages. Our marriages are reportedly in the hands of our stepmother. If she would harm her own children, how much worse would it be for us who are not born of her womb? Upon hearing Jiang Yunxi's thoughts, those present frowned as they looked at Lu Shi, who was enthusiastically conversing with Madame Jiang Er. Jiang Fengtang realized he could no longer entrust his children's marriages to Lu Shi. The marquise decided she must personally oversee the marriages of her grandchildren. She also resolved to involve the fifth daughter to help mitigate risks. System, host, I believe you need not worry. Do you think after what happened to your elder brother and sister, your father would still allow your stepmother to handle your marriages? You're right. Jiang Yunxi's face brightened from gloom. System, tell me quickly. I need to write it in a letter to inform my father. Your stepmother's esteemed nephew has taken a mistress, and she is pregnant. She is his beloved. He plans for her to give birth, and after your sister marries and he will bring the child back to be raised as legitimate under your sister's name. Congratulations to your sister. Before she is even wed, she is to become a mother, and her own child will lose the status of legitimate eldest. Jiang Yunfei's hand trembled, knocking over the teacup beside her. A sourness filled her nose, her eyes welled with tears that fell. How could her cousin treat her so? He had professed his love, promising to marry her with grandeur when she came. Her mother had already discussed with him that once her elder brother's marriage was settled, they would arrange theirs with her aunt. Yet her cousin had taken a mistress and even impregnated her. He even intended for her to raise that child. It was utterly insulting. Did he have no regard for their bond as cousins? Was this the perfect husband her mother had painstakingly chosen for her? Jiang Yunfei was furious. Miss, are you alright? Were you burned? I'm fine. She dared not lift her head, fearing others would see her distress, but her nasal voice betrayed her. How can you be fine? Miss, you're crying. You must be badly burned. He'll call for the physician. The maid moved to summon the doctor. I'm fine. The tea wasn't hot. I wasn't burned. Don't call the physician. Jiang Yunfei was in a foul mood, and the maid's persistence irritated her. But miss. The marquise, knowing the truth, quickly interrupted the maid's chatter. Enough, say no more. Fair, come here. Let your grandmother see. Jiang Yunfei lowered her head and walked to the marquis's side, her voice full of grievance. Grandmother. Recalling what she had heard, the marquise felt great pity for her eldest legitimate granddaughter and pulled her into an embrace. Good child, don't be afraid. Grandmother, rest assured you have your grandfather, grandmother, and your father. The marquise whispered in Jiang Yunfei's ear. Don't worry, grandmother won't let you walk into a trap. Remember what your fifth sister is planning. That marriage of yours will not happen. The marquise cast a hostile glance at Lu Shi, who was still chatting cheerfully. Lu Shi, is this the fine marriage you found for your daughter? To make her a mother before she's even wed. This is an utter humiliation. Jiang Yunxi watched her sister being comforted in their grandmother's arms. My sister must have been burned badly to cry like that. I wonder if it will leave a scar. Jiang Yunfei felt her reputation was being unjustly maligned, as if she would cry over a mere burn. System, do you have any scar-removing medicine? My sister is so beautiful it would be a shame if her hand scarred. Scar medicine certainly exists, but your sister won't need it. That tea went cold long ago. She's probably just looking for some attention. Jiang Yunfei, who was sobbing in her grandmother's arms, suddenly found it hard to continue crying. She was heartbroken, yet the system spoke of her this way. This system was truly annoying. Zheng Shi stifled a laugh. Even the marquis, who had been furious, felt her anger. Jiang Yunxi, how fortunate to have a grandmother's love. System, do you know where my sister's fiancé keeps his mistress? He'll write it in the letter for my father to investigate. Host, I can't tell from your sister alone. I need to see the man. Jiang Yunxi sighed in resignation. Fine, then my father will have to investigate himself. I just wonder if he'll believe it. Given your previous letter of accusation, he should. At worst, he'll have to work a bit harder to keep that scoundrel under surveillance. Then let's end this morning's greetings quickly. I need to hurry back and write the letter. Jiang Yunxi sighed. There's so much to write today. Wei Shi's matters, the dangers of close-kin marriage, and my sister's scoundrel fiancé. My hand is going to be sore today. Even though I can write now, brush calligraphy is too slow and time-consuming. The system sensed its host was setting a trap and pretended not. Jiang Yunxi thought, why doesn't it take the bait? If it did, she could trick it into giving her modern pens. Seeing that Jiang Yunxi was eager to return and write the marquise, having achieved her goal, he no longer wished to watch Lu Shi sharing her wisdom on finding spouses with her sister-in-law. It was an eyesore. She had already harmed her eldest granddaughter. She couldn't let her harm the other grandchildren. All right, everyone may disperse. Go about your business. The marquise commanded. Jiang Jinglan quickly added, eldest son, stay. I have something to discuss. The others rose to leave. Lu Shi looked at Jiang Yunfei, who was still in the marquis's arms. Mother, I intend to teach Fei household management. May she come with me? The marquise, irritated by Lu Shi's presence, said coldly, there's no rush to learn. I have matters to discuss with Fei. She will stay with me today. If she let Fei leave with her, her current state would surely give her away. Lu Shi had no choice but to leave with Zheng Shi and Jiang Yunxi. As soon as they parted from Lu Shi, the system's announcement chimed. Ding! Host successfully uncovered Jiang Yunfei's affair. Gossip points 600. Current total 5,300. Host. The points for the medicinal pill are gathered and I have enough for my first upgrade. Shall I exchange for the pill? Can I upgrade now? System, don't rush the upgrade. When I return to write the letter, detail all the evidence against Wei Shi. You can upgrade after I finish the letter. Understood, host. The system had already waited for days for the host to finish writing, so a little more waiting was no problem. If its virtual form weren't bouncing around in Jiang Yunxi's spiritual sea, its words would be far more convincing. As for the pill, I'll exchange for it when I return, and after father receives the letter and deals with Wei Shi, he'll secretly administer the pill to them. Fifth sister, where are you? Jiang Yunfei's voice called out from the courtyard, as Jiang Yunxi pretended to study in the study. To justify her future ability to read and write, Jiang Yunxi spent 2 or 3 hours each day feigning study. Startled by the call, her left hand jerked, dragging the brush across the paper and leaving a long black tail on the character she was writing. Well, this page is ruined. Writing with the left hand is so difficult. I wonder how left-handers manage it. With no entertainment to pass the time, Jiang Yunxi amused herself by practicing calligraphy with her left hand. Her right hand was already proficient, leaving her no choice but to train the left. Hearing the urgency in Jiang Yunfei's voice, she shook her head involuntarily. I wonder what could have happened to make my usually composed eldest sister so flustered. Realizing she could no longer write, Jiang Yunxi set down her brush, tidied up, briefly rose, and opened the study door. Elder sister, I am in the study. Jiang Yunfei rushed over upon hearing her, pulling her along. Little sister, hurry, let's go to grandmother's courtyard. With her frail frame, Jiang Yunxi could hardly resist, not that she intended to resist anyway, so she followed along. Why are we going to grandmother's courtyard? Jiang Yunfei was on a mission. The previous night, Jiang Yunting had his plan gone drinking at a brothel with a group of young masters, including a cousin of third Miss Tao. Through a series of maneuvers, someone among the group demanded Lian Shuang's company, thus bringing her, third Miss Tao, into their midst. Several in Jiang Yunting's party recognized her, especially her cousin. Upon seeing her, someone immediately called out her name, exposing her identity. The drinking came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Yunting threw a cold remark at third Miss Tao and her cousin. I await an explanation from the Tao family, before sweeping away. Jiang Fengtong, anticipating the Tao family's visit that day to discuss the matter, sent Jiang Yunfei to fetch Jiang Yunxi. Through her system, she could ascertain the Tao family's intentions in advance to adapt accordingly. Jiang Yunfei, notified that the Tao family had arrived at the Marquis gate, hurried over to find Jiang Yunxi. Fifth sister, something huge has happened. Last night, eldest brother stormed home in a rage and went straight to mother, accusing her of ruining him by giving him an unchaste fiancé. Hearing this, Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. Here it comes finally. The drama I've been waiting for so long is about to begin. I told father every detail of third Miss Tao's itinerary, but he dragged his feet until now. I've waited until the flowers have withered. Jiang Yunfei nearly lost her composure. She closed her eyes, striving to dispel the gleeful mental voice from her mind, and control her emotions following the script she had prepared before coming. I was at Mother's courtyard when the gatekeeper reported the Tao family's arrival. Minister Tao, his wife, and the elder master and Madam Tao have come together likely to discuss. The engagement is being called off finally. I can be free from the threat of disease. I've waited too long for this day. Jiang Yunxi no longer needed Jiang Yunfei to pull her along. At her sister's demure pace, the drama would be over by the time they reached grandmother's court. Gossip must be savored fresh. Catching the tail end was pointless. Taking the lead, she broke into a trot. Elder sister, you're too slow. If we don't hurry, the Tao family will already be there. Once they arrive, they'll likely clear the area and not let us in. We need to get there early and hide. Calling off an engagement was scandalous, especially when the reason was third Miss Tao masquerading as a brothel girl. It was obvious the Tao family wouldn't allow spectators. Jiang Yunfei, rest assured, even if others are barred, you'll be let in. Otherwise, why would father have sent me? After a few steps, Jiang Yunxi realized her pace was still slow. Moreover, her frail body couldn't sustain a run all the way to grandmother's courtyard. Her eyes darted around, spotting a sturdy maidservant in the yard. She let go of Jiang Yunfei's hand and ran over. Nanny, hurry, carry me to grandmother's courtyard as fast as you can, and I'll reward you with a tael of silver. Hearing this, the maidservant, a tael of silver being a month and a half's wages, eagerly scooped up Jiang Yunxi and ran without hesitation. Jiang Yunfei, I had prepared a whole speech to convince my sister to join me in watching the drama at grandmother's, but she's even more eager than I am. All my words are wasted. Jiang Yunxi, not being enthusiastic about gossip is a failure of the mind. In this era, without phones, computers, or entertainment, gossip is my only joy, especially since gossip earns me points. After the system upgrade, Jiang Yunxi gained more ways to collect gossip points. Even watching drama in person yielded. Having taken the fitness pill and feeling her body improve daily, she wouldn't miss a chance to accumulate gossip value. Seeing Jiang Yunfei frozen, she urged, "Elder sister, what are you waiting for? Let's go." The sisters arrived at Huilan courtyard as the Marquis of Pingyang, his wife, the heir, and his spouse along with Jiang Yunting greeted the two Tao couples. Jiang Yunfei led Jiang Yunxi to hide in a tea room adjoining the main hall where the meeting would take place. Seeing the Marquis's personal nanny coming to clear the area, Jiang Yunxi tensed. Will she kick us out and stop us from eavesdropping? The nanny, already instructed, ignored the sisters and addressed the maids in the tea room. You're not needed here. Come with me. Watching the nanny leave with the maids, Jiang Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly missing out on live gossip. Host, the Tao family is shameless. They're not here to call off the engagement. The Jiang family members in the hall changed expression. However, their faces had already been grim, so the Tao family didn't notice the shift. Lu Shi kept glancing around as if searching for something. Hearing from the system that the Tao family wasn't here to break the engagement, Jiang Yunxi grew furious and opened her mouth to curse. Fortunately, Jiang Yunfei, quick to react, clamped a hand over her mouth. Realizing she had nearly exposed herself, Jiang Yunxi thought, close call. I almost got caught and thrown out, missing the live drama. As Jiang Yunfei covered her mouth and shook her head in warning, Jiang Yunxi nodded in understanding, signaling she would stay quiet. After Jiang Yunfei released her, Jiang Yunxi, still wary, covered her own mouth and quickly asked the system, if the Tao family isn't here to break the engagement, what are they here for? They wouldn't want the Marquis to uphold the marriage and take that unchaste, diseased third Miss Tao as a bride, would they? Have they no shame? Lu Shi's face drained of all color. As the voices reached Lu Shi's ears, clarity struck her like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Yet glancing at the others who seemed oblivious to any anomaly, she found herself unable to remain seated. She absolutely needed to confirm whether the Tao family had truly come to dissolve the engagement. By protocol, with the Marquis and his wife present, it was not her place to speak first, but Lu Shi could no longer afford such formalities. Lu Shi's eyes blazed with fury. Minister Tao, have you come today to discuss the annulment of the engagement between our two houses? Embarrassment flickered across the faces of the Tao family members, yet no one offered a reply. Observing their reaction, the Jiang family understood that the Tao family's visit, as the system had indicated, was not for a breakup. It stood to reason. If they intended to sever ties, they would not have come empty-handed. Not only would they need to return the previously given gifts, but as the offending party, they would also have to prepare generous reparations. Moreover, how would they justify the reason? Could they admit that their own daughter had been unchaste and restless, resorting to working as a courtesan in a brothel only to be discovered by her betrothed? If so, what would become of the Tao family's reputation? The women of the Tao household would be utterly ruined. The unmarried daughters of the Tao family would never find husbands, doomed to remain spinsters at home. Worse still, the sons of the Tao family might also fail to secure one. After all, who would risk marrying their daughter into the Tao family unsure if she would bear only sons and no daughters? Even the married women of the Tao lineage would suffer, becoming objects of scorn. Zhang Fengtongxier, don't just stand there in a daze. Ask the system quickly what the Tao family is really plotting. System, tell us, what scheme are the Tao family concocting? Could they still be trying to protect Tao San? Last time when Tao San eloped with someone for months, they shielded her, concealing the affair before betrothing her to my Are they about to repeat the same trick using benefits to buy silence and protect Tao San again? Lu Shi's vision darkened. So Tao San had eloped with someone before. What kind of daughter-in-law had she chosen for her son? Host the Tao family this time doesn't intend to shield Tao San, but they want to protect the Tao family's reputation and their other children. They plan to have Tao San die of illness. Isn't that redundant? Didn't you say she's contracted a filthy disease and has only months to live? The Tao family doesn't yet know she's infected. They intend to kill her themselves. They want to avoid annulling the engagement, letting Tao San die of sickness instead. That way Tao San's reputation is preserved, and so is the Tao family's honor. Jiang Jinglan the Marquis and Jiang Fengtang exchanged glances. So this was the Tao family's scheme. Jiang Yunx's anger surged. They wish. The Tao family's reputation would be saved, but what about my brother? The green hat on his head would never be removed. And their deception, concealing Tao San's elopement before betrothing her to my brother, would be swept under the rug. That's letting them off far too easily. The Tao family's visit today must be because my father found a way to expose Tao San's work as a courtesan in the brothel. Given his caution, he surely has witnesses. Even if the Tao family tries to silence them, they can't fully seal the leak. This matter will eventually spread. Lu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Fengtang. So he had known about Tao San being in the brothel all along. Last night's events were his doing. Why hadn't he told her earlier? And who was speaking these words? Was it Fei or... Earlier while receiving the Tao family, Lu Shi had seen Jiang Yunfei leading Jiang Yunqi over. This voice was clearly not Fei's. Could it be the fifth girl's? If they let Tao San die as my elder brother's betrothed, what about his future marriage? Even if she never crossed the threshold, any future bride would feel uneasy. My brother's prospects would surely suffer. Tears welled in Lu Shi's eyes. Yes, if the engagement wasn't dissolved, her son would find it difficult to seek another match. If the Pingyang Marquis residents tolerate such an affront, they'll become a laughingstock scorned by all. I don't want to be pointed at whenever I go out. This engagement must be broken, and immediately. The sooner the better. What did the Tao family's reputation matter to us? Let's tend to our own first. Grandfather, grandmother, and father must not lose their heads. Oh, why is no one speaking? It's driving me mad. Jiang Yunqi stomped her foot in frustration, itching to rush out, and manually prompt Jiang Fengtang to speak. Minister Tao, do you find the tea of our Pingyang Marquis residence so exquisite that you came specially to drink it? Jiang Jinglan, seeing his granddaughter's distress, finally broke his silence. I've heard about last night's events and made inquiries at the brothel. Your esteemed third daughter is quite the star performer there. And I hear she's graced not just one establishment, but two others as well. The faces of the Tao family members darkened further. Minister Tao could no longer remain silent. Marquis, this is indeed the fault of my unworthy granddaughter. Let us discuss this amicably. Discuss? There's nothing to discuss. Lu Shi cut indirectly. A daughter-in-law of such character is beyond what our Pingyang Marquis residents can afford. This engagement must be dissolved immediately. Lu Shi's voice was resolute. Yes, that's right. Stand firm. Jiang Yunqi cheered inwardly. My stepmother may have been muddle-headed agreeing to such a wretched match without knowing the person, but she knows when to be decisive. Now she's no longer clinging to Minister Tao's influence. Lu Shi's face burned with shame. Yet she confirmed that the voice's owner was not Jiang Yunfei. Indeed, when her son is nearly ruined by Tao San, what use is power? Without my intervention, once Tao San entered the household and infected my brother, his life would be forfeit. I've truly accumulated boundless merit. Lu Shi's eyes reddened, and she glared at the four Tao family members as if she could set them ablaze. The engagement must be annulled. There's no room for negotiation. Minister Tao, deeming it beneath his dignity to parley with Lu Shi, turned to his wife. The Marquise Tao signaled her eldest daughter-in-law with a glance. As Tao San's mother, Tao eldest madam could not avoid the confrontation. Forcing a smile uglier than tears, she said, Lady Heir, everything can be discussed. The Tao residents will surely give your house satisfaction. Whatever conditions you name, we will meet them if possible. But could the engagement remain intact? And could the matter not be spread? You understand if there's no discussion. Lu Shi cut her off before she could finish. The engagement is dissolved. I cannot allow such an unchaste wretch to occupy the title of my son's betrothed, ruining his prospects for marriage. What would the world think of our Pingyang Marquis residents? Hearing their daughter called a wretch to her face, the Tao family dared not retort. They themselves were inclined to curse her. And they had already done so the previous night. Lu Shi continued angrily. If you voluntarily annul the engagement, take the blame upon yourselves, and offer satisfactory compensation to the Marquis residents, we will keep silent about the true reason. But if you refuse to act immediately, I will take the case to the Yamen and let the authorities decide. And if the Yamen dares not accept it, I will have my husband petition the Emperor. You know the consequences better than I do. Seeing Lu Shi's unyielding resolve, even mentioning an imperial petition, the Tao family looked to Minister Tao. Marquis, Minister Tao addressed Jiang Jinglan directly. Is your daughter-in-law's stance the decision of this residence? Jiang Jinglan nodded without hesitation. Indeed, grandfather long life. Grandfather mighty. Zhang Jinglan nearly lost his composure. Dearest granddaughter, long live is not a phrase to be used lightly. Minister Tao smiled bitterly. He had hoped there was still room for negotiation, but it seemed he had been mistaken. Reflecting, he thought that if his own grandson were betrothed to such a woman, he too would refuse. Even bearing the title would be intolerable, lest the ancestors' coffin lids could no longer be contained. Enough. In the end, it was a failure in educating their own children. He could only hope they would help conceal the truth behind the annulment. Minister Tao's spirit visibly waned, and he appeared utterly dejected. Marquis,